classmate Lu Yang, having indulged excessively at a gathering, opened his eyes to find himself transported back 5 years in time. Instinct compelled him to save the girl who was destined to perish 5 years prior. Innocent, beautiful, and resilient, yet the act of salvation seemed to have set into motion a series of increasingly unsettling events. Lu Yang, I prepared a bento for you, but do you perhaps look down upon my culinary skills? The girl's voice was soft, her downcast eyes exuding an air of vulnerability. Lu Yang, they say I am ugly, is that true? The girl pouted, leaning her delicate face toward him. Lu Yang, it hurts so much, sob. She grasped his hand, clearly intent on placing it somewhere. Wait, Xia Youran, something feels amiss. Years later, Lu Yang gazed at the multitude of photographs, clothing, used stationery, and even paper scattered throughout the room, lost in contemplation. It was evident that it had not merely been a figment of his imagination back then. The sound of a door opening resonated behind him. Darling, I'm back. Lu Yang turned to find a demure woman clad in a cheapao, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Ah, you discover my secret hideaway. Chapter 1. I did not peek. Whose virtuous soul reincarnates in a restroom. Lu Yang found himself utterly speechless at that moment. Just a second ago, he had been at a class reunion, having taken a few too many drinks and felt a slight dizziness. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found himself in a restroom. At that moment, Lu Yang remained oblivious to any irregularities, believing he had merely become disoriented from drinking too much and needed to relieve himself. A restroom, after all, is not a place where familiarity is easily discerned. However, when he washed his hands and stepped outside, he was taken aback. He beheld a somewhat familiar girl surrounded by a throng of people. The crowd buzzed with whispers, their murmurs familiar yet strange, causing Lu Yang to feel a sense of disorientation. The girl in the school uniform, being encircled, was unmistakably Xia Youran, the girl who had leapt to her demise at 18, the belle of their school during that time. A sharp pain surged through Lu Yang's mind as the mournful words of his classmates from the reunion echoed in his thoughts. I genuinely felt sorrow for Xia Youran. She was so academically gifted and beautiful. In truth, I found it implausible that she would dare to peek at me in the boys' restroom. She was far too timid, unable to even make eye contact with others. Sigh. Those individuals merely bullied her because her family was absent, taking advantage of her beauty, and once they failed to do so, they conjured up falsehoods. A torrent of regretful remarks flowed from the lips of classmates who had already graduated from university, until a girl abruptly stood, seizing the microphone from a table, her voice booming above the KTV music. The once intoxicated classmate of Xia Youran, Xiao Ying, now laughed and cried simultaneously. Now you all have the audacity to speak? After she died, none of you spared a thought for her. Ignoring the awkward expressions of the others, the inebriated girl continued. I told you. That day she was simply running an errand for someone wrongfully accused over a mere 5 yuan. Yet, none of you believed me. You preferred to believe the absurd notion that the 18-year-old Belle was peeking in the boys' restroom, even when it cost a vibrant life. The police declared she did not peek. You, Zhangbo, pursued Yuran, and when she ignored you, you spread the most vicious rumors afterward, claiming you witnessed it firsthand. And you, Su Jiao, who constantly asked Yuran to share her homework. Where were you after the incident? Not a word to defend her, merely silent, occasionally nodding along. One by one, her classmates turned awkwardly crimson, some indignantly retorting in whispers, yet none daring to raise their voices. The girl with the best social standing in their class, by Jingru, who was also the entertainment committee member at the time, intervened to grasp Xiao Ying's arm. Ying, you're drunk. Originally, Lu Yang had sat quietly as an observer, perceiving his relationship with Xia Youran as merely that of classmates, acquaintances at best. He had indeed felt regret over her tragic leap at such a young age, believing it unfortunate, yet he never thought her to be the type to engage in peeping. To his surprise, Xiao Ying forcefully shook off by Jingru's grasp. You are the most shameless. You confessed to Lu Yang after graduation, didn't you? You claimed you were the one who fetched water for him during gym class, bought him breakfast, and even called the school security when he was surrounded by delinquents? And that love letter, was it yours? Have some dignity, by Jingru. Hearing his name, Lu Yang looked astonished at the two girls. These words were indeed spoken by Jingru during her confession to Lu Yang upon graduation. However, at that time, Lu Yang had not reciprocated her feelings and had ultimately rejected her. Their relationship had since evolved into friendship, and over the years, it seemed they had entered a phase of ambiguity. After all, a beautiful girl had pursued him for so long, stirring some feelings within him. Bai Jingru's face flushed with embarrassment as she cast a swift glance in Lu Yang's direction, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Xiao Ying, what are you saying? As she reached out to pull her back, the intoxicated girl, with surprising strength, swiveled her head to face Lu Yang, pointing at him. Lu Yang, let me tell you, all of this was caused by Yuran. She liked you deeply. Her notebook was filled with your name. Even until her last moments, she thought of that day when you saw her and turned away, surely misunderstanding her, and that may have been the final straw that broke her. The alcohol coursing through his veins mixed with the girl's revelations, causing Liu Yang's mind to swirl. He sought to articulate a response, yet all he could manage was to press his palm to his forehead, muttering, "What the hell?" And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the restroom. Liu Yang now beheld the girl in the school uniform, encircled by 3 men. The girl was strikingly beautiful. Her oval face appeared somewhat gaunt due to malnutrition, her complexion pale. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, were filled with confusion and panic, while her exquisite features made her stand out prominently amidst the crowd. The school uniform she wore was immaculate, yet it bore signs of wear, much like the backpack slung over her shoulder. The ponytail that hung down her back lent her an air of innocence, embodying the quintessential first love visage that many young men yearn for. At that moment, the delicate hands of the pure and exquisite girl clutched a large bag, which presumably contained the takeout that Xia Youran mentioned she would deliver. Liu Yang, in a daze, found himself reliving a scene from 5 years prior, witnessing the already deceased Xia Youran. 5 years ago, Liu Yang had also stumbled upon this very moment, right after exiting the restroom. At that time, he was in a hurry to meet his friends, and the demeanor of the individuals before him was quite intimidating. An aunt had also intervened to confront the 3 men. Liu Yang chose to call the police. He hesitated as he left, but noticed the approaching figures of the hat-wearing uncles in the distance. Thus, he ultimately departed. The following day, however, he learned of Xia Yuran's tragic leap from a building, and she was no more. At this moment, his mind echoed Xia Ying's words, contemplating that his turning away might have been the final straw that broke her. Regardless of whether the events unfolding before him were a dream or reality, Liu Yang knew he could not remain a passive observer. She is indeed beautiful, yet why is she a peeping Tom? You wouldn't want the school to find out, would you? If not, come with us. Exactly. The brothers are all good people. As he witnessed one of the tattooed men reaching out to grasp Xia Yuran's hand, he swiftly dashed forward, shielding her behind him. Wait, I believe you're misunderstanding something. She's my classmate, waiting for me. Standing amidst the crowd, the girl was on the verge of tears from their gossip, yet her anxiety stifled her voice. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she finally lifted her gaze. All she saw was the boy clad in the same uniform as hers, and she momentarily lost herself as she gazed at his profile. The emotions in her eyes were a blend of astonishment and fear, intertwined with confusion and fervor. The mocking whispers around her began to fade into the background. In Xia Yuran's eyes, there was only the boy standing before her, and her initial feelings of anxiety and fear seemed to be soothed by his presence. I did not peek. The girl's voice was barely audible and tremulous, yet she finally found the courage to speak, her tone resolute as she refuted, I truly did not. Chapter 2. I respect their unique preferences. The once outstretched arm adorned with tattoos suddenly faltered as a boy in a school uniform unexpectedly appeared, disrupting their mischief and darkening their demeanor. You're talking nonsense. That little brat was just peeking at us outside the restroom. All of us saw it. One of them barked. Exactly. I just came out after using the restroom, and when she spotted me, she tried to flee, clearly terrified. An onlooker, an aunt, could no longer hold her tongue. Come on, why would such a pretty girl peek at you all? What could she possibly gain from that? Another chimed in, indeed. She doesn't seem the type at all. You lot aren't trying to bully her just because she is attractive, are you? This scene unfolded near a public restroom in the park, with an outdoor basketball court not far ahead. Liu Yang recalled that he had arranged to meet friends there for a game, which was why he had come to this restroom. Most of the onlookers were local residents, primarily elderly women. The group of ruffians, however, wore grim expressions. They had been following this girl for some time and were well aware of her family circumstances. They knew she had a gentle disposition, making her an easy target for their antics. Initially, the crowd was hesitant to intervene, but the sudden appearance of the boy had thrown them off balance. Unwilling to linger, the thugs reached for Xia Youran, whom Liu Yang had shielded behind him. We're not going anywhere. You peeked. Now come with us. Liu Yang seized the man's outstretched hand, tightening his grip slightly. The thug's expression shifted dramatically, and he pulled out his phone, offering it to Xia Youran behind him. Call the police. Let them sort this out. Xia Youran, trembling slightly, received the device, her gaze dropping to the illuminated screen. I don't know the password. The lock screen displayed an anime girl in a maid outfit, which Xia Youran didn't recognize. Surprised, Liu Yang turned to her, realizing that she likely had no phone of her own, as her family was so impoverished that her tuition depended entirely on her scholarship. Rumors had it that without that scholarship, she would never have been able to attend high school. At that moment, the aunt who had spoken earlier declared, I've already called the police. The station is nearby. They'll be here in 3 to 5 minutes. The crowd, initially gossiping about Xia Youran, now turned their attention to the 3 ruffians. Compared to the students' accounts, The thug's credibility was significantly diminished. Upon hearing that the police had been alerted, the ruffians exchanged glances and shouted, "Consider yourself lucky. We're in a hurry today. Damn it, we've lost out." They then pushed through the crowd and departed, leaving the onlookers too intimidated to intervene. Xia Youran held onto Lu Yang's phone with one hand while clutching her abandoned delivery with the other. Her heart racing, not entirely sure if it was due to the earlier confrontation or Lu Yang's defense. The aunt, seeing the ruffians leave, remarked softly to the dispersing crowd, "I scare them off. When the cops arrive, they do little more than mediate. Those guys are clearly trouble. You should be careful, dear. You're quite lovely." Xia Youran gazed at the aunt, somewhat bewildered. "Oh, okay, thank you." Her words stumbled out, revealing her shyness. Through the parting crowd, Lu Yang spotted a familiar face, Zhang Bo, who was indeed present, holding up his phone and recording the incident. Lu Yang recalled that in his previous life, a video had been posted on the school forum, claiming that Xia Youran had been caught peeking into the boys' restroom, which had led to widespread knowledge of the incident. At that time, Xia Youran had already faced tragedy. She had jumped from a building. Yet, some still exploited the video for views, disregarding the consequences, as the victim was no longer around to defend herself. Zhang Bo, noticing Lu Yang's gaze, quickly lowered his phone, flashed a smile, and hurried away. Scoundrel, feeding off the misfortune of others, distorting the truth. Lu Yang felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Lu Yang, your phone, thank you for earlier." A delicate, pale hand, somewhat translucent, extended Lu Yang's black phone back to him. Her wrist was slender, and though her palms bore the marks of toil, they lacked the softness typically expected of most girls. As Lu Yang took the phone, he noticed the date displayed on the screen, September 25th, 20XX. What? I've really returned to 5 years ago. A wave of disorientation washed over him. Just moments ago, his mind had been consumed with a singular thought. He could not bear to witness Xia Youran's misfortune again, which had compelled him to intervene, almost as if he were caught in a dream. But the passage of time seemed to solidify the reality of the situation. He glanced at the girl before him, who had once been a source of intrigue to him. As their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I truly didn't peek." Lu Yang replied, "I believe you, but you seem to stutter a bit. I don't recall you having this quirk in my previous life." Upon reflection, he realized he had scarcely spoken to Xia Youran before. Was it possible that what Xiao Ying had said about her feelings for him was true? His scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. "I'm not. I just got nervous." Xia Youran hastily refuted, her innocent eyes lifting to meet his before darting away again, her pale cheeks now flushed. Lu Yang was said, "It seems she genuinely has feelings for me." As he prepared to speak, his phone rang, the contact labeled simply, "Chicken," accompanied by chicken emoji. It was Ji Xiang, his childhood friend. "Yo, young girl, did you fall into the restroom? Need us to fish you out? Just remember, there's a retrieval fee." The familiar voice soothed Lu Yang's tumultuous emotions, and he cursed under his breath, "Get lost. I'm not coming." Something has come up. After hanging up on Ji Xiang's raucous laughter, he turned to the still-standing Xia Youran. "Where are you headed now?" Recalling that in his previous life, Xia Youran had jumped in the evening, around 7 to 8 o'clock. Lu Yang resolved to stay with her until she passed that critical moment. Seemingly caught off guard by his question, Xia Youran hesitated. "I was supposed to deliver these, but since they don't want them anymore, I'll have to take them back to the store." Her disappointment was evident. Not only had she failed to deliver the order, but she also feared losing her earnings and facing reprimand if they complained. Lu Yang took the delivery bag from her hands. "What's in here? Let us move along. We're right by the restroom. But tell me, do you honestly believe someone would order food to be delivered to a restroom? Is it the ambience they're after?" He peered inside the packaging. "This should be food, right? Who orders takeout from a restroom?" "I thought they might enjoy it," Xia Youran replied innocently, her eyes wide and adorable. "It's stinky tofu. I respect their unique preferences." Lu Yang chuckled, realizing that Xia Youran was perhaps not as timid as he initially thought. Her humor was unexpectedly refreshing. Chapter 3. This girl possesses a beauty that disregards the existence of other girls. After her remark, Xia Youran cautiously glanced at Lu Yang beside her. At this moment, her heart raced with fervor, and she could ascertain that her quickened pulse was not merely a reaction to encountering a ruffian. It was predominantly due to Lu Yang. Typically, he seemed oblivious to her presence, treating her as a stranger, yet unexpectedly, he had come to her aid today, transforming what had begun as an utterly dismal day into one where all her troubles seemed to vanish, healed by his timely assistance. Lu Yang, however, sat in contemplation, troubled by the stinky tofu in his hands. "Who understands, my friends? I just graduated from university, after enduring the long wait for graduation. I now find myself back at square one. Wait, am I not in my senior year of high school again? Does that mean I must relive the Gaokao experience? And as a science student, no less." Lu Yang was uncertain whether Xia Youran felt despair at this moment, but he certainly did. He plopped down at a stone table by the park, it being Friday evening after school, when they should be enjoying a month-long break. Otherwise, they would be at school at this hour. With a weary tone, he queried, "How much is this stinky tofu?" 25 yuan, Xia Youran responded, unsure of his intentions. "So, if you deliver it, you get 5 yuan as a courier fee, right?" "How did you know it's 5? Xia Yuran's voice brimmed with astonishment. Lu Yang replied, "I forgot. She's actually quite clever." He opened the packaging. "When I order takeout, the delivery fee is usually 5 yuan. I figure it would be similar. Since I purchased this, you can consider it a delivery. Later, I'll accompany you to the shop to pay, and you'll earn your 5 yuan." Lu Yang came from a well-to-do family. Indeed, a very affluent one. His father engaged in business with his cousin, while his mother was a homemaker. His father's business was modest, yet he benefited from his cousin's formidable success, having once held the title of the richest man. Eventually, that position was usurped by someone in the internet industry. Regardless, they were wealthy. Thus, Lu Yang lacked for nothing, including friends. Initially, he intended to straightforwardly offer Xia Youran some money, but recalling how she once succumbed to misunderstandings and tragically took her own life, he realized her pride might be quite strong. Hence, he opted for a more subtle approach. Xia Youran observed Lu Yang as he began to eat the stinky tofu, and with a hint of surprise, she interjected, "You really don't have to do this. Thank you for today. Let me treat you instead." Lu Yang was still lamenting the prospect of repeating his senior year when he caught her gaze. The girl's school uniform appeared faded, and the yellow straps of her backpack had lost their vibrancy. Previously, he had seen her at the school cafeteria, always eating simple meals of rice and vegetables, never exceeding 3 yuan per meal. How could she, living such a frugal life, treat him to this 25 yuan stinky tofu? Was she a bit foolish? He lifted his chin slightly, stating, "I don't allow girls to treat me. If you want to express your gratitude, just sit and eat with me. You're quite attractive, after all." Lu Yang acknowledged his own insensitivity. His carefree nature sometimes led him to speak without thought. He noticed Xia Youran's face flushed anew, her initial blush returning. He then recalled that she seemed to harbor feelings for him. Perhaps he had spoken out of turn, as knowing someone likes you and still saying such things could easily lead to misunderstandings. Just as he considered backtracking, he saw Xia Youran bite her lip and cautiously take a seat beside him. As the girl settled down, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint scent of laundry detergent from her clothes, reminiscent of the aroma he had experienced when watching her wash clothes at his grandmother's house during his childhood. It was a clean, comforting scent. A small smile graced Lu Yang's lips. Despite the unfortunate circumstances of reliving his life, at least he had saved someone. Perhaps this was not as dismal as it seemed. He nudged the box of stinky tofu toward her, thoughtfully inserting a skewer. "Go ahead, eat. Once you're finished, I'll accompany you back to the shop." Xia Youran gazed at the stinky tofu box he had pushed toward her and quietly asked, "Lu Yang, why are you being so nice to me?" In her heart, she secretly hoped that, like other boys, Lu Yang's kindness stemmed from affection. If others were not permitted, she would be overjoyed if it were Lu Yang. Alas, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Lu Yang, seemingly perplexed, replied, "Huh? This is what it means to be nice. I'm merely treating you to something to eat. Aren't we classmates?" His words were genuine. He recognized Xia Yuran's beauty and her unfortunate circumstances, as well as her feelings for him. Yet, at this moment, his sentiments towards her were primarily sympathetic. He felt she was a girl of unfortunate fate, and with the vivid memory of her misfortune fresh in his mind, he was determined not to let history repeat itself. A life was at stake. Thus, his assistance was merely a matter of conscience. It was not particularly noble, was it, when Xia Youran heard his response? A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Nevertheless, she earnestly stated, "Thank you for today. I will repay you. If you need any help, I'm at your service. Anything you require." Lu Yang initially intended to decline, but upon meeting her hopeful gaze, found himself saying, "I haven't thought of anything yet, but I'll let you know when I do." The once tense girl revealed a gentle smile, the first he had witnessed since returning. Her beautiful features unfurled, her round eyes curving into crescent moons, her pink lips lifting, even revealing the faintest hint of dimples at the corners of her mouth. Lu Yang internally gasped. No wonder so many boys were enamored with her. Xia Youran possessed the innocence of first love, enchanting and disarming. She radiated a beauty that overshadowed the struggles of other girls. Lu Yang averted his gaze, perplexed as to why this girl had developed feelings for him. He began to doubt the accuracy of Qiu Ying's words. "Hurry and eat. It'll taste terrible if it gets cold," he urged, digging into the stinky tofu himself. The 25 yuan portion was indeed quite substantial, but luckily, they finished it together. As Lu Yang prepared to accompany Xia Youran back, she hesitated, for she had arrived on an electric scooter from the shop. Lu Yang glanced at the scooter and then at her, asking, "Can you carry someone?" Xia Yuran's eyes reflected uncertainty. I've carried my grandmother, but she is quite light, implying that Lu Yong, with his tall stature, looked rather heavy, and she was unsure if she could manage him. She hesitated before suggesting, if not, I can pay for a taxi. Lu Yong clicked his tongue and lightly tapped her helmet-covered head, saying, get down, I'll drive. You'll carry me? The girl's eyes brightened as she looked at him. Truth be told, the old yellow helmet was rather unattractive, but the charm of the one wearing it overshadowed its flaws. Lu Yong awkwardly diverted his eyes, replying, yes, I'll carry you. I could drive. An electric scooter is probably similar to a motorcycle, right? Surely I can handle an electric scooter if I can ride a Harley. 3 minutes later, he hit the brakes abruptly, and Xia Yuran's soft body collided against his back. It was then that Lu Yong realized that riding an electric scooter and riding a motorcycle were indeed quite different, as his motorcycle had much better brakes. Xia Youran let out a small yelp of pain, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, feeling embarrassed. She had unexpectedly crashed into him, and despite having placed her backpack in front of her, it was not held tightly against her chest. As she felt the pain and was on the verge of tears, she instinctively began to apologize. I'm sorry. Lu Yong found himself in an undeniably awkward situation when the girl collided with his back. The abruptness of the impact was quite palpable. He and Xia Yuran both uttered apologies simultaneously. Surprised by her response, he turned to face her, meeting a pair of startled eyes. The words he intended to speak got caught in his throat. Was this girl truly akin to a frightened rabbit? It was no wonder she was so easily bullied. Inhaling sharply, he realized it was his fault. He merely wished to inquire if they could avoid the main road. After all, riding without a helmet while carrying a passenger could land him in trouble. Furthermore, he needed to know where her shop was. As he spoke, he hesitated, glancing into Xia Yuran's eyes. You aren't going to cry, are you? This really isn't your fault. I didn't mean to, observing the boy's cautious demeanor as he apologized. Xia Yuran slowly blinked, then replied, actually, I'm not about to cry. It just hurts a bit from the collision. Speaking to someone she admired made her cheeks flush once more. Hurt? What does it hurt? Lu Yang's gaze dropped before he quickly averted his eyes. As a boy untouched by romantic entanglements, he remained rather innocent in such matters, and his face turned crimson as well. After all, despite having been reborn, he was only a few years older than Xia Yuran. Wasn't he still just a pure-hearted young man? Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation. So, which way should we go? He fixed his gaze ahead, resolute, determined not to act inappropriately. Today was about preventing Xia Yuran from meeting a tragic fate, not indulging in flirtation. Having unexpectedly found himself reborn after a bout of drinking, he could not shake off the feeling that this was merely a dream. Even if it wasn't, perhaps one day he would return to his original life. Thus, his priority remained saving her. Noting the flush creeping up the boy's neck, Xia Yuran couldn't help but smile. Lu Yong appeared quite innocent. Let us take the back roads. The shop is over on Xinzhu Road. I'll show you the way. All right. Though the electric scooter had no other issues aside from its malfunctioning brakes, its petite size posed a challenge for Lu Yong, who stood at 183 centimeters tall, leaving him feeling somewhat cramped. However, it did not detract from the experience. As they navigated through the alleys, Lu Yong observed her familiarity with the route, likely a testament to her frequent travels. Recalling what Xiaoying mentioned during the gathering, that she often ran errands, he surmised that this was indeed true. Lu Yong was not well acquainted with Xia Yuran's family circumstances, having had limited interactions in the past. He was only aware of her general situation, a girl from a modest background, possessing both beauty and diligence in her studies. Beyond that, he had little knowledge. The stark reality was that they existed in separate worlds. His interest in her had initially stemmed from her notoriety. She was renowned for her striking beauty, and some boys even joked that she was a real-life embodiment of the impoverished flower. Ji Xiang had also mentioned her, as they were classmates in their senior year. To claim he had never paid her any attention would be disingenuous. However, he was haunted by the memory of her tragic leap just a month into the school year. Beyond that, he truly knew little. Lu Yong accompanied her to the shop to settle the bill. Upon learning of the incident, the shopkeeper generously offered Lu Yong a discount, charging him only 20. Nonetheless, Lu Yong still scanned his payment for 25, stating, "Thank you, boss. The extra 5 is for our delivery person." Xia Yuran looked up in surprise at him. The shopkeeper, smiling, handed over a $10 note to Xia Yuran, saying, "Here, Xia, this is your fee for running errands." Xia Yuran pursed her lips. "Uncle Lin, I only need $5. You should give it back to him." Lu Yong chuckled. "Hey, why you like this?" He turned to the shopkeeper. "Could you give her 2 5s instead?" Uncle Lin, amused by the young couple's banter, obliged and exchanged the bills. Watching as Xia Yuran happily accepted one and handed it to Lu Yong, he took it without hesitation. Uncle Lin then reminded, "Xia, it's getting late. Shouldn't you check on your grandmother's medication?" Xia Yuran glanced at her somewhat worn watch. Lu Yong couldn't discern its brand. suspecting it was a simple purchase given her family's financial situation. Yes, I need to head back. Thank you, Uncle Lin. She hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Yang. Lu Yang, familiar with the shopkeeper, waved goodbye. We're off now, Uncle Lin. Your stinky tofu is delicious. Can I have your number for a takeaway next time? Or do you only do group orders? Uncle Lin handed him a business card. Ah, the platform takes too much commission. I don't do group orders. It's all regular customers now. Previously, it was just Xia and myself making deliveries. If you want some next time, just call me for a discount. Thank you. Uncle Lin. Lu Yang smiled as he followed Xia Youran out of the stinky tofu shop. Xia Youran was reluctant to part ways with Lu Yang. Today felt like a dream. Having him speak with her so closely made everything feel surreal. However, Uncle Lin's words jolted her back to reality. Are you going home? Lu Yang checked his phone. It was past 5. She must be heading back. He resolved to stay by Xia Youran's side tonight, especially since no one had provided clarity on the reasons behind her past suicide. He needed to ensure she would be safe this evening. I'm not going back. No one will cook for me anyway. He glanced at the $5 in his hand, offering it to Xia Youran. Didn't you just say you wanted to repay me? Is your home nearby? Can I join you for dinner? $5 for labor? I'll cover the groceries. But is $5 too little? Wait here. Let me find a boss to change some cash. As he turned, a cool hand grasped his wrist. The girl's calloused fingers brushed against his skin, sending an unexpected thrill through him. No, it's enough. No, I want to take your money. My home is nearby. But her voice trailed off, uncertainty evident on her face. Yet, Lu Yang had already turned to leave, stopping after a few steps to ask, which way to the market? I'm not familiar with the area. At that moment, he saw her once dim eyes rekindle with light. Chapter 5. Entering the inner sanctum, Xia Youran had initially thought Lu Yang was leaving. Everyone knew he came from a well-off family, and though his demeanor was generally pleasant, he was known to have a temper, which she had overheard Ji Xiang mentioning. In Xia Youran's eyes, she had just promised to repay him, yet he seemed to be searching for an excuse to decline her offer. Surely, he would be upset, right? Seeing Lu Yang patiently waiting for her, she couldn't help but break into a light jog. I live with just my grandmother. Our home is quite small. I'm not sure if you'll be comfortable. What is there to be comfortable about? As long as there's food, it's fine. Let us go to the market. Didn't Uncle Lin say you needed to remind your grandmother about her medication? Lu Yang walked alongside her. He intended to linger longer, seeking a reason to stay. Where'd she jump from her past life? It didn't seem to be at home. Perhaps it was from a hotel rooftop or a shopping mall rooftop. Lu Yang struggled to recall the details, having not paid much attention at the time, only remembering that he had donated over $2,000 during a fundraiser for her family afterward. With so many uncertainties, he felt it safer to stay close. If you don't mind me asking, what illness does your grandmother have? Lu Yang inquired, glancing at Xia Youran's profile before adding, if you prefer not to share. That's all right too. There's nothing I can't share. My grandmother has Alzheimer's, so if she calls out or does something that makes you uncomfortable, please don't take offense, Xia Youran said earnestly, her eyes pleading with Lu Yang. Just please don't lose your temper with her. If you're feeling unhappy, I will apologize to you. Lu Yang observed her cautious demeanor and began to understand why she had initially intended to refuse him. It's all right. My grandmother also suffers from dementia and occasionally fails to recognize people. I am accustomed to it, Lu Yang said with a smile. He followed Xia Youran into the market. Although Lu Yang was the one paying, she initially attempted to stop him. However, she could not resist as he swiftly completed the payment via scanning. Moreover, many people in the market recognized Xia Youran, and she appeared quite adept at selecting vegetables, suggesting she had frequented the market often. She purchased only a few items, likely because she assumed Lu Yang was footing the bill. Eventually, Lu Yang took it upon himself to buy beef and chicken, even foregoing haggling and simply handing over the money. It was not until Xia Youran reached out to grasp the strap of his crossbody bag, halting his progress toward the seafood section, that she declared, "That's enough. We cannot eat this much." Lu Yang glanced at her, then down at her hand gripping his bag, before conceding, "All right, let us head back. If you're unable to cook, I can manage. I can cook. It's just unnecessary." "There's too much," Xia Youran insisted earnestly. "My grandmother and I eat very little." Lu Yang thought to himself, "I can see that. You are on the verge of becoming a mere wisp." He replied, "If there are leftover ingredients, you could prepare a bento. Our cafeteria allows reheating." Xia Youran appeared contemplative. Was Lu Yang hinting at something? Perhaps she should rise early on Monday to help him prepare a bento. Lu Yang was completely oblivious to her thoughts. He simply felt that Xia Youran was far too slender, her wrist seeming as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. The journey from a market to the residential complex where Xia Youran lived was quite short. The complex was rather old, and at dinner time, they encountered few people. Even when they did, it was merely a passing glance, with no greetings exchanged. Most residents in this area were tenants, often changing, resulting in a rather indifferent community. As Xia Youran explained earnestly, Lu Yang inquired, "Do you also rent?" "Yes, our home is not in this area. My grandmother brought me here to attend middle school." Xia Youran replied seriously, reminding Lu Yang to be cautious of the narrow stairs. Lu Yang noted that she had not mentioned her parents even once, while she had referred to her grandmother several times, leading to some speculation in his mind. Xia Yuran's home was on the third floor, and upon opening a rather flimsy security door, they entered a small living room. Although modest in size, it was tidy. The layout was a typical one-bedroom apartment, with a kitchen and bathroom designed off the balcony. Xia Youran, somewhat shy, invited him in. Lu Yang glanced around and realized he did not need to change his shoes. "All right," he said as he stepped inside. From the kitchen emerged an elderly lady, impeccably dressed, who exclaimed, "You're back, Youran," upon seeing Lu Yang. She paused for a moment. "Is this your classmate?" Xia Youran felt a wave of relief at her grandmother's clarity. "Grandma, this is my classmate Lu Yang. Who helped me today? I invited him for dinner." Lu Yang greeted warmly, "Hello, grandma. I'm Lu Yang, a classmate of Xia Youran." "Oh, hello. You must be Lu Yang. Such a handsome young man. Come in, and thank you for helping my Youran." The elderly lady enthusiastically ushered him into the room. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yang's eyes fell upon a family photo on the TV cabinet. The picture featured 5 people, a younger version of the elderly lady and an old gentleman seated, with a young couple standing beside them, and a beautiful girl of about 10 years old, who bore a striking resemblance to her mother, undoubtedly Xia Youran. Xia Youran placed a cup of warm water in front of Lu Yang, saying, "Grandma asked me to come out and keep you company." Lu Yang, upon hearing this, stood up. "How can I let Grandma handle everything alone? I'll help." This time, Xia Youran did not feel comfortable tugging on his hand. Instead, she grasped the hem of his shirt. "No, I've already been shooed out. If you go in, Grandma will certainly send you out too." She glanced toward the kitchen. "Thank you, Lu Yang. You're my lucky star. Grandma hasn't been this alert in a long time." Her voice, light and cheerful, radiated happiness as she looked at Lu Yang with bright eyes. The breeze from the balcony mingled with the aroma of the cooking, infusing the small house with a sense of warmth and homeliness. Lu Yang watched her smiling face, feeling a bit awkward as he touched his now warm ears. "Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed by your kind words." He gazed at the girl before him, realizing that such small gestures brought her immense joy. Could it be that she once contemplated ending her life over something as trivial as today's incident? For now, Lu Yang perceived Xia Youran as an optimistic and resilient girl, certainly not someone who would take such drastic measures over a matter so easily clarified. A hand waved in front of Lu Yang's face. "Lu Yang? Huh?" He responded. "Nothing, just sit tight. I'll help Grandma," Xia Youran said, her heart racing as she found herself alone with him. She felt the need to gather her thoughts. Just then, Lu Yang nodded, witnessing her retrieve an old mobile phone from her backpack, a small, thick touchscreen reminiscent of vintage Nokia models. "Oh, so she does have a phone," Lu Yang mused. Xia Youran's fingers curled slightly as she plugged in her device to charge, avoiding turning around, even though she was aware Lu Yang was watching her. Chapter 6. Your clothing is rather thin. Perhaps you should change into something warmer. For Xia Youran, encountering Lu Yang today, who had assisted her so generously and even accompanied her home, felt surreal. Even after they finished dinner and she cleared the dishes, she was delighted to find her grandmother and Lu Yang engaged in pleasant conversation. Lu Yang beamed brightly, likely the type of boy that elders adored, radiating sunshine and sweetness. Leaning beside the elderly lady, he exhibited no impatience or disdain, instead praising Xia Youran as many virtues and how well-liked she was among her peers. In truth, Xia Youran knew that not many classmates harbored feelings for her. Her frequent silence often exhausted the patience of others, which is why she made an effort to engage when Lu Yang drew near, anxious that he might find her uninteresting and choose to walk away. Lu Yang glanced up and noticed the girl standing in the doorway, the street lamp casting a glow that obscured her expression. Yet he could still discern the smile at the corners of her lips. He too smiled faintly, observing the elderly lady who appeared so joyful in his company. Over the years, his charm had consistently garnered him larger red envelopes from relatives compared to his cousins. He was quite practiced at charming the elderly. Lu Yang's phone vibrated in his pocket several times, while Xia Youran reminded her grandmother to take her medication. Initially, they had asked her to take it earlier, but Grandma claimed she had eaten lunch later, so it was more appropriate to take it after dinner. As Lu Yang glanced at his phone, he noticed numerous messages from his friend, mostly filled with emojis. One message inquired about his absence from home. He did not respond immediately, merely noting the time. It was past 7. He would likely remain until 9, but he could see that Grandma seemed tired, and he hardly knew Xia Youran well enough for his first visit to linger uninvited. As he tapped a few buttons on his phone, Xia Youran emerged from the kitchen, supporting her grandmother. Lu Yong picked up his bag and said, "Grandma, I'll take my leave now. It's getting late, and the meal was delicious today. Thank you, Grandma." He turned his gaze towards Xia Youran and added, "Thank you, classmate Xia, for taking me in. Oh dear, little Lu has such a sweet tongue. If you wish to eat again, just come back with Youran. Grandma will prepare it for you. No need to buy groceries, I'll handle that," the elderly lady said with a smile, clearly fond of him. Xia Youran blushed slightly, laughing shyly beside her. After charming the old lady with a few words, Lu Yong made his way to the door. Just before stepping outside, he suddenly remembered, "Wait, can I get your phone number? Let us add each other on WeChat or QQ." He recalled that she wasn't T in the class group chat, hence he suggested QQ instead. Xia Youran appeared flustered, responding with a surprised "oh" as she turned to retrieve her charging phone, only to realize it was powered off. Lu Yong patiently watched her power it on. Although her phone was a bit worn, it still had the essential functions, albeit with a sluggish response. He saved her number and even made a call to ensure it worked, sharing his own number with her. "This is my phone number. Save it. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me." As he suggested scanning to add on WeChat, he noticed her delicate, pale hand tremble slightly. Lu Yong pretended not to see it and proceeded to turn away. Xia Youran offered to see him off, but Lu Yong declined, saying, "It would feel safe for a girl to escort me alone." He glanced at the seemingly useless lock on the door and advised her, "Stay home with your grandma. And remember to lock the door." With a wave, he departed. Xia Youran watched as the tall boy, who appeared significantly larger among his peers, swiftly descended the stairs. The staircase lights, though aging, still illuminated the path, elongating his silhouette before it vanished from her sight. She felt as if she were dreaming in the comfort of her home that night. That was Lu Yong, the one she had secretly admired for so long. After exiting the community, Lu Yong turned right, recalling a nearby repair shop, unsure if it was still open. Shortly thereafter, he returned carrying a bag. He slowed his pace as he passed a small supermarket, but then thought of Xia Youran's shy demeanor and hesitated. He decided against buying too many items, fearing it might overwhelm her or give the impression that he had ulterior motives, especially since they were not yet well acquainted. Lu Yong ascended the stairs again, and upon reaching the third floor outside Xia Youran's door, he sent her a message. "Are you there? Open the door." The old building had poor sound insulation, allowing him to hear their neighbor's rough voice and the sound of a child being scolded from above. He patiently awaited her response, and soon the door swung open. The girl stood before him, her hair down and still damp, dressed in a different school uniform, likely having just finished her shower. The t-shirt she wore seemed a bit too thin, becoming somewhat translucent under the light behind her. "Lu, did you forget something?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. Lu Yong straightened his posture, positioning himself in front of her so that he could shield her from passersby. As she prepared to open the door wider, he quickly interjected, "Aren't you a bit too trusting? You open the door the moment you see me. What if I were a bad person? What would you and your grandma do?" Xia Youran looked at him, bewildered. Staring into her innocent eyes, Lu Yong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He handed her the bag through the narrow gap of the door, saying, "Here, use this to lock your door in the future. The lock on your gate doesn't seem very secure. It's not safe in this crowded area." Xia Youran's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing her emotions. She accepted the bag, replying, "Thank you." Seeing her take the bag, Lu Yong cautioned, "I only checked to see if the keys were inside. But I didn't look further. Please check and make sure to lock the door." As he quickly glanced at her face, his eyes traveled down her elegant neck and slender figure, noticing the thinness of her shirt. He hastily diverted his gaze, stating, "I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, you can call me." Just like that, he pointed towards her room, adding, "That shirt seems a bit too thin. You should change into something else." Xia Youran abruptly looked up at him, then quickly lowered her gaze to her chest. Covering herself, she stepped back and closed the door, leaving only her head peeking out, looking quite adorable. "Then goodbye, Lu Yong." Lu Yong smiled, responding, "See you at school tomorrow night." Tomorrow was Sunday, and they were scheduled to return for evening study. Xia Youran's face flushed, but her eyes sparkled as she echoed, "See you at school tomorrow night," before retreating back inside, closing the door behind her. Only then did Lu Yong turn to descend the stairs. Chapter 7. When curiosity for the opposite sex strikes, you're finished. After walking down the stairs, Lu Yong didn't leave. Instead, he sat on a stone bench facing Xia Youran's building. This spot allowed him to see the staircase where she would descend if she chose to. He glanced up at the building, which rose to 7 stories. Surely, Xia Youran wouldn't be attempting anything foolish inside the community. He firmly believed she wouldn't, especially given her tender demeanor with her grandma. Even if she were in despair, she would likely avoid alarming her grandma. Letting out a sigh, Lu Yong took out his phone to reply to messages. His parents informed him they would return the next day. His mother had written extensively about how adorable his cousin's child was, suggesting he should also have a cute child in the future. Lu Yong mused that it was mainly because his sister-in-law was so beautiful. If I have a son, he'll certainly resemble his mother, he thought. He envisioned having a stunning wife to ensure their children would be good-looking as well. At this moment, Lu Yong had come to terms with the fact that whether it was a dream or reality, he had returned to the start of his senior year, just a month into the semester. His last year had been smooth sailing. He had lived without any significant troubles until he learned of Xia Youran's fate. He wondered if the love letter he had received in his sophomore year was indeed from her. His burgeoning feelings for Bai Jingru had originated from that letter. Yet upon interacting with her, he always felt she lacked the essence of the person who penned those words. This uncertainty had kept them apart for so many years. If the letter was indeed written by Xia Youran, Lu Yong gazed up at the third floor where the balcony lights still shone. If it truly was Xia Youran, then the person he had always felt drawn to was her. Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, he was determined to alter her doomed fate of jumping to her death. He couldn't bear the thought of losing such a beautiful girl at such a young age. Thus, he remained seated downstairs, reminiscing about his senior year to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Thankfully, it was a rebirth and not a time travel. He retained the necessary memories. Lu Yong sat until 9:30 p.m. without seeing Xia Youran come down or anything noteworthy occurring. He opened the chat with her and sent a message. "What are you doing?" After a moment, she replied, "Getting ready for bed." "Is there something you need? Why are you staring?" Seeing her awkward expression, Lu Yong couldn't help but smile, realizing they shared a similarity. "No, just wanted to ask if you finished your homework. Could you help me check some answers?" There was no immediate response. A few minutes later, she sent him several photos. Given the low resolution of her phone, the clarity of the images was lacking, but he could still make out the content. It was then that Lu Yong noticed Xia Youran's handwriting bore a resemblance to Bai Jingru's. Without careful inspection, one might not be able to tell the difference, which explained why he hadn't doubted Bai Jingru in his previous life. "Can you see it clearly? If not, I could type it out." So many assignments to type. One by one, Lu Yong, fearing that she might actually start typing, promptly replied, "I can see it clearly. You should get some rest. Good night. We'll see each other tomorrow." Upstairs, Xia Youran's eyes sparkled as she read Lu Yang's goodnight message. Joyfully hugging her phone, she rolled once on her not-so-new bed, which creaked in protest. She immediately froze, glancing at the bed opposite her, where her grandmother was still asleep. Breathing a sigh of relief, she cautiously took out her phone and sent a goodnight sticker. With Lu Yong also mentioning seeing each other tomorrow, she found herself eagerly anticipating returning to school. Lu Yong remained downstairs until 10 o'clock before heading back home. Upon arriving, he discovered that Aunt Lin, who usually helped with cleaning, had already left. Their family's maid did not live in, so whenever his parents were away, Lu Yong often found himself alone in the house. As he lay on his bed, gazing around his familiar room, a wave of fatigue washed over him. So much had transpired that day, but thankfully, Xia Youran was safe at home. Surely, everything would be fine now. A headache throbbed in Lu Yang's mind. He had read novels and watched movies, and such themes of rebirth usually involved some regrets to mend or unexpected incidents. Yet, all he had done was drink. However, Lu Yong could not deny that when he heard Xiong mention that it was Xia Youran who had done those things back then, and that she was the one who wrote that love letter, a fleeting image of the girl's hazy face appeared in his mind. Then, a sharp pain shot through his head, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the past. Was this rebirth or time travel? His thoughts were muddled, resulting in a restless night. He dreamt of a door, with a girl floating down from the rooftop like a kite set free. Her gaze was calm as she surveyed the vast starry sky, surrounded by many people. Yet none reached out to help her. In his dream, Lu Yong rushed forward, extending his hand, but all he could feel was her calloused fingers brushing gently against his. In the end, he grasped nothing. The girl, vibrant in her 18 years, blossomed into a striking flower for the world, both dazzling and tragic. Damn it! Lu Yong jolted upright in bed, his face still pale with shock. After a moment, he regained his senses and glanced at the time. It was past 9. He opened WeChat, ignoring all unread messages, until he found Xia Youran's chat window, where their conversation had paused at her goodnight sticker from yesterday. He typed, "What are you doing?" Then, feeling it was a hassle, he opened her profile and pinned their chat to the top. No, he couldn't let Xia Youran come to any harm now that he was back. Otherwise, he would be haunted by nightmares for the rest of his life. Just as he finished setting this up, Xia Youran replied, "I'm helping Aunt Xiao sell breakfast." "What's up?" "Oh, as long as she's alive, that's good." Lu Yong exhaled in relief, but selling breakfast? She must be quite busy. He was genuinely curious about her family situation now. From last night, it was evident that she lived only with her grandmother. Her grandmother's illness required frequent medication. No wonder she was running errands in her school uniform. Lu Yong sent back a message. "Oh, it's nothing. I have a question I don't understand, but I'll ask you tonight when we get back to school." Xia Youran likely got busy again and hadn't replied. Lu Yong opened another chat labeled Chicken Head, texting, "Hey, didn't you mention that Xia Youran's family situation is quite tragic? What's the story? Ha ha ha. You were the one saying we shouldn't pry into other people's affairs, and now you're curious? Don't say I didn't warn you, buddy. Once you find yourself interested in a girl, you're doomed." Lu Yong thought, who could be this annoying? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll come over for lunch and tell your uncle you secretly bought a gaming console. 3 exclamation marks followed from the other side. Then Lu Yong's phone rang. He lay back on the bed and answered it, only to hear Ji Xiang's furious voice on the line. After a while calling out, "Are you listening?" Lu Yong finally picked it up. "I'm here, just get to the point." Chapter 8. "Yuran, your face is so red," Xiang exclaimed, cursing about how much he despised show-offs. However, this was just hearsay. It might not be entirely accurate. Lu Yong acknowledged, indicating he understood. He then listened to the general story of Xia Youran's family. Her hometown was a poor village in a neighboring city. However, Xia Youran's family had once been quite well off. Her parents were university students who had gone to become village officials. Upon arriving in the village, they worked tirelessly to develop it. They were on the verge of escaping poverty, but it was said that when Xia Youran was around 9 or 10, her parents were accused of corruption. Before the authorities could investigate, they committed suicide out of fear of punishment, leaving only her and her grandmother behind. As it was said that her maternal grandparents no longer acknowledged her. Ji Xiang's voice carried a hint of sympathy as he recounted the tale. "I heard this from Lindsay and the others. That guy even mentioned wanting to pursue her, but after digging into her background, he backed off, fearing he might become a stain on his reputation." Lu Yong furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of corruption in a poor village. He had thought it was implausible. Yet who truly knew? He inquired deeply. All he knew was that her parents were gone, leaving an elderly woman to support her education. She truly was a delicate flower in a world of poverty. Honestly, with her appearance and such a background, her future would likely be fraught with challenges. Sometimes, beauty could be a double-edged sword. Lu Yong had no desire to discuss this further with Ji Xiang, so he muttered a few affirmations before hanging up. Ji Xiang called after him, "Hey, let us head to school together tonight. Are you a primary school student? Do you still need to go together? Get lost." After ending the call, Lu Yong lay in bed for a while longer before finally getting up. His parents, who had promised to return today, had delayed their arrival. Lu Yong was accustomed to this. He tidied up his things in the afternoon and waited for Ji Xiang to come over to go to school together. Throughout the day, he pondered when he and Xia Youran had crossed paths. In his memory, they had only been in the same class during their senior year. Before that, it felt as though they had never met or shared class. Lu Yong only knew of her existence and her reputation. However, he had received that love letter in his sophomore year, which had gone unsigned. It wasn't until he transferred from the sports class to the regular class in his senior year that he shared a classroom with Xia Youran. Despite contemplating all day, he couldn't recall any interactions they had shared. Lu Yong and Ji Xiang took the bus to school. Ji Xiang, grinning mischievously, asked, "What is up, brother Yong? Have you fallen for someone?" Lu Yong rolled his eyes, get lost. Looking at the slightly younger Ji Xiang, Lu Yong found himself feeling oddly unaccustomed. He stared at him for a moment. Ji Xiang dramatically clutched his chest. "Are you falling for me?" A nearby girl in school uniform couldn't help but laugh at their banter. Lu Yong found Ji Xiang embarrassing and distanced himself slightly. Ji Xiang continued to smile at the girl. After 5 stops, they arrived at school. Ji Xiang walked alongside Lu Yong, incessantly questioning him about what was going on, suddenly curious about Xia Youran. Previously, Lu Yong had shown no interest in such matters, often tuning out their conversations. Lu Yong chose not to engage with him. After all, he couldn't very well disclose that he had returned to ensure Xia Youran remained safe, lest he be plagued by nightmares forever. However, Ji Xiang's incessant questioning made it difficult to ignore. Finally, Lu Yong dismissively replied, Yes, I'm interested. Now shut up." Ji Xiang wore a knowing expression, clearly pleased, and began to ponder how he could help his brother pursue a girl he was interested in. As Lu Yong and his companions entered the classroom, they immediately noticed Zhang Bo surrounded by several boys. He was vociferously recounting, "You have no idea about that scene. A girl in our school uniform was surrounded by a bunch of guys accusing her of peeping. My goodness, she truly has no shame. Is that true? Peeping in the boys' restroom? Surely not. Did you see her face? Who is it?" Zhang Bo cast a glance at Xia Youran, who was seated diagonally ahead, but she did not turn to acknowledge him. He curled his lip, about to speak, when Lu Yong entered through the back door, bumping into his desk and fixing him with an expressionless stare. "My apologies." Zhang Bo, recalling Lu Yang's piercing gaze from the previous day, felt a twinge of trepidation. He mumbled, "It's nothing." At that moment, Ji Xiang followed Lu Yong into the room and interjected, "I'm just curious, Zhang Bo. Why didn't you help when you saw a classmate being surrounded? Especially a girl, who in broad daylight would be peeping at the boys' restroom. It sounds utterly ridiculous." Lu Yang smirked sleekly, Spreading rumors is illegal. I happened to witness it yesterday as well. Eventually, someone called the police. Those were just a couple of thugs harassing a young lady. It's quite embarrassing to have a classmate like you. Zhang Bo. The boys, initially engrossed in gossip, gasped. No way, Zhang Bo. Are you spreading rumors? How utterly boring. Zhang Bo intended to defend himself, but faltered under Liu Yang's cold gaze, ultimately deciding against voicing his thoughts. Liu Yang shot him a glance, doubting that Zhang Bo's tale had any merit. Ji Xiang, seated next to Liu Yang, settled in diagonally behind Xia Youran and Xiaoying. Liu Yang approached, glancing at Xia Yuran's position. The girl, who had been silently looking down when he entered, had now turned to face him, surprised by his sudden gaze. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes before she quickly turned away. Xia Youran had already turned when Liu Yang spoke, catching sight of the boy's cold stare directed at Zhang Bo, as well as his mocking demeanor. She remained indifferent to the opinions of others. In fact, Zhang Bo had just asked her for her contact information upon her arrival. Xia Youran had declined, and he had ominously stated, "I recorded a video of yesterday's incident." She merely glanced at him and retorted, "And so what? What does yesterday's incident have to do with me? Can you use it as a threat?" Following that, Zhang Bo departed and began recounting the story again. Xia Youran was unfazed. She never cared how others perceived her. However, she could not suppress her delight upon hearing Liu Yang defend her. At that moment, she placed a hand over her racing heart. Beside her, Qiuing scoffed. "Is that Zhang Bo mentally ill? He does nothing but spread rumors. We're already in our senior year. He must be utterly bored." Then with a huff, she added, "But a petty person is a petty person, regardless of age." Turning to her deskmate, she asked, "Don't you think so, Yuran? By the way, Yuran, your face is so red." Chapter 9. My deskmates, please take care of me. Qiuying's voice brimmed with curiosity. Having known Xia Youran since their first year, she was well aware of her calm demeanor, which seemed unperturbed by anything, unless it was something particularly embarrassing or perhaps something related to Liu Yang. Contemplating this, Qiuing glanced back. Liu Yang had just sat down and was staring at Xia Yuran's high ponytail. He couldn't recall where they had previously crossed paths and resolved to find an opportunity to ask her directly. Just as he was intently observing, Qiuing suddenly turned to face him. Liu Yang then noticed the girl sitting beside Qiuing, who had been as timid as a quail. Darted her gaze away from him before quickly pressing Qiuing's head back down. Qiuing clearly wanted to turn around again, and Liu Yang caught a glimpse of Xia Youran as she whispered something to her. The girl's profile was equally enchanting. Her long eyelashes were the envy of many, and her slightly pouting lips appeared quite kissable. Damn! Liu Yang hastily admonished himself, suppressing such inappropriate thoughts. However, was Xia Youran blushing? She turned red, just from their brief eye contact. That was exceedingly innocent. Just as he contemplated stealing another glance, a beautiful face appeared before him. Bai Jingru was sitting directly in front of him, holding out 2 pieces of chocolate. Her presence blocked Liu Yang's view of Xia Youran. Liu Yang, Ji Xiang. Would you like some chocolate? Bai Jingru was well-liked in class, known for her beauty and cheerful disposition. She readily offered assistance to anyone, whether male or female, unlike Xia Youran, who maintained a low profile and a reserved nature. Liu Yang observed the petite face of Bai Jingru, which still retained its beauty despite appearing slightly younger than in his previous life. He felt somewhat conflicted before his rebirth. He had already agreed to go to the movies with her after a gathering. In his past life, Bai Jingru had confessed to him upon graduating high school. She had echoed everything Qiuing mentioned, assuming all of Xia Yuran's past actions were hers. However, Liu Yang remained uncertain of the truth of those matters and intended to clarify them. What he did know was that both Xia Youran and Bai Jingru harbored feelings for him. Their eyes sparkled with unmasked affection, which was quite evident at their age. His complex feelings toward Bai Jingru stemmed from the fact that after he had rejected her in his previous life, she still attended the same university as him and fervently pursued him for 4 years. Even his roommates remarked that she could be considered the ideal girlfriend, and his parents were already aware of her. Thus, he felt a mixture of gratitude and contemplation about whether he should give it a try. But before he could initiate anything, he was reborn. At first, the assumption might have been genuine, but the 4 years of pursuit that followed were undoubtedly real. Hence, Liu Yang's emotions were fraught with complexity. Nevertheless, this seemed to be a matter of his past life, presently unrelated to the girl before him. Liu Yang shook his head. "Thank you, but I'm not particularly fond of chocolate." Ji Xiang, however, took a piece of chocolate, grinning Bai Jingru next time. "Could you place your hand between us when asking? It's rather obvious the way you do it." He chuckled, causing Bai Jingru to blush, prompting her to toss the remaining chocolate onto Ji Xiang's desk, exclaiming, "Here, take it all. Just shut up." With that, she quickly turned away. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, entered the classroom. "All right, everyone quiet down. As mentioned during our last break, today we will be changing seats. You have 20 minutes to rearrange yourselves. If you choose not to, that's fine. This will only happen once this semester, and afterward, we will only be changing groups. Mr. Zhou taught Chinese and was known for his gentle demeanor, often speaking in a slow and measured manner. Lu Yang had forgotten about the seating change. He glanced at Xia Youran, intending to sit behind her. He was curious to see if, with his constant presence, she would still be subjected to bullying. Moreover, having learned about Xia Yuran's family circumstances, Lu Yang increasingly believed that the circumstances surrounding her demise in his past life were not as simple as they seemed. Ji Xiang, noticing Lu Yang's gaze on Xia Youran, suddenly recalled that his friend had feelings for her. Thus, he stood up. Bai Jingru noticed the commotion and turned to them. Weren't we not changing seats? Ji Xiang thought it was a pity that Bai Jingru's brother didn't like her. He chuckled, changed my mind. He then called out to Xia Youran, class monitor. The class monitor, Li Lu, seated behind Xia Youran, turned at the sound. Before Ji Xiang could speak, Lu Yang interjected, class monitor, how about switching seats? Li Lu hesitated, recalling that he had previously promised Xia Youran and Xiao Ying not to change seats with anyone else. Xia Youran swiftly turned her head to look at Lu Yang. At that moment, some classmates were also shifting their seats, making the classroom quite lively. Xia Youran noticed a boy standing up, glancing in her direction, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. She began to feel anxious. Li Lu was about to refuse, but Xiao Ying quickly turned around, urging, class monitor, let us switch seats. Her tone was even more fervent than Xia Yuran's. Li Lu glanced at Xia Youran, aware of her introverted nature. Since learning about the seat change yesterday, 3 boys had already approached him for a swap, including Zhang Bo, who had just been asking him. However, Li Lu had declined. Now he looked at Xia Youran and said, Yuan, let us change, if the class monitor is willing. Xia Yuran's voice was barely above a whisper. She dared not meet Lu Yang's gaze again and quickly turn away after speaking. In a class, there was an odd number of students, so Li Lu sat alone. He stood up and said, let us switch. Lu Yang smirked, while Ji Xiang exclaimed, whoa, Young Gu. You're quite something. Bai Jingru pressed her lips together, her hand still resting on Lu Yang's desk. Lu Yang, my deskmate, and I are accustomed to you sitting here. Her deskmate glanced at her and nodded. Yeah, Jiga, we want to be used to it if you guys leave. Lu Yang had already slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder and eyed Bai Jingru's hand on his desk. The classroom is spacious. I'd like to change seats for a better view. Ji Xiang cheerfully added, I'm off with our Yanggu to see a different scenery. Apologies, ladies. You'll get used to it soon. Bai Jingru awkwardly retracted her hand from Lu Yang's desk. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying was watching and live commentating to Xia Youran. Oh my. Lu Yang rejected Bai Jingru. She took her hand back. How embarrassing for her. Ha Xia Youran gripped her pen, feeling her palms sweat. She heard the sound of chairs being moved behind her, and a boy slightly leaned towards them, placing a few pieces of chocolate on their desk. Hello, my front desk mates. I look forward to your kind assistance in the future. Lu Yang glanced down and noticed the girl's neck flushed crimson, eliciting a smile from him. Ji Xiang remarked, ah, showing off, huh? Didn't you say you didn't like chocolate? What is it you just pulled out? In chapter 10, with so many people, why would I kick you? Xiao Ying was the only one privy to Xia Yuran's feelings, and she turned to them with a smile. No problem, 2 handsome boys. Let us all look out for each other in the future. Yi Xiang, who was quite familiar with the class, took out a handful of snacks from his pocket and placed them on their desk, with you calling them handsome. Everything else is negotiable. Lu Yang watched as Xia Yuran silently retrieved a tissue from her desk, turned to them, and said, hello, before placing the tissue on Lu Yang's desk. Lu Yang. He then saw Xia Youran quickly glance at him, her expression serious. Your desk is a bit dirty. The other 3 turned to look at Lu Yang's desk. It's pretty clean, isn't it? They remarked. Then they watched as Xia Youran, seeing Lu Yang hadn't moved, picked up the tissue and began to wipe the desk, focusing on the spot whereby Jingru's hand had rested. While doing so, her eyes occasionally darted towards Lu Yang, betraying a hint of bashfulness. Lu Yang. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying realized something, her mouth slightly agape. Wanted to say, Yuan, are you feeling jealous? Only Ji Xiang looked puzzled, yet he cheerfully remarked, Yuan, you're quite the helpful one. Will you help me wipe mine too? Xia Youran hesitated for a moment. Lu Yang snatched the tissue from her hand, feigning to wipe the non-existent dirt, then tossed the tissue onto Ji Xiang's desk. Take care of your own matters. Don't bully your classmates. Ji Xiang. Lu Yang observed Xiao Ying, who smilingly distributed the chocolates she had placed on her desk to Xia Youran, sharing 2 jellies Ji Xiang had given her. She kept the rest for herself, smiling. These are all mine. Xia Youran carefully took out the 2 jellies, saying this one is for you too, while cautiously stowing away the chocolates Lu Yang had given her. Xiao Ying bore no ill will, accepting everything with a smile. Watching their interaction, Lu Yang began to believe Xiao Ying's words from the gathering. Their bond was evidently strong. No wonder she had cried so much that day. Once the seating arrangements were complete, Teacher Zhou instructed them to settle down for evening self-study. Ji Xiang leaned closer to Lu Yang, teasingly saying, "Why do I get the feeling Xia Youran is treating this guy a bit differently?" Bai Jingru glanced at Lu Yang, then at Xia Youran sitting in front of him. Lu Yang was still looking at Xia Youran. Zhang Bo, observing with a grim expression, shot a glare at Li Lu, irritated that when he wanted to switch seats, he was refused, yet Lu Yang could change without issue. What? Just because Lu Yang's family is wealthy? Such a snob, just like Xia Youran. She barely gave him a second glance, and, just now, she was even helping Lu Yang wipe his desk. They were all just enamored by money. Lu Yang sensed something amiss and turned to Zhang Bo, who hastily averted his gaze. Lu Yang frowned. No wonder this guy had poor social standing. The way he looked at others was unsettling. Their senior year evening self-study lasted half an hour longer than in the first 2 years, concluding around 9:30. For boarders, there was an additional 10 minutes. Xiaoying was a boarder, but Xia Youran always left on time after class. Her grandmother was waiting for her at home. Lu Yang, however, diligently worked through his exercises, managing to solve most of them. He was grateful for the tutors his parents had hired in his previous life, all high achievers. His own mind was still sharp and retained much knowledge, though there were still some problems he couldn't solve. Compared to his past life, his parents hadn't yet hired a tutor at this time, and his current ability was certainly up to par, perhaps even better than before, so he felt assured. Thus, once class ended, he packed up his belongings. Ji Xiang asked him, "Are you going out for a late-night snack?" Boys of this age had hefty appetites. Lu Yang had been an athlete before, consuming a lot and needing to eat regularly, so he generally went for late-night snacks. However, this time Lu Yang replied, "Not tonight. I've got things to do. You go ahead." He then stood up and hurried after Xia Youran, who had just seen Zhang Bo trailing behind her. After tidying up, Xia Youran turned to Lu Yang and said, "See you tomorrow, Lu classmate," before leaving. She wouldn't keep her grandmother waiting, who would only sleep once she returned home. Lu Yang quickly caught up to Xia Youran and saw her walking briskly, deliberately creating distance from Zhang Bo, who was saying something to her amidst a crowd of other students leaving school. It was clear Xia Youran was in a hurry. Lu Yang followed closely, overhearing Zhang Bo say, "You know Lu Yang's family is wealthy, right? But sadly, Bai Jingru is also chasing after him. How can you compete with her? I've heard your family has some unsavory matters." Xia Youran, who had been walking without much expression, slowed her pace upon hearing him mention her parents. Her usually pitiful-looking eyes now bore a cold emotion as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Bo. The state hasn't judged them yet. How dare you? Zhang Bo hadn't expected Xia Youran to suddenly address him, especially about her parents. He was taken aback. Wait, if it truly had nothing to do with them, why would they take such drastic measures? Lu Yang noticed her slender hands clenched tightly at her sides, trembling slightly, and her eyes appeared to be reddening. He strode forward and delivered a forceful kick to the backpack of Zhang Bo, primarily striking his rear, where the flesh was ample and less prone to injury. Zhang Bo exclaimed in surprise, his entire body pitching forward. This commotion attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, some halting to witness Zhang Bo's expression of terror as he fell. At that moment, Lu Yang approached Xia Youran, querying, "Hey, Zhang Bo, did you offend me? Why would I choose to kick you out of so many people?" Zhang Bo, somewhat disheveled, braced himself on the ground, his hands and knees burning with pain. He turned to Lu Yang, shouting in anger, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you kick me? What do you think? Surely you must have done something. Otherwise, why would I kick you out of all these people?" Lu Yang retorted. Zhang Bo's mind flickered to a thought he had intended to use to mock Xia Youran, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yang's words. Lu Yang stood beside Xia Youran, observing him. "Do you have any objections? You mentioned that my family is wealthy, yet I refuse to compensate you. You could always go home and complain. It's quite normal for children to report grievances, and I'm waiting for it." Zhang Bo's complexion shifted from red to black as he scrambled to his feet, cursing, "You're insane." He then turned and walked away, his gait revealing his awkwardness. The spectators, bewildered, could not comprehend the scene and gradually dispersed upon Zhang Bo's departure. Lu Yang glanced at the downcast Xia Youran, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you heading home? Isn't your grandmother waiting for you?" Chapter 11. Passively being harassed. Since Xia Youran had exited with Lu Yang, she had remained silent, her sole thought being whether Lu Yang had heard anything. Would he, like others, assume her parents were implicated? This rendered her hesitant to raise her gaze, despite her posture being unusually straight. It was only when Lu Yang spoke that he refrained from inquiring about her parents. Xia Youran looked up at Lu Yang, stammering, "Why, you heard that, didn't you?" "Heard what? Those nonsensical rumors he spouted?" Lu Yang replied, his tone unchanged. "Did you not say it yourself? The verdict has yet to be reached, so they are merely fabricating tales." Xia Youran countered, "But no one can prove their innocence." Lu Yang regarded her pale countenance, recalling how she had just been incensed by Zhang Bo's remarks. Yet now she broached the subject herself. He smiled slightly. You know, I have a remarkable cousin who is a police officer. He once told me, when others suspect someone of being a perpetrator, it is the accuser's duty to provide evidence. Those under suspicion need not submit proof of their innocence, as they are often unaware of their supposed misdeeds. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the accuser to substantiate their claims. Hence, no one can prove they are the culprits. Xia Youran's eyes, already tinged with redness, glistened with unshed tears. Her previously stiff shoulders seemed to sag under an unseen weight. Lu Yang reached out, tugging at her backpack, lifting it slightly, insisting, "Your shoulders need not bear such a burden. You have been handling everything remarkably well. Let's go home. Your grandmother must be worried." Xia Youran opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She averted her gaze, hastily wiping her eyes. Such a clean young lady. "And you simply wipe your eyes like that?" Lu Yang remarked, patting his pants, finding no tissues. Ultimately, he rummaged through his bag, retrieving a half-used pack, likely discarded by Ji Xiang. "Here." Xia Youran glanced at it, wishing to assert that she hadn't been crying. However, it was Lu Yang's offering, and after a moment's hesitation, she swiftly accepted the half-pack of tissues, murmuring, "Thank you." She glanced at her watch. It was time to return. Lu Yang noted this as well, stating, "Let us go." Xia Youran then said, "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye? We're going the same way?" Lu Yang replied. Xia Youran regarded him in surprise. "Your home is not on the way." Lu Yang looked at her, taken aback. "You know where I live? It's in the enrollment materials. I have a good memory. I helped teacher Zhou organize them before." As she spoke, she felt a twinge of guilt and couldn't meet Lu Yang's gaze. How could she confess that she had secretly followed him to his neighborhood? Lu Yang doubted her claim of having memorized the addresses of all classmates. He was more inclined to believe that Xia Youran had deliberately remembered his address. However, at that moment, he could not fathom that this girl had trailed him home. He remarked, "I'm going to eat stinky tofu. It's on the way." In truth, he was uncertain whether the person had refrained from jumping off the building last night, and it was his intention to accompany her home for the next few days. Although Xia Youran appeared normal, Lu Yang preferred to exercise caution. He held on to Xia Youran's backpack, pulling her along, prompting her to protest. "Let go of my backpack." In reality, Xia Youran was quite tall, likely around 165 centimeters, and her slender figure made her appear even taller. Yet, beside Lu Yang, she seemed diminutive, primarily due to her slight frame. While waiting for the bus, the crowd was sparse. Although there were no available seats, it was not crowded. Lu Yang recalled Zhang Bo's earlier antics. "That Zhang Bo has been bothering you?" Xia Youran hesitated before responding, "Yes, since the second semester of sophomore year." "Haven't you told the teachers?" Lu Yang inquired, frowning. Xia Youran shot him a glance. "What would I tell the teachers? He just occasionally follows me asking for contact information and says strange things. It seems he hasn't done anything serious. If I inform the teachers, they would only advise him to stop and suggest we mediate, which complicates matters." Lu Yang replied, "Indeed, given Zhang Bo's nature, who knows what he might do next? It's fine. After tonight, he won't dare to bother you for a while." Xia Youran expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for tonight. But will you be in trouble?" She looked at Lu Yang with concern. Lu Yang shook his head. "No, if he has the guts, let him involve his parents." He smiled at Xia Youran. "One thing he mentioned is true. My family is wealthy. At least half of the businesses in this city are under the name Lu. This Lu was his uncle's, and it also belonged to him, Lu Yang. The primary management of the local enterprises fell under his father's purview, and Lu Yang had always been aware of the advantages this bestowed upon him from a young age. He never perceived this as a negative. It merely attested to his fortunate fate. Xia Youran responded with a dry O. Lu Yang, observing her demeanor, sighed. "What I meant was not to flaunt our wealth, but to let you know that you can seek my assistance if needed." "Why are you being so kind to me?" Xia Youran questioned, bewildered, a thought she had contemplated since the previous night. Until yesterday, Lu Yang had treated her like any other classmate. So what prompted this sudden change? Lu Yang gazed at her pallid, somewhat unhealthy complexion. "Have we met before?" Xia Youran was taken aback, as if she hadn't anticipated his sudden inquiry. She raised her gaze to Lu Yang, who was intently watching her. Just then, the bus, which had been moving smoothly, came to an abrupt halt. Xia Youran lost her footing and stumbled straight into Lu Yang's embrace. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, and she let out a small gasp. The bus came to a stop, and she covered her nose with one hand, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing quite pitiful. Lu Yang exclaimed, "Oh no, you're not going to have a nosebleed, are you?" He reached for her wrist, and she obediently removed her hand, lifting her face to meet his gaze. Lu Yang observed her reddened nose and tear-filled eyes, which sparkled with moisture, round and glistening. She appeared pitiable, evoking a sense of compassion. Her delicate visage was scarcely larger than Lu Yang's palm, and indeed, her features were exquisite. It is a universal truth that beauty captivates all. barring those with peculiar predilections. Liu Yang's aesthetic appreciation was rather conventional, and at that moment, he found himself gazing at her charming countenance. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as he swallowed. Just as he was about to utter that everything was fine, the driver, perhaps a novice, unexpectedly jolted the vehicle forward. They were positioned face to face, with one obediently lifting her gaze while the other lowered his to inspect whether her nose had sustained any harm. Their proximity was already quite intimate, a fact Liu Yang had not noticed until the car swayed, causing his lips to inadvertently brush against the corner of her mouth. Two words flashed through his mind. What a scandal! He had unwittingly engaged in a rather brazen act. Chapter 12. That was my first kiss as well. So we're even. The incident transpired swiftly. Liu Yang barely had time to register the sensation before the vehicle steadied. The girl turned her face away, now positioned beside him, her breath seemingly quickening. Liu Yang abruptly straightened up, a movement that startled Xia Youran awake, prompting her to pivot sharply, her back now facing him as she stood rigidly upright. The fleeting kiss, if it could even be called that, went unnoticed by the other passengers aboard the bus, who continued to engross themselves in their phones, studying vocabulary, or engaging in conversation. They occupied a rear section of bus. Liu Yang felt as though he were experiencing a slight ringing in his ears, as if the sound around him had faded into oblivion, leaving only the rhythmic drumming of his own heartbeat. No, rather, two heartbeats. He glanced downward, observing the girl's ponytail, the nape of her neck, and her ear, which appeared flushed like fine jade. Surely, her heart raced as fast as his own, if not quicker. This route only required 3 stops from school to the point where Xia Youran would disembark. In a flurry, she exited the bus, only to glance back momentarily. Upon seeing Liu Yang following her, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Just moments ago, she had kissed Liu Yang. The boyish lips felt somewhat parched. She blinked rapidly, instinctively reaching up to touch her face, but realizing the overt nature of the gesture, she hastily lowered her hand. Liu Yang observed her every move, his steps slowing as he approached Xia Youran. She dared not meet his gaze, nor broach the subject of their recent encounter. The incident involving her nose had slipped from her mind entirely, let alone Liu Yang's previous inquiry. In truth, Liu Yang had forgotten as well. At this moment, Xia Youran was staring down at her toes, murmuring, I'm heading back. Good night, Liu Yang. With that, she turned and fled. Liu Yang, wishing to call out to her, found himself engulfed in his own embarrassment. To articulate his feelings felt somewhat humiliating. After all, that had been his first kiss, if one could even classify the incident as such. Ultimately, he fell silent, trailing behind Xia Youran, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. Separated by a modest distance, he followed her, noting that her pace began briskly but gradually slowed until she came to a halt. While Liu Yang was lost in thought, she suddenly turned to face him, her face still flushed. Liu Yang. The nervousness in her voice was palpable. He responded with an involuntary ah. Watching as her cheeks reddened further, her lips pressed together as she gazed at him. Mustering some courage, she stammered, Do you like me? As the question slipped from her lips, Xia Youran felt as though her heart might fail her then and there, thumping so loudly it seemed audible to all within earshot. She anxiously scrutinized Liu Yang's expression, but upon seeing the bewilderment and hesitance in his eyes, the light in hers began to dim. Perhaps her heart, having raced so fervently moments ago, was now experiencing a pang of pain. Sorry. I was just curious. It's no big deal. I'm heading back, goodbye. With that, she spun around and dashed away. Liu Yang watched her retreating figure vanish into the nearby residential complex, standing still as if rooted to the spot. Did he harbor feelings for Xia Youran? Perhaps not, for he had only just returned to this life a mere 2 days prior. His interactions with her were influenced by Qiu Ying's words, and he could not bear to witness a life extinguished before his eyes. Even if it were not Xia Youran, he would have offered assistance. But would he care for anyone to the extent he cared for her? Probably not. Liu Yang recalled a letter he had tucked away in his drawer, one he had received after being injured during a competition. In truth, Bai Jingru had mischaracterized it. It was less a love letter and more a note of encouragement. In his previous life, it was this very letter that had prompted his return to school after recuperation, allowing him to participate in the college entrance examination like all his peers. Hence, the identity of the letter's author held significant meaning for him. Xia Youran represented something unique. Yet, that uniqueness did not equate to romantic affection. With a sigh, Liu Yang reflected on his lack of intention to pursue romance here, fearing that he might one day return to his former life. He ambled into the residential complex and settled in the same spot as the night before, raising his gaze to a room on the 3rd floor where the light was on. Xia Youran was a remarkable and admirable girl, but at least from Liu Yang's current perspective, he felt he did not belong here, even though he was indeed himself. The complexities of emotions were overwhelming. Frustrated, Lu Yang smacked his forehead, but could not resist the urge to touch his lips. Finally, he sluggishly retrieved his phone and sent a message to the person he had inadvertently pinned to the top of his contacts. Actually, you're not a loss either. That was my first kiss. Upon sending the message, Lu Yang felt a pang of uncertainty. Just as he was about to retract it, he noticed Xia Youran's response. First 6 ellipses followed by, that was also my first kiss. So we're even. Seeing the cascade of exclamation marks brought a smile to Lu Yang's face. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xia Youran gazed at her grandmother, who had just drifted into slumber, wiping away her tears as she gently opened her drawer. Inside lay a substantial stack of letters. She placed the half-pack of tissues Lu Yang had given her, along with the chocolate, into the drawer. Perhaps this was for the best. She could still be friends with Lu Yang, and it was all right if he did not like her. But why, she pondered, did he treat her so kindly if he harbored no feelings for her? However, Lu Yang was inherently a wonderful person. At that moment, Xia Youran recalled the question he had once posed to her. Indeed, she had known Lu Yang for quite some time. During her middle school years, their village received a generous donation each year. Her father had told her that a boy made the contribution, a remarkable young man who participated in various competitions and donated his winnings to their village. Occasionally, he would send supplies, accompanied by a letter addressed to all recipients of his generosity. The letters were always kept at their home. The boy's handwriting was rather poor. Yet Xia Youran recognized his significance from an early age. Her father had discreetly informed her that this boy was Lu Yang and had even pointed him out on television during a competition, saying, "That's Lu Yang, the boy who donates to us." Thus, Xia Youran had always remembered him. By fortune, she had the chance to encounter him again in high school. He had grown, yet he remained as exceptional as ever. Lu Yang, we may not know each other well, but I remember you. I have always remembered. Xia Youran whispered softly, her gaze lingering on the somewhat unsightly handwriting on the envelope, as flashes of the boy's radiant smile danced through her mind. Chapter 13. It seems I have come to understand how Xia Youran became acquainted with him. Lu Yang remained downstairs until 10:30, observing the lights above that remained aglow until around that hour before extinguishing. It appeared that she would not be venturing out tonight, after all. Lu Yang tilted his head towards the stars in the sky, though their clarity was lost on him. He sat there until nearly 11 o'clock, when a call from his mother broke the silence. "Son, where have you been? Aren't you coming home?" Lu Yang responded with a startled, "Oh, I'm on my way back." He stood up, the street lamp casting a long, slender shadow behind him. "I went out to grab a bite. I'll be home shortly." He could still hear his father's voice in the background, followed by his mother's chiding. A smile tugged at Lu Yang's lips as he reassured her. "I'll be home in 10 minutes. Goodbye, Mom," before hanging up. He recalled that during this period, his parents often quarreled over matters concerning him. In his younger days, Lu Yang found their disputes irksome, particularly as they stemmed from his own actions. Yet as he matured, he came to realize that they were merely expressing their love in their own ways. Lu Yang considered himself somewhat of an athlete. Had it not been for an incident during a competition at the age of 17, he would have had the opportunity to represent the nation once he reached the appropriate age. However, the sport he trained in was often at the center of his parents' disagreements. Boxing, the very discipline that could earn him a championship belt. His grandfather once garnered numerous accolades in the sport, but eventually retired due to injuries. Yet, the old man harbored aspirations, having fathered a son and a daughter who lacked any notable talent in boxing. His hopes were placed upon Lu Yang's generation. Unfortunately, Lu Yang was somewhat unfortunate in this regard. His uncle had 2 sons and a daughter, none of whom showed promise in boxing. His parents had only him, and yet his grandfather insisted that he was a promising prospect. Naturally, his father was reluctant, questioning why such a young child should pursue boxing. However, Lu Yang's mother, somewhat foolishly devoted, led to frequent disputes between them during his childhood, ultimately resulting in Lu Yang being sent to his grandfather's care at the tender age of 5. The hardships of boxing training were profound. The once pampered Lu Yang often cried and pleaded to return home, yearning for his father's rescue. His father visited a few times but was unable to take him away. This was likely when the rift in his parents' relationship began to deepen. By the age of 12, Lu Yang started participating in youth competitions, progressing through various ranks until he reached the junior level at 17. From initially resisting to eventually embracing and enjoying the sport, he gradually gained recognition through his numerous competitions. Coaches awaited his maturation, eager for him to bring glory to his country. Yet, after winning the competition at 17, Lu Yang no longer wished to step into the ring, leading to an escalation in his parents' quarrels. With a sigh, Lu Yang summoned a taxi. Glancing back at Xia Youran's home, where the lights had just been extinguished before exiting the neighborhood. Upon arriving home, he noticed the lights were still on. As he entered, he saw Zheng Hui rise from the living room to greet him. "Where have you gone for a late-night snack? It's so late. I could have prepared something for you." Lu Yang smiled lightly. "Mom, it's just different, you know. Eating out has its own vibe. Zhang studied Liu Yong's face. Momentarily lost in thought, he seemed remarkably more cheerful than before. Ever since his last competition, he hadn't smiled so freely in a long while. Liu Yang waved his hand in front of Zheng Hui's eyes. What is wrong, Mom? Nothing. At that moment, Lu Tong emerged from the study, dressed casually. Liu Yang was a striking amalgamation of his parents' best traits, thus possessing commendable looks, although he privately believed his cousin Lu Chuan was somewhat more handsome. Nevertheless, Lu Tong exuded a seriousness that contrasted sharply with Liu Yang's sunny demeanor. Standing a bit taller, Liu Yang greeted Dad. Lu Tong nodded him. Try not to come home so late in the future. Liu Yang responded with a simple okay, and the atmosphere in the living room grew quiet. The two shared little conversation. Liu Yang had once resented his father for not rescuing him, but as he grew older, he began to understand him. Still, their relationship remained somewhat strained, as Lu Tong was not the type to express concern openly, leading to a certain stiffness between them. Zhang Hui batted Liu Yang. I'm going to take a shower and sleep now. Suddenly, he recalled something. Dad, are you aware of the situation in Minghua Village? Minghua Village was where Xia Youran resided. Liu Yang's unexpected inquiry caught Lu Tong off guard. Why do you ask? That is a poverty-stricken village. Something happened there a couple of years ago, and investigations have been ongoing, but it seems there are still no results. The Liu family's business was substantial, so they were privy to various matters. Lu Tong pondered for a moment before continuing. What is on your mind? Minghua Village? Isn't that the place where Xiao Yang donated? You mentioned that the name was quite lovely, Zheng Hui interjected. When did something occur there? This issue was previously suppressed due to its serious nature. Lu Tong sighed, glancing at his son. So, you're concerned because of the donation? There is still no conclusion to that. In truth, Liu Yang felt a twinge of shock. He had forgotten the name of the village to which he had donated, as he always asked his mother to assist with such matters. However, he had indeed chosen that village for the donation initially. Liu Yang seemed to have an inkling of how Xia Youran had come to know him, though it was merely speculation. He then turned to his parents. I have a classmate from Minghua Village. I heard people talking about her, so I inquired. Classmate? A girl? Zheng Hui's curiosity took a different turn. Liu Yang shot an exasperated glance at his mother. Mom. Lu Tong observed his son, intrigued enough to ask further. I'm not very aware of it. Let us ask someone tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. I'm off to bed now. You both should rest early too, Liu Yang said, waving goodbye as he turned away. Zheng Hui playfully nudged her husband. That classmate is definitely a girl. Just look at how your son reacted. Lu Tong shot a glance at his wife, bemused. Weren't you two just arguing? Don't discuss this with the child. He is only 18. Do you really think he is ready for marriage and children like Lu Chuan? He sighed in resignation. Ever since his wife visited his elder brother and saw his nephew's child, she had been incessantly talking about wanting their son to settle down. Is that unreasonable? Lu Chuan is already in his 20s, and our son is only 18. It wouldn't hurt for him to focus on family first, Zheng Hui murmured. Lu Tong shook his head in disbelief, opting not to engage further. Reasoning with a woman was often futile. Chapter 14. The Strength of Filial Piety. Liu Yang was not particularly surprised by his mother's inquiries regarding whether his classmate was male or female. Zheng Hui's progressive mindset was one of the reasons why Liu Yang maintained a rather average relationship with his female classmates. In his previous life, he had a close companion named Bai Jingru, and Zheng Hui always assumed that Liu Yang harbored special feelings for her. Recalling Bai Jingru, Liu Yang took out his phone. She had messaged him at 10 o'clock. Their conversation history was quite simple, with Bai Jingru often sending a flurry of messages while Liu Yang responded politely with a few words. Today, she asked if she had upset him and Jixiang, inquiring why their seating arrangement had changed, despite Jixiang previously stating he wouldn't switch seats. She had also sent several pitiful emojis. Liu Yang felt a mix of emotions as he read her messages, ultimately deciding not to respond. Although there are some scoundrels. When Liu Yang discovered that the love letter was not penned by Bai Jingru, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He reflected on how the other party had pursued him relentlessly in a past life, and that any semblance of affection he harbored for her was primarily due to the pressure from his mother. This, in essence, revealed that Liu Yang did not genuinely like her. Thus, it would be prudent to limit their interactions moving forward. While Liu Yang chose not to respond to Bai Jingru's messages, he noticed a recent text from Xia Youran. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow morning? Perhaps fearing rejection, she added, I want to thank you for helping me since yesterday. 3 minutes elapsed without a response from Liu Yang. She then sent a sticker of a rabbit huddling under a bush to escape the rain, appearing quite pitiable. At that moment, Liu Yang found the cute sticker endearing rather than awkward, even sporting a smile without realizing it. He replied with a sticker of a head-knocking gesture. If you truly want to thank me, skip breakfast tomorrow and wait for me. Given her current state, she could barely manage a single vegetable for lunch. Did she plan to buy him breakfast? A single breakfast could consume her entire daily food allowance. Thinking of how Xia Youran visibly resembled someone suffering from malnutrition, he couldn't help but frown. A minute later, she responded with a nodding sticker, along with a message, "Good night, Lu Yang. See you tomorrow." Lu Yang li replied. "See you tomorrow, Xia Youran." After her silence, he proceeded to take a shower. That night, he dreamt of her again. This time, he had gently grasped her fingers. But it was futile. The girl fell before his very eyes. When Lu Yang abruptly sat up, his breath was heavy, but his gaze quickly cleared. He felt as though this dream foretold something significant. Would it persist until he definitively saved Xia Youran? Would merely drawing closer to her or becoming more familiar allow him to touch her? If he could only grasp her hand, he could pull her back. With a sigh, Lu Yang glanced at the time, just as his alarm went off. He promptly got up to wash and prepare. When he emerged for breakfast, the aunt had already set the table. As Lu Yang had been an athlete, his meals at home were always nutritionally balanced and appeared quite lavish. He surveyed the breakfast spread, greeted his parents with a cheerful good morning, and then turned to the aunt, saying, "Could you pack this for me? I'm going to eat at school." Zheng Hui had already stood up, questioning how he would eat at school. Lu Tong also looked at him. Lu Yang replied, "I noticed many classmates do this. We're in our senior year, after all. They eat breakfast while studying, and I wanted to see what it feels like." Zheng Hui muttered her disapproval. Eating while studying is bad for your stomach. Meanwhile, Lu Tong instructed the aunt to pack his food as well. "It's fine if you follow your classmates. By the way, I need to arrange for a tutor for you." Lu Yang turned to Lu Tong, asking Dad, "How much does hiring a tutor cost?" Lu Tong glared at him, assuming he was reluctant again. "Don't even think about it. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Although you've earned some medals for extra points, your grades and what you learn are ultimately your own." Zheng Hui supported Lu Tong, saying, "Son, you should listen to your father on this." Lu Yang reached for the breakfast the aunt packed, sighing, "I never said I wouldn't find a tutor. I just thought it would cost quite a bit. And besides, it might be hard to find someone familiar with our syllabus. I could ask a classmate for help instead." Zheng Hui retorted, "What classmate in their senior year has time to tutor you? Don't be ridiculous." Lu Yang mused that it might not be impossible. He could find someone, and she was quite academically gifted. It was settled then. He would ask her to help him study, ensuring they could spend more time together and learn about her situation. This would also aid her and her grandmother in improving their living conditions. Perfect. Lu Tong watched as his son dashed away like a dog was chasing him, calling out to his wife, "Well, he has gone." Zheng Hui returned her gaze to the table, noting that Lu Yang seemed somewhat different since his return. Lu Tong sensed it too. Their relationship appeared less strained, which he considered a positive development. The child was growing up. Lu Yang sprinted just in time to catch the bus, holding a two-tiered thermos prepared by the aunt. Upon arriving, he bought a large jianbing guozi at the school gate before entering. Many students in the senior class had arrived early, and Xia Youran was already seated in her spot, her clean profile lifting Lu Yang's spirits. She was engrossed in memorizing English vocabulary. Lu Yang settled into his seat, and it seemed that the girl, who had been reciting smoothly, suddenly faltered. Xiaoying, sitting nearby, glanced between Xia Youran and the newly seated Lu Yang, thinking to herself that Lu Yang was quite the distraction for their little Youran. After waiting a moment, Lu Yang noticed her pause and decided not to continue. Instead, he placed his thermos on her desk. This drew Xiaoying's attention away from her studies as she curiously inspected the green thermos. "What is this?" Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang, who took a bite of his jianbing guozi. "Breakfast. You wanted to thank me, right? Here, that's your chance. Make sure to eat it all." As he said this, he remembered something and pulled a box of pure milk from his drawer, handing it to Xia Youran as well. Lu Yang was entirely unbothered by this gesture, attracting the attention of several classmates who were now quietly observing them. Chapter 15. Feeding the little school bell. Xia Yuran's mouth slightly parted in surprise. "Huh?" Lu Yang glanced at the clock hanging above the blackboard. "Hurry and eat, otherwise the bell will ring soon." Xiaoying, staring at the two-tiered thermos, fell silent. "Is this breakfast?" "So much." Lu Yang replied. "Is it too much? I've always eaten like this." Hesitating, he added, "Feel free to eat. You don't have to finish it all." Xiaoying, ever eager and nosy, helped open the thermos. "Wow, it looks so sumptuous. But meat for breakfast?" To supplement high-quality protein, Lu Yang explained. "Since they have strict weight requirements for competitions, I used to be more robust. I could carry a 150-pound man like Ji Xiang and run laps. It's clear my training regimen was intense, thus my appetite." He had only modified his eating habits in the subsequent years. At this moment, he clicked his tongue, realizing the breakfast was indeed quite abundant. He looked toward the still, motionless Xia Youran. "You said you wanted to thank me." Xia Youran glanced at the thermos and then at Lu Yang's jianbing guozi. "Is that all you're eating?" "Yes, breakfast at home has been the same for decades. If I don't eat, I'll get scolded. So I'm counting on you." Lu Yang pointed to the sandwich stuffed with beef. "This one's delicious. Go ahead and eat." With that, he watched as Xia Youran hesitated for a moment before reaching for the sandwich. Meanwhile, Xia Ying had already helped her open the milk, having long believed Xia Youran ate too little and lacked nutrition. However, every time she offered to treat her, Xia Youran would repay her the next day or even treat her to something more expensive. After a while, one could observe how her eating habits had deteriorated. Subsequently, Xia Ying grew apprehensive. At that moment, she hoped that it was indeed Lu Yang providing for her, allowing Xia Youran to enjoy her meal quietly. Without any thoughts of reciprocation, Lu Yang watched as she began to eat, feeling quite satisfied, though he pondered whether it was perhaps too much. The girl likely could not consume it all. He turned to Xia Ying and inquired if she had eaten breakfast, noting that it seemed excessive and suggesting that Xia Youran might not finish it, prompting her to partake as well. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Xia Youran softly assert, "I can manage." She cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Xia Ying, reluctant to share what Lu Yang had given her. Xia Ying, unfazed, smiled and replied, "No need for courtesy. I've already eaten. Youran, take your time and don't overindulge." Many classmates observed this scene, including Bai Jingru, who was merely a corridor away. She watched Lu Yang, who was enjoying a jianbing while attentively gazing at Xia Youran. Her gaze eventually settled on Xia Yuran's lovely face, filled with disappointment. Ji Xiang arrived just in time, noticing that Xia Youran had already packed her thermos, albeit with some leftovers. She intended to save them, fearing that she might indeed overeat. Lu Yang took it upon himself to finish what was left. Xia Youran mentioned she would wash the container before returning it, so it remained with her. Ji Xiang, still appearing drowsy as he sat down, remarked, "Yang Gu, you're here quite early today." Lu Yang replied, "Yes, Ji Gu. If you had come any later, you would have been late." "Enough of that. Is there anything to eat?" Ji Xiang sighed, having woken up too late for breakfast. Lu Yang shook his head decisively. There's none left. It was indeed true. Had he arrived a bit earlier, he might have had a piece of egg or a sizable sandwich, but those had already found their way into his stomach. At that moment, Bai Jingru across the aisle extended a bag toward Ji Xiang, saying, "I have a sandwich here. Do you want it?" Ji Xiang cheerfully accepted. "Thank you, Bai Marin." Bai Jingru offered a faint smile. Glancing at Lu Yang, "It's all right. I intended to make some for you anyway." Xia Youran paused in her reading, subtly turning her face toward Bai Jingru. The two girls exchanged glances. Lu Yang, feeling somewhat full and a bit drowsy, contemplated how to provide for lunch. He gazed at Xia Yuran's frail figure, resembling someone who might be swept away by a gust of wind. At that moment, he was entirely unaware of how much time had passed since his return. His thoughts solely focused on the girl before him. As the bell for class rang, the atmosphere shifted, with everyone becoming tense and alert, like clockwork. There were exceptions, such as Ji Xiang, who had just returned from an exam abroad, and Lu Yang, who still felt somewhat detached from the proceedings, enjoying a sense of ease. However, Teacher Zhou announced that Zhang Bo was absent, citing health issues. Lu Yang mused to himself, recalling how he had held back his strength in that kick. Surely, it hadn't caused any injury. Otherwise, with the force he possessed at his age, he could have sent Zhang Bo sprawling. Thus, Zhang Bo's absence surprised Lu Yang, as he typically performed well academically and rarely missed class. Had he truly sustained an injury? Was he that fragile? Clearly, Lu Yang was not the only one concerned. Xia Youran shared his worries. During the break, she turned to ask Lu Yang about it, but at that moment, Bai Jingru tossed a piece of chocolate onto Lu Yang's desk, declaring, "Yang, I bought too much. Here's one for you." Xia Youran watched as the chocolate landed softly on the desk, identical to the brand Lu Yang had placed there the previous day. Initially feeling drowsy, Lu Yang grew somewhat irritated by the interruption, pushing the chocolate towards Ji Xiang. "No, don't throw unwanted things at me. I'm not a trash bin." His tone brimmed with impatience, sounding rather harsh. Ji Xiang chuckled, taking the chocolate and addressing Bai Jingru. "Don't mind him. He gets fierce when he has sleepy. Is it all right if I eat it?" Bai Jingru's expression soured slightly, her fingers nervously intertwining. Okay. I have more. Do you want some?" Although she was speaking to Ji Xiang, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Yang. Lu Yang genuinely felt a bit annoyed. He indeed had a considerable morning grumpiness. However, upon seeing Xia Youran turn to face him, he noticed the initial irritation in his eyes soften upon meeting her gaze, which held a hint of fear and hesitation. Lu Yang took a deep breath. "Is there something you need?" His tone had noticeably lightened. Ji Xiang, taken aback, struggled to maintain a smile, quickly glancing at his good friend. "What is going on? Didn't you just say you were grumpy in the morning?" His earlier words seemed to have backfired spectacularly. "I'm trying to smooth things over, and you're slapping me in the face, huh? You dog, Lu Yang." Chapter 16. The glint in his eyes is not innocent. Ji Xiang's gaze was intensely fixed, as if it were a laser beam, making it difficult for Lu Yang to ignore. He turned to face Ji Xiang's look, then glanced at Bai Jingru, who appeared rather unfriendly. He silently apologized to Ji Xiang, realizing that he had genuinely been half asleep just moments ago. I merely wanted to ask about last night, Xia Youran ventured, noticing him looking at Bai Jingru again. Her voice was soft and somewhat unclear, as if implying something more had transpired between them. Indeed, both Ji Xiang and Bai Jingru turned their attention to her, with Bai Jingru's expression darkening further. Lu Yang didn't perceive any issue. He understood she was likely inquiring about Zhang Bo's absence due to the incident with his kick. He waved dismissively. It's nothing. This matter doesn't concern you. If there's an issue, it's solely mine. Yet, Xia Youran still seemed anxious to say something. Lu Yang rummaged through his desk, retrieving several candies and placing them before her. Here, it's truly fine. The contrast was stark enough for Ji Xiang to feel a twinge of sympathy for Bai Jingru, who had already turned to leave the classroom. Xia Youran, however, fixated on the candies, hesitating to reach for them. These are for you, right? Would it be inappropriate for me to take them? Ji Xiang interjected. What do you mean? I brought those from home. Don't you like candies? What about yesterday's chocolate? Lu Yang, somewhat surprised, responded, I usually just grab a handful from the living room. Sometimes it's chocolate, sometimes it's candy, depending on what my mom feels like that day. Ji Xiang then picked up a candy, noting that this brand of fruit gummies was quite delightful. Xia Youran quickly snatched the remaining candies, displaying an adorably protective demeanor. I like these, thank you. She then turned away. Ji Xiang looked at Lu Yang, bemused. Wait, am I really competing with her for candy? Is she 3 years old? Lu Yang's earlier annoyance dissipated, a smile creeping onto his face as he thought, Xia Youran is rather endearing. He glanced at the candy in Ji Xiang's hand. Isn't that a bit of theft? I thought she wouldn't eat it. Ji Xiang justified, feeling somewhat wronged. Just then, Xia Youran turned back. I'll eat it. Can you return it to me? Her tone was softer than when speaking to Lu Yang, but one could detect a faint emotional distance, yet she remained polite. Ji Xiang handed the candy to her. Oh, here you go. He watched as she genuinely took it. Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh at Ji Xiang's astonished expression. Turning away, Xia Youran heard Lu Yang's laughter, and her ears turned crimson. However, it was bestowed upon her by Lu Yang, and she had no desire to part with it, despite the fact that such possessiveness might seem somewhat juvenile. This revelation left Ji Xiang in utter silence, shattering the rose-tinted lens through which he viewed Xia Youran. He sighed, turning to Lu Yang, and in a hushed tone, he implored, be honest with me. Have you two already developed something more? Meanwhile, he wondered if he was merely a bystander in this burgeoning romance. Was he not still preoccupied with the owner of that love letter from their sophomore year? Now, it appeared Xia Youran had captured Lu Yang's interest. Ji Xiang's tone was laced with astonishment. He was the only one privy to the fact that Lu Yang's previous despondency had stemmed from the letter that had mysteriously appeared in his desk drawer, which ultimately uplifted his spirits. Thus, he had assumed his friend was in pursuit of pure love, tirelessly searching for the girl who penned that letter. Little did he anticipate that Lu Yang would now be developing feelings for Xia Youran. Lu Yang yearned to express that Xia Youran might indeed be the one he had been seeking. Moreover, he had been genuinely curious about the author of that letter and had wished to thank her in person, for her encouragement had bestowed upon him newfound courage. However, he would not stoop so low as to claim that a mere letter could spark affection for someone he had never met. What are you thinking? I've told you to stop overanalyzing everything, Lu Yang said, somewhat exasperated. Regardless, I will find the person who wrote that letter to express my gratitude. You should have let me see it sooner. Perhaps I could have traced her by her handwriting, Ji Xiang replied, genuinely intrigued about the contents of the letter. Lu Yang scoffed. I don't need your help. I'm close to finding her myself. Ji Xiang had further questions on his mind, but the school bell rang, signaling the arrival of their teacher, and Lu Yang effectively ignored him thereafter. The morning classes passed swiftly, and by noon, Lu Yang began to feel a pang of hunger. Thus, as soon as the bell rang, indicating the start of lunch break, Ji Xiang promptly stood up, exclaiming, Come on, let us grab a bite. Lu Yang was contemplating a plausible excuse to invite Xia Youran to join them, as the monotony of daily cabbage meals had begun to wear on him. To his surprise, Xia Youran had already turned around, holding 2 lunchboxes in her hands, her gaze somewhat bashful as she said, I brought you a bento. I made it myself. We can heat it up in the cafeteria. Xiaoying interjected, Are you two dating, or what? Lu Yang, taken aback, quickly chuckled. All right then, let us head to the cafeteria together. Upon hearing Lu Yang's enthusiastic agreement, Xia Youran visibly relaxed. Typically, she would dine with Xiaoying, but today the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria together. The 2 girls walked ahead, with Xiaoying whispering something in Xia Yuran's ear, causing the latter's ears to flush. Ji Xiang glanced at Lu Yang's expression, then at Xia Yuran's retreating figure, and asked, Are you two really dating? Lu Yang, you seem off. You wouldn't hide anything from me, right? Lu Yang finally returned his gaze to Ji Xiang, asserting, We're not dating, I swear. Yet, the moment he uttered the word, just, He caught himself and hastily denied it. Ji Xiang, perplexed, replied, "All right, but something feels amiss. Lui Yunque Wistionet. What do you mean by off? Just look at how she gazes at you. It's far from innocent," Ji Xiang scoffed, "with my extensive experience in matters of the heart. I can assure you, you cannot be mistaken." Lu Yang, now speechless, nodded with a blank expression, "And yet, mistakes can happen. You've been through a breakup, so perhaps it's best you refrain from dating." Ji Xiang's face turned a shade of green with irritation, just as Xiao Ying turned around, inquisitively asking, "Who's in such dire straits?" Their voices were a touch too loud, but was it intentional eavesdropping? Xia Youran also turned, her eyes devoid of curiosity. Morelli fixatet on Lu Yang. Lu Yang has dated and broken up? She pondered, biting her lip as she scrutinized him. This wasn't a flattering title, and without hesitation, Lu Yang pointed at Ji Xiang, "Don't look at me. It's not my doing." In retaliation, Ji Xiang shouted, "Lu Dog, I'll take you on." He lunged for Lu Yang, who nimbly dodged, reminding him, "Even with one hand, you stand no chance against me." Chapter 17. Please guide me, Teacher Xia. Ultimately, Ji Xiang could not possibly catch Lu Yang. Lu Yang, in a friendly manner, apologized and offered to treat him to a week's worth of late-night snacks. And the matter was settled. Having grown up together, their bond was undeniably strong. Their connection was somewhat fateful when Lu Yang was sent to live with his grandfather. He happened to reside next to Ji Xiang's family. Later, when Lu Yang returned home in his teenage years, Ji Xiang's family business flourished, prompting them to relocate nearby. Thus, the two had shared countless adventures since childhood. Lu Yang believed that no one understood him better than Ji Xiang did. At this juncture, Ji Xiang and Xiao Ying went to get their meals while Xia Youran heated her lunch, leaving Lu Yang to secure their seats. There were few people at the heating station, so Xia Youran returned quickly. She opened both lunchboxes and pushed the one filled with meat toward Lu Yang, her face brimming with anticipation as she said, "Try it. Although I must admit, it's not as delicious as what my grandmother makes." Lu Yang ate her plate, which contained only vegetables and a couple of meat pieces, honestly questioning if she had reserved it for him because her own box could not accommodate more. He placed some chicken and beef in her box, stating, "I haven't even touched this yet. It's all untouched." "No, it's for you," Xia Youran insisted, reaching for her chopsticks to intercept. "You're not going to have enough, are you? Given how much you ate for breakfast, I wonder if that's truly sufficient." Lu Yang shook his head. "I'm fine. I had a hefty breakfast. You should eat more." Without waiting for her to protest further, he pivoted the conversation. "Are you looking to express your gratitude for my assistance?" Xia Youran nodded. "Yes, I want to thank you. One meal doesn't feel like enough." "Then how about this?" Lu Yang said cheerfully, placing another piece of meat in her bowl. "I know my grades are quite average. Could you help me with some tutoring? It won't take up much of your time. During school hours, I can ask you questions, and after evening study sessions, could you tutor me for 40 minutes? Xia Youran hesitated, "But after evening study, I'll walk home with you first so your grandmother sees you. And once she is asleep, you can help me study, all right? I recall there's a 7-Eleven convenience store across from your neighborhood. I'll wait for you there." Lu Yang looked at her. "Is that all right?" The first thought that crossed Xia Yuran's mind was that this would grant her more time to spend with Lu Yang. "Why go to 7-Eleven? We could go directly to my house." Xia Youran blinked, gazing at Lu Yang. "It's just more convenient." "Are you serious? You're just a girl. Do you realize I could easily carry you away? It's not safe. I'm an adult male." Lu Yang sighed. "You shouldn't do this in the future. Additionally, it might disturb your grandmother's rest. The house is small, and even if they are quiet, there's bound to be some noise. Elderly individuals often struggle with sleep quality. By the way, if you tutor me, I'll compensate you at market rates. I don't want your money." Xia Youran replied without a second thought, staring at Lu Yang as she firmly repeated, "I don't want your money. Besides, I'm not without my guard." It was simply that because it was Lu Yang, it felt different. Lu Yang observed her expression, and the words he had intended to say transformed. "All right, then, how about I take care of your breakfast, lunch, and dinner from now on? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Fearing she might refuse, he added, "If you decline, I'll have to find someone else." "I agree," Xia Youran quickly responded, unwilling to let Lu Yang seek another. Besides, she derived joy from sharing meals with him. Lu Yang finally smiled with satisfaction, having provided for her, and when the semester concluded, he would simply hand her the money, claiming it was from his parents. Thus, he had catered to her needs and settled the monetary aspect, a perfect arrangement. Having reached a mutual understanding, they decided it would commence from tonight onward. "Please guide me, Teacher Xia." A single call from the teacher caused a blush to bloom on Xia Yuran's cheeks. Ji Xiang had just returned, carrying a plate filled with meat. What was his intention for the evening? "What, teacher? It was time to buckle down and study. Are you joining in as well?" Lu Yang cast a glance at him. Ji Xiang quickly shook his head, insisting, "Not me. Regardless of the circumstances, I will be sent away anyway. No need to pressure myself. But, Lu Dog, that meat looks quite delectable. As he spoke, he deftly snatched a piece of chicken and tossed it into his mouth. Across from him, Xia Youran silently offered 2 pieces of meat from her bento to Lu Yang. Lu Yang shot a speechless look at Ji Xiang before taking an untouched fried chicken leg from Ji Xiang's plate and placing it into Xia Yuran's bowl. Xiao Ying approached with a puzzled expression, wondering if this was some sort of real-life romantic drama. Ji Xiang and Xiao Ying were both cheerful individuals, easily engaging in conversation. So despite this being their first meal together as a quartet, the atmosphere was far from awkward. In fact, Lu Yang felt as though he were listening to a comedic performance. After finishing their meal, Ji Xiang dragged Lu Yang off to buy milk tea while the 2 girls returned to the classroom. Although there was a milk tea shop on campus, they opted to venture off campus for their purchase. The place was quite crowded at this hour. Ji Xiang spotted Bai Jingru approaching and nudged Lu Yang, exclaiming, "Lu dog, your romantic interest is coming." Lu Yang looked up and saw Bai Jingru, remarkably alone today. She walked directly up to Lu Yang and said, "Lu Yang, my birthday is Saturday night. Will you come? It's my 18th birthday." She emphasized the milestone of turning 18. Lu Yang's immediate thought was, "But we have class on Saturday." This had never happened in his previous life. Yet, recalling that at that time Xia Youran had just encountered difficulties, he realized that Bai Jingru's assertive personality wouldn't typically lead her to announce her birthday at this moment. Beside them, Ji Xiang struggled to contain his laughter, sensing Bai Jingru was quite eager. Previously, Lu Yang had maintained a neutral stance toward the opposite sex, with Bai Jingru seated in front of him, occasionally engaging in conversation, which had fostered a semblance of familiarity. Thus, she had never seemed particularly anxious. However, with Xia Youran now present and the unexpected closeness that had developed between them, Bai Jingru could not help but feel a twinge of urgency. "Isn't there class on Saturday? I want to be going. I'll wish you a happy birthday in advance," Lu Yang said, glancing back at Ji Xiang, who was observing the exchange. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Ji Xiang called out, following Lu Yang. As they passed Bai Jingru, he whispered, "Forget it, Bai Jingru. Lu Yang has someone he likes." With that, Ji Xiang hurried to catch up to Lu Yang, attempting to cover for him from behind. At this moment, boys often displayed a certain childish exuberance. Lu Yang, noticing Ji Xiang's stealthy approach from the corner of his eye, swiftly dodged, causing Ji Xiang to nearly stumble. Ji Xiang began to berate Lu Yang. Lu Yang, uninterested, thought to himself that some people never seem to mature, even into their 20s. Hopeless. "Lu Yang, don't you know Bai Jingru likes you?" Ji Xiang asked, curiosity lacing his voice as he kept pace with Lu Yang. "I didn't know before, but I do now," Lu Yang replied, glancing at him with exasperation. "I don't like her. I don't have any romantic interest in anyone, male or female." "You're talking nonsense. You clearly admitted you liked Xia Youran before," Ji Xiang exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of passing classmates. Lu Yang told, "Is it too late to silence him?" Chapter 18. What kind of girl do you like? Lu Yang was quite well known in school, having participated in numerous competitions that many had witnessed, earning numerous accolades. Most importantly, everyone was aware of his affluent background and decent looks. Thus, a boy like him would inevitably attract attention in any school environment. At that moment, Lu Yang seized Ji Xiang by the throat, gripping it tightly and gritting his teeth. "If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll end you." His strength was not to be trifled with, and Ji Xiang felt the pressure, calling out, "Grandpa, em soda." Lu Yang released him, surveying the onlookers who quickly averted their gazes. He turned to head back to school, dismissing the idea of buying milk tea altogether. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang quickly caught up to him, saying, "Grandpa, we're already here. Let me treat you." He glanced at Lu Yang and added, "And let us invite our table mates. Girls love milk tea, right?" Only then did Lu Yang cast a glance at the milk tea shop, noting that indeed there were more girls in line. He then turned to Ji Xiang, asking, "When did I ever say I liked someone? You didn't tea tonight when I asked if you liked Xia Youran before." Ji Xiang replied, lowering his voice slightly. "Come on, big brother, when have you not directly stated if you weren't interested? Not denying it means you like her, right?" Lu Yang found himself surprisingly persuaded by Ji Xiang's logic, contemplating that perhaps it wasn't entirely unreasonable. He sighed, looking at Ji Xiang, "I truly don't. I have feelings for Xia Youran, but there's a reason for it. It's not what you think." Surely, he couldn't explain that he seemed to have been reborn or transported here, could he? With someone like Ji Xiang, he feared the next moment he would be suggesting a visit to a mental institution. However, Ji Xiang clearly didn't believe Lu Yang's assertions. Given Lu Yang's demeanor towards Xia Youran, Ji Xiang was convinced he must harbor feelings for her. He was practically ready to pin Lu Yang down. Ji Xiang was oblivious to Lu Yang's turmoil. He genuinely wished to spend every moment with Xia Youran, even dreaming of holding her hand. He needed to ensure she was well enough to attend university before he could find peace. Lu Yang was exasperated by this inexplicable sense of responsibility that had surfaced within him, and yet he couldn't articulate it. The line moved quickly, and soon it was their turn. Lu Yang had never bought such treats for girls before, but thankfully, Xia was quite experienced, casually asking the staff a few questions before securing the orders for the two girls. He and Lu Yang opted for their usual drinks. In truth, Lu Yang was particularly fond of milk tea. It was a tad too sweet for his taste. After purchasing the milk tea, the two returned to the classroom, aware that class would soon commence. Xia Youran gazed at the milk tea on her desk, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Yang. Did you buy this for me? Yes, for you all. Xia bought it. Lu Yang replied as he settled down, stretching his arms. He suddenly realized how unusual it felt to be back in high school, sitting through an entire day again. Hearing that it wasn't Lu Yang who bought the drinks dimmed Xia Youran's sparkle a little, but she still expressed her gratitude to Xia alongside Xiaoying. Xia, grinning, declared, "Serving beautiful ladies is my honor." At that moment, Xiaoying chimed in, "Now I believe, Jigu, that you've truly dated many girls." Xia, looking exasperated, corrected her, "I haven't dated many, just two, and they both dumped me." Ugh, let's not get into that. More than one is already too many. How old are we? Xiaoying remarked, glancing at Xia Youran before turning to Lu Yang, asking, "Yanggu, have you dated anyone? You must have many admirers. What kind of girl do you like?" Sure enough, Xia Youran, gently biting the straw of her milk tea, turned her pouting face towards Lu Yang as well. Lu Yang found himself fixated on her drinking, having noticed before how she resembled a little squirrel when she ate. Her cheeks adorably puffed up. Perhaps it was due to her small mouth and delicate features. She was undeniably charming. As his gaze swept over the straw and nestled between her lips, her delicate teeth gently biting it, Lu Yang abruptly diverted his attention back to Xiaoying, his heart skipping a beat. "What? I was asking if you've dated before," Xiaoying reiterated, determined to ensure her friend's happiness. "Playing the role of a love guardian today. What is your type?" Had anyone else posed such a question, Lu Yang would have dismissed it outright. But Xia was already chuckling beside him. "He never dated. He's a pure-hearted boy." Xia's voice held a teasing tone, a hint of mockery laced within, as he seemed to take delight in Lu Yang's plight of always being rejected. To Lu Yang's surprise, he readily admitted that he had no prior romantic encounters. As for the type of girl he liked, he observed Xia Youran nervously biting her straw, feeling a pang of sympathy for the object of her anxiety. Perhaps he was drawn to a girl who could articulate that no matter how she appeared, she radiated brilliance? This notion seemed somewhat perplexing, yet Lu Yang's probing had yielded an answer. Xia Yuran's gaze was frantic, unwilling to meet Lu Yang's eyes. Her heart raced, and a smile threatened to break free from her lips. The letter she had penned had indeed reached him. What did his words imply? Did he favor the girl who expressed such sentiments? Did this mean he held feelings for her? Yet, back then she had not dared to sign her name, as if she believed Lu Yang would never lay eyes on that letter. Her flustered demeanor was unmistakable, compelling Lu Yang to forego any further inquiries. That letter had truly been authored by Xia Youran, and she indeed harbored feelings for him. Lu Yang furrowed his brow, pondering why she would like him. At that moment, Xia and Xiaoying wore expressions of bewilderment. Xiaoying let out a laugh. "So, just because she can write, you're smitten? Quite the romantic, aren't you?" Xia interjected. "No, he has smitten with the girl who sent him that love letter. I suspect there's a line in there that struck a chord with our dear Yanggu, right?" Lu Yang watched as Xia Youran glanced up at him upon hearing this, only to quickly avert her gaze and turn away. He chuckled lightly. "I was merely jesting. It wasn't a love letter, just a note of encouragement. I wanted to express my gratitude." Xia Yuran's heart, once soaring, now plummeted. It was affection after all. True, it hadn't been a love letter. She grasped the pen on the table, wishing for Lu Yang's affection rather than his gratitude. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. "I must say, your innocence is quite endearing. Even I, as a girl, find it charming," Xia teased. Lu Yang rolled his eyes, while Xiaoying regarded Xia Youran with newfound contemplation. Just then, the school bell rang. Bai Jingru, seated across the aisle, inscribed on her paper, "No matter how you appear, you are radiant." Chapter 19. I hired myself a little tutor that very evening. After Lu Yang expressed his desire to enlist Xia Youran as his tutor, he wasted no time. He needed no excuse to follow her home, waiting for her downstairs before they ventured to the nearby 7-Eleven to study together. This arrangement allowed him to discreetly offer her an extra meal, purchasing milk or snacks under the pretense of having bought too much. This routine persisted for several days until Friday, maintaining their seemingly innocent student-teacher relationship. However, Lu Yang soon discovered that while Xia Youran may appear somewhat pitiable, she was far from meek. Even a rabbit, when cornered, can bite, and Xia Youran was no mere rabbit. Otherwise, they would have been bullied long ago. Xia Youran confided that her family had some financial means, but she needed to save that money for her grandmother's medication, hence her occasional odd jobs to earn just enough for her meals. My grandmother's health is paramount. Once I finish high school, I can work. If I perform well on the college entrance exam, I might even tutor others and earn some money. She spoke of her future with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. How could such a girl easily contemplate suicide? Lu Yang had learned from his father that the tragic events in Mingwei village occurred 3 years prior, coinciding with Xia Youran's transition to high school. The case remained unresolved because her parents left behind suicide notes out of guilt, yet their bodies were never found. It was said they had drowned, but no remains were ever recovered. Moreover, Lu Tong mentioned that the case was sealed, leaving scant information available. Only insiders were privy to the fact that the bodies were never discovered. Lu Yang's intuition suggested that Xia Yuran's suicide in her past life was anything but simple. His curiosity about her deepened. He became increasingly intrigued by what had transpired in her life to drive such a hopeful girl to despair. To their classmates, it appeared that Lu Yang and Xia Youran had forged a close bond, with him bringing her breakfast and sharing meals. Whispers circulated that he was pursuing her, and many believed he stood a good chance, especially given that it was evident Xia Yuran's demeanor toward him was different. This realization made Zhang Bo hesitant to approach her, while Bai Jingru grew restless. Friday evening, after evening classes, Ji Xiang pulled Lu Yang aside, insisting, "You must treat me to a late-night snack tonight. You've been darting off right after class. Where do you disappear to?" Even Ji Xiang was unaware of Lu Yang following Xia Yuran home. As Xia Yuran packed her belongings, her movements slowed. "Lu Yang, will you still be going home with me tonight?" Lu Yang replied earnestly to Ji Xiang. "I'm off to tutoring. My grades are abysmal." Ji Xiang looked at him skeptically. "You? Tutoring? Did your parents hire a tutor for you?" "Sort of," Lu Yang replied, glancing at Xia Yuran. "I found myself a little tutor." At that, Ji Xiang sighed dramatically, feeling suddenly lonely. "Why don't you ask your tutor if she can teach one more? Otherwise, I'm left all alone. Let us study together." Lu Yang was somewhat exasperated. "If I were to eat feces, would you want to bite as well?" "Thanks, but I'll pass on that." Ji Xiang quickly declined. At that moment, Huang Qi, a classmate with whom they often played basketball, strolled past and called out, "Yang Gu, Jiga, want to grab some late-night snacks together?" Ji Xiang promptly abandoned Lu Yang, saying, "You go study. I'm off for snacks. Don't forget to ask your tutor. It'll be a free ride for me." Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to respond, merely waving him off in farewell. Turning back to check on Xia Yuran, he noticed Bai Jingru standing beside her, smiling and whispering something. Xia Yuran's expression remained neutral as she quietly shook her head. At that moment, Su Jiao, seated in front of Xia Yuran, earnestly suggested, "Why don't you join us, Yuran? Many in our class are going." Bai Jingru smiled warmly, saying, "I'd be delighted if you could come, Yuran. No need to bring gifts. It's just a meal to celebrate my birthday with friends." However, Chiao Ing couldn't resist interjecting, "With that invitation, if we go giftless, it seems rather rude." Bai Jingru's face flickered with anxiety. "That is not what I meant." Bai Jingru had always been well-liked in class, and now someone chimed in. "Chiao Ing, it sounds like you're suggesting Jingru is demanding gifts. She merely wants to treat us to a meal since it's her 18th birthday. Plus, we have a day off on Sunday, so why not join in?" Though directed at Chiao Ing, the comment was initially aimed at Xia Yuran. The true recipient of the words was ambiguous. Xia Yuran gently tugged at Chiao Ing's sleeve, urging her to cease. Standing with her backpack, she addressed Bai Jingru earnestly. "Happy early birthday. However, I truly must work this Sunday afternoon. I'm very sorry." Bai Jingru's expression remained devoid of embarrassment as she listened to Xia Yuran's refusal. Even as others suggested, she was intentionally putting Xia Yuran in a difficult position. Bai Jingru had just witnessed Ji Xiang escorting Lu Yang out, presuming they had already taken their leave. She immediately exclaimed, "Aren't Lu Yang and them going too? All our classmates are heading out. Surely, you're not opting out? An afternoon should not pose much of a delay, right?" Upon hearing that Lu Yang was also attending, Xia Yuran was momentarily taken aback. However, Lu Yang had distinctly stated that they would be studying together in the library on Sunday afternoon. How could he have agreed to Bai Jingru? Standing at the back door, Lu Yang was perplexed. When did he ever agree to anything? Had Ji Xiang spoken on his behalf? He entered the classroom, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What did I agree to? Where are we going?" Bai Jingru and Xia Yuran both turned to the suddenly appeared figure, as did the classmates who were watching the spectacle. Su Jiaojiao enthusiastically chimed in. "It's Bai Jingru's birthday on Saturday, but since we have classes, she is inviting us to dinner on Sunday. Lu Yang, you're going too, right?" Bai Jingru's expression soured, even becoming somewhat awkward. She had initially planned to persuade Xia Yuran to accompany her, thinking Lu Yang would surely agree if he believed Xia Yuran would join. After all, it was evident to everyone that Lu Yang harbored a different sentiment towards Xia Yuran. She was acutely aware of it as well. Yet, this current situation was genuinely embarrassing for her. "I'm unaware of this. I didn't agree to anything. I have plans on Sunday afternoon, so I won't be available," Lu Yang stated bluntly. leaving no room for Bai Jingru's feelings. The surrounding classmates, along with Su Jiaojiao, felt the tension rise, their expressions turning awkward. Xia Youran stood tall, glanced at the time, and said, "I need to head back. My grandmother is waiting for me at home." Bai Jingru then spoke up, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. "Oh, I thought Ji Xiang had informed you. He knows about it, and even agreed. So perhaps I misunderstood?" Having not seen Ji Xiang for a while, Bai Jingru surmised that he had likely already departed. This implied that Lu Yang, who had not yet left, was probably waiting for Xia Youran. She approached the two, raising her lovely face to gaze at Lu Yang. To be fair, in terms of features, Bai Jingru was not as striking as Xia Youran, but when they stood together, Bai Jingru's complexion and attire far surpassed Xia Yuran's. At that moment, Xia Youran appeared rather pallid and wan, lacking allure. Thus, Lu Yang found himself glancing at Bai Jingru again, contemplating whether he should inquire about her well-being, as Xia Yuran's health seemed rather concerning. Ultimately, he decided to ask his mother about it later. Lu Yang's thoughts began to drift, but to Xia Youran, it seemed as though he was lost in a daze while staring at Bai Jingru. Bai Jingru shared this sentiment, thinking perhaps Lu Yang held some interest in her. Moreover, recalling what she had overheard that day, Bai Jingru's heart raced. "Lu Yang, I know you're searching for someone. If you come to my birthday gathering, I can tell you who that person is. I know who placed those items in your drawer during your sophomore year." Her words caught both Lu Yang and Xia Yuran's attention. Lu Yang was genuinely curious about how Bai Jingru had come to know about that letter. Could it be that she had actually seen it? Xia Youran, however, frowned. During their sophomore year, she and Lu Yang were not in the same class. She had only gone during their physical education class when the classroom was empty. Furthermore, Lu Yang had been in a class for sports talents before his senior year, and Bai Jingru wasn't part of that class either. This sparked thoughts in her mind reminiscent of narratives from novels, involving schemes and deceit. Surely, Lu Yang wouldn't believe such a tale, would he? However, disregarding their thoughts, Lu Yang simply replied, "No need. I already know who it is. Let us go. Aren't you heading home?" He tugged at Xia Yuran's backpack. Xia Youran responded with an "oh," turned, and walked out, with Lu Yang naturally following her. Bai Jingru had spoken softly, and the onlookers only saw the three of them huddled together for a moment before Xia Youran and Lu Yang departed. Qiuing also finished packing her belongings. With no teacher present, the extra 10 minutes of self-study allowed the classmates to gather freely. At this point, Qiuing paid no mind to them as she left with her backpack. She found Bai Jingru, who always wore a smile, rather unsettling and insincere, which she disliked. Su Jiaojiao turned to Bai Jingru and asked, "So, are we still having a gathering?" The others also looked at Bai Jingru, who cheerfully replied, "Of course we are. They probably just can't make it." "All right, I'm heading back now. I'll send the address in the class group, so remember to come." Her demeanor suggested that the earlier incident had hardly affected her. The other classmates laughed in response. As they watched her walk away with her backpack, someone called out, "Xiao Bao, you're Jingru's deskmate. Does she fancy Lu Yang? I feel like Lu Yang isn't a Xia Youran, though." Su Jiaojiao inquired of Bai Jingru's deskmate. Bao Wenjing glanced at her and replied, "I don't know. You should ask her." Saying this, she too packed her things and left. Wasn't this rather obvious? Su Jiaojiao feigned ignorance, asking deliberately, "Is it on purpose?" At that moment, an unknown boy remarked, "Honestly, I do like Xia Youran too. A quiet and beautiful girl like her, being special to me alone, I'd adore that." Setting aside other considerations, it was true that Xia Youran was more attractive than Bai Jingru. This sentiment was shared among them. Otherwise, why would someone have conducted a poll on the school forum, where Bai Jingru's popularity merely tied with Xia Youran, despite Bai Jingru's well-regarded social standing? Given that the title of that post was setting aside everything else just judging by looks, it was likely that Bai Jingru's votes were inflated. Interestingly, the usually quiet Xia Youran had garnered an unexpectedly high number of votes. At that moment, Zhang Bo, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, strode out, stating, "No matter how pretty they are, they won't look your way." With that, he left. The boys who had just praised Xia Youran rolled their eyes, muttering about someone who fancied himself a prince but was merely a frog yearning for a swan. Meanwhile, Xia Youran and Lu Yang were oblivious to the chatter behind them. As they stepped outside, rain began to fall, prompting Lu Yang to hail a cab. Once inside, Xia Youran quietly remarked, "It's raining. We probably can't linger at the 711 entrance." She cautiously glanced at Lu Yang and added, "You can head home first tonight." Lu Yang looked at her with curiosity. "Why do you seem particularly apprehensive around me?" After all, she appeared quite at ease with others. Realizing he might perceive her that way, Xia Youran met his gaze. They sat in the back seat, separated by a space, and the distance did not feel particularly close. Yet, her mind flashed back to the kiss on the bus. Unable to bear it, she averted her gaze first. "I'm not. You're a good person, so I wouldn't be scared of you." The truth was, she was simply too nervous around him. Lu Yang chuckled. So I'll be giving the good guy card? You've always been a good person. Xia Youran emphasized earnestly. Helping you twice makes you a good person? If someone else had ulterior motives and helped you a few times, would you still trust them? Lu Yang was genuinely intrigued. Xia Youran, however, fell silent. Did he see her as naive? She was merely special toward Lu Yang. She wouldn't easily trust anyone else. Well, you're different, Xia Youran retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. From the side, her small face puffed out slightly, as if she were genuinely upset. She really was too thin. Lu Yang resolved to have his mother prepare some soup for him in the morning. He mustn't neglect her nourishment. What is different about me? Lu Yang inquired, then casually posed. Have you known me for a long time? Xia Youran looked at him. You remember? I was from Mingwe village. Indeed, it seems that Xia Youran may have known him long before. Regrettably, Lu Yang was entirely oblivious to her existence. His initial acts of kindness were merely influenced by his family. He was simply responsible for handing over the donations to his mother, who would then add a little more, while he occasionally penned some encouraging letters. He had heard that some of the children there would respond, yet Lu Yang had never laid eyes on those replies. In Chapter 21, during their first hand-holding moment, Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang with eyes brimming with anticipation. In truth, that unsigned letter had ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. Perhaps Lu Yang might recognize her handwriting? After all, she had penned a reply, which her father had delivered alongside some local delicacies as a token of gratitude to Lu Yang. Although he had never responded, Xia Youran still felt a semblance of connection between them. However, it became evident that Lu Yang did not recognize her. At that moment, Xia Youran managed to convince herself that perhaps her handwriting had changed slightly. Her current script was somewhat more refined than before. Yet, upon hearing Lu Yang's inquiry about whether they had known each other in the past, a glimmer of hope surged within her. During these days, she had yet to muster the courage to reveal to Lu Yang that she was the author of that letter. Shyness often accompanies unrequited love, where one refrains from speaking yet silently yearns for the other to discern their feelings. Was it a fanciful notion? Yet, such is the nature of unrequited affection, longing for someone who seems unattainable. Lu Yang represented that unattainable person in Xia Youran's heart. As Lu Yang met her expectant gaze, the rain poured heavily outside, and the occasional flicker of passing street lamps cast reflections inside the dimly lit vehicle. In this ambience, her eyes appeared even more luminous. The expectation within them made Lu Yang feel somewhat uneasy. He had no recollection of Mingwe village, nor did he have any significant memory of Xia Youran, save for the fact that he had been reborn. At that moment, Lu Yang's silence served as the most eloquent response. The light in Xia Youran's eyes gradually dimmed amidst the fleeting illumination, and she thought to herself that it was inconsequential if he did not remember. I apologize. I was preoccupied with training, and my mother handled these matters, Lu Yang admitted candidly. I merely sense that your demeanor towards me differs from that of others, which prompted my inquiry. Xia Youran shook her head, replying, There is no need for apologies. Your generosity has been appreciated by many in our village, including myself. This was the first time she mentioned her village, as she had seldom referred to Mingwe village or her parents even during previous conversations with Lu Yang. After a brief silence, Lu Yang questioned, How do you know about my donations when they were anonymous? Xia Youran replied softly, My father is responsible for distributing the supplies and donations. The driver, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, noted her seemingly modest background. Shouldn't those distributing donations come from better circumstances? The name Mingwe village also rang a bell. Lu Yang understood, sensing the driver's gaze upon him, and he retrieved a chocolate from his backpack, extending it towards her. Here, take this chocolate. Let us not dwell on anything else. It's not the right time. Xia Youran felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, yet she reached out to accept the chocolate. However, in the dim light of the vehicle, the distance between them made it inevitable that their hands brushed against one another. Lu Yang had seen and felt the calluses on her hand, yet her fingertips were soft, briefly touching his before retreating. This sensation echoed his nightly nightmares, of grasping at something elusive, of feeling her hand slip through his fingers. Those dreams haunted him, leaving him with a shadow of anxiety. Thus, instinctively, as her fingers began to retreat, Lu Yang reached out to clasp her delicate hand. This time he had succeeded. The girl's slender hand was enveloped by his warm palm, her chocolate nestled within. His larger hand enveloped hers, providing a sense of security. In that moment, Lu Yang felt a rush of relief. He had finally captured her. Yet, he quickly realized the absurdity of his actions. The atmosphere within the vehicle felt suspended in time. He felt her cool hand warming against his, nearly matching his own temperature. His body tensed momentarily before he released her hand. Her small hand seemed to linger, brushing lightly against his palm, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. I'm sorry. That was purely instinctive, Lu Yang stammered, questioning his own foolishness. Thankfully, Xia Youran appeared unconcerned. "It's all right," she responded calmly, though only she knew that her hand gripping the chocolate trembled slightly. Had they just held hands? "Oh, that is fine. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not being inappropriate. Your hand was a bit chilly. Had you just been caught in the rain?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Yang mentally chastised himself for his thoughtlessness. Why did I have to mention hands? Xia Youran tore open the chocolate wrapper, placing it in her mouth, allowing the bittersweet flavor to melt smoothly, soothing her fluttering nerves. Perhaps that was the case. They lapsed into silence once more. Lu Yang felt awkward, while Xia Youran was nervous. At this juncture, the driver interjected, "Should I drop you off at the entrance of the community or at the 711 across the street?" "Let us stop at the 711. Please," Lu Yang replied sincerely, relieved the driver had spoken up. Otherwise, the tension between them would have been unbearable. They had no umbrellas, so Lu Yang planned to disembark at the convenience store to purchase one. Before exiting the vehicle, he extended his hand towards Xia Youran. The driver turned on the interior lights, illuminating the space, allowing Lu Yang to see that Xia Youran's face was flushed. She blinked slowly, regarding the hand he had offered. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her hand to place it on his. She felt self-conscious about her hand, which appeared too thin. The joints slightly deformed from labor, lacking the delicate whiteness of her peers. Thoughts of her classmates' fair hands flitted through her mind. Lu Yang, momentarily taken aback by her hesitant gesture, had initially intended to take the chocolate wrapper from her. They could dispose of it once they exited. Observing her uncertainty, he understood the source of her insecurity. He gently enveloped her hand with his. "There, it's not so cold anymore. Let us get out, give me the trash, and I'll dispose of it." Lu Yang naturally released her hand. At that moment, Xia Youran realized she had misinterpreted the situation. In Chapter 22, the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. The driver, uninterested in their youthful musings, remarked, "If you're not getting out soon, I might as well take you to the community entrance. It's just a slight detour. No need for that. We're just going to buy an umbrella," Lu Yang quickly replied, casting a glance at Xia Youran. At that moment, Xia Youran wished she could vanish on the spot. She couldn't bear to look at Lu Yang, hastily opening the car door to exit. "I'll handle it." Accompanied by the sound of rain, the girl's voice seemed to tremble and shatter. Humanity is indeed a remarkable species, to be honest. Lu Yang felt somewhat awkward at that moment. Instinctively, he grasped her hand, a response that was undeniably influenced by the recurring nightmares that haunted his nights. Yet, the awkwardness stemmed from within himself. However, upon witnessing Xia Yuran's embarrassment, Lu Yang felt a sense of relief. He expressed his gratitude to the driver before alighting from a vehicle. Xia Youran stood at the entrance of a 7-Eleven, her hair unavoidably dampened. Her school uniform bore traces of moisture as well. Lu Yang strode over and, observing her condition, declared, "I shall go inside to purchase an umbrella." In truth, Xia Youran believed that a brief walk to the community gate and then back home would suffice. Yet, she was concerned that Lu Yang might return without an umbrella. And thus, amidst the lingering awkwardness from their earlier mishap, she let out a soft sigh. In the distance, a group of men approached, their voices laced with curses. Lu Yang glanced back and suggested, "You should come in with me." Xia Youran, noticing the men hastening over to seek shelter from the rain, did not decline his offer. Lu Yang intended to buy 2 umbrellas, but Xia Youran insisted that one would suffice for emergencies. Ultimately, he purchased a single umbrella and also bought a bottle of milk, requesting the clerk to warm it before handing it to Xia Youran. "Here, drink this," he urged, but Xia Youran replied, "I don't need it. You should drink it. I'm not fond of this stuff. Don't catch a cold. Otherwise, seeing a doctor will cost more." Upon hearing the mention of expenses, Xia Youran reluctantly accepted the still warm milk. Although she wasn't particularly fond of plain milk, she would always finish whatever Lu Yang offered her. Lu Yang watched with satisfaction as she finished the drink, returned the empty bottle to the clerk, and remarked, "Ah, save 50 cents. He then grabbed a few boxes of milk. Spotting the AD calcium milk on the shelf, he recalled Ji Xiang's previous taunts about drinking calcium milk, saying, "Let me see if I can progress from A to D." Lu Yang felt a hint of madness creeping in, yet he took a row of the boxes anyway. After paying, he unzipped Xia Yuran's backpack and placed the items inside. Xia Youran remained still. "I'll bring it to you tomorrow," she insisted. "Why bring it? It's for you. Enjoy it yourself." With that, he picked up the umbrella and headed outside. Xia Youran followed, feeling a sense of security from his reassuring presence. As they stepped out, the 3 drenched men at the entrance turned to look at them, a faint scent of alcohol wafting from their direction. One man's gaze fixated on Xia Yuran's face, and though he did nothing, it still felt unsettling. Lu Yang instinctively let Xia Yuran's buck strep, drawing her closer to him while casting a glance at the man who was staring at her. Despite being a high school student, Lu Yang's physique surpassed that of most adult males. His previous training was not without merit. Thus, even though the man noticed Lu Yang still clad in his school uniform. He withdrew his gaze. Nonetheless, Lu Yang felt the area was too unsafe. He opened the umbrella and said, "I'll walk you back." Xia Youran, not wishing to appear overly independent, accepted his offer, especially after feeling uncomfortable under the man's scrutiny. The umbrella was not particularly large, being a transparent white one, necessitating their close proximity. Lu Yang tilted the umbrella to shield her, noting that Xia Yuran's appearance suggested she would fall ill if caught in the rain. At this moment, he was in good health, capable of running 5 kilometers in the rain and feeling invigorated the next day. Xia Youran was almost cradled in his arms. Although his hands did not make contact, they jogged towards the community, splashes of water soaking their pants, and Xia Youran looked up at him. His profile was striking, his lips pressed together in a serious expression, his long lashes curling elegantly. Lu Yang possessed an innocent appearance, resembling the quintessential good child, yet he was fierce during competitions. Raindrops glistened under the streetlights, appearing orange as they streamed down the transparent umbrella, only to be deflected away. The pair, clad in their school uniforms, ran in synchrony, their shadows elongated and occasionally intertwining, adding a touch of intimacy to their shared experience. Since the passing of her parents and her grandmother's illness, Xia Youran felt the warmth of being protected by someone she cherished. The awkwardness that had once enveloped her seemed to dissipate, leaving only pleasant feelings in its wake. Despite their rapid pace, they could not completely avoid getting wet. Lu Yang stood at the base of the building and said, "You should go up." Xia Youran observed his shirt, which was soaked on one side. "You're drenched. Come up, and I'll get you a towel." Lu Yang initially intended to decline, thinking he could simply return home and shower. However, he recalled the lock he had bought her previously and wondered if she had used it. He nodded and said, "All right, let us go up." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found the lights on in Xia Yuran's apartment, with the door ajar. Her grandmother stood at the entrance, waiting. The lock Lu Yang had purchased secured the iron gate, preventing her grandmother from exiting. Witnessing this scene caused Lu Yang's heart to sink. Did Xia Youran have to lock her grandmother in when she was away to ensure her safety? At that moment, Xia Youran hurried over, retrieving her keys and unlocking the door as she called out, "Grandma, I'm back. Why are you standing here? It's raining. I was worried you didn't have an umbrella. I wanted to bring you one, but I couldn't remember where you said the key was. You're soaked. Come inside and take a shower." The old lady's dry, warm palms gently caressed her granddaughter's cool cheek. Xia Youran opened the iron gate and said, "I'm fine. Did Uncle Lin bring you food today?" "He did, and he locked the door for me when he left," her grandmother replied with a smile, squinting slightly at Lu Yang. "Ah, this must be little Lu. So late, you brought Youran back, huh? Why are you all wet? Come inside." Lu Yang felt a pang of bitterness as he observed the duo, wishing to see them move to a safer and more convenient environment, one where their security was assured. With a smile, he said, "I want to go in. You two lock the door properly. My parents will worry about me. I need to head back." Xia Youran quickly interjected, "Wait, I'll get you a towel." She then dashed into the house. Chapter 23. It became reasonable to be girlfriends. Xia Youran moved swiftly, and Lu Yang couldn't call out to her in time. Standing at the stairway, a breeze occasionally swept in, prompting the old lady to pull Lu Yang inside, concerned he might catch a chill. The tall boy, guided by her gentle, warm hand, stepped into the living room. "Xia Youran, there are large bath towels in the cabinet. That one will fit little Lu," the old lady called out. From the loan room, Xia Yuran's voice responded, "Okay." Lu Yang was fortunate. Both times he visited, the old lady was alert. At that moment, as he regarded her kind face, his heart felt uneasy thinking about how she had just been locked out. "Grandma, when Youran goes to school, are you often left alone in the house?" he asked, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. How could an elderly woman be confined to her home? The old lady smiled. "2 years ago, I fell ill. Yes, it must have been 2 years. I even got lost once and forgot about it. I just know Youran searched for me and cried. This child, she rarely cries. Given our circumstances, there is no one to watch over me, so I asked her to lock me inside. That way, there is no worry of me wandering off when I have an episode." Lu Yang's throat tightened as if a stone were lodged there. "But what about meals? Do you know Old Lin?" In a quaint tofu shop, Youran frequently assisted Old Lin, who would deliver meals to me every noon and evening. Both he and his wife are genuinely kind-hearted individuals, having taken care of us over the years. The elderly lady gazed at Lu Yang and remarked, "Little Lu is also a good person. I often saw Youran watching television, and there you were on screen. What competition was it?" "Admittedly, my memory fails me in my old age. I didn't recognize you when you first came, only recalling later." The elderly woman grasped Lu Yang's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, little Lu. Youran seldom brings classmates home. You must be a wonderful person." Since his birth, Lu Yang's life had been smooth sailing. The hardships he faced were mainly during training and competitions. Blood and pain were inevitable in boxing, Yet this agony contrasted sharply with the emotional turmoil he felt at that moment. Although he had many friends, this was the first time he encountered individuals like Xia Youran and her grandmother. A wave of melancholy washed over him, mingled with a sense of relief at Xia Yuran's flourishing development. At that moment, Xia Youran emerged holding a towel. "Here, Lu Yang, dry yourself off. Then hurry and call a cab to go home. We have nothing suitable for you to wear." Lu Yang accepted the pale, yellow towel, which bore the fragrance of the same detergent as Xia Yuran's clothes. The elderly lady added, "You should head back quickly. Your parents will worry." Lu Yang observed the elderly woman and her granddaughter, one seated and the other standing, and took a deep breath. "I'll take my leave then, Grandma. Rest early." The elderly woman nodded. "All right. Come play again, little Lu." Lu Yang smiled, affirmatively responding. As Xia Yuran accompanied him to the door, he halted her, saying, "I'm a grown man. You don't need to see me off. Go lock the door and get some sleep." Xia Youran gazed at the tall figure of the boy standing at her doorstep, and suddenly asked, "Lu Yang, are you this kind to everyone?" It seemed she had posed a similar question before. Lu Yang struggled to recall, but simply looked at Xia Youran, thinking it unlikely. Her face appeared smaller under the light, but she added, "Yet you treat me so well, it sends mixed signals." Although she did not specify what signals, Lu Yang understood. He took a small step back. "I apologize. That was not my intention." Xia Youran chuckled. "I know. I just want to say, don't be overly kind to everyone." Lu Yang sensed that despite her smile, she might burst into tears at any moment. Xia Youran retreated a step. "You should head back. Good night." "Good night. See you tomorrow." Lu Yang murmured, averting his gaze. "Please go inside and lock the door." This time, Xia Youran complied, locking the door before casting him a glance and shutting it. The lights in the house extinguished with the closing of the door. Lu Yang lingered at Xia Yuran's doorstep for a while before finally turned to leave. It seemed everyone assumed he had feelings for Xia Youran, and even she appeared to have misunderstood. Yet Lu Yang was aware that he did not yet harbor such affection. Instead, he felt a pang of sympathy, compounded by the haunting dream that seemed to entangle him within Xia Yuran's world. Nevertheless, she was indeed the female peer he had interacted with the most over the years, and he realized he had not maintained the necessary distance. This thought frustrated him. As he exited the community, he noticed 3 individuals from the convenience store dashing in through the rain. They resided nearby, but not in the same building, which soured his mood further. Upon arriving home, he found Lu Tong had already returned. Zheng Hui followed her son, nagging him to take a shower and drink ginger tea afterward. Lu Yang emerged, downing a large cup of ginger tea as Zheng Hui continued to complain. "Next time it rains, let your dad pick you up." Lu Yang replied with a nonchalant "oh," then turned to his father. "Dad, hypothetically speaking, if you had a friend who only had her grandmother at home, and their living situation was unsafe, how would you help her?" Both Zheng Hui and Lu Tong looked at Lu Yang. He felt he had dropped enough hints. Surely his father would have an idea, as he lacked experience in such matters. "Just give her money to help her find a safer place to live," Zheng Hui suggested straightforwardly. "Girlfriend?" Lu Yang shot his mother a bewildered glance. "Mom, a normal person wouldn't accept such a grand gesture. She's just a friend." Zheng Hui was unconvinced, asserting that if an ordinary friend couldn't accept it, it would be reasonable if she became a girlfriend. Lu Yang found her logic somewhat persuasive. He quickly glanced at his father to avoid being led astray. "It depends on how significant the friendship is, renting or buying. In which area?" Lu Tong's response was markedly more rational. Lu Yang pondered. "She is quite important to me. It's a rental on Xing Road. That area is quite old and indeed unsafe." Zheng Hui expressed concern. "If it comes down to it, you could let the girls stay at our home." "Mom!" Lu Yang exclaimed, his tone growing serious. Zheng Hui fell silent. Lu Tong, however, said thoughtfully, "I'll consider it. In about 6 months, there will be a redevelopment plan. If your friend has the means, she could buy the house she lives in. Houses there shouldn't cost much. We could just wait for the plan. But 6 months is too long. It's really unsafe there," Lu Yang sighed. Lu Tong regarded his son seriously. "Why are you so concerned about her? What is your relationship?" Chapter 24. Unrecognized affections. Lu Yang was momentarily rendered speechless by his father's question. He looked up to see both his parents' gazes fixed upon him, clearly awaiting his response. "She's just a friend," he explained, "but her family situation is complicated and she's not having an easy time." Lu Yang recounted everything he knew about Xia Youran and her grandmother. There was little to hide. Although his own capabilities might be insufficient, his father certainly had the means. Thus, utilizing resources effectively seemed the simplest and most effective approach. Zheng Hui, easily moved, furrowed her brow upon hearing the details. "Your classmate stays home alone while her grandmother is at school? How can that be?" She sighed, unable to finish her sentence, acknowledging that with no one home, they had no better options. "At least it's safer than her getting lost." Lu Tong studied Lu Yang curiously, but said nothing further. "How are her grades?" he inquired. "I could arrange a scholarship for her at your school." With that money, she could rent a better place. Liu Yang's eyes brightened. He thought, of course, a business-minded approach is always sharp. However, he soon realized that given Xia Youran's character, she might not willingly use that money for rent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Dad, while your idea is excellent, her personality makes it complicated. What if I approach her landlord, canceled the lease, compensated her a small sum, and then helped her find a different place? Lu Tong's eyes twinkled with amusement, recognizing his son's growing maturity and thought. Zheng Yui, hearing this, also smiled. You're onto something? I'll help you talk to the landlord. After all, at your age, I worry the landlord might not be inclined to negotiate with you. And I can also help you find a new place. Mom, let us not go overboard. It should be close to school, with reasonable rent, and most importantly, safe, Liu Yang cautioned, worried that his mother might overreach. He still vividly remembered the parent-teacher meeting in his second year of high school, when Zheng Hui arrived in a flashy outfit, drawing the attention of the entire class. A memory that lingered even after his university graduation. Don't worry, go get some sleep. Once I find a place, I'll take you to see it. Zheng Hui replied, shooting her son a playful glare. Am I really that lacking in discretion? The father and son exchanged a glance, hesitating to speak. Eventually, Liu Yang arrived at a satisfactory solution and retreated to his room. Observing her son enter, Zheng Hui asserted, when has your son ever been so concerned about his classmates? There must be something amiss. This time, Liu Tong did not refute her, merely responding, you should refrain from bringing up such matters with him. He hasn't yet awakened to these realities. Oh, if your son were to be as late in understanding as you were, would he ever marry or have children? Zheng Yui retorted. I pursued you from university until graduation, then for an additional 2 years. You were already 25 or 26 before you came to your senses. Look at our son, Liu Yang, and compare him to his cousin, Liu Chuan. There's a 10-year gap. I'm merely concerned that he might follow in your footsteps and be slow to awaken. Liu Tong fell silent, deciding it best not to interfere with his child's emotional affairs. Isn't your father hoping for Xiao Yang to participate in competitions? At this mention, Zheng Hui's expression darkened. I'll decline that. That night, Liu Yang dreamt once more, still the same dream. Yet again he failed to grasp her hand. However, he discerned her lips forming the words, save me. Sitting on the edge of his bed with a vacant gaze, Liu Yang sensed the necessity of consulting a psychologist, or perhaps seeking the wisdom of a master. As he pondered this, he stepped outside to find that the aunt had already prepared his breakfast. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Aunt, could you start preparing a soup for me tomorrow? You know, the kind my mother usually drinks like broths or sweet soups. Zheng Hui looked up. Those are typically for women to replenish their blood and energy. Why would a young man like you drink such things? Liu Yang reached for the thermos in the aunt's hand. Oh, Mom, I just want to give it a try. I'm off now, remember? Without waiting for Zheng Hui to continue her admonitions, he swiftly turned and ran away. The aunt chuckled, glancing at Liu Yang's retreating figure, and asked Zheng Hui, Madam, do you think Xiao Yang is trying to impress a girl? Zheng Hui smiled contentedly. Then you should prepare accordingly. Our son must not be like his father. Awakening too late. What happens if the girl he likes slips away? It seemed her son might possess more capability than his father. Was this not a sign of affection? But son, you are still too young. The aunt nodded in agreement, smiling. Liu Yang awoke late that day. Arriving at class, with only 15 minutes remaining before the lesson started, he placed the thermos on Xia Youran's desk. I overslept today. Hurry and eat. Xia Youran gazed at the thermos before her foggy mind clearing somewhat. She sluggishly responded, oh, and murmured a thank you, her voice sounding weak. Preoccupied with unpacking his bag and enjoying his breakfast, Liu Yang was unaware of her condition. It was Xiaoying who noticed and asked with concern, Youran, are you all right? Xia Youran shook her head. No, I have a slight cold and have taken some medicine. Xiaoying observed the breakfast Liu Yang had brought, noting its splendid variety, though not quite suitable for someone feeling unwell. You shouldn't eat this. Let me fetch you some congee. Liu Yang overheard and inquired. You don't like today's meal? Just eating congee lacks nutrition. Xiaoying was about to respond when Xia Youran tugged her shirt, interrupting, no, I'll eat. At that moment, Liu Yang sensed something was off. He stood up, looking intently at Xia Youran. What is wrong with your voice? It's just a cold. I took some medicine, and I'll be fine soon, Xia Youran replied, feeling the seriousness in Liu Yang's tone. Her voice softened, sounding almost pitiful. I promise I won't waste food. Liu Yang thought, is that what he was worried about? He gently closed the thermos, suggesting, if you're sick, it's best not to eat this. We won't make it to the cafeteria in time. How about I order you takeout? Or perhaps you should take a leave and rest. Xia Youran shook her head. No need. A cold can be treated with medicine. She had always managed to tough it out when feeling unwell, not wanting her grandmother to worry when she returned home. Xiaoying, noticing her flushed face, reached out to touch her forehead. You have a fever. You should see the school nurse. At that moment, Su Jiaojiao and her desk mate turned to look. Youran, do you have a fever? Should we get a doctor? Su Jiaojiao's voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of many. Xia Youran felt more embarrassed, realizing that her pale complexion and dry lips were not helping. The frail girl bit her lip. I didn't realize I had a fever before. I'm sorry. After all, she had merely felt a bit dizzy. She then stood up. Lu Yang, standing behind her, noticed how frail she looked. Her effort to rise seemed laborious. Both he and Xiaoying reached out to assist her. Just then, Bai Jingru hurried over. Let me help you to the nurse's office. However, her sudden movement was too abrupt, causing her to collide with Xia Youran, and both girls stumbled backward. Lu Yang reacted swiftly, catching Xia Youran before she could fall. He could barely feel the impact of her weight against him, indicating just how light she was. A girl of around 10 years old, taller than 165 meters, probably weighed less than 100 pounds. Lu Yang frowned. Bai Jingru crashed into a nearby desk with a loud thud, the commotion attracting the attention of nearly everyone in the class, even those passing by from other classes. Whispers filled the air. Lu Yang looked down at the girl in his arms. Are you all right? Can you walk? Should I carry you to the nurse's office? In a school setting, a princess carry seemed somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Ji Xiang strolled in, munching on a piece of bread. What is going on? Are they fighting? He glanced at Lu Yang, supporting the feeble Xia Youran, and then at Bai Jingru, who was grimacing in pain. Xiaoying, unconcerned with the gossip, approached Xia Youran. Youran, are you okay? Xia Youran felt increasingly unwell. Her dizziness, compounded by the fever, rendered her body weak. Although she enjoyed physical contact with Lu Yang, this was not how she envisioned it happening. She waved her hand, struggling to stand straight, and said to Lu Yang, I'm sorry. Bai Jingru's expression darkened. On the verge of tears. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help her to the nurse's office. Lu Yang, I think I twisted my ankle. Could you carry me to the nurse's office? Her voice sounded pitiful. Xia Youran, who had been trying to stand tall, seemed to lose her strength and leaned back against Lu Yang. Lu Yang frowned and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Gasps of surprise echoed around them. He turned to the gathering crowd. Someone help Bai Jingru to the nurse's office. Xiaoying, nearly bursting into laughter, quickly chimed in. I'll help. I'm strong. Ji Xiang, bewildered, approached. Can you walk? If not, he glanced at their class's sports representative. Chunli, could you lend a hand? Chunli stepped forward. I'll carry you. At that moment, Lu Yang was already carrying Xia Youran out of the classroom. He could feel her warmth through the summer school uniform, which was not thick, as September still brought heat. Xia Yuran's face was flushed. She knew her blush was not solely due to the fever, but also because Lu Yang was holding her. I can walk myself. Her voice, affected by her cold, was heavier than usual. Lu Yang responded with a nonchalant "oh," maintaining his pace. As they descended to the first floor, the sound of class beginning echoed around them. You certainly can walk, like a noodle, all wobbly and weak. Who knows, you might collapse onto someone else along the way. Lu Yang's words carried little weight, yet Xia Youran felt a pang of guilt. Moments ago, she had overheard Bai Jingru suggesting that Lu Yang should carry her to the school infirmary, prompting her to collapse onto him once more. However, she soon realized they were not heading to the infirmary at all. You've taken a wrong turn, she remarked. No, I haven't. I'm taking you to the hospital. Lu Yang replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. Do you have enough strength left? Hold on to my neck. I need to make a phone call. Carrying her with one arm required not just the strength of a boy, but also the core strength of a girl. Lu Yang reconsidered this notion and decided against it. Striding purposefully forward, they happened to pass by the basketball court, where the class bell had already rung and there was no one around. Only a scattering of students sprinting back to their classrooms in the distance. He placed her gently on a stone bench and took out his phone to call their teacher. But due to the ongoing class, no one answered. He then dialed the principal directly. The call was answered almost immediately. Lu Yang succinctly explained the situation. Xia Youran from our class has a high fever, she's burning up, and I need to take her to the hospital, so I'm requesting a leave. Coincidentally, the principal recognized both of them. One was an exemplary student who received scholarships every year, while the other had garnered much honor for the school, most notably through his father's generous donation to their library. After hanging up, Lu Yang intended to lift her again. Xia Youran, feeling embarrassed, protested, I can walk on my own. We'll reach the school gate soon. She had just heard the principal mention he would take her to the hospital. With this thought, she grasped the hem of Lu Yang's shirt and looked up at him, asking, will you accompany me? Lu Yang, one hand still on his phone, looked down at the girl seated before him. Behind her lay the empty basketball court, and the girl in her uniform lifted her pale face to gaze at him, her frail hand gently tugging at his shirt. The look in her eyes was filled with trepidation. In that moment, Lu Yang was reminded of a stray kitten he once fed during college, which he eventually brought home. Xia Youran, at this moment, evoked the same feeling of vulnerability as that little stray. With a sigh, Lu Yang slipped his phone back in his pocket. I wouldn't feel at ease if I didn't accompany you. Let us go. Can you walk? If not, don't push yourself. After all, many have seen me carry you already, so what's one more school officer or principal? Her embarrassment deepened at his words. She stood up, and Lu Yang opened his arms to support her, cautious that she might collapse again. Take it slow. Ultimately, Xia Youran steadied herself by holding onto Lu Yang's outstretched arm, managing to walk the remaining distance on her own. The boy's muscular arms reminded her of the strength he had displayed while carrying her earlier, firm and seemingly effortless. Thank you. Was I heavy just now? She inquired as they walked forward. Lu Yang pondered for a moment about how she felt in his arms. With you like this, I could carry 3 of you at once. What do you think? This girl was so slender that when held, one could feel nothing but bones. To put it bluntly, she was so thin that it seemed she had hardly any curves at all. The last time Lu Yang had seen her in his clothes, he noticed only the slightest rise and fall. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as they felt rather inappropriate. Just moments ago, when she was pressed against his chest, the only part of her that felt fleshy was probably there. Lu Yang cursed himself inwardly, absent-mindedly rubbing his warm ears with his free hand, chiding himself for such disordered thoughts. The distance from the basketball court to the school gate was not far. The principal, a somewhat slight middle-aged man who taught mathematics, stood at the gate with a look of concern on his face. Ah, Xia, you've arrived. How are you feeling? The teacher will take you to the hospital. Lu Yang, you should before the principal could finish. Lu Yang interrupted, sir, I'm in a hospital too. My back is a bit sore. The principal paused, realizing that Lu Yang was a boxer and likely had some old injuries. He quickly asked, have you contacted your parents? It's fine, sir. I'll just take a look and be back shortly, and I'll accompany Xia Youran. Chapter 26. Lu Yang, you are so adorable. Eventually, the principal escorted them to the hospital. He was quite busy, and after a brief conversation, he mentioned that his family would arrive soon to help look after Xia Youran. After receiving 3 phone calls, the principal took his leave, reminding them to call him if they needed anything, and to remember to ask for a leave of absence from their homeroom teacher upon their return. Xia Youran had already been admitted to the emergency room, and was now lying on a bed, receiving in 4 drip, which Lu Yang readily accepted. The principal departed shortly thereafter. Lu Yang pulled up a chair beside her bed. This girl truly had remarkable endurance. Arriving with a fever nearing 40 degrees Celsius, most individuals would be delirious, yet she hadn't uttered a single complaint. Eventually, she fell asleep on the bed, though her brow remained furrowed. Lu Yang was in good health. While he did sustain injuries from training and competitions, he did not have any serious old injuries. His parents and grandfather were vigilant, ensuring that he received prompt treatment for any injuries, never allowing them to become chronic. Thus, his earlier claim had been merely an excuse. He took out his phone and glanced at it. 3 bottles of 4 fluid, and they had only just begun the first one. The emergency room was always bustling, with many patients receiving IVs. Some were there alone, engrossed in their phones, while others had companions. Amidst this crowd, Lu Yang and Xia Youran in their school uniforms stood out. Nearby, an aunt lying on her own 4 drip, likely bored, turned to Lu Yang and remarked, "Hey, young man, you look quite familiar." Lu Yang, who was currently enduring his cousin's antics, looked up and smiled. I suppose I resemble many high school students? Not quite. I feel like I've seen you before, but I can't quite place it. Is this, by any chance, your sister? The aunt inquired, gossiping. You both look quite good and share a resemblance. Lu Yang glanced at the sleeping Xia Youran. Do they really look alike? It was the first time someone had suggested that. We're not siblings, we're classmates. She has a fever, and her family is unavailable. The aunt gasped. What do you mean, unavailable? The poor girl is sick, and they're not here? Her little face is so pale. Lu Yang thought to himself that her parents would undoubtedly be frantic if they knew. But what could they do? This realization left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, the aunt was nearing the end of her 4 drip and would soon be leaving. Before departing, she handed Lu Yang an unopened pink heat pack. Here, give this to your classmate. It'll warm her up. She is so thin. I can only imagine how cold her hands must be while getting it for. Lu Yang hadn't anticipated this gesture. He accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. How much is it? I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it. It's not worth much. Thank you for keeping me company," she replied with a smile before leaving. Lu Yang looked at the item in his hand. He had never used one before, but he had seen girls using them in winter. He took it out, twisted it a few times, and then gently touched Xia Youran's hand, which was indeed icy despite it being summer. He carefully placed the heat pack on her hand, receiving the 4, only for his hand to be gently grasped by hers. Her cold hand weakly held onto Lu Yang's. He exhaled softly, cautiously pulling away and sliding the warming pack into her grasp. Observing her still tense expression even in sleep, Lu Yang felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Since returning, he had been searching for clues regarding Xia Youran's past life and the circumstances surrounding her tragic end. Initially, he had assumed that her suicide was a consequence of voyeurism. However, after spending time with Xia Youran, Lu Yang was acutely aware that, despite no one coming to her aid during that ordeal, she was indeed wronged. It was inconceivable that she would take her own life over such a matter. Xia Yuran's character simply did not align with such a notion, leading Lu Yang to conclude that the true cause of her demise must have been something entirely different. Upon learning that her parents' bodies had not been found, Lu Yang instinctively believed that the matter was intertwined with her parents' fate. Consequently, he reached out to his cousin Lu Chuan, who resided in B City and was an exceptionally skilled detective. However, Lu Chuan had yet to respond, presumably occupied with his duties. Lu Yang exchanged a few words with Ji Xiang, informing him that Xia Youran had developed a fever and that they were currently at the hospital, requesting him to relay the message to Qiao. Xia Youran, his petite deskmate, genuinely cared for her well-being. Lu Yang even ordered takeout, awaiting her awakening to offer her a meal. Yet, despite having replaced the water twice, Xia Youran remained unconscious. Growing increasingly anxious, Lu Yang summoned a nurse, who then fetched a doctor. Ultimately, the doctor reassured Lu Yang that her fever had begun to subside and that her frail body might have simply succumbed to exhaustion, hence her prolonged slumber. Lu Yang expressed his gratitude to the doctor, who inquired why her parents had not visited, noting that the girl was on the brink of severe malnutrition, which was untenable. Her family's a bit busy. I will inform them. Thank you, doctor. As Xia Youran regained consciousness, the first sound she heard was Lu Yang's voice. She raised her gaze to see the tall boy in the school uniform standing beside her bed, politely conversing with the doctor and inquiring about how to restore her strength. Xia Yuran's throat felt painfully dry and her lips parched. Observing Lu Yang in this manner made her eyes well up with emotion. In moments of despair and adversity, if one clings to a piece of driftwood, they would never wish to let go, even if it means sinking together. Lu Yang was the driftwood Xia Youran clung to. Regardless of his motives for being kind to her, she wished fervently that he desired something from her. Only then could she justify her unwavering attachment to him. Now, she had no intention of releasing her grasp. "Oh, the young lady has awakened," exclaimed the nurse, noticing Xia Yuran's open eyes. Both Lu Yang and the doctor turned to look, and Lu Yang stepped aside, prompting the doctor to examine her. Just as he moved slightly, he felt his clothing being tugged. Lowering his gaze, he winced and gently pried her fingers away, admonishing, "Don't pull too hard. Your hand will bleed." He turned to the visibly frail Xia Youran, assuring her, "I'm not leaving. Let the doctor check on you." Xia Youran then loosened her grip, and after the doctor conducted an examination and asked a few questions, he declared that she was fine, advising her to rest and ensure adequate nutrition, assuring her she would be able to leave after finishing her 4-drip. Once the doctor and nurse departed, Xia Youran glanced at the pink by Nuan beside her, adorned with Hello Kitty. She looked up at Lu Yang, who was pouring her glass of water, and exclaimed, "Lu Yang, you are so adorable." Lu Yang replied, but said, "What does my demeanor have to do with being adorable?" He then observed Xia Youran shake the pink by Nuan in her hand, and with her other hand, she took the water he offered and drank it all in one go, clearly parched. Lu Yang noticed a rebellious droplet of water escape her lips, cascading down her chin and landing on her collarbone, which was slightly exposed due to her misaligned school uniform. The girl was so slender that her collarbone stood out starkly, pale against her skin. Lu Yang hastily diverted his gaze to the glaring sunlight outside, finding it almost blinding. Yet the earlier sight of her collarbone felt even more dazzling. Unaware of his reaction, Xia Youran felt significantly better after her fever subsided, though her throat remained painfully sore, rendering her reluctant to speak. Lu Yang regarded the pink object she held, explaining that it was given to her by a lady from the neighboring bed, adding, "I've never used such things before." His body was perpetually warm, akin to a furnace, thus rendering such items unnecessary. Xia Youran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your hands are very warm." Their gazes met, both fixating on Lu Yang's hands, and memories of their accidental hand-holding resurfaced. A hint of color returned to Xia Yuran's pale face. Lu Yang took her cup, saying, "I ordered porridge for you. Eat a bit." He adjusted the table beside her bed and opened the takeout box, revealing pork rib porridge. Leaning down, he assisted her in sitting up. Although Xia Youran possessed strength, she allowed Lu Yang to support her, savoring the warmth and scent of him, perhaps the aroma of his body wash. Lu Yang felt her warm breath against his neck, likely due to her fever. As he helped her up, he placed a pillow behind her, marveling at how light she felt, almost giving him the impression that he could crush her with ease. While adjusting her, he suddenly felt her dry lips brush against his cheek. Gazing at the girl's beautiful, innocent face, her eyes still held a hint of confusion. Lu Yang instinctively recoiled, pulling her up as if uprooting a radish, and gently placed her back against the pillow. "There, sit up straight," he instructed, quickly standing upright. "Damn, we kissed again. That's the second time," Lu Yang thought, observing Xia Yuran's bewildered expression as she gazed up at him. her frail form on the hospital bed, her eyes innocent and unassuming. His earlier suspicions dissipated. She was likely 2 days from her fever to comprehend what had just transpired. "Eat something. Your face is still so flushed." "I'll go fetch your medication," he said, preparing to leave. "I'll tidy up after you finish." Watching him stride out of the hospital room, Xia Youran felt her cheeks gradually heat up. We kissed. Lu Yang's face had softened as well. Beside Xia Youran was another girl clad in a school uniform, whose mother had just stepped out after keeping her company. She leaned in, whispering, "Sister, was that just now your boyfriend?" Xia Youran turned to meet the girl's inquisitive gaze. She did not deny it, but merely smiled before bowing her head to begin eating her pork rib porridge. Not yet, but soon it will be, she thought, determined to pursue Lu Yang. If he remained oblivious, she would gently nudge him toward realization. Since he had treated her well, she intended to ensure he would continue to do so for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, standing in line to collect the medication, suddenly sneezed, causing the man in front of him to sidestep. Lu Yang rubbed his nose, wondering if he might catch a cold himself. His phone vibrated incessantly. The morning had nearly passed, and they would likely only make it back in time for afternoon classes. Looking at the message from Bai Jingru, he noted that she had indeed twisted her ankle. She even sent him a photo of her long, fair leg with her ankle wrapped in gauze, though it did not detract from her beauty. Unfortunately, Lu Yang merely glanced at it without opening the message. He replied, "You might want to visit the hospital. Generally speaking, from that angle, you should have only bumped into the table, and it shouldn't be this serious. The school nurse might not be reliable." Lu Yang was well aware of how to fall in a way that would mitigate injury. Given the angle and force Bai Jingru had described, it should have resulted in at most a minor twist, not a wrap like this. In the school infirmary, Bai Jingru, adjusting her uniform pants to her thighs, had spent considerable time finding the right angle to snap a photo and then edited it for 10 minutes before sending it to Lu Yang. She scowled, wishing she could throw her phone away. Just then, the school nurse, a woman, entered and said, "You should return to class once your blood sugar stabilizes. Remember to eat breakfast in the future." She glanced at Bai Jingru's ankle and remarked, "You really don't need to wrap it up like this. It hinders your ability to walk. A couple of days with some medicinal alcohol will suffice." Bai Jingru offered a demure smile in response, saying, "Sister, I just wanted to see if I could do a nice job wrapping it. Thank you for the bandages. I'll show them to my desk mate before I take it off." The school nurse, affectionately addressed as sister, smiled back. "All right, you can head back now." Bai Jingru nodded, then turned her attention to her phone. Is Lu Yang made of wood? Perhaps she should just confess her feelings directly. Meanwhile, the oblivious Lu Yang was tidying up his things. Upon returning, he found Xia Youran had already removed her fur and was standing by the bed, fully dressed and holding a pink warm compress. The girl looked quite obedient standing there. "I'm leaving now," she said, heading back. As they walked out, neither mentioned the unexpected kiss from earlier. The emergency room was on the first floor, and as they exited, Lu Yang asked, "Are you heading home or back to school?" "Back to school. I'm fine now, and I took my medicine earlier," Xia Youran replied. "My grandmother would worry if I went home." Lu Yang didn't press the matter further and called for a car. Xia Youran suddenly remembered. How much was the emergency visit? "I'll reimburse you." Although Xia Youran owned a smartphone, she rarely used it, leading Lu Yang to think she might as well be a relic from the past. Were it not for their occasional chats on WeChat. "There's no need. It wasn't much. If you really want to repay me, just cook for me next time I come to your place," Lu Yang suggested, knowing well that Xia Youran wouldn't agree to any demands. Sure enough, after a moment of thought, she replied, "In that case, I'll pay for the groceries." "All right," Lu Yang nodded, pleased with their amicable agreement. Once in the car, Lu Yang noticed that Xia Youran was sitting in a different position than the night before. Last night, they had each occupied a side. Now, she was sitting quite close to him. It wasn't that Lu Yang was overly concerned about the distance, but it did feel rather intimate. Observing her pale face, which seemed on the verge of fainting, he said, "Maybe you should rest a bit when we get back." Xia Youran, with her innocent demeanor, glanced at her arm resting against Lu Yang's. "I'm sorry, I'm just a bit tired. I'll sit further away." "No need for that. Just sit comfortably," Lu Yang replied, taking a deep breath as he watched her sway slightly. The driver quipped, "I drive very steadily, miss. Please don't cause any trouble." Chapter 28. Just to clarify, Xia Youran is no fragile little bunny. Lu Yang might be somewhat oblivious to emotions, but he isn't foolish. In the car, Xia Youran maintained her weak appearance, but once they alighted, she seemed considerably better, walking steadily. "You might want to act a bit longer next time. It would feel more authentic," Lu Yang suggested seriously as they walked side by side into the school. Xia Youran turned to look at him, her body slightly stiff. She noticed that he was gazing ahead rather than at her. For the first time, she felt exposed for pretending to be delicate, and it was rather embarrassing. "I'm not usually like this. Perhaps it's just because I'm unwell. I've always managed on my own before," she confessed, her voice soft and tinged with sadness. Lu Yang sighed as he glanced at her. It's all right. Let us go. Class is almost over. Are you heading to the cafeteria? I'm not hungry. I just had some rib porridge, she replied, shaking her head. Just then, the bell rang. Lu Yang quickly sent a message to Ji Xiang and handed Xia Youran the medicine he was carrying. You should rest a bit. I'll grab something for you later. All right? Thank you, Xia Youran said, retrieving her meal card. Can I use mine? It's like treating you to a meal. Lu Yang took a look at her card, which was in stark contrast to the colorful, decorated ones many girls had. It was plain, showcasing the original design with a photo of their school gate. Sure, he agreed. You head back now. Xia Youran nodded and turned to walk against the crowd toward the classroom. Lu Yang glanced at her back, noticing how everyone else was rushing out while she was the only one heading back. It struck him that she exuded a sense of solitude. Xiang, who had been wondering why Lu Yang hadn't returned yet, immediately perked up upon receiving his message. He dashed up to Lu Yang, exclaiming, Dude, everyone is saying Bai Jingru and Xia Youran fought over you. How impressive. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, confused. He looked at Ji Xiang, who was clearly reveling in the gossip, and thought, does this even relate to what happened today? Xiang left heartily. Thanks for providing us with some entertaining topics amidst our mundane school life. Lu Yang felt there must be too little homework. As they chatted, they made their way to the cafeteria, where the meal card top-up station was located on the first floor. Ji Xiang watched Lu Yang approach the top-up window and called out, You recharging your card? Just call me Brother Ji, and I'll treat you next time when it's less crowded. Brother Ji, I want clay pot rice. Could you please queue up? I'll find you in a bit, Lu Yang replied without looking back. You brat. Ji Xiang cursed, then turned to head upstairs. The appetite of high schoolers was indeed voracious. If he delayed, there might be nothing left to eat. After waiting about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Yang finally reached the window. He placed Xia Yuran's meal card on the top-up device, which displayed a balance of 473 yuan. With a sigh, Lu Yang said, Please top it up to 1,000. The lady at the window raised an eyebrow. That is quite a lot, young man. What if you lose the card? That one tea happened, We don't eat much, Lu Yang replied with a smile, adding besides, with Xia Yuran's personality, she would never misplace it. Upon hearing this, the lady said no more and proceeded to top up the card with 1,000. Lu Yang completed the payment via QR code and then headed up to the third floor to find Ji Xiang. Once he spotted him, Ji Xiang, who had secured a table, exclaimed, Dude, you really are a rich kid. When did meal cards become unchargeable? I remember you topped it up with 500 last time. Lu Yang retrieved his own meal card from his pocket and said, Here, my card is lost now. Ji Xiang looked at the card Lu Yang tossed before him, bewildered. Wait, you're giving me the newly topped up card? No, that's the last one. It should have about 250 left, Lu Yang replied with a slight smile. Ji Xiang cursed under his breath. You're cursing me, huh? Yet, his curiosity got the best of him. So, who did you just top up a meal card for? Lu Yang ignored him. But Ji Xiang quickly discovered the answer when he returned to the classroom and saw Lu Yang placing a meal card along with a packed soup on Xia Yuran's desk. Here, by the way, my card is lost, so I topped up a bit on yours. Mind if I borrow it for a while? Ji Xiang felt the weight of the 250 yuan card in his pocket. Xiao Ying, who was nearby, chimed in. Why didn't you just put on GS card? She chuckled, sensing that Xia Yuran's crush might not be one-sided. Ji Xiang quickly responded. That wouldn't be appropriate. I only share a card with my girlfriend. In response, Xiao Ying enthusiastically added, So, it's about you, and Xia Yuran felt the weight of her meal card in her hand, but she tightened her grip, saying no. That's not. Lu Yang interjected. Oh, it's not that. Mostly it's Ji Xiang's fault. I'm sure he LL burned through the money I added in a couple of days. My money is still money. Ji Xiang chuckled. Look at you pretending. You clearly want to top up someone's meal card. Upon hearing Lu Yang's explanation, the two girls exchanged glances of understanding. So that is how it is. However, Xia Yuran insisted, you should keep the meal card. She offered it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang had already taken a seat, engrossed in locating his book. It's easier for you to keep it. I might lose it. If I need it, I'll ask you. With that, Xia Yuran hesitated, but ultimately accepted it back. At that moment, Bai Jingru entered, supported by Su Jiaojiao and Bao Wenjing. Lu Yang cast a glance at her bandaged ankle, noting her tenacity. Aren't you going to the hospital for a checkup? Ji was momentarily taken aback. What? Is it that serious? Xia Yuran turned her gaze to see Bai Jingru's wrapped ankle, unable to suppress a frown. Is it really that severe? Bai Jingru chuckled softly. It's all right, Yuran. It has nothing to do with you, so don't worry. Originally, it wasn't related to Xia Yuran, but her words seemed to twist the sentiment. Many eyes fell upon Xia Yuran, as they were all aware that it was Bai Jingru who had twisted her ankle while trying to assist Xia Yuran. Now, while Xia Yuran appeared unscathed, Bai Jingru's injury seemed somewhat grave. Xia Yuran languidly acknowledged, Oh, thank you for this morning, even though you nearly knocked me over. You had good intentions, though. How's your ankle? Perhaps you should visit a hospital. Could it be low blood sugar? The crowd was stunned, for Xia Yuran rarely spoke so extensively in one breath. Lu Yong stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself. Her retort was quite eloquent. It was evident that Xia Youran was no timid bunny. Lu Yong then remarked, "Remember to have breakfast if you experience low blood sugar." In chapter 29, A Gift of a Beautiful Future, Ji looked puzzled and inquired, "Didn't the school nurse say there was nothing serious when I took you to the infirmary?" Bai Jingru mused, "Why is everyone acting so unpredictably? And how has Xia Youran become so articulate?" At that moment, Zhang Bo interjected, "Regardless, Bai Jingru was merely trying to help Xia Youran. Why, you seem fine now." Her ankle is indeed injured. Lu Yong's expression darkened, casting a shadowy glance at Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, meeting Lu Yong's gaze, instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, with so many people around, he wasn't overly intimidated. Xia Youran directed her attention to Zhang Bo. "That's why I thanked her. I understand she meant well. Even if she bumped into me, it wasn't intentional, and I'm genuinely concerned about her ankle." Bai Jingru then chimed in, "I'm fine. Everyone need not worry. It just feels like today, my birthday, isn't bringing me much luck." At this, the classmates chimed in to wish her a happy birthday. Bai Jingru then turned to Xia Youran and said, "So, Youran and Lu Yong, would you both come to my birthday dinner tomorrow? Consider an apology for almost colliding with you." Ji whispered to Lu Yong, "That is quite a clever move." Lu Yong glanced at Xia Youran, who was also looking at him. He responded with a casual, "Sure, let us go." Bai Jingru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then she looked at Xia Youran with a caring expression. "If you're busy, I want to insist." After all, her primary intention was to invite Lu Yong. To her surprise, Xia Youran replied, "I'm free, let us go." As the class bell rang, everyone dispersed. Ji observed the scene with amusement, thinking it was far more entertaining than his own romantic endeavors. He leaned into Lu Yong. "Both girls seem to have a fierce determination, all because of you." "You're such a gossip," Lu Yong retorted, playfully pushing Ji's face away. It was evident he was aware of both girls' affections for him. Lu Yong Sigit, resolving to identify the dangers surrounding Xia Youran, to safeguard her, perhaps paving a path for his own return. In that moment, he felt a fleeting emptiness. Lu Yong gazed at the girl seated before him, hoping she would find a bit more happiness. Due to Xia Yuran's discomfort, the two did not attend tutoring that evening. After escorting her home, Lu Yong mentioned he would head back, then continued to linger downstairs, taking a call from his cousin. On the other end, Lu Chuan, having listened to his brother's words, replied, "Since the case remains unresolved and is in a semi-closed state, there's little I can do. However, such situations typically involve deeper circumstances. Can't you return to help investigate?" Lu Yang asket. Lu Chuan sighed. "Do you think the police station is my family's property? I'm merely a detective. Aren't you just an ordinary detective?" Lu Yong thought, contemplating if his brother had no other options. "I'll call Dad then." Before he could finish, Lu Chuan interrupted sternly. "Uncle is a businessman. There's no need to involve him. Don't stir trouble." Lu Yong replied with a subdued "oh," his tone heavy. Lu Chuan, still protective of his younger brother, said, "I'll see what I can find. Don't hold too high hopes." "All right, brother. I trust you." Lu Yong looked up at the unturned light in the upper floor, realizing its significance to him. It could potentially affect his return. Suddenly, Lu Chuan quipped, "You're not developing feelings for that classmate of yours, are you? It must be quite important." Lu Yong denied it. "Is she beautiful?" "Indeed she is." "Do you feel sorry for her, wanting to help her more?" "She truly is unfortunate. It's just her and her grandmother left." "Brother, you have no idea. She is so malnourished that I feel I could lift her with one hand." Lu Chuan chuckled on the other end. "Oh dear, my good brother. You're not falling for her, are you?" The sound of his sister-in-law chastising him echoed in the background. Lu Yong replied, "Thank you. You're truly a wonderful brother. Keep your son to yourself. I don't want him." After a brief conversation, the brothers ended the call. Lu Yong looked up again. The light upstairs had been turned off, indicating she had likely settled down for the night. Reflecting on Lu Chuan's words, he realized he could dismiss others' opinions. But his cousin understood people's psychology well. If his cousin suggested he liked Xia Youran, could it be true? Lu Yong stood up and left the community, unaware of the girl standing on the balcony, watching his retreating figure until he was out of sight before she returned to her room. "Lu Yong must feel a bit of affection for me too," Xia Youran mused, seated in the living room with a meal card on the table. Ji had remarked that one only shares the same meal card with her girlfriend. She picked up the card and gently pressed it against her heart. To pursue Lu Yong and to possess such a remarkable Lu Yong. The following day was Sunday. They had class in the morning and the afternoon off. In the final year, aside from a monthly day off, it was typically only half a day each week. Bai Jingru's gathering was scheduled for after lunch. Thus, many were expected to attend. Almost everyone from the class was going. After all, it was merely a meal. After class, Bai Jingru looked at Lu Yong. "Lu Yong, let's share a ride. My ankle isn't well." This was a subtle hint that perhaps Lu Yong could carry her like he had carried Xia Youran the day before. Lu Yong, busy packing his things, replied, I'll head over later. You go ahead. Ji cheerfully interjected, I haven't bought you a gift yet. Bai Jingru beamed, I told you, no gifts are necessary, but still cast a hopeful glance at Lu Yang. Lu Yang glanced at Ji, who was equally intrigued. What are you looking at? Finally, Bai Jingru quickly left with the others. When Xia Youran returned from the restroom, Lu Yang suggested, let us go to the bookstore. We agreed to buy some reference books today. Ji exclaimed, oh, have you prepared gifts? Didn't we say no gifts? Xia Youran asked, perplexed. She didn't want to spend money on a meal with people she wasn't close to, nor give gifts. At that moment, Lu Yang reassured her, oh, it's fine. I already know what I want to give. Ji curiously asked, what is it? We'll gift her something. Xia Youran will choose the books, and I'll buy them. Lu Yang said as he slung his bag over his shoulder, a beautiful future for her. The others behind him exclaimed, wow, what a profound gift. Qiao Ying linked her arm with Xia Youran, whispering, Lu Yang is definitely making an exception for you. In chapter 30, Lu Yang wouldn't give gifts to other girls. Xia Youran gazed at the two boys walking away, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I know. Qiao Ying was somewhat taken aback, surprised to behold the stark contrast between Xia Yuran's demeanor now and the way she had previously avoided eye contact when Lu Yang was mentioned. Yuran. Xia Youran turned her gaze towards her, still maintaining that pitiful expression, yet Qiao Ying sensed an undeniable shift in her aura. Perhaps it was the quality of her presence? Yuran, the letter that Lu Yang spoke of earlier, you wrote it, didn't you? Qiao Ying had been tormented by this thought for several days. Upon hearing Lu Yang mention that phrase, it had struck a familiar chord. Only later did she recall that when Lu Yang unexpectedly announced his retirement, many at their school had been abuzz with conversation. Some boys in their class had even snickered behind his back, claiming Lu Yang was past his prime, asserting that without competition, he was merely an ordinary male student. Nothing remarkable. At that time, Qiao Ying had thought their jealousy was glaringly obvious. Then she heard the usually indifferent Xia Youran pause her writing and softly remark, no matter how he appears, he will always shine brightly. From that moment, Qiao Ying surmised that Xia Youran likely harbored a secret affection for Lu Yang. Now, as Xia Yuran's cheeks flushed, she did not deny it, but merely nodded softly. This made Qiao Ying gasp in astonishment. Did she actually confess? Lu Yang and Ji Xiang had walked a few steps ahead when they turned back to see the two girls lagging behind. Aren't you coming? We're on our way, Qiao Ying exclaimed, hastily pulling Xia Youran along to catch up, whispering encouragement. If you like him, pursue it. I sense potential between you two. Xia Youran responded with another soft prompting Qiao Ying to feel an urge to scream in delight. However, the moment was not quite right for such exuberance. The quartet indeed ventured to the bookstore, where Lu Yang genuinely intended to purchase books. After assisting him with his studies for a while, Xia Youran realized that his academic performance was far better than she had anticipated. His foundation was quite solid. She even felt that he did not particularly need extra tutoring. However, she refrained from expressing this thought to Lu Yang, harboring a hint of selfishness. Ji Xiang and Qiao Ying decided they should not also buy books, so they wandered to a nearby boutique to search for suitable gifts. The boutique was filled with items favored by girls, such as accessories and attractive merchandise. Anything they might purchase would likely suffice. After selecting his books, Lu Yang turned to Xia Youran and said, choose a few for Bai Jingru as well. Let us get her a birthday gift. Upon hearing this, Xia Youran glanced at him, their profiles framed by a large floor-to-ceiling window. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating them both. The girl's pristine school uniform appeared slightly translucent, and the sunlight accentuated her pure and beautiful features. At a glance, Lu Yang couldn't help but think, wow, Xia Youran is genuinely stunning. What are you staring at? Lu Yang retreated a step, attempting to dampen his own enthusiasm, reminding himself that he might return to his former life one day. Do you really want to buy it? Can I just purchase it and give it to her? Xia Youran's voice carried her characteristic calmness, though it softened considerably in Lu Yang's presence. It was evident that her tone differed from how she spoke to her other classmates. Lu Yang hesitated, realizing that it might not be appropriate to arrive empty-handed. Xia Youran responded with a soft "oh," and then genuinely selected 2 sets of practice books. However, when it came time to pay, Lu Yang noticed her little hand reaching for the books, which she had placed in his possession. What are you doing? He inquired. Since we're giving them together, it's fine for me to pay, right? Xia Youran looked up at him, her dark eyes revealing nothing of her emotions. She was resolute in not allowing Lu Yang to gift anything to another girl, not even a workbook. Lu Yang exclaimed, then what should I give? You've come along with me, so consider it a joint gift, Xia Youran asserted confidently. The cashier observed the two of them, asking, have you two agreed on this? Will you be paying for these along with what this classmate has? Lu Yang, perplexed by Xia Yuran's thought process, recalled that she was quite financially constrained. Let me handle it. He reached for the books, but Xia Youran playfully hid them behind her back, insisting no. Lu Yang pointed out there are people waiting behind us. As several patrons began to gawk at them, Xia Youran's face flushed, yet she steadfastly refused to let Lu Yang pay. With an exasperated sigh, he conceded, "Fine, you pay then." He extended his payment code for the cashier to scan. After receiving his books, he stepped aside. Just as Xia Youran approached the cashier, satisfied, she took out her wallet from her backpack. Lu Yang, with his tall stature, casually offered his phone from the side. The cashier, interpreting the situation as a couple quarreling playfully, smiled as she scanned Lu Yang's phone. The payment was completed. Xia Youran turned to look at the sound, but was too late. Lu Yang, holding his books, declared, "Let us not obstruct those behind us." Xia Youran trailed behind him, clutching her backpack as they moved aside to allow the next customer to pay. Just as Lu Yang was about to suggest they find Ji Xiang and the others, the girl with the backpack called out, "Wait for me," and dashed back into the store. Lu Yang, carrying 2 bags of books, could only watch in astonishment as she hurried away. Moments later, she rejoined the line. Lu Yang's keen eyesight allowed him to clearly see that the 2 books in her possession were indeed the same ones he had just purchased. Arriving beside Xia Youran as she prepared to pay, she earnestly told the cashier, "I'll pay." The cashier appeared slightly awkward, replying, "All right, that will be 385. Xia Youran produced 2 20-yuan bills, and the cashier glanced at Lu Yang, who observed her buying 2 identical workbooks. "What are you doing?" he asked. Xia Youran shot him a glance, then stood beside him with her newly purchased books, reaching for the bag he had just paid for and handing him her new one. A gift for Bai Jingru. She then placed Lu Yang's purchase in her backpack and pulled out a bottle of AD calcium milk, offering it to him. "Want some?" Lu Yang was momentarily bewildered by her unexpected actions. "What are you trying to do?" he asked, casually poking a straw through the bottle and nudging it towards her, indicating she should drink. The girl obediently bit the straw, saying, "It's all the same anyway. You can just take it like this." In her mind, the items Lu Yang had bought were essentially gifts to herself. Lu Yang was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 31, it seemed that this girl had an inexplicable sense of possessiveness over him. Lu Yang was no fool. At first, Xia Yuran's actions had left him dumbfounded. But now he began to understand her intentions. He couldn't help but chuckle, watching as she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and then turned away in feigned guilt. "Let us go find Xiao Ying and the others." It was as if her earlier confidence had vanished. Carrying 2 bags of books, Lu Yang chose not to shatter her delicate facade, pondering instead how she would earn enough to cover the 30+ yuan spent on his behalf. In truth, Lu Yang had never been short of money, so he had little concept of its value. After all, 30 yuan was merely the cost of a couple of milk teas. However, the situation had changed. As Xia Youran pulled him toward the boutique, Lu Yang couldn't help but wonder what she had originally intended to do with that 30 yuan and how he had ended up giving it to her. Upon their arrival, Ji Xiang stood at the entrance, clutching a pink bag, while Xiao Ying was busy selecting from a myriad of hair accessories. Xiang, evidently accustomed to accompanying others on shopping trips, patiently advised Xiao Ying, "This pink one might suit you better if your skin tone is fairer. I think the blue one looked nice just now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying felt no anger. Instead, her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Ji Xiang. Your discerning eye is commendable, Brother Ji." Ji Xiang, with a hint of childish pride, straightened his back. "Having accompanied my sister and mother since childhood, and later my godmother on shopping trips, I have garnered considerable experience." Just then, Lu Yang and his companions arrived, catching the tail end of this exchange. Xiang, noticing Lu Yang, emphasized, "My godmother is none other than young Master Lu's mother. Yet he often loses patience and dashes off midway." The truth was that Lu Yang had always been too preoccupied to accompany his mother on shopping outings, given his hectic schedule. Thus, Ji Xiang's role as her godson was indeed significant. As Xiao Ying turned her attention to the approaching duo, she noted that they maintained a respectful distance, walking side by side, yet separated by the customary social space. "Brother Ji, if you were in a novel, you would certainly embody the essence of a genuine young master," she remarked earnestly. The other 3 exchanged puzzled glances, but Xiao Ying had no intention of elaborating. Instead, she brandished a pink hairpin in front of Xia Youran, declaring, "This suits you perfectly. I could tell at first glance." No girl could resist the allure of exquisite little trinkets. Lu Yang observed as Xia Youran reached out to accept the hairpin, only to be playfully nudged by Xiao Ying towards the mirror. It indeed suited her. The pink hue, which Lu Yang found somewhat juvenile, complemented Xia Yuran's inherently cool, fair complexion, which had appeared a bit sallow due to malnutrition. Yet it was still fitting. He watched as Xia Youran tried it on, then glanced at the price and decided to return the hairpin to its place. Xiao Ying blinked, expressing, "Consider this a token of gratitude for assisting me with my studies. My grades have improved. May I gift it to you? I shall purchase a blue one for myself, so we can match." She moved to retrieve the blue and pink hairpins, but was halted by Xia Yuran's gentle hand. No need. You already expressed your gratitude with those snacks last time. That's different, Xia Ying began, but the words faltered as she met Xia Yuran's clear, earnest gaze. She understood that Xia Youran possessed a strong sense of pride and was quite sensitive. With a resigned sigh, Xia Ying relented. All right, I shall forego it. Let us move on, casting a wistful glance at the hairpin before turning to leave with Xia Youran. Jixiang opened his mouth to say something, but was restrained by Lu Yang. Once the two girls had distanced themselves, Lu Yang glanced at the pink hairpin and decided to purchase it. Jixiang clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "You didn't mention that earlier. If you pursue someone like that, how will you ever succeed?" Jixiang picked up both hairpins to pay for them, with Lu Yang striding behind him. As the two girls turned around, Xia Ying inquired, "Where's Brother Ji?" "He went to the restroom," Lu Yang replied without missing a beat. Just then, Jixiang's phone vibrated. He had sent a payment confirmation image. The two hairpins totaled 120. No wonder Xia Youran hesitated. Lu Yang transferred 250 yuan to Jixiang in return for the cheeky middle finger emoji that Jixiang sent him, followed by an immediate acceptance of the payment. Quite typical of Jixiang. The journey to their dining destination required a vehicle. Jixiang took the front seat while Lu Yang and the two girls sat in the back, with Xia Youran positioned between them. Lu Yang found it rather absurd. He was more robust than Jixiang, yet the latter dashed into the car like a monkey. Jixiang glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that Xia Yuran's arm was brushing against Lu Yang's. "Ah, I truly am a good brother," he mused. His phone buzzed with a message from Bai Jingru, inquiring about their arrival time. Jixiang felt a momentary pang of sympathy for the lovely Bai, lamenting that his brother's mind was now wholly consumed by Xia Youran, though he would never admit it. This sentiment was apparent to anyone who wasn't blind. Upon disembarking, Jixiang handed the hairpins to Lu Yang, who only took the pink one, leaving the other untouched. Jixiang raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What does this mean? I reckon the young lady desires a matching set." Lu Yang responded, "Oh, this one is for Xia Youran. You should gift the other to Xia Ying to foster your friendship. If you were a tad more cunning, you could even sell it to her for a profit. After all, if he gifted one to Xia Ying, Xia Youran might feel compelled to buy one herself." It dawned on him that this young lady seemed to possess an inexplicable sense of possessiveness towards him. Meanwhile, Jixiang watched Lu Yang place the box in his bag. Bewildered. "Are you seriously spending 250 yuan on a single hairpin? You could just give it to Xia Ying." Lu Yang looked at him with a sense of wonder. "It only dawned on me after you mentioned it. I've never truly accompanied my mother on shopping trips. Consider this a gesture of thanks." With that, he walked away. Jixiang exclaimed in disbelief, "You're thanking me with 250 yuan? You're truly something else." Lu Yang had already entered the private room, where two large tables awaited them, filled with familiar classmates, most still clad in their school uniforms. In the center, Bai Jingru, wearing a short skirt, stood out prominently. She had been eagerly watching the entrance and smiled brightly upon seeing Lu Yang. "You've arrived." Xia Ying, who harbored an aversion to Bai Jingru, finding her overly pretentious, still offered her a casually purchased gift. "Happy birthday." Bai Jingru graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you, Xia Ying. I mentioned that gifts were unnecessary. Your presence is enough." A classmate chimed in, "We can't just come and eat for free." "Exactly, we should at least bring something." Zhang Bo, seated nearby, noticed Xia Youran empty-handed and deliberately remarked, "Xia Youran, you didn't forget to bring a gift, did you?" Chapter 32. Xia Youran felt an unusual weight on her back, never having carried such a heavy burden before. Zhang Bo's comment drew everyone's attention towards her. Many in the class were aware of Xia Yuran's less-than-favorable family situation. Su Jiao interjected, "Oh, Bai Jingru said gifts weren't necessary." "Yes, indeed. Is everyone here? I am Stadovan." Xia Ying shot a glare at Zhang Bo, thinking him truly shameless. Bai Jingru extended her hand towards Xia Youran, saying, "It's all right." Just then, Lu Yang deftly dropped a book from above, landing it perfectly between Xia Youran and the two girls, effectively blocking Bai Jingru's attempt to grasp Xia Yuran's hand. "This is a gift from Xia Youran." Bai Jingru's hand froze mid-motion as she turned to Lu Yang. "You really didn't have to do that. Just give your gift to Xia Youran. I genuinely don't mind." "No, this is genuinely from her. Look at the bookstore's packaging. It doesn't resemble something I would buy," Lu Yang asserted as he nudged the book forward. Bai Jingru had no choice but to accept it. "I wish you a beautiful future," Lu Yang declared with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Xia Youran couldn't help but glance at him, thinking, "That isn't something I would say." Although her emotional intelligence was not particularly high, she was certainly not so thoughtless as to gift someone exercises on their birthday. Bai Jingru's expression turned perplexed as she stared at the book in her hands, even more confused. Jixiang, nearby, struggled to contain his laughter, while the surrounding classmates displayed expressions of bewilderment, some gazing at Xia Youran with a mix of admiration and awe. No wonder she is the top of the grade. What awareness, Xia Youran thought, This weight on my back is unprecedented. I have never carried such a heavy burden before. At this moment, Ji Xiang also presented his gift. Beautiful lady, happy birthday. Bai Jingru accepted Ji Xiang's gift, feeling a sense of relief. Thank you, Brother Ji. She then turned to Lu Yang with a smile. Lu Yang, where's my gift? Her tone carried an added layer of expectation and intimacy. However, Lu Yang was already preparing to sit down, scanning the room for an appropriate spot. Upon hearing her question, he turned, puzzled. Didn't you say gifts were unnecessary? I didn't prepare anything. Showing beside Xia Youran bit her lip, desperately trying to stifle a laugh. Why had she never realized that Lu Yang was such a master at dealing with green tea bitches and white lotus flowers? It was utterly amusing. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room had grown somewhat tense. Bai Jingru glanced at the other bag in his hand. This is my practice book, chosen for me by Xia Youran. Lu Yang cast a quick look at the book he held. Surely she didn't want it too? Hearing this, Bai Jingru broke into a smile. Are we going to do the same exercises then? At this juncture, Xia Youran interjected. Not quite. Your exercises are different. She had deliberately avoided selecting the same ones. Li Lu cleared his throat a few times. Well, I'm really hungry. Then everyone should take their seats. I'll call the manager to serve the dishes. Bai Jingru genuinely felt that today, in her 18 years, was the most awkward day. Although she couldn't pinpoint the cause of her embarrassment, it was undeniably present. The thought of confessing to Lu Yang had faded, as at this age, one still cared about face. Previously, she had considered confessing publicly, but given the current dynamics between Lu Yang and Xia Youran, she certainly did not wish to humiliate herself in front of everyone. Soon, everyone settled down, with Lu Yang sitting next to Xia Youran, while he pulled Ji Xiang to sit on his other side, fearing that Bai Jingru would choose to sit beside him. Bai Jingru observed that Lu Yang was flanked by people on both sides and ultimately had to take a seat opposite him. Fortunately, the atmosphere during the meal was quite lively. Lu Yang was indeed hungry and approached his food with great seriousness. Meanwhile, Xia Youran paid attention to which dishes Lu Yang enjoyed, attempting to remember the flavors, perhaps hoping to recreate them herself. After the meal, it was time to sing the birthday song and enjoy the birthday cake. As they were in their senior year, the arrangements were not overly boisterous. The singing and cake-cutting proceeded smoothly. Everyone who attended brought gifts, except for Lu Yang. Many cast furtive glances at him, yet he remained entirely unfazed. He had initially intended to gift some exercises, but with Xia Youran's impressive display, he decided against it. He was thick-skinned and had not wished to attend in the first place. Xia Youran, unable to contain herself, whispered, "Aren't you going to give a gift?" At that moment, Bai Jingru was surrounded as they cut the cake. Lu Yang and Xia Youran sat to the side, relatively unbothered. Lu Yang glanced at her. "Didn't you take it?" Xia Youran, feeling guilty, bit her lip. I can go out and buy you another one to give. However, it would be your purchase, presented as a gift from Lu Yang. She was somewhat concerned about this. Lu Yang responded, "She said it wasn't necessary, so never mind. It's sweltering outside." Xia Yuran's eyes brightened. Lu Yang noticed and smiled. "Hand me your backpack." Xia Youran, puzzled but compliant, handed it to him. Lu Yang opened her backpack, retrieved the bag of books, and casually flipped through it, just as Qiuing called out to Xia Youran. As she turned to respond, Lu Yang swiftly tossed a hairpin into her bag. By the time Xia Youran returned, holding the cake, Lu Yang had zipped her backpack back up and set it aside. He looked up to see her approach with 2 slices of cake. The larger piece presented to him with a smile. "This one is for you. It even has a cherry on top." Lu Yang's heart raced uncontrollably, and his hand, resting by his side, moved slightly. The girl's innocent and beautiful smile was captivating. He had been trying to convince himself that if he repeated something often enough, it might just come true. Yet, a falsehood remained false. It was akin to how Lu Yang had denied countless times that he felt differently about Xia Youran, despite the truth of their repeated assertions that he indeed held a unique sentiment for her. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, and only he knew whether his heart stirred or not. Lu Yang reached for the smaller piece of cake. "I can't eat anymore. You have it." Xia Youran blinked, and obediently settled beside him to enjoy the cake. Bai Jingru, holding the most exquisite piece of cake, turned to see Lu Yang quietly conversing with Xia Youran. Their serene demeanor on the sofa painted a harmonious picture. She quickly glanced at her own cake, feeling as though she had missed her chance. Xiang, enjoying his piece of cake, glanced between Bai Jingru and Lu Yang, silently expressing his thoughts. Ultimately, Bai Jingru faltered, despite her initial intention to confess. She ended up saying nothing. In their senior year, they had only one afternoon off, and after the meal, they all returned to school. Only Xia Youran made a detour home to visit her grandmother. Upon arriving, she opened her backpack to retrieve her books and was taken aback upon finding the pink hairpin. She picked it up, finding no note, only a neatly packaged hairpin nestled alongside the practice book Lu Yang had bought. At that moment, Lu Yong sat at his desk in class, his phone vibrating a few times. Chapter 33. Didn't you say you weren't going to date? Lu Yong glanced at the message from Xia Youran, asking if he would like her to bring him some sweet soup that her grandmother had made. The accompanying cute emoji was particularly endearing. Lu Yong did indeed have a larger appetite than the average boy. He rubbed his stomach and replied affirmatively. He also reminded her, "Don't be late for school." She responded with an okay emoji. Bai Jingru, having changed her clothes, approached him, standing beside his desk. Lu Yong. He looked up. "What is up?" Bai Jingru hesitated. "I'm shamelessly asking for a birthday gift. Could you accompany me to the supermarket to buy an ice cream? Just one ice cream." She gazed at him quietly as she spoke. Lu Yong, holding his phone, kept his eyes down. Eventually, he stood up, deciding he should clarify things with her. Although Bai Jingru's confession from her past carried a hint of deceit, her 4 years of pursuit had been genuine. Lu Yong regarded her as a rather wonderful girl. Unfortunately, the world is full of good girls, and the matter of affection is not something that can be controlled. As they walked out of the classroom, the evening sun painted the clouds in shades of red. Bai Jingru observed Lu Yang's tall figure, recalling how she had become curious about him after learning that there was a boxer at their school, leading her to search for his name and ultimately discovering Lu Yang's face. She had even attended a few of his matches. The boy in the ring exuded a certain charm. Liking someone seemed to require no special reason. Bai Jingru softly spoke to his back. "Lu Yong, I've watched many of your matches. Whenever there was a match during a holiday, I went to see it, and if I couldn't be there in person, I watched the replays." Lu Yang's footsteps did not falter. Had the 18-year-old Lu Yong heard someone mention the matches, he might have felt differently. But the present-day Lu Yong simply replied, "Thank you." "Lu Yong, didn't you ever suspect that the letter was from me? Did you really not sense how I felt about you at all?" Her voice trembled slightly. Lu Yang's steps finally halted. Ahead lay the playground, where students engaged in sports training and others strolled by. Occasionally, passers-by cast glances at them. Lu Yong turned to face Bai Jingru. Indeed, she was a beautiful girl, and her family was quite well off, with very open-minded parents. However, a sense of regret filled Lu Yang's eyes. He simply did not harbor feelings for her. In fact, as he looked at Bai Jingru, his mind flashed to Xia Youran, the one who lay in a pool of blood and the one who smiled at him under the sun. Lu Yong sighed, uncertain why she had chosen this moment to express her feelings. Yet his answer remained unchanged. "I'm sorry, but you should be able to sense many things. My attitude should be quite clear, right? As for that letter, don't believe what Ji Xiong said. It wasn't a love letter, and I already know who wrote it." Bai Jingru's eyes were slightly reddened. "Yet I genuinely composed a love letter for you, along with the phrase you mentioned." Lu Yong felt a sense of disorientation. Had it not been for a sudden whim that day, he would have never laid eyes on that letter. This implies that perhaps Bai Jingru was not lying after all. She may have indeed penned similar sentiments in her own love letter, regrettably left unread by him. As Lu Yong gazed at her, he simply stated, "I'm truly sorry. But whether that letter exists or not, my answer remains unchanged. I do not harbor any affection for that letter, and I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Who writes letters to express affection? What a foolish endeavor. Does he even like her?" Nevertheless, he would still extend assistance to the author of that letter, as that is the kind of person Lu Yong is. Thus, he found himself offering help to Xia Youran repeatedly. Is there truly no opportunity left? In matters of the heart, perhaps we should spend more time together. Bai Jingru, evidently unwilling to accept defeat, implored, "Lu Yong, may I request another birthday gift? Perhaps you could be my boyfriend for a week, or at least 5 days." "No." Lu Yong replied curtly, "I'm off to buy you ice cream." His blunt refusal left Bai Jingru puzzled. "I don't understand what you're thinking. Life is neither a drama nor a novel. I don't appreciate the notion of pretending to be a boyfriend for a few days. It's rather pathetic." With that, Lu Yong turned on his heel and walked away. Bai Jingru quickly wiped her tears, watching his retreating figure grow ever more distant. She forced a smile, whispering, "Happy 18th birthday, Bai Jingru." The bravery she exhibited at 18 ultimately concluded without a perfect resolution, yet her courage was undeniably real. Lu Yong headed to the supermarket, purchasing a large bag of ice cream, noting that Bai Jingru had not followed him. Unsure of her preferences, he opted to buy an assortment, intending to let her choose, while the remainder could be shared with their classmates. However, thoughts of Xia Youran prompted him to extract a box of strawberry chocolate ice cream, as this girl was sensitive and attentive to certain details. At that moment, Lu Yong remained oblivious to how instinctively he acted with her in mind. Upon arriving at the classroom, Xia Youran was already there. She spotted Lu Yong passing by the window and, with a happy demeanor, turned to see him approach Bai Jingru with a large bag in hand. "Happy birthday. Choose what you like, and share the rest with your classmates." The sound of the hefty bag thudding onto the table caught Bai Jingru off guard. Her eyes widened as she beheld the ice cream on her desk. Then she looked up at Lu Yong, who had already returned to his seat. Curious classmates observed the exchange, and those close to Bai Jingru urged, hurry and choose Jingru, or the ice cream will melt. Lu Yang is truly generous. They chuckled. As Lu Yang settled into his seat, his classmate Ji Xiang leaned in to inquire. Didn't she just come back crying? Yes, Lu Yang replied. We exchanged some words. I turned her down, and at present, I have no other plans. She expressed a desire for ice cream as a birthday gift, so I want to get some. Understanding Ji Xiang's nature, Lu Yang spoke candidly. Xia Youran, who had been listening with her head bowed, glanced down at the thermos in her hands. Oh, so that means you can't confess. Yet, Lu Yang had just bought by Jingru a large bag of ice cream. With a gentle nudge, Lu Yang tapped the person in front of him, asking, where's my sweet soup? Xia Yuran's hairpin was a gift from Lu Yang. He stared at it, finding it quite lovely. The pink hue was not unappealing. Xia Youran did not turn to him, but instead muttered, aren't you going to eat any ice cream? At that moment, Ji Xiang, having secured his ice cream, chimed in, do you guys want some? Bai Jingru also approached with her bag. Do you want some? Although she felt genuinely saddened by the rejection, it was not enough to warrant tears. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yang, she felt the urge to cry again, but she held back. Xiao Ying reached for one, asking Xia Youran, you want this? Xia Youran shook her head. Lu Yang stood up, leaning over to take the pastel green thermos from her hands. This is for my grandma. He then placed the strawberry chocolate ice cream he had specifically bought for her on her desk, asserting, you don't need it. You already have some. Bai Jingru felt even more aggrieved. Didn't you say you weren't dating? Chapter 34. She cherished this small kindness, reluctant to leave school prematurely. Xia Youran stared at the additional bag of ice cream on her desk, momentarily taken aback. Ji Xiang, nearby, murmured in astonishment, retracting his previous claim that Lu Yang was not the type to pursue someone. Wasn't he doing just that? Bai Jingru, with pursed lips, turned away, clutching her own large bag of ice cream. The contrast was stark, amplifying her sorrow. Amidst the distant sounds of classmates expressing their thanks, Xia Youran turned her gaze toward Lu Yang. He was opening his thermos, enjoying sweet soup, a simple concoction of silver fungus and red dates, perfect for the weather, still warm. It seemed that his grandmother was in good spirits today, able to prepare sweet soup herself. Lu Yang recalled what his mother had mentioned. Their landlord would soon be telling Xia Youran that they had to move. With this thought, Lu Yang's mood brightened. As he savored his soup, he noticed Xia Youran gazing at him silently. Your ice cream is going to melt, he remarked. Aren't you going to eat it? Xia Youran asked, noticing that he had nothing on his desk but sweet soup. Yes, he replied, but you brought me sweet soup, right? I can't eat anymore. I only have one strawberry chocolate. He gestured at her desk, indicating it's right there. It wasn't he that the supermarket only had one strawberry chocolate. Rather, Lu Yang had chosen to take just that one. That was more than sufficient, at least for Xia Youran. Her lips curled into a slight smile as she softly said, thank you, Lu Yang. I really like it. Whether it was the hairpin or the ice cream he bought just for her. Lu Yang's lips seemed to lift as if drawn by an invisible string. Nearby, Ji Xiang couldn't help but scoff internally. And you call that not liking her? What a joke. At that moment, Xiao Ying finally noticed the hairpin atop Xia Yuran's head. With a cheerful exclamation, she pointed at her own hairpin, asking, yours is also from Jiga? She then turned to Ji Xiang with a smile. Jiga, now I understand why you had a girlfriend before. Had a girlfriend? Ji Xiang bit into his ice cream, retorting, thanks for that. Keep talking, and I want my hairpin back. Xiao Ying promptly turned away, retreating into her own world. Xia Youran gazed at the blue hairpin atop her head, realizing that Xiao Ying's was a gift from Ji Xiang, while hers was bestowed by Lu Yang. Uniquely hers, her spirits lifted, and she even began to comprehend Lu Yang's gesture of buying ice cream as a birthday gift for Bai Jingru. He had included everyone, but hers was one of a kind. In no time, Xia Youran had cheered herself up. During evening self-study, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was present. Instead of sitting in the classroom, he called students one by one to his office. Lu Yang knew it was to encourage discussions and casually inquire about their aspirations. This had happened in the past as well, particularly after Xia Yuran's incident, albeit a considerable time had passed since then. This time, with no incidents occurring. Many matters were addressed sooner. Lu Yang was among the first called. His grades in the opening exams had not been stellar. Now, seated across from Mr. Zhou, he met the kind gaze of the middle-aged man, who smiled and asked, Lu Yang, how's your back feeling? Better? Referring to the excuse he had used when accompanying Xia Youran to the hospital days earlier. Lu Yang felt a twinge of guilt but smiled. I'm fine, teacher. It's nothing serious. Mr. Zhou expressed further concern before asking, so, do you have any particular university in mind for your future? With a smile, Mr. Zhou added, this is just a casual chat. Please don't feel pressured. In his previous life, Lu Yang's performance in the college entrance examination was not particularly dismal. His parents had secured an exceptional tutor whose efforts elevated his grades to the point of admission to a prestigious institution, where he chose to major in management. Despite his lack of passion for the field, he felt compelled to comply with familial expectations, particularly since his cousin had become a police officer and both his uncle and father were keeping a close watch on him. At that time, Lu Yang was rather indifferent, lacking any strong aspirations about his future, which led him to obediently follow the family's wishes regarding his major. When he heard teacher Zhou's straightforward remark, suggesting that it depended on what his family said, he merely shrugged, admitting his lack of strong opinions. Teacher Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Children of this age typically resist parental guidance, so why was Lu Yang an exception? You truly have no thoughts on the matter? She inquired. Lu Yang, having just graduated in his former life without finding his direction, sighed heavily. I lack ambition. Very well. Teacher Zhou waved her hand dismissively, but you must improve your grades. Otherwise, your options for schools will be limited. Concern laced her voice. Lu Yang nodded, understood, chair. As he prepared to leave, Teacher Zhou asked him to summon Xia Youran, remarking that she was also being troublesome. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yang hesitated, glancing back at Teacher Zhou. What is going on with her? Teacher Zhou looked up. Who? Youran? I have secured her a recommendation slot. She had previously agreed, yet now she suddenly refuses. I am at a loss regarding her intentions. Every year, the school typically had 2 or 3 slots for recommendations, and although this year's had yet to be announced, past patterns suggested there would likely be no surprises. Xia Youran had consistently ranked first in her grade since her enrollment. Her claim to one of these slots should have faced no objections. However, Lu Yang was taken aback by her unexpected refusal, furrowing his brow in confusion. Teacher Zhou, mirroring his concern, gestured for him to step out and call for her. Upon returning to class, Lu Yang gently tapped her shoulder. The teacher is looking for you. It was not until the end of their evening study session that Xia Youran returned, appearing unremarkable and still packing up to leave promptly after class. Lu Yang walked alongside her, unable to restrain his curiosity as they exited the school gate. Why did you decline the recommendation? Surprised, Xia Youran turned to him. How did you find out? Lu Yang fixed his gaze on her. I know, but why? She regarded him thoughtfully. What reason could there be? If I secured the recommendation, I wouldn't have a reason to return to school. Initially, she had deemed this advantageous, as it would allow her to find work and earn some money sooner, and even help her grandmother adapt to life at university. But now, everything had changed. She had Lu Yang. His kindness had ensnared her, and she was reluctant to leave school prematurely, fearing their paths would diverge once they entered university. Xia Youran? Lu Yang frowned, noticing her lost in thought, and called her name. She seemed to snap back to reality, smiling softly, because I suddenly wished to take the college entrance examination. She stated earnestly, I believe I can perform exceptionally well. But would it be much easier if you didn't have to take the exam? He countered. Not taking it means less time with you, she replied without hesitation. Chapter 35. Beauty in adversity is not always a blessing. The girl's sincere eyes locked with Lu Yang's. He maintained her gaze for a moment before gently averting his eyes, perplexed by her reasoning. Isn't there a saying that temporary separations lead to better reunions? He turned and walked toward the bus station, adding, however, I heard this year that the rewards for the top 10 in the entrance exam are significant. Best of luck. Top 10? She echoed, confused, but in previous years, it was only the top 3. That has changed this year. How do you know? Because I plan to ask my father to sponsor it. Lu Yang thought to himself, fully aware that Xia Yuran's current situation demanded financial support. He couldn't provide it directly, but he knew there were ways to assist her. With her capabilities, she should easily place in the top 10, allowing her university experience to be less burdensome. That evening, Lu Yang returned home only after finishing his tutoring session, as usual, waiting until he saw the lights in her house turn off before he left. When he arrived home, his mother, Zheng Hui, was applying a facial mask. Son, you're back. I've sorted out your classmate's situation. It will be resolved in a few days. I've devised a better plan. I told the landlord to inform that girl that the rental is no longer available. But the landlord's friend has a place, and she can move in directly. Your classmate should find that more believable than your introduction, right? As she peeled off the mask and glanced at Lu Yang, she added, Oh, I asked around, and that girl is quite beautiful. Lu Yang sat on the sofa and said, Thanks, Mom. She's indeed pretty. Oh, I'm tempted to see her myself. You've been in sports class? Surrounded mostly by boys, there haven't been many pretty girls around. By the way, after the midterm or final exams, don't you have a parent-teacher meeting? Zheng Hui said, her enthusiasm palpable. Lu Yang rolled his eyes. Mom, I'm only 18. You'd think I was much older. But you wouldn't understand this. At your age, when girls like you, their feelings are genuine. Once you enter society, the considerations will be more complex. However, we're not lacking in options, so it's not urgent. Lu Yang was disinterested in his mother's musings, knowing she was eager for him to marry and provide her with a grandchild. He grabbed his bag. I'm going to bed. Let me know when she agrees. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Yang turned to his mother. You're not going to meet that friend of the landlord personally, are you? And which house are we talking about? Zheng Hui chuckled, nodding. Of course I will go. The house is in Baiyun Garden, close to your high school, the one your father bought for you. Mom, you should send someone else. Otherwise, you won't be able to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Lu Yang warned her, don't do this. I just want to help her. You've heard about her family's difficulties, right? Don't add pressure on her. Zheng Hui sighed, acknowledging, all right, I'll ask your father's assistant to go instead. Lu Yang finally felt a sense of relief and retreated to his bedroom. Zheng Hui watched her son's retreating figure, pondering that he seemed oblivious to the situation. He was merely trying to help, yet there were so many others he could assist. She felt compelled to visit that girl herself, fearing her son might misjudge her. That night, Lu Yang experienced another dream, one he had grown accustomed to since returning. However, this time, the girl who fell bore the hairpin he had gifted her, her voice trembling as she cried, Lu Yang, save me. This time, Lu Yang grasped her hand, but someone struck his wrist from behind with a stick. The sound of bone breaking accompanied by excruciating pain. The girl's desperate cries faded away. Lu Yang jolted awake, cursing, damn it. Just when I thought I was getting used to these dreams, they've taken a new turn. Who was the person behind him? He clenched his uninjured wrist, brows furrowed in concern. Although he could not articulate it, his dreams often felt prophetic. Exhaling deeply, Lu Yang hoped he wouldn't discover the identity of the person behind him. In the following days, their study routine intensified. On Thursday afternoon, Xia Youran informed Lu Yang, we might have to move. Lu Yang looked at her. What is happening? He couldn't shake the feeling that after nearly a month of nurturing her, her complexion had improved slightly. Xia Youran explained, the landlord of the previous house suddenly decided not to rent it anymore, so I found a new place. Lu Yang smiled. Where's the new house? It's not far, is it? Not far, still in the same neighborhood. Summer Youran had just finished speaking when Lu Yang's expression froze, his mind filled with question marks. Huh? Still in the original neighborhood? This is not what we agreed upon. Summer Youran nodded, her delicate face slightly furrowed. The landlord mentioned that his friend had a house for rent. But upon seeing that man, the landlord treated him with great respect. He said the property is in Baiyun community, which felt off to me, so I declined. Lu Yang thought to himself, this is excellent. She is quite cautious, something I had not anticipated. Ji Xiang, who had been eavesdropping with his head resting on the table, suddenly exclaimed, so vigilant. He recalled past encounters with individuals who advertised exceptionally good apartments for rent, which often turned out to be either problematic properties or dubious individuals. Summer Youran spoke in a calm tone, but the two boys gazed at her exceedingly beautiful face as if they understood. Beauty in a destitute environment is not necessarily a blessing. Her ability to speak of such matters so nonchalantly suggested she had likely faced similar situations before. However, Lu Yang could not allow her to continue living there. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, he glanced at Ji Xiang and remarked, your previous community wasn't exactly safe either. By the way, Ji Xiang, didn't you mention that your aunt has a small apartment available for rent? Yi Xiang replied. Nonsense. His aunt lives 10,000 miles away. Yet, he looked at Lu Yang and nodded. Hey, Youran, why don't you rent my aunt's place? It's just sitting empty, right? How big is it? He turned to Lu Yang. Lu Yang reminded un perturbet. It's a one-bedroom apartment. But didn't you say it was too small to rent out? Ji Xiang nodded. Exactly. So are you interested? I can rent it to you at a lower price. Honestly, having it sit empty is a waste. If I rent it out, I could earn a bit of pocket money. My aunt said I should find someone to rent it. Otherwise, it'll just remain vacant. You could pay me a couple hundred, and that's fine. But utilities are not included, okay? Ji Xiang's candidness made Summer Youran, who had been somewhat skeptical, withdraw her doubtful expression. Isn't that inappropriate? She questioned. What is wrong with that? Tomorrow afternoon, let us all go take a look together. Really, having it empty is pointless. If you're not satisfied, you can always check out Brother Yang's place. He has plenty of options. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at Summer Youran. Are you interested in going? She pursed her lips and replied, let us check out Ji Xiang's place first. Chapter 36. Is it difficult to fall for Summer Youran? Summer Youran had relented, and Ji Xiang pulled Lu Yang outside, whispering, what is wrong with you? Where am I supposed to find a house? You know my dad isn't like yours. His hobby is buying properties. I do have one, Lu Yang replied, as Ji Xiang playfully swatted him. This kid had recently been pressured by his father to quit smoking, and it seemed he was craving it again. Ji Xiang sighed and withdrew his hand, pulling out 2 candies, offering one to Lu Yang. Initially refusing, Lu Yang glanced at the strawberry flavor and took it, though he didn't unwrap it. Why not just say it's yours? Doing good deeds anonymously? Ji Xiang mumbled, his voice slightly muffled by the candy. Lu Yang asked, haven't you ever liked someone? If you're in a difficult position and need help from someone you like, wouldn't that hurt? At this age, feelings can be quite sensitive. Ji Xiang immediately nodded. It's painful, but if it's about a house, it's even worse. Wait a minute, he looked at Lu Yang. You know she likes you. And yet you're acting like this. A scoundrel. Lu Yang was taken aback. Me? A scoundrel? The school bell rang. Ji Xiang glanced at the candy wrapper in his hand. Puzzled. Isn't this lemon-flavored? Why does it taste a bit sour? He looked at Lu Yang and continued. You know she has feelings for you. Yet you don't refuse her kindness, and you treat her well, but then claim you don't like her. Isn't that leading her on? Scoundrel. We can't be scoundrels. After giving him a light shove, Ji Xiang turned and entered the classroom as the teacher arrived. Lu Yang stood there, staring at the candy in his hand. Summer Youran enjoyed sweets. Could this truly be classified as scoundrel behavior? Should he halt his kindness towards her? He couldn't afford to send her mixed signals. Initially, he had merely sought an excuse to follow her, aiming to understand the reason behind her attempted jump. When had his intentions shifted, Summer Youran sensed something was amiss with Lu Yang. It was hard to articulate. He seemed the same as before, yet felt a bit more distant from her. Previously, she could distinctly feel Lu Yang's different attitude toward her, but now it seemed he was intentionally creating space between them. Nevertheless, Lu Yang accompanied her to view the apartment on Friday afternoon. Naturally, he would go along. The apartment was his. Xia Youran also joined in the excitement. Lu Yang had given the keys to Ji Xiang beforehand. Ji Xiang opened the door, saying, "Feel free to look around." The small one-bedroom apartment came with a kitchen and a little balcony, situated on a good floor with ample natural light, tidy and cozy, equipped with all the essentials. Xia Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly a dream apartment. She linked arms with Summer Youran. "And this neighborhood is so close to our school. Youran, you can visit your grandmother during lunchtime." Among the four, only Ji Xiang was unaware of the grandmother's illness. Curiously asking, "Why do you need to go back to see your grandmother?" Lu Yang tugged at his collar. "Shut up." Summer Youran chuckled lightly, casually replying, "My grandmother has Alzheimer's disease and experiences episodes. She needs to take her medication on time." Ji Xiang fell silent. Having learned a bit about Summer Youran's circumstances, he knew she had only her grandmother left. With an apologetic tone, he said, "I'm sorry. What do you think of this place? Is 500 yuan a month acceptable? After all, if the person next to him could move in without charge, he wouldn't mind at all." Xia Youran and Summer Youran exchanged surprised glances. 500? How is that any different from free? Xia Youran exclaimed. This place would normally rent for over 2,000, right? Honestly, I'll be straightforward with you. My aunt is a bit superstitious. She thinks it's bad to leave the house empty, but doesn't want to rent it to strangers. I told her that Youran is a top student and a young lady, and my aunt insisted on renting it to you. You can pay whatever you want, even just a couple hundred. For 500, I'll include utilities and everything. I just want to earn a little on the side, Ji Xiang said. His expression animated and his words refreshingly candid. If Lu Yang hadn't known it was all a ruse, he might have been convinced. Thus, Xia Youran and Summer Youran were also persuaded. In the end, it really was 500 a month, with all utilities included. Ji Xiang had brought the contract, and once signed, she could move in the next day. Tomorrow afternoon, since it's self-study time, I'll ask Brother Yang to take a day off to help you move. Ji Xiang said, handing a pen to Summer Youran. Yet, Summer Youran still felt it was somewhat surreal. If it had been someone else, she would have certainly suspected it was a scam. However, as she held the pen and glanced at Lu Yang standing next to Ji Xiang, she reached out, took the pen, signed her name, and said, "Thank you, Ji Xiang." "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. I'll be getting an extra 500 a month." Ji Xiang chuckled. "That 500 is from Lu Yang." Lu Yang sighed in relief upon seeing her sign. Finally, she would be moving out. Xia Youran joyfully twirled around the apartment with Summer Youran. Ji Xiang chimed in. "This place is furnished and equipped. You've really outdone yourself." "It's all thanks to my mom as preparations," Lu Yang added, lowering his voice. Ji Xiang glanced at the two girls who had rushed to the balcony and whispered, "Lu Yang, to be honest, if you don't like her, you shouldn't treat her this well. How will she find a boyfriend in the future? Having liked such a wonderful guy, how will she find someone else?" Lu Yang remained silent, casting a glance at Ji Xiang. "Dude, we're in our senior year. Is finding a girlfriend all you think about? No wonder my godmother calls you a blockhead." Ji Xiang, speechless, suddenly turned to Summer Youran and asked, "You really don't like him?" "I'll pursue her." Before he could finish his words, Lu Yang had already grasped his throat, admonishing, "You're graduating soon and heading abroad. Don't hinder her studies." Ji Xiang hurriedly reached out to pull his arm, exclaiming, "No, Dad, I was just being cheeky." Once Lu Yang released him, Ji Xiang mumbled, "Can you really protect her for a lifetime?" Lu Yang clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding Ji Xiang increasingly bothersome. "Why couldn't I? If I wished, I could easily safeguard someone like Xia Youran," he retorted, but he pondered, when would he return? Would there still be a Lu Yang in this world? Or had that vanished too? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became with Ji Xiang, giving him another light tap on the head. Ji Xiang covered his head, exclaiming, "You better not be crazy. I'm telling you, Lu Yang." The two girls nearby turned to look at the commotion. The sunlight illuminated their faces, their uniforms, and smiles more radiant than the sun outside. As long as I'm here, I can protect her. Ji-seong turned to him in astonishment. Lu Yang, you can't really be falling for her, can you? He had initially thought it was just Lu Yang playing the savior. What do his words mean? Is it really that difficult to like Xia Youran? Lu Yang kontret. Ji-seong gazed at Xia Yuran's face, falling silent for a moment. Not all. Chapter 37. A pure love warrior by my side? The following day was Saturday, and the three of them indeed took a leave of absence in the afternoon to help Xia Youran move. Xiaoying also wanted to take a leave, but her family refused, so she could only say she would meet them after school. Xia Youran didn't have much to move. She had already packed her things, and their visit was merely to assist in carrying them down. This was Ji-seong's first time at Xia Yuran's home, and he quickly understood Lu Yang's intentions. Today, Grandma had an episode and didn't recognize anyone, even asking Xia Youran warily several times, "Who are you?" Yet she was quite affectionate towards Lu Yang, holding his hand and repeatedly thanking him, even calling him a good boy. Initially, they had planned for Xia Youran to accompany her grandmother while helping with the move, but it ended up with Xia Youran and Ji-seong moving things, while Lu Yang stayed with Grandma. They hopped into a small truck they had called, as they didn't have much to transport. On the way, Ji-seong scrutinized Lu Yang's face, perplexed. "Wait, I've always been more likable than you." He simply couldn't fathom why the old lady favored Lu Yang so much. Lu Yang chuckled. "It's because you lack the charm of flattery." When Xia Youran offered them water, she casually remarked, "Perhaps it's because Grandma went missing once, and it was Lu Yang who helped her, right?" Both Lu Yang and Ji-seong turned to her, with Lu Yang's eyes widening in surprise. When did that happen? He genuinely had no recollection. However, he did remember Grandma mentioning she had wandered off during an episode before. That was why Xia Youran later decided to keep her locked inside the house. "You probably don't remember, but it was during the summer after our first year of high school," Xia Youran said, not surprised that Lu Yang had forgotten. Otherwise, how could she have developed feelings for him? She had initially felt a spark when she saw him at the police station with his bandaged hand, patiently comforting her grandmother. At that moment, her tense heart relaxed, transforming into a vigorous heartbeat. It was in that instant that she fell for him. The boy she had feelings for had brought back her most cherished person. No one knew how at that moment. It felt as if someone had pulled her back from the brink. Lu Yang looked bewildered. After all, that summer felt quite distant to him. However, he recalled that he had been busy with training and competitions, so encountering a lost grandmother was indeed fate. Ji-seong chimed in. "I remember that Lu Yang was rather busy back then. It's amazing he encountered her. It was right after he had injured his hand and stayed home for a week." Xia Youran glanced at Lu Yang's left hand and replied, "Yes. I came out of the police station after giving my statement, just as Lu Yang was leaving. I didn't even get the chance to thank you in person." On that day, Lu Yang had found a lost elderly woman amidst the rubbish at the dump and taken her to the police station. Lu Yang exclaimed, "Please don't bring it up now. It makes me feel quite awkward." Xia Youran smiled slightly. "All right, I won't mention it." Regardless, she had other ways to express her gratitude. Ji-seong felt a bit superfluous at that moment. While Grandma kept muttering about her son coming home from school and needing to prepare a meal, she appeared to be in relatively good spirits. But those who had suffered episodes seemed to have muddled memories, which was quite heart-wrenching to witness. Ji-seong couldn't help but ask, "So, how do you and your grandma manage to live like this?" Lu Yang rolled his eyes and smacked him lightly. "Is that an appropriate question?" Ji-seong quickly apologized. "Sorry. It's just how I speak. It's fine if you don't want to answer. There's nothing to hide. You've probably heard some things. I do some errands and have taken notes for others." Xia Youran spoke nonchalantly. "I have my tuition fees waived, and my grandmother had some savings. She was once a skilled embroidery artist. But later," she smiled, "anyway, the savings are enough for Grandma's medication. I just need to earn enough for both of us to eat." Wow, what an inspiring persona, Ji-seong thought, as he and Lu Yang had never truly faced hardship. The most suffering he had ever experienced was from love. He looked at Xia Youran and said, "Doesn't the school have a scholarship application for needy students?" Lu Yang also turned his gaze towards Xia Youran. She had never appeared on that list. Xia Youran fell silent for a moment, smiling softly in the dimly lit truck. "Because among those slots at our school, some students are orphaned. Their situations are much worse, I suppose." Her voice was low. "My parents are still around." Lu Yang recalled the information he had received previously. Xia Yuran's parents had not been found. Ji-seong exclaimed, "But they are in tea." Before he could finish, Lu Yang covered his mouth. "Shut up." Ji-seong realized his mistake and, pulling Lu Yang's hand away, chuckled. "Ha, so tonight your home is a new residence. Let's eat there. I'll cook for you. I'm not bragging." "Your cooking is terrible," Lu Yang interjected. "Come on, why are you sabotaging me? I actually cook quite well. It's truly awful." The truck came to a halt, the cabin door opened, and sunlight streamed in, illuminating the two playful boys. Xia Youran wore a smile. She had once briefly sunk into darkness, but Liu Yang's arrival had pulled her back. Subsequently, he had repeatedly come to her aid. Xia Youran thought to herself, Liu Yang is so wonderful. She wanted him to always treat her this well. If only he could be good to her alone. Liu Yang sensed something, turning to meet Xia Youran's gaze upon him. He awkwardly looked away, yet couldn't he suppress the rapid beating of his heart. Oh no! It seemed he truly had, to some extent, no, it was more than that, developed genuine feelings for Xia Youran. In the end, it was still Ji Xiang and Liu Yang who moved the last of the items, while Xia Youran took Grandma upstairs to nap. The elderly woman was accustomed to napping daily. Today, in this unfamiliar environment, she felt a bit uneasy. Hence, Xia Youran stayed with her for a while. When she finally emerged from the room, Liu Yang and Ji Xiang had finished moving everything. The two had even bought drinks for themselves, 2 bottles of chilled cola alongside a bottle of milk. Hearing the noise, Liu Yang glanced away from the game and pointed to the milk beside him. That's yours. It's still cool. Beside him, Ji Xiang took a moment to glance around at the two of them and, lowering his voice, said to Liu Yang, if you treat me like this. If I were a girl, I would like you too. Liu Yang's grip on his phone loosened, causing his game character to fire a blank shot, only to be promptly eliminated by a single bullet. Ji Xiang, taken aback, thought to himself, I should have kept my mouth shut. I didn't realize he was so innocent. A pure-hearted warrior is right beside me. Chapter 38. Liu Yang, do you like me? Amidst the Xiang's grumbling, Liu Yang looked up to see the girl take the milk that seemed somewhat out of place beside his cola, twist off the cap, and take a sip. Perhaps the coldness made it refreshing. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. Liu Yang had never realized that merely assisting in purchasing milk could be perceived as flirtation. He had never pursued anyone, but he had indeed been pursued. Bai Jingru had pursued him for 4 years. However, they were in different majors at university, so they rarely had the chance to meet. Occasionally, she would send him lunchboxes, order takeout for him, invite him to dine out or watch movies, and present gifts during holidays. With a sigh, Liu Yang reflected that aside from not having specifically asked Xia Youran out for a meal or a movie, he had done everything else. His actions seemed to indeed be flirtatious. What do you want to eat? Xia Youran asked while seated on the sofa next to Liu Yang. Although there was space beside her, her position was cleverly chosen, close to Liu Yang yet avoiding any physical contact. This, however, could hardly be considered social distancing. A slight movement of their legs or arms would bring them into contact. Ji Xiang remained engrossed in his game, declaring, I'm fine. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever Liu Yang eats. Xia Youran turned to Liu Yang, asking, would you accompany me to the market? I heard there's a vegetable market nearby, but it's my first time here. As she spoke to Liu Yang, her voice naturally softened. Her delicate face was very close to him, causing his throat to tighten. He instinctively leaned back a bit. Okay, but Ji Xiang is at home with Grandma. Grandma won't wake up so soon. We just need to go quickly and come back, Xia Youran noted, her smile widening as she noticed his slight retreat. She was relieved that Liu Yang seemed to be oblivious to her every move. Ji Xiang, still not looking up, insisted, you two go ahead. I'm quite adept at taking care of elders. I'll keep an eye on Grandma. You two hurry. Zhou said she'd come over after class. Ultimately, Liu Yang and Xia Youran set out together. The environment here was lovely. The neighborhood was quite upscale, and rentals were scarce. It bore an unflattering name, Little 3 Rooms, as most were bought outright. This development belonged to Liu Yang's family, and his father had habitually left him a small apartment. His parents' custom was to reserve a property for Liu Yang in new developments, believing that he wouldn't starve even if he rented it out later. Liu Yang had never imagined that his first tenant would be Xia Youran. In the elevator, it was just the two of them. Since he had sensed something, Liu Yang felt increasingly awkward in Xia Yuran's presence. She seemed oblivious, continuing, you can come up for tutoring in the future. The soundproofing here is excellent. We can even go to the small balcony without disturbing Grandma. Ding! The elevator arrived, and she looked up at Liu Yang. We're on the 20th floor. You can't see it from below. Bang! Liu Yang felt his heart racing, the sound echoing in his ears as he caught a glimpse of her sparkling eyes. Well, had she figured it out? We've arrived, Xia Youran said, stepping out of the elevator first. Liu Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but he followed, stammering, I wanted to say. Without turning back, Xia Youran interjected, I know. You're worried about me, right? Liu Yang, is this house yours or really your Aunt Ji Xiang's? Her voice was soft and yet filled with curiosity. Liu Yang struggled to respond, realizing her intelligence was sharper than he had anticipated. A silence stretched between them as they walked through the community, passing the garden and exiting the gates. How did you figure it out? The landlord's friend gave me a business card with your father's company's name on it. Your family is quite renowned, Xia Youran remarked, glancing at Liu Yang with sparkling eyes. So, was this your arrangement? From landlord to changing houses? They stood at the roadside by the community entrance, with their school just a block away. The location was excellent. It wasn't just wealth that secured a rental here. Xia Youran was too astute not to realize this. It's me. I meant no harm. I just thought it wasn't safe for you and Grandma to live there. Luyang sigid at something an explanation. But before he could finish, the slender figure of the girl suddenly rushed forward and collided into his embrace. Liu Yang's hands instinctively rose, allowing her to hold him, feeling a mix of awkwardness as he stammered you. Xia Yuran's voice was gentle, infused with happiness. Thank you, Liu Yang. I wouldn't accept this from anyone else, but because it's you, I feel so delighted. This was not quite how Liu Yang had envisioned things, no? Please let go first. His hands moved slightly, attempting to push her away, yet for reasons he could not comprehend, he refrained from touching her shoulders. The girl was indeed fragile, though she seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Even the thinnest girl had a softness to her form. Liu Yang's heart raced. On a quiet afternoon street, with only a few passers-by, the boy stood rigidly beneath a tree, while the slender girl wrapped her arms around his waist. In the dappled shade, their blurred, fragmented shadows intertwined. Liu Yang, do you like me? The girl finally lifted her head, her eyes shining with hope as they locked onto Liu Yang's. Her inquiry appeared brave, yet he could sense a quiver in her body. His hands finally settled on her shoulders, gently pushing her away. Xia Youran, I initially helped you out of gratitude for that encouraging letter you wrote me. And when those delinquents from another school troubled me in the second year, it was you who called the school police for me. Wasn't it? With each word he spoke, the light in Xia Yuran's eyes dimmed, her smile faltering. You figured out. Yes, I recognize your handwriting. Liu Yang sighed. I hope you can study well and get into the university you desire to lead a better life with your grandma. You encouraged me during my lowest times, and I want to lend you a hand too. Liu Yang feared the day he might wake up and find everything had changed. He believed that to like a girl, one should not instill hope only to leave her waiting indefinitely. One principle he had been taught since childhood was to have a beginning and an end. In his current situation, he was unsure how to make promises to another. Chapter 39. I confess, he rejects me, but that is all right. I didn't plan on giving up. Xia Yuran's small face appeared not just indifferent, but even somewhat serious when she wasn't smiling. Previously, when Liu Yang was merely aware of her existence in school, he would often hear others exclaim, "Look, it's Xia Yuran." Each time he observed her, it was always this expression. However, she had never revealed that demeanor in his presence. With the air cleared, Liu Yang took a small step back. I'm sorry if I've done anything to mislead you. I'll be more mindful in the future. It's all right. Xia Yuran felt her hands trembling at her sides, so she gently clenched them and offered Liu Yang a smile. Can you forget what I just said? Can we still be friends, just like before? Her eyes clouded over once again, resembling that pitiful look she often wore. You know, I have very few friends to begin with. If I were to lose you, I'd likely have even fewer. Liu Yang's emotions were rather complex. Hey, please don't cry. All right, let's pretend nothing happened just now. Come on, let's head to the market. With that, he turned and walked away. Xia Yuran gazed at his retreating figure, gently blinking as the mist in her eyes dissipated, revealing the infatuation and a hint of madness within. It's all right, Liu Yang, as long as I remain by your side. Unique and irreplaceable, I refuse to believe you are truly empty inside. Her hand softly pressed against her heart. Your heartbeat was quite rapid just now, Liu Yang. She released her tightly clenched fist, the deep impressions in her palm serving as a testament to how tightly she had held on. Xia Yuran hastened to catch up with Liu Yang. I'll pay. All right. The boy's voice was somewhat awkward, yet the girl's tone remained as it had always been. What do you want to eat? If there's too much, I'll bring you a bento tomorrow as a token of gratitude for the breakfast you bring me every day. It's not specifically for you. I just don't want it. I know, Liu Yang, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm not nervous. Okay, but your face is a bit red. During dinner, Grandma, who had awakened from her slumber, seemed much more alert. At that time, Xiaoying had rushed over after her class. Her parents had not granted her leave for the afternoon, but she could still attend evening study. In a small apartment, the five of them joyfully shared a meal, treating it as a housewarming celebration. The elderly woman was delighted, gazing at the quaint yet perfectly lovely home. Unable to articulate her joy, under the table, Liu Yang stepped on Ji Xiang's foot a few times, prompting Ji Xiang, engrossed in his food, to suddenly remember, oh, Yuran, this community has a senior activity center. It's free for those over 60. It's essentially a place for elderly folks to socialize, and the property management ensures they're looked after. You could take Grandma there while you're in school, and they even provide meals. In the evening, just pick her up after your classes. Xiaoying gasped. Wait, the property management helps take care of the elderly? That's impressive. Xia Yuran shot a glance at Liu Yang, who pretended not to notice as he sipped his soup. The property management didn't actually offer such services. It was an idea conceived by Zheng Hui and temporarily funded. Prior to this, they had conducted a survey and found that many elderly residents lived here. Although it was referred to as a small 3-bedroom, it certainly didn't imply that all residents were involved in extramarital affairs. Zheng Hui had argued that creating a learning center for the elderly was preferable to leaving them alone at home. What if something happened and they couldn't escape? Though the likelihood was low, it was better to be prepared. Liu Yang thought it was quite a good idea. Ji Xiang silently mused about how he had no idea of these arrangements, merely concluding that the Liu family's property was remarkable. Grandma was somewhat surprised. This place is so nice, Youran. It must cost quite a bit each month, right? I can cover it, no need, Grandma. It's not expensive. I have money. Xia Youran reassured her, serving Grandma a piece of meat. Rest assured, once I finish my college entrance exams, I'll work hard to earn a lot of money. We're so proud of you, Youran, and thank you all for helping today. You're all such good kids, and I appreciate how you look after our Youran. The elderly woman expressed. It's nothing, Grandma. Youran is already wonderful. Qiao Ying's sweet words, combined with Ji Xiang's knack for charming elders, brought a smile to Grandma's face. After dinner, Ji Xiang and Qiao Ying announced they were heading back. Liu Yang also picked up his backpack. Xia Youran asked him, aren't you going to class tonight? Ji Xiang and Qiao Ying exchanged glances. Wait, are you two still engaging in some teacher-student roleplay? Liu Yang replied, oh, I'm not going tonight. My mom wants me home early. It was a bit awkward. Xia Yuran's eyes filled with disappointment. Then I'll walk you guys down. In the end, they only let her accompany them to the elevator. Grandma was at home, and the new environment made them uneasy about leaving her alone. Xia Youran watched as the elevator doors closed. In the corner, Qiao Ying was typing when she heard Ji Xiang ask Liu Yang, wow, you're really something, aren't you? Don't tell me your teacher is Xia Youran. I asked for your teacher's help with tutoring, and you outright rejected me, right? Your grades don't seem to matter to your family, so why burden someone else? Liu Yang shot him a glance. Qiao Ying chimed in, besides, Youran might not even agree to help you. Ji Xiang gasped, turning to her. Why are you throwing daggers at me? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Qiao Ying's phone lit up. She had received a reply to her earlier message to Xia Youran. Are you tutoring with Liu Yang? Why do I feel something's off with you two tonight? Xia Yuran's response was simple. Yeah. You might feel something's off because I tentatively confessed during the day. He rejected me, but it's all right. I'm not planning to give up. Qiao Ying paused mid-stride, her eyes widening at the message. The two boys, noticing she and T kept up, turned to look. Hurry up, Qiao Ying. We want to see you get into the car before we leave. Qiao Ying tucked her phone away. Coming. She sensed a change in Youran, all because of Liu Yang. Watching Liu Yang's back as he focused on his phone, Qiao Ying couldn't believe he had no feelings for Xia Youran. She quickly sent an encouraging emoji. I feel you two can make it. Keep going. All right, Liu Yang will only be mine. Xia Youran stared at her sent message and retracted it. She sent a cute nodding emoji, thinking it suited her better. Picking up the remaining half of Liu Yang's soda, she opened it and took a large sip. The flat soda was overly sweet, not particularly enjoyable, yet a faint smile graced Xia Yuran's lips, and the glimmer of infatuation in her eyes would surely leave all who knew her feeling perplexed. Chapter 40. How did she become so straightforward? Liu Yang had no particular plans today, but he felt that something was amiss after the afternoon's events with Xia Youran. Thus, he concocted an excuse to return home. That night, he found himself unable to sleep. After finally drifting off, his dream morphed yet again. This time, it transformed into a scenario where Liu Yang rejected Xia Youran, and she turned and jumped off. Damn it! Liu Yang exclaimed in frustration, wondering if this dream would ever end. He now felt an odd sensation, as if the dream was pushing him closer to Xia Youran. Even on a Sunday, the senior students had classes. Liu Yang sat on the balcony, lost in thought as he gazed outside. Early rising Zheng Hui was startled to see him. What are you doing up so early, son? Liu Yang raised his hand, holding an essential English vocabulary book. Turning to Zheng Hui, he said, Mom, could you arrange for me to see a psychologist? Didn't you have one before? Zheng Hui began, but faltered. Previously, Liu Yang had a regular psychologist for counseling, but that relationship soured after a particular incident. However, that wasn't the main concern. She looked at Liu Yang. What's wrong? I've been having nightmares lately, and I feel I need psychological counseling. Liu Yang's tone was tinged with weariness. Zheng Hui found this peculiar, as Liu Yang had always maintained a positive mindset. Even during competitions, he rarely required psychological support. In fact, the team's psychologist had once joked that sometimes Liu Yang seemed to be counseling him instead. Son, what kind of nightmares? Who are they related to? Zheng Yuan quailed, gazing intently at Liu Yang's face. Liu Yang turned to meet his mother's gaze, slowly blinking as the rising sun illuminated her features. Liu Yang, Zheng Hui was gazing at him in silence, feeling somewhat guilty as she reached up to touch her nose. No, dear son, I'm merely concerned for you. With a sigh, she conceded, all right, I shall find you a formidable psychologist. As she stood up, she couldn't resist the temptation to inquire. Is it related to that young lady? Liu Yang elongated his tone, Mom, and then rose to his feet as well. Zheng Hui sighed several times. My son has grown, unwilling to confide in his mother anymore. She then retreated inside. Lu Yong smiled silently. The familial atmosphere in their home was always delightful. He glanced at the vocabulary notebook in his hand, realizing he hadn't absorbed a single word all morning. If it were an oral exam, he wouldn't need to study. But it is well known that the English used in examinations differs significantly from that employed in daily life. As the month-end exams approached, Lu Yong felt a wave of despondency. However, he consoled himself with the thought of the upcoming month-long break after the exams. As Lu Yong departed that morning, the housekeeper called out, "Xia Yang, your lunchbox." He paused momentarily while changing his shoes. "I'm not bringing it today, and I won't need it prepared in the future." He casually sent a message to Xia Youran. "I won't be bringing you breakfast today." After a minute or two, he received a reply. "Okay." He recalled the faint blush on her face earlier and felt a twinge of regret. Yet, since he had no intention of reciprocating her feelings, it was indeed prudent not to send her mixed signals. This wavering thought dissipated upon his arrival at school, where he saw the lunchbox on his table and the bowl of rice porridge on Xia Yuran's desk. Despite the circumstances, she still smiled sweetly. "I prepared a bento for you. I hope you like it." After a brief pause, she cautiously added, "You wouldn't mind eating it, will you? It's not that great, so it's only natural if you look down on it." Beside her, Chiyoing remarked while munching on a bun, "No, Yuran, this tea flavor is a bit strong." Only Lu Yong observed her tentative demeanor and glanced again at the porridge, a thought flashing through his mind. "Lu Yong, you should be ashamed." He looked at the bowl of porridge on her desk and asked, "Is this what you're having?" Xia Youran casually glanced at it, seemingly unperturbed. "It's fine. This is enough for me. I don't eat much." Although there was clearly money left on his meal card, Lu Yong saw the smile on her face and suddenly sighed, extending his hand. "Give me your meal card." Xia Youran handed him the card and, as he turned to leave, asked, "Where are you going?" "To buy you breakfast," Lu Yong replied, already at the door. Xia Yuran's lips curled into a smile. "See, Lu Yong, you say you don't care about me?" Chiyoing added. She takes back her earlier thought that Yuran's tea was too obvious. It turns out it's about people. At least Lu Yong doesn't mind the tea. When Lu Yong returned with breakfast just 5 minutes before class, he handed it to Xia Youran. "Hurry and eat. Class is about to start." Ji Xiang, seeing the large bag, reached out. "Give me one, will you?" However, Xia Youran swiftly gathered everything together. She smiled at Ji Xiang. "Wait a moment." Ji Xiang assumed she wanted to choose first, which was reasonable since it was meant for her, and nodded, "All right." Then he watched as Xia Youran rummaged through her desk and pulled out several boxes of milk and some bread. She had no idea who had placed those items in her desk. They were there every morning without a name attached, making it impossible to return them. Each time, she would place them on an empty desk at the front of the classroom, alongside snacks left by other students, inviting anyone who was hungry to help themselves, as she had never partaken. Today, she wouldn't even need to place them there. She could simply give them to Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang stared at the items she placed on his desk, astonished. "Whoa, that's a lot. Being good-looking has its advantages." He picked up a small cake and casually remarked, "By the way, back when Lu Yong was in his second year, someone sent him little steam buns for about 2 weeks unexpectedly." Xia Youran interjected, "Oh, that was me. I heard him mention wanting to find the taste of childhood in those buns." Lu Yong had intended to stop Ji Xiang, recalling that Chiyoing had previously mentioned that breakfast was also provided by Xia Youran. However, he was too late to intervene. How had she been so straightforward? Ji Xiang and Chiyoing exchanged bewildered glances, and even Bai Jingru, seated across the aisle, looked over. Along si de Lu Yang. 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed their gaze on Xia Yuran's face. She maintained an innocent expression. "At that time, Lu Yang was helping me retrieve my grandmother's belongings, and I wanted to repay him, but I feared it would be awkward if I just gave it to him directly." Ji Xiang exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was some suitor." Lu Yang watched as Xia Yuran's lips curled into a smile, her petite mouth moving silently. He could decipher the shape of her lips. And indeed, she was referring to a suitor. His heart raced, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Would she always adopt this style in the future? Chapter 41. Psychological Counseling. Fortunately, the class bell rang just in time to rescue Lu Yang, and Xia Youran didn't elaborate further. Ji Xiang and the others didn't ponder much. Tous Lu Yang affided considerable awkwardness. He glanced at the back of Xia Yuran's head, sensing that she seemed somewhat different. Breakfast, which she had prepared for Lu Yang, consisted of sandwiches, buns, and sweet soup. It was a delightful medley, as both she and her grandmother were quite skilled in the kitchen. Moreover, the buns were little steamed buns, which was quite a coincidence. However, her earlier admission aligned perfectly with what Chiyoing had remarked in their previous life. Sundays typically involved morning classes, with the afternoon off. Zheng Hui was efficient in her tasks, and Lu Yang would be able to visit the psychologist that afternoon. Lu Yang had initially hesitated about how to inform Xia Youran that he wouldn't be having lunch with her, but before he could say anything, she asked if he wanted to come to her house for lunch since it was nearby. Lu Yang waved his hand. "I have something to do this afternoon." Xia Youran paused momentarily. Will you still have your tutoring session? The monthly exam is next week. Lu Yang, while packing his things, replied, I'm sorry, but I really have something to attend to, so I won't be tutoring this afternoon. I will do my best on the exam. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave. See you later, bye. Ji Xiang, with his backpack on, followed him. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Qiuing approached Xia Youran once the two boys had run off. Youran, didn't you say you wanted to pursue Lu Yang? Her voice was low, but the front row student, Su Jiaojiao, turned around, sensitive to the conversation. Pursue? Who's pursuing whom? Her eyes were filled with a thirst for gossip. Qiuing sighed, oh. Don't ask about everything. Xia Youran was tidying her belongings, glancing at the lunchbox that Lu Yang had washed clean. He seemed to be avoiding her. However, that was all right. She had other methods. It's nothing. I'm leaving now. After saying this, she waved at both of them and walked away. Su Jiaojiao continued to ask Qiuing, who is pursuing Youran? Are she and Lu Yang together? You're truly nosy. As Xia Youran walked away, her voice gradually faded. Upon exiting the school, she took out her phone and noticed several unfamiliar numbers had been intercepted. She didn't dwell on it and opened WeChat, sending Lu Yang a message. Are you still bothered by what happened yesterday? Didn't we agree to act as if it never occurred? QEQ. At that moment, Lu Yang was having lunch with Ji Xiang. Since they still had time, this persistent fellow was shamelessly tagging along, so they decided to eat together. By the way, why aren't you having lunch with Xia Youran today? Ji Xiang inquired, curious while munching on a chicken leg. I can't just keep crashing at her house for meals. Lu Yang replied, exasperated, and I really have something to do soon. Oh, right. After the monthly exam, there will be a 3-day holiday coinciding with the National Day. Would you like to go out and have some fun? They all say you haven't been out for ages. Ji Xiang said enthusiastically. You didn't even show up for basketball last time. Can you believe it's been a month already? Lu Yang couldn't help but frown. There is still no clarity regarding Xia Yuran's cause of death. He glanced at Ji Xiang. Not going to the races. My parents would break my legs. Not going? Then let us just go to KTV for some fun. It's a normal social outing for high school students. Ji Xiang chuckled. Lu Yang nodded. We'll see about that later. After finishing dinner and bidding farewell to Ji Xiang, he noticed a message from Xia Youran. It was indeed easy to spot since it was pinned at the top. His fingers hesitated momentarily before he finally pressed it. Nothing, I really have something to attend to. He gazed at the QAQ emoticon, which seemed quite fitting for Xia Youran. Zheng Hui had arranged for Lu Yang to visit a private clinic located in the city center, not too difficult to find. Arriving slightly ahead of schedule, Lu Yang was instructed by a nurse to wait. Shortly after, he saw Zhang Bo emerge from the clinic. An aunt seated not far from him stood up, her concern palpable as she approached the doctor. Doctor, my child isn't ill, right? Zhang Bo, irritated, retorted, I told you I'm not sick. You are the one who is sick. He shoved the aunt aside, his tone brimming with agitation. The male doctor restrained him. Hey, Zhang Bo, calm down and speak respectfully to your mother. Lu Yang observed the scene unfold, witnessing the aunt chastising him. I'm your mother. Do you still want to fight? Eventually, the doctor managed to soothe the situation, and Zhang Bo was led away by his mother. Before exiting, he caught sight of Lu Yang in the waiting area. It was hard to overlook him. His tall stature stood out, especially with the sparse crowd. Zhang Bo's expression was visibly flustered, yet he dared not greet Lu Yang, ultimately being pulled away by his mother. The young nurse murmured, this boy really, but was interrupted by the male doctor. Xiao Lu, don't speak out of turn. Then he noticed Lu Yang sitting in the waiting area, paused for a moment to check the time, and approached. You must be Lu Yang? Lu Yang stood up. Hello? Doctor, I am Lu Yang. You're quite punctual, arriving early. Please come in. I'm Dr. Wu, the physician you scheduled an appointment with. Dr. Wu smiled warmly, presenting as a gentle middle-aged man. Lu Yang returned the smile. No, I was nearby having a meal before coming over. Lu Yang followed Dr. Wu into the consultation room. He was well acquainted with the process of psychological therapy and cooperated willingly, which lasted over an hour. As Lu Yang was about to leave the treatment room, Dr. Wu remarked, You're quite perceptive. Give it some time, and you'll come to understand it yourself. You might just be feeling a bit overwhelmed. It's all right. Think it over when you get home. Lu Yang forced a smile. Thank you, doctor. By the time Lu Yang exited the clinic, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and he planned to head straight home for a shower. However, he was momentarily perplexed to find Zhang Bo blocking his path, raising an eyebrow and asking, What do you want? Zhang Bo's demeanor was grim as he replied, If you tell anyone about seeing me here today, I'll spread it around that you're a pervert who sees a psychologist. I even have a photo of you leaving the clinic. Lu Yang responded, Isn't it shameful to seek psychological counseling? Why are you so anxious? Many people undergo counseling due to stress. In fact, if Zhang Bo hadn't suddenly appeared, Lu Yang would have almost forgotten about seeing him inside just moments ago. Nevertheless, Lu Yang found Zhang Bo's smug expression irksome. Glancing at the phone in his hand, Lu Yang chuckled, taking a step closer. Zhang Bo instinctively covered his lower back and stepped back. What are you doing? This is the roadside. Lu Yang halted, his gaze contemptuous. What are you afraid of? If I were to hit you, could you escape? Threatening me is futile. Have you forgotten I used to compete? Seeking psychological counseling is quite normal. I assent it. It's you who, as Lu Yang spoke, he noticed Zhang Bo's expression darkening and smiled. Don't provoke me. He then turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with someone so unstable. Chapter 42. Lu Yang, are you getting free tutoring without paying? Lu Yang dismissed Zhang Bo from his mind. After all, his previous psychological and physical conditions were almost public knowledge. What was there to hide? As he returned home, he reflected on some of the words Dr. Wu had shared. Whether it's rebirth, transmigration, or just a dream, do you wish to return? But Lu Yang, have you ever considered that whichever it is, the life you're living now is real? Before you awaken, this is your life. In moments of hesitation, the answer already resides within you. You simply might not want to acknowledge it. From the heart, even if it's just a dream, one can still craft a beautiful conclusion, can't they? I cannot define whether the world you inhabit is real or not. That depends on how you choose to define it. Lu Yang, regardless of circumstances, live in the moment and cherish the present life. That is the most authentic existence. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, gazing out at the scenery. He had wished to return quickly because he had no regrets in his past life. He did not need rebirth or transmigration to amend anything. In fact, he ended up here due to a drink, leading him to feel as if he were merely dreaming. But if it were just a dream, he should be able to effect many changes within it. In this dream, he had regrets. He wished to see Xia Youran live well with her grandmother, to witness this vibrant and talented young lady stride towards a brighter future, hoping she would wait for her parents to return. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, clasping his hands tightly together. If it were merely a dream, then loving someone and engaging in a passionate romance wouldn't be out of reach, would it? Lu Yang was not a complicated person. Those who were overly twisted truly lived the most exhausting lives. Thus, by the time he reached the entrance of his community, his mood had already improved. Upon arriving home, Zheng Hui was absent, having gone to the beauty salon, a part of her routine. The housekeeper was preparing a meal for Lu Yang, and, as he headed to take a shower, he recalled something. Hey, Annie, did Mom make soup today? Mrs. Made bird's nest soup today, the housekeeper replied. Lu Yang responded with an O, adding, please pack me a portion. I've heard it's good for girls. After saying that, he turned and entered his bedroom. The housekeeper called out, but didn't he manage to inform him that Mrs. always made just a single serving? Ultimately, she called Zheng Hui, who was momentarily silent before muttering, this boy is no longer dependable. He'll forget his mother once he gets a wife. You can keep preparing for him. Oh, and make sure to cook more dishes that are good for girls in the future regardless, she thought. Let us first help my son bring someone back home. After a seemingly long afternoon, Lu Yang's attitude towards Xia Youran appeared to have reverted to its former state, leaving Xia Youran somewhat surprised. Such a single message had such a profound effect. So Lu Yang truly was soft-hearted. On Monday, they had their monthly exam. 2 days of testing, followed by a 3-day holiday for the National Day. For the senior students, 3 days was quite substantial. During the monthly exam, they didn't need to change classrooms, but they had to clear their desks and rearrange the seating. Lu Yang observed Xia Youran struggling to carry a large stack of books with her slender arms and legs. Let me help you with that. Earlier, some boys had offered to assist her, but Xia Youran had declined outright. However, upon Lu Yang's offer, she obediently set the books down. All right. Bai Jingru's books had already been moved by someone else. She glanced at the two of them, averting her gaze, but couldn't resist walking over. Do you need any help? Xia Youran politely declined again. No, thank you. Lu Yang glanced at the books in his hands, all of which were thrust upon him by Ji Xiang. He cast a glance at Bai Jingru and inquired, are you sure you can handle it? Bai Jingru nodded confidently, reassuring him, rest assured, I'm not that fragile. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yang placed the book he had been holding into her hands, saying, I appreciate your help on behalf of Ji Xiang. He then picked up the books from Xia Yuran's desk and exited the room. Bai Jingru exclaimed, no. Lu Yang did that on purpose. Xia Youran, who had been observing, blinked her eyes and relaxed her previously pursed lips. Reaching for Lu Yang's water cup and several notebooks on his desk, with a serious expression, she remarked to Bai Jingru, Ji Xiang will be grateful to you. She then dashed out after Lu Yang. Bai Jingru protested. Xia Youran did it on purpose too. Prior to the morning study session, they had cleared out their belongings, and soon after, the examination commenced. Before the test, Xia Youran retrieved a piece of milk candy from her pocket, took Lu Yang's hand, and placed the candy into his open palm, saying, thank you for helping me move the books. As her slender fingers withdrew, it was uncertain whether it was intentional. But her fingertips grazed Lu Yang's palm, leaving a tingling sensation. He instinctively clenched his hand, but could only grasp her retreating fingertip before she swiftly pulled away. With her hand behind her back, she smiled at Lu Yong and wished him good luck for the exam. Lu Yong held the milk candy tightly, gazing at the smile on her face, which now bore a hint of blush. He smiled back, replying, "All right, little teacher Xia." Interestingly, they were seated at adjacent desks during the exam. The monthly test for the senior year was quite rigorous, marking Lu Yang's first examination since his return. All things considered, he felt he had performed adequately, especially since Xia Youran had previously provided him with hints for the test. However, after 2 consecutive days of testing, as they finished and collected their papers, the jubilant cheers from the sophomore class reached their ears. It's vacation time. Hooray, it's National Day. This sudden burst of excitement transformed the once somber classroom into a scene reminiscent of boiling oil, an eruption of joy. Finally, a holiday. I feel alive. Someone chimed in, but then added, but when we return, we'll have to face our grades. Who is being such a downer? Shut it, Suegwa. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere lightened. Lu Yong leaned back in his chair, while Ji Xiong bounded over like a playful monkey, reminding him, remember, keep some time free. Got it, Lu Yong sighed. Do you want to slap too? You're really annoying. Hey, don't go overboard, Ji Xiong retorted, attempting to lock him in a playful chokehold. At that moment, Xia Youran turned to Lu Yong, asking, are you planning to attend supplementary classes during the break? Her cheek was puffed out, likely filled with something. Lu Yang's hand itched to poke it, but he averted his gaze and inquired, what are your plans? Xia Yuran's expression hesitated, revealing her intention to earn money. If there are any part-time jobs, let me know. Then go ahead. I was just thinking of resting for these 3 days anyway. We can continue after I return, Lu Yong replied. Xia Youran nodded happily, responding, okay, before turning away. Beside them, Ji Xiong lowered his voice. Wait, Lu Yong, are you getting a free ride? Aren't you paying for the supplementary classes? Or is it that Xia Youran is too generous, and now she has to take a part-time job? Chapter 43. Did I not say, do not provoke her? Lu Yong sighed, delivering a light slap to Ji Xiong. Could you speak properly? Ji Xiong deftly blocked the slap, but it was futile. Lu Yong, like a bull, exerted his strength and landed a solid smack on the back of Ji Xiong's head. Ji Xiong yelped, drawing the attention of classmates in front, who turned to look. He forced a smile and reassured them, it's nothing. While pushing Lu Yong, he exclaimed, let us go, you mutt. It was unusual for someone to have left early during the holiday. Lu Yong stood up to gather his things, which were minimal. He simply slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out with Ji Xiong. Su Jiao turned around excitedly and asked Yuran, Qiuing, are you going to hang out? Xia Youran shook her head. I won't be joining. You all go ahead. She then stood up, smiled at the two, and said, see you after the holiday, before departing. Su Jiao, watching her hurried exit, curiously asked Qiuing, is Yuran taking on another part-time job? Isn't that quite normal? Qiuing replied, shouldering her backpack. My dad is here to pick me up. I'm leaving. With that, she waved goodbye to Su Jiao and dashed off. Su Jiao felt a bit downcast and ended up walking alone. She happened to trail behind Zhang Bo, who was rather peculiar. Despite not being well-liked in class, he often mingled with several underperforming students from the neighboring class. In every school, there are inevitably students who struggle academically. After all, someone must occupy the bottom ranks. Su Jiao wished to quicken her pace, but the 4 boys blocked her path as they walked side by side. She overheard one of them asking, Zhang Bo, didn't you say you could definitely win Xia Youran over? Yeah. Weren't you the one who claimed that since her family is poor, if you just offered her a few things, she would be touched? Exactly. So what is the situation now? She still doesn't pay you any mind? The 3 boys erupted in laughter. Zhang Bo scoffed, it's my fault for not being wealthy enough. Did you not see her constantly by Lu Yong's side? She asks only after his money. Indeed, Lu Yong was affluent. And I've said it before, Xia Youran isn't that easy to woo. I saw a guy from a wealthy family try and pursue her, and even he failed. So, Zhang Bo, you're just boasting, huh? Do you think Xia Youran is some kind of prize? She appears cold, but who knows what kind of part-time job she is doing. At that moment, Su Jiao sprinted past. The boys turned to look at her, making way for her to pass. One boy remarked, hey, isn't she from your class? Aren't you afraid she'll tell? She wouldn't dare. Zhang Bo chuckled, glancing at Su Jiao's retreating figure. She hasn't got the guts. I could easily say that Xia Youran might just be out selling herself. Lu Yong, unable to contain himself any longer, kicked Zhang Bo from behind, sending him flying. Fortunately, Su Jiao was quick on her feet. Otherwise, she might have collided with him. Lu Yong was trained, and that kick was no joke. The other boys gasped, turning to look. Zhang Bo's cries of pain and curses attracted the attention of many students leaving school. Su Xiao stood frozen, watching as Zhang Bo landed at her feet with a thud, the sound echoing painfully. Ji Xiong, standing beside Lu Yong with his phone raised, exclaimed, well done. Had they not been stopped by Teacher Zhou earlier on their way out, they would have missed Zhang Bo's remarks entirely. Ji Xiong was astonished. What kind of mentality is it to spread rumors just because you can't win her over? Is it that they can't handle rejection? Lu Yang had originally intended to rush over, but was held back by Ji Xiang, who took out his phone to capture evidence. Knowing that being marked for a demerit in their senior year would leave no time for clearing their records, they then witnessed Su Jiao rush past. But she lacked the courage to interrupt the boys' conversation. However, this was likely a common sentiment among many. Lu Yang's frustration bubbled within him as he strode toward the groaning Zhang Bo, who remained on the ground in agony. The crowd of onlookers swelled. One of Zhang Bo's companions called out, "Lu Yang, what are you doing? Fighting at school?" Lu Yang casually shoved him aside. Feeling embarrassed, the boy attempted to retaliate. But Ji Xiang blocked him, asking, "What? Do you want to fight Lu Yang?" The boys exchanged glances, faltering. After all, this was Lu Yang. A single punch could likely take them down. Lu Yang approached Zhang Bo, who was struggling to rise, and declared, "Did I not say? Do not provoke her?" As he lifted his fist, he was genuinely enraged. He could not fathom why Zhang Bo harbored such malice towards Xia Youran. She had merely rejected him. Why must she endure such slander when she worked so hard to live her life? I am sorry. Behold, even in the face of absolute power, he is not devoid of fear. He only dares to bully those weaker than himself. Zhang Bo, in this moment, has cast aside all notions of shame. He is genuinely terrified of a single punch from Lu Yang. Could that punch not potentially be fatal? Lu Yang. Teacher Zhou's voice interrupted Lu Yang's motion. A flicker of hope ignited in Zhang Bo's eyes. Yet Lu Yang's action momentarily hesitated. And that punch still landed squarely on Zhang Bo's face, albeit with diminished force. However, since Lu Yang is a professional boxer, even a tempered punch was sufficient to knock out 2 of Zhang Bo's teeth. If he is unwilling to engage in civil discourse, then he must surely pay some price for his insolence. Li Lu, who had summoned Teacher Zhou, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. "No, brother. The teacher is here. You must act." "Ah, it hurts." "Whoa, is me my teeth?" Amidst the cacophony of murmurs, Ji Xiang subtly tugged at Lu Yang's sleeve, whispering, "The teacher has arrived. We should call an ambulance." Lu Yang straightened his posture and surveyed the other 3 boys, whose faces had paled. One of them hurriedly protested, "We didn't say anything." Lu Yang shot a glance at the enraged teacher Zhou approaching, then addressed the trio. "You should consider yourselves fortunate that you refrained from speaking." The 3 retreated a step, begrudgingly acknowledging Zhang Bo's words, at least in part, recognizing that the relationship between Lu Yang and Xia Youran is undoubtedly intricate. "Lu Yang, what have you done? Is Zhang Bo all right? Someone call an ambulance." Teacher Zhou's voice brimmed with urgency. Several other teachers from different classes rushed out from the office. Lu Yang and Ji Xiang stood by, observing Zhang Bo, who was a pitiful sight, tears and snot mingling with blood. Ji Xiang even recorded a video, smirking, "You're doomed. They'll definitely call your parents." Lu Yang replied nonchalantly, "I have no regrets." Ji Xiang chuckled, "Indeed, you weren't the only one who wanted to throw a punch. After learning about Xia Yuran's home situation, I felt pity for that hardworking girl. Yet there are always those who choose to act despicably." Chapter 44. Lu Yang fought for her. Half an hour later, Lu Yang, Ji Xiang, and the 3 boys stood in the office awaiting their parents. Director Li's expression was grim, as was Teacher Zhou's. Zhang Bo had already been taken to the hospital, and his parents had been notified, accompanied by their math teacher. At this moment, Teacher Zhou glared at Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, the school has surveillance cameras. How could you so recklessly resort to violence?" Beside him, Ji Xiang couldn't help but interject, "So, if there were no cameras, that would justify violence?" The others exchanged dubious glances. "Straighten your attitudes. None of you are here to jest," Director Li admonished sternly. Lu Yang then spoke up, "I was the one who struck, and Ji Xiang had no involvement." Ji Xiang retrieved his phone. "Exactly, I'm innocent. However, I do have evidence. That faulty surveillance didn't record audio, but I have it right here." The 3 boys exchanged nervous glances. Teacher Zhou regarded Lu Yang and Ji Xiang, noting that Zhang Bo was also from their class. The teachers of the other 3 were on their way back, despite it being after school hours. Director Li seized Ji Xiang's phone. "The school prohibits phones." "But it's after school, Director." Ji Xiang retorted defensively. "It's still within school grounds." Director Li, usually lenient, was incensed today. Ji Xiang relented. "All right, I understand. I'll say some things, but I'll leave my phone with you." He adopted a particularly agreeable demeanor, knowing he had a backup device. Ji Xiang chose not to notify his parents, as he truly hadn't participated in the altercation. After viewing the video, Director Li and Teacher Zhou's expressions darkened further, for the comments made were exceedingly insulting towards a female student. Moreover, they were aware of Xia Yuran's home circumstances. Yet this does not excuse your actions, Lu Yang. You resorted to violence, even with a teacher present. You are acting recklessly. Director Lee's glare was filled with disappointment, directed at the three boys who appeared guilty. Lu Yang retorted, "I have no regrets. He deserved it. Had I not seen Teacher Zhou approaching, he would have faced far worse than merely losing 2 teeth." This declaration infuriated both Director Lee and Teacher Zhou. Ji Xiang lamented, wishing he had recorded the incident. If only he could have sent the audio to Qiao, who would definitely share it with Xia Youran. In fact, he had already sent one wave of messages and was just waiting for Lu Yang to make a move on that girl. If Lu Yang would end up with Xia Youran, he would demand a separate table for himself. No jokes about it. When Xia Youran received the video from Qiao, it took a long while to load before she hurriedly informed Uncle Lin and rushed back to school. Upon her arrival, she found Li Lu standing outside the door. Seeing Xia Youran, who had arrived with damp hair, she halted her. "Don't go in. The parents are arguing." Xia Youran paused, anxious at the thought of the parents' arrival. Li Lu hesitated. "Don't worry. Lu Yang and the others are fine." In reality, it was Mrs. Zheng against 4 others, with Ji Xiang stirring the pot. Mrs. Zheng, typically a refined lady, was fiercely protective of her son. When her young child was sent to his father out of guilt, she had always shielded Lu Yang, prioritizing him above all else. Hearing that her son had been involved in a fight was unacceptable. Initially, the parents of the other 3 students had come and, upon learning the details, acknowledged their children's faults and maintained a cordial demeanor. However, everything changed when Zhang Bo's mother arrived, furious that her son had been assaulted and lost teeth. She entered hurling insults, and after viewing Ji Xiang's video, she became even more unreasonable, exclaiming, "Why is it that my son was singled out while other girls were not? Perhaps she wasn't behaving herself. And what does this have to do with you?" The last remark was directed at Lu Yang, who promptly retorted, "I don't discriminate when it comes to violence." Mrs. Zheng was incensed. "What kind of upbringing does your son have? A poor foundation leads to a crooked tree, doesn't it? If my son didn't hit you, I would have. Had it not been for a female teacher intervening, she would have truly struck someone." Teacher Zhou exclaimed, "What is going on with this mother and son duo?" Ultimately, they had to call Lu Tong, who had yet to arrive. The commotion continued inside, with Zhang Bo's mother unleashing a torrent of curses. Mrs. Zheng had shed her genteel facade, her responses immature and infuriating, leading to utter chaos. Lu Yang felt a pang of regret. Had he known to call his father, he would have remembered that his mother had once fought with another parent when he was summoned for a similar incident. They ended up at the police station to wait for his father, acting impulsively. Lu Yang sighed, turning his head only to spot the girl standing at the door. Her large eyes filled with anxiety. As their gazes met, she bit her lip nervously. What was Xia Youran doing here? Ji Xiang, who had been reveling in the commotion, turned to Lu Yang and exclaimed, "Look, it's the girl for whom you fought." Teacher Zhou and Director Li were sweating profusely, urging the parents to calm down and discuss matters amicably. Suddenly, Mrs. Zheng fell silent. Upon seeing Xia Youran, her first thought was, my son has good taste. But why does this girl seem so fragile? Upon contemplating the plight of such a beautiful young girl, one cannot help but feel a surge of indignation at the thought of her being subjected to further bullying. Zhang Hui's frustration boiled over as she declared, "Let it be known, my son is not at fault in this matter. He was merely holding back. Otherwise, your son would not have been able to withstand even a single punch. I fail to comprehend how, as a woman, you could condone your son's disgraceful treatment of a girl." Zhang Bo's mother, her eyes reddened from the escalating quarrel, retorted, "What of it? It was merely a few words exchanged. Can words truly wound? Presently, it is your son who has sent mine to the hospital. I shall certainly report this to the authorities." "No need for that," interjected a commanding voice. "I have already arrived with the police and our attorney." Summer Yu ran her gaze over the man who had entered the office, accompanied by several stern-looking gentlemen and an attorney carrying a briefcase. The speaker bore a slight resemblance to Lu Yang. Qiao, who had just arrived, exclaimed, "Wow, Lu Yang's family certainly knows how to make an entrance." Suddenly realizing the implications, she glanced at Summer Yu and thought, the disparity between you and Lu Yang is quite stark. Upon noticing his father's arrival, Lu Yang gestured to Summer Yu, indicating that it was best to return home for now. Yet, Summer Yu gently shook her head, her concern for Lu Yang's well-being outweighing her apprehension. However, a sense of exhilaration surged within her. Lu Yang had stood up for her. Chapter 45, Mom. Someone is trying to con us. Summer Yu's focus remained steadfastly on Lu Yang. Despite the crowd in the office, her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on him. Having matured overnight after her parents' unfortunate incident, she was both beautiful and youthful, with a grandmother whose health had waned. In the midst of such chaos, she continued to live tenaciously, even flourishing amidst adversity. It was inconceivable that she lacked the ability to defend herself. In fact, when Qiao sent a video of Zhang Bo and his friends discussing her derogatorily, Summer Yu remained remarkably composed, unaffected by their disdain. Their opinions held no significance for her. However, the moment she caught sight of Liu Yang's silhouette in the video, her tranquil heart shattered alongside Zhang Bo's departure. She smiled at Liu Yang, prompting him to wonder, what is this foolish girl doing? Is this the time for laughter? Liu Tong, with the police and attorney in tow, surveyed the scene, pleased to see that his wife and son appeared unharmed. Turning to the group led by Zhang Bo's mother, he asserted, "You wish to involve the police? I've already done so." Director Li and teacher Zhou were visibly anxious. After all, who in the room did not recognize Liu Tong? His contributions to the school, including funding the upcoming basketball court renovation, were well known. Mr. Liu, sighed Director Li, there are extenuating circumstances surrounding this incident. Zhang Bo's mother fell silent upon seeing the police and attorney. The cramped office was filled to capacity. Director Li presented Ji Xiang's phone to Liu Tong, who reviewed it before passing it to the attorney and police officers. The attorney adjusted his glasses and declared, with this evidence, I am confident of a favorable outcome. Young Liu has conducted himself commendably. Liu Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. The situation made their family appear ostentatious. What victory? This is merely a case of children squabbling. The fact remains that your son assaulted mine, sending him to the hospital. Zhang Bo's mother appeared increasingly agitated. Her earlier bravado had dissipated with Liu Tong's arrival. Indeed, it is a fact, Liu Tong acknowledged. My son is not at fault. After all, your child is also a student. Do you consider it appropriate to disparage a classmate? Yet, Zhang Bo's mother insisted, but what of your child? What harm is there in speaking? The others present exchanged glances, bewildered by her reasoning. Ji Xiang interjected, let me clarify. Zhang Bo has a history of spreading rumors, not just this incident. Our school forum is rife with his defamatory posts. We can trace these back to his IP address. Slander is a criminal offense. How can mere words be deemed criminal? Zhang Bo's mother protested. Teacher Zhou interjected. The reality is that Zhang Bo was at fault from the outset. That girl he spoke of is a wonderful student from a modest background who works diligently and excels academically. She is also quite attractive, which may have stirred inappropriate thoughts in Zhang Bo regardless. Liu Yang, you were wrong to resort to violence. I believe both parties should face consequences. Directo li concurrat. Supporting a balanced approach, since both are at fault, let them each write a self-reflection of 3,000 words upon returning from holiday. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, understood. Zhang Bo's mother, visibly displeased, objected, so a monetary compensation for the assault? However, Director Li shot her a warning glance, reminding her that they were in their final year. Any disciplinary marks could be detrimental to their records. This unspoken caution was clear. Given the formidable presence of Liu Yang's entourage, it would be unwise to pursue further confrontation. Consequently, Zhang Bo's mother begrudgingly acquiesced. The three boys who accompanied Zhang Bo, having not engaged in the fight, were only required to write the self-reflection, with no further penalties imposed. In the end, the altercation concluded with Zhang Bo hospitalized, having lost 2 teeth, and a mandate for self-reflections. Liu Yang's only consequence was to compose a 3,000-word essay, a task he was more accustomed to than the rarefied atmosphere of such a confrontation. As Zhang Bo's mother stormed out, she cast a disdainful glare at the 3 waiting by the door. Xiao Ying and Li Lu exchanged eye rolls, muttering about the absurdity of the situation, while Summer Yu remained focused on Liu Yang. One by one, the others departed, leaving Liu Yang's parents, Ji Xiang, and him engaged in polite conversation with Director Li. Liu Yang glanced at his parents, still chatting amiably with the director and teachers, before turning to Summer Yu, who stood at the entrance. He stepped forward and inquired, what are you doing here? Did you not have work? He noticed she was still in her school uniform, her upturned gaze revealing a hint of vulnerability. Summer Yu observed how Liu Yang dominated the office space, effortlessly ignoring Qiu Ying and Li Lu as he approached her, exuding an undeniable charm. I heard you fought for me, so I came, she said, her eyes drifting to his hands resting at his sides. Your hands are meant for competition, not for striking Zhang Bo and his ilk. They're not worth it. Liu Yang lifted his hand, glancing at it with a smile. My teacher taught me that my hands are also meant to protect others. He reached out, intending to ruffle her hair, but the scrutinizing stares of Qiu Ying, Li Lu, and the watchful eyes of his mother and Ji Xiang made him hesitate. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, saying, it's fine now. You should head home. Summer Yu smiled, her dimples sweetly evident. Liu Yang, I'm indifferent to what they say about me. Their words hold no weight in my eyes. She glanced at his lowered hand, then stood on her tiptoes, gently touching his head. But thank you for standing up for me. It brings me joy. Zheng Hui, standing behind Liu Yang, discreetly squeezed Ji Xiang's hand, silently exclaiming, my son has truly made something of himself. Ji Xiang gasped in surprise, hey, that hurts. Liu Tong noticed the commotion beside him and cleared his throat softly. Instantly, Zheng Hui straightened, donning a composed smile next to her husband. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Xiao Ying wore an expression of delight, while Li Lu adjusted his glasses, bemused by the lack of decorum displayed by the pair. This is the office of the administration, he thought. Some are you. Boys typically do not appreciate having their heads patted. Lu Yang clicked his tongue, lightly flicking her forehead to redirect his racing heart, which had been stirred by the unexpected moment. Then, despite his apparent lack of force, how could her forehead still be flushed? Mother, someone is trying to pull a fast one. Chapter 46. Is it so thrilling to offer oneself? Lu Yang, feeling guilty, withdrew his hand, observing the faint redness as she reached up to touch it. Beside them, Xiao Ying cautiously interjected, "Well, this is the teacher's office." Li Lu finally spoke up. "The teachers are about to look over." Lu Yang felt that they had done nothing wrong, so let them look, yet inexplicably, he felt a tinge of guilt. He glanced at the three of them. "You may head back. Truly, there's nothing to worry about." Just as Lu Tong was about to call out, "Lu Yang," he hurriedly said, "I'm going back. I suspect my parents will take me home directly. You all go ahead." Lu Yang turned and entered the office, where everyone's gaze fell upon him. Lu Tong and Zheng Hui's eyes were fixed on Xia Youran, who stood there looking somewhat pale, a bit awkward in her stance. However, her gaze did not shy away as she locked eyes with Lu Tong for a moment. It was Lu Tong who eventually averted his gaze first. Xiao Ying reached for Xia Yuran's hand, saying, "Let us go. It's not right standing here." She whispered, "Who knows? The teacher might actually think you two are in a romantic relationship." Xia Youran pursed her lips. If they really believed that, it wouldn't be the worst thing. The issue was that Lu Yang currently had no desire to pursue a romance with her. This thought left her somewhat deflated. Lu Yang, being pulled away by his parents, thanked Director Li and Teacher Zhou. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Lu Yang who had sent someone to the hospital today. If word got out, it would not reflect well on him. After all, he was a boxer who had hospitalized a classmate. No matter the reason, those with ulterior motives would perceive it as his fault. Today's resolution could be considered fortunate. Zhang Bo's mother was indeed intimidated by Lu Tong's presence, which made the situation easier to resolve. After Lu Tong, Zheng Hui, and Ji Xiang emerged from the office, Zheng Hui looked around. Whereas that beautiful classmate? Her tone was filled with excitement. Lu Yang shot a glare at Ji Xiang, who averted his gaze, fidgeting with his phone. Lu Yang called out to Zheng Hui, "Mom, that's enough. She's gone home." Lu Tong glanced at his son. "It's getting late. I've made a reservation. Let us go out to eat tonight. Ji Xiang can join us." Ji Xiang responded with a cheerful, "Sure thing, Godfather." Lu Yang sighed as he trailed behind his parents. Ji Xiang was busy fiddling with his phone. Soon, Lu Yang's phone vibrated, revealing a new group chat titled Lu Gu Rages for the Fair Lady. It comprised 4 members, Lu Yang, Ji Xiang, Xiao Ying, and Xia Youran. The other 3 had already sent smiley emojis, while Lu Yang remained silent. "Xia Youran. Are you touched? If I encounter a guy like that, I would marry him." Xiao Ying chimed in. "Is it really so thrilling to offer oneself?" Excited JPG. Lu Yang punched Ji Xiang in the arm. "Withdraw that." While Xia Youran isn't looking, he snatched the phone from Ji Xiang's hand to retract the message. Ji Xiang protested, Hey, why are you getting shy now?" Upon noticing Ji Xiang's retraction, Xiao Ying too clicked to withdraw her message. When Xia Youran checked her phone, she only saw 2 retracted messages. She was quite busy and merely glanced at the messages, not realizing they were from Lu Yang before setting her phone aside. She still had to find Lu Yang later. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and the others went for a meal. Along the way, Lu Tong continued to lecture Lu Yang and Zheng Hui about not acting impulsively, only to be retorted by Zheng Hui. "Oh, please. You think I should remain calm while my son is being criticized? The fact that I didn't hit her is a testament to my upbringing." Lu Tong, sounding exasperated, replied, "That's not what I meant. There are other ways to handle it. Just look at how awkward the teacher was. Other ways would involve me and my son cornering her in an alley with a sack over her head." Ji Xiang suppressed laughter, whispering to Lu Yang, "My godmother is fierce. Even my godfather doesn't dare speak up." Lu Yang was unfazed. This was nothing new to him. Zheng Hui, having just finished scolding her husband, turned to her son, "Son, why don't you invite that classmate to join us for dinner? I'll call your dad to pick her up." "Mom, please, spare me. You're making it too scary," Lu Yang pleaded. Ji Xiang chimed in, "Come on, godmother. She's a pure love warrior. If she says she doesn't like him, she's just quietly being nice." His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Lu Yang clicked his tongue. "Ji Xiang, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Tong calmly addressed his son. "Son, if you've done something, you should admit it. Doing good deeds anonymously doesn't mean they didn't happen." Lu Yang retorted, "Seriously, can you all listen to yourselves? Is this really the time to be pushing me into a relationship?" He was nearly laughing out of frustration. Why did everyone seem so eager for him to date? Were they not aware he was in his senior year? So, Was he the only one concerned about the college entrance examination? Lu Yang chose to remain silent, tuning out all their chatter. Yet, he couldn't help but picture Xia Youran on her tiptoes reaching to touch his head. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. The changes in his heartbeat were undeniable, especially to himself. Lu Yang sighed, wondering if the girl was being intentional or not. Ultimately, Lu Yang isolated himself from the conversation, refusing to engage in any discussions regarding Xia Youran, allowing the topic to shift. His parents refrained from mentioning the incident of him hitting someone. Ji Xiang's video captured everything clearly. They knew Lu Yang well enough that even if he wasn't too concerned about that particular girl, he would have reacted similarly if it were any other classmate. As parents, they found no fault in his actions. Their son was simply doing a good deed. If they criticized him, what kind of parents would they be? After dinner, the family first dropped Ji Xiang off at home. On the way back, Lu Tong spoke, "Son, do you genuinely not like that girl? Not liking her is fine. She doesn't seem suitable for our family anyway. What is unsuitable about it? They're just a boy and a girl, a perfect match." Before Lu Yang could respond, Zheng Hui rolled her eyes and shot back. "Don't give me that social status nonsense. The boy has family isn't overly complicated, and you, doing business, have completely lost your sense." Lu Yang told, "Well, Mom's verbal prowess is formidable." Lu Tong clarified, "That is not my point. Whether her family is wealthy or not is irrelevant. It's just that the girl's name is Xia Youran, right? We still don't know much about her family situation. Is that a good thing? I hope it doesn't affect brother and his family." Lu Tong sighed. "What do you think I was implying?" Lu Yang interjected, "White. What else with the arguing over something that doesn't even have basis? You're both fighting over a non-issue." Chapter 47. The measurements obtained through inquiry can't possibly match those taken personally. In any case, Lu Yang had grown accustomed to his parents' arguments. His father never won against his mother at home, despite being quite suave elsewhere. He didn't understand this dynamic when he was younger, but as he matured, he realized that parents truly loved each other, and children were merely an unexpected consequence. By the time they arrived home, Lu Yang's mind was still preoccupied with the image of Xia Youran watching him at the door. That gazed Lu Yang sighed. Zheng Hui glanced at him. "What is wrong, son?" Lu Yang shook his head. "Nothing. Just reflecting on today's events. Oh dear, this incident was all your classmate's fault. Given the way her parents acted, it's evident how that boy must be. You did nothing wrong today." Zheng Hui reassured him, lowering her voice slightly. "However, son, if it were someone else, you probably wouldn't have retaliated, right? After all, in the footage Ji Xiang captured, the teacher's voice successfully halted your movements for a moment. However, in the end, he still threw the punch." This was not something one would expect from Lu Yang. Zheng Hui understood her son well. He had always conducted himself with propriety. Had he refrained from that blow today, there would have been no need to summon the parents. Lu Yang fell silent for a moment, not directly responding to Zheng Hui's words, and merely murmured, "I'm sorry, Mom, for causing you trouble." "It's nothing. I'm not troubled at all. What could possibly trouble me? It's merely a hassle for your father to come and bail us out," Zheng Hui replied with a smile, linking her arm with her son as they walked forward. Behind them, Lu Tong had just parked the car. How presumptuous of me. On their side, there was a harmonious atmosphere. Xia Youran had run errands a few times and helped out in the store, earning 35 yuan. The boss had given her 40 and kindly inquired, "Where are you off to, Youran? If you're in a hurry, you can ride the store's bike." Xia Youran hesitated, shaking her head. "No, thank you, boss. The bike needs to be used for deliveries." The boss promptly handed her a helmet, insisting, "We're not doing deliveries tonight. Just ride it over tomorrow. Sitting in a car costs money too, and you've only earned this little tonight." At that moment, the boss's wife emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bag of vegetables. "Oh, take this back with you. It won't be good if it sits too long, and be careful on your way home." Xia Youran accepted the vegetables the boss's wife offered. They were fresh and varied, and certainly not unsuitable for consumption. This was all an act of kindness from them. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the gifts, saying, "Then I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow, boss and boss's wife. Be careful. And you can bring your grandmother along tomorrow. It must be dull for her at home. We can keep an eye on her," the boss's wife reminded. Xia Youran blinked and smiled. "Understood. I'm heading back now." Taking a deep breath, she turned and walked out of the store. Lu Yang had often asked her why she didn't move to a different place. The first reason was that she truly lacked the funds. The second was that she had encountered much kindness here. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood had helped her tremendously. In truth, she quite liked it here. As she watched Xia Youran's frail figure disappear into the dimming twilight, the boss's wife sighed. "If this were my daughter, I'd be heartbroken seeing her struggle like this from above. This girl is so understanding, it truly tugs at one's heartstrings," the boss remarked, giving her a gentle nudge. "Enough of that. Let us wish for peace." "Yes, peace," she replied. Xia Youran rode her electric bike against the evening breeze, traversing the streets illuminated by countless lights. Her previous destination had always been her grandmother's home. Yet now, Her heart longed to be where Lu Yang was. The boy stood in the teaching office, coolly asserting his innocence to the parents across from him, exuding an undeniable charm. However, Xia Youran remained composed and emotionally stable, even though she yearned to see Lu Yang immediately. For now, she rode her bike back home, where her grandmother awaited her return. Today, her grandmother was in good spirits. Alert, and having returned from the senior activity center, she had even washed up by herself. When she emerged and spotted Xia Youran baking small cakes in the kitchen, the old lady smiled. "You seem quite happy today, Youran." Xia Youran turned to her grandmother, her eyes sparkling. "Grandma, today Lu Yang got into a fight because someone said something about me." The old lady's expression turned to one of surprise. Seeing the radiant smile on Xia Yuran's face, she also beamed. "Little Lu really seems like a good boy. I liked him the first time I saw him. You must be sure to thank him properly." Xia Youran nodded. "He is exceptionally kind. Grandma, you might not remember, but he was the one who helped you when you got lost." The old lady's surprise deepened. "I truly don't remember." She noticed the small cake Xia Youran had placed nearby. "Is this for little Lu?" Xia Youran affirmed. "Yes, I'm going to deliver it to him." The old lady nodded. "All right, I won't disturb you, but make sure you come back early, all right?" Xia Youran replied. "Okay, Grandma, I'll be quick." The old lady reached out, and Xia Youran bent down to allow her to pat her head. In front of her grandmother, she remained the bright, cheerful girl she always was. The old lady returned to her room, opening the cupboard to retrieve the qipao she had been embroidering, which was only half finished. This was a graduation gift she had prepared for Youran, but age had slowed her down, and she sometimes forgot things. After a moment's thought, she took a sticky note and wrote a line. Soon, the medication took effect, and she grew sleepy, eventually drifting off to sleep. After packing up, Xia Youran gently entered the room. Her grandmother had already fallen asleep, the half-embroidered qipao resting on the table. Xia Youran approached, noticing a piece of paper on the qipao. It read, "Youran, ask little Lu for his measurements. Grandma wants to make him some clothes, hoping he won't mind." Upon reading this, Xia Yuran's gaze fell upon the measuring tape nearby. Surely, the measurements taken by her would be far more accurate than any she could ask for. She carefully folded the qipao and took the measuring tape with her. The route from her home to Lu Yang's was one Xia Youran had become quite familiar with. She had followed Lu Yang many times in the past. A few times, he had even turned back unexpectedly to look. However, perhaps due to her wearing a school uniform and being a girl, he never seemed to suspect her. He merely glanced over before moving on, as if he had never truly remembered her. This thought left Xia Youran feeling somewhat disheartened. Instead of taking her electric bike, she opted for the bus. After showering, her hair was still damp and cascading down her back, and a small cake was resting on her knee. The beautiful girl gazed downward, lost in thought, her sweet smile lingering on her face. Chapter 48. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Lu Yang had already lain on his bed, playing a couple of rounds of a game. He had anticipated that Xia Youran would reach out to him that evening, yet after she returned home, he received no news from her. The group chat was filled with messages that were more or less meaningless. Lu Yang found himself unable to concentrate on the game, while Ji Xiang and two other friends, with whom he often played, were throwing around insults. Finally, Lu Yang declared, "I'm done playing. I'm out of here." He swiftly exited the game and stood up to pour himself some water. Ji Xiang quickly sent him a private message. "Don't tell me you're sulking because you played poorly?" Lu Yang was speechless and responded with a voice message. "Shut it. I'm not in the mood to play anymore. It's pointless. I'd rather do some practice papers." Ji Xiang replied with 3 question marks. Then who called Lu Yang, speaking rapidly and not giving him a chance to respond. "You're the one who should shut it, you fool. Tomorrow night at 8. At the Royal KTV, whoever doesn't show up is a dog." After finishing, he hung up, of course cursing Lu Yang with a final dog before doing so. It was all rather childish. Lu Yang found it quite ridiculous. He set his phone down and stepped out to get a glass of water. His parents' door was closed. Past experiences had taught him that it was best not to disturb them at this hour. Thankfully, the soundproofing in the house was excellent. Just as he returned to his room, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he saw that it was a call from Xia Youran, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "Hello?" The girl's voice on the other end was clear and carried a hint of cheerfulness. "Lu Yang, can we meet?" Lu Yang responded with an "Oh," walking to his wardrobe to pull down a t-shirt and a pair of pants. "Where are you? I'll come find you." He didn't inquire about the reason for their meeting, as he realized that upon receiving Xia Yuran's call, his mood had lifted considerably. There was a brief silence on the line before she replied earnestly, "I'm at the entrance of your community. I can't get in." She didn't know which building Lu Yang lived in. She only knew he resided there. Lu Yang paused his actions, uncertainly asking, "You're at the entrance of our community?" "Yes, I'm at the entrance of your community. Could you step out for a moment?" Xia Youran smiled at the security guard who had been staring at her. Given the high cost of living here, it was only reasonable that the security would be top-notch. Lu Yang's voice echoed from the other end. Wait for me for 5 minutes, before he abruptly hung up. Xia Youran wanted to assure him that there was no rush and that she could wait, but the call had already ended. Standing in place with her phone, the security guard couldn't help but lean forward and inquire, "Miss, have you been here before? You were wearing the affiliated high school uniform then." Xia Youran felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Her previous visits with Lu Yang had been impulsive, without any particular pattern. It seemed that every time, this very security guard was on duty. "Yes, I've been here a few times," she admitted. Just then, Lu Yang emerged, catching the tail end of the guard's enthusiastic inquiry. "I always thought you must have a fondness for the boy you're following. Have you caught up with him?" Lu Yang replied that he would be out in 5 minutes, but it turned out he was out in just 3. Xia Yuran's embarrassment was still palpable as she watched him jog over, slightly out of breath, his eyes filled with curiosity, likely stemming from the guard's earlier comment. A rare fluster crossed her face as she responded, "No." Unfortunately, the guard had already glimpsed Lu Yang's face and exclaimed, "Oh, you really did catch up?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at the guard. "What?" Xia Yuran quickly grasped Lu Yang's wrist and pulled him in the opposite direction, looking quite flustered, akin to a headless chicken. It was already nearing 10 o'clock. Where could they possibly go? Lu Yang decisively led her back into the community, and the guard did not intervene. The warmth of the boy's palm contrasted sharply with her own. Xia Yuran tightened her grip around Lu Yang's wrist, only to have him grasp her wrist in turn. Considering the guard's previous remarks and her flustered demeanor, Lu Yang likely pieced together a bit of the story. He guided Xia Yuran toward a nearby gazebo and asked, "What brings you here?" Xia Yuran gazed at Lu Yang's hands. Was it these very hands that had defended her against the slanders she faced? This thought caused her lips to curve upward slightly as she replied, "I made some small cakes to bring you. You can have them tomorrow as well. It's quite late now." Before Lu Yang could finish his sentence, she interrupted, "Tomorrow is fine, but I wanted to see you tonight." They stood at the entrance of the gazebo, and as Lu Yang looked at her, he noticed she was focused on the hand that held her wrist. Feeling a sudden wave of awkwardness, he withdrew his hand, apologizing, "Sorry. I thought you looked like you were running from something." Xia Yuran felt the warmth of his touch dissipate, replaced by the chill of the night air. She tucked her hands behind her back. "It's all right. This is actually my first time inside," she said, approaching the gazebo's table to place a small box on its surface. Turning to Lu Yang, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "This is my second attempt at baking. My grandmother said the first batch was too sweet. Will you dislike my baking?" She bit her lip, clearly nervous. "Would you like a try?" Lu Yang, who was not one to resist such gestures, sighed and replied, "It's fine. I'm not picky. I'll give it a try." Xia Yuran's face lit up with joy as she opened the box, exclaiming, "You have to try this one. It has the biggest strawberry." In a childlike manner, she offered him the prettiest treat. As Lu Yang reached out to accept it, his fingertips brushed against her hand, and he felt her slightly tremble. Yet she did not withdraw. The light in the gazebo was dim, yet to Lu Yang, it paled in comparison to the brightness in her eyes. The petite cupcake did not require a fork. He took a bite directly and thought to himself that Xia Yuran had certainly been modest. Her baking was delightful. "Very good," he objectively commented, only to notice that the girl who had been standing 2 steps away suddenly closed the distance. She raised her hand and gently brushed the corner of his mouth. "You have cream." Then in a flurry, she hid her hand behind her back. Xia Yuran's heart raced. She had lied. There was no cream on Lu Yang's lips. Lu Yang was aware of her deception as well. He knew whether or not there was anything on his mouth. The sensation of her fingers grazing his lips lingered. He watched her, speechless, as her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Suddenly, he blurted out, "You're blushing." The already ambiguous atmosphere thickened when she hastily covered her face with her hands. Lu Yang observed her thumb, which had brushed his lips, being pressed against her own mouth. The girl believed her actions to be discreet, yet Lu Yang had witnessed everything. Was this considered an indirect kiss? Chapter 49, Lu Yang. "No, you little rascal." He gazed at her fingers gliding across her soft lips, but the question remained unvoiced. He simply turned his gaze away and casually wiped his mouth with his hand. "I can manage myself. Why are you out so late delivering cakes?" Xia Yuran felt a pang of regret watching his actions. She wished she could help him clean up or that he would allow her to share a taste. The thought startled her, and her face turned crimson at the realization. "I just wanted to thank you. I know what happened today." Lu Yang acknowledged her with a simple, "Oh," adding, "If it were someone else, I would have helped too." Before he could finish, the girl suddenly opened her arms to embrace him. Lu Yang barely had time to raise the cake in his hands as he found himself enveloped in her soft form. She was slender, and the sensation of her body fitting against his felt almost like a delicate mosaic. For a moment, he was taken aback, then instinctively thought to push her away. "You don't need to." However, he had previously mentioned that he was more receptive to gentleness than force. He had intended to push her away, yet her soft voice halted his movements. "Since my parents passed away and my grandmother fell ill." It's been a long time since anyone has held me like this. Her words were small and fragile, successfully stalling Liu Yang's impulse to push her away. He awkwardly kept his hands raised, allowing her to embrace him. It's all right. Could you touch my back like my dad used to? Just for a moment. No one will see. The girl lifted her small face, gazing at Liu Yang with hopeful eyes. She swiftly took the cake from his hands and placed it on the nearby table before quickly wrapping her arms around him once more. The sequence of movements was remarkably quick. Liu Yang felt her grip tighten, and he could sense something warm against him. She guided his hand to her back, urging, "Just move a little." There was nothing inherently wrong with her request, but Liu Yang felt an inexplicable discomfort, his face heating up. He had little experience with such intimate gestures. While he had encountered confessions before, this direct embrace was a first. It's fine. If you ever find yourself in a situation like this again, seek out a teacher or just come to me. Liu Yang noticed his tone had softened considerably. Today, Li Bo's mother had subtly shifted the blame onto Xia Youran, which had left Liu Yang feeling quite displeased. In his past life, he had overlooked such matters. Did Xia Youran frequently encounter situations like this? Just contemplating it made Liu Yang feel that the punch he threw at Li Bo was a mere trifle. As Liu Yang mulled over these thoughts, he suddenly felt a hand graze his waist and backside. Liu Yang? No, you little rascal. He reached out and grasped the girl's slender shoulder, gently pushing her away a fraction. Then, glaring at her, he inquired, "What are you doing?" Xia Yuran's face flushed slightly, yet she appeared somewhat innocent as she replied, "Ah, I just wanted to measure your waist." As she spoke, she retrieved a small measuring tape from her pocket. "This, my grandmother, said she wanted to thank you by making you a suit. Her skills are exceptional. Many sought her services in the past. However, after she fell ill, I wouldn't let her work anymore. It was too exhausting for her." At that moment, Liu Yang understood the living conditions of the elderly woman and the young girl. It was evident that they relied on the grandmother's craftsmanship. But after her illness, it seemed that Xia Yuran's life had become increasingly difficult. With a rosy hue still adorning her cheeks, Xia Youran shook the measuring tape and asked, "May I measure?" Liu Yang took a small step back. "Actually, I could just tell you the measurement directly." Xia Youran, however, looked visibly disheartened. "Are you not trusting me? I wouldn't take advantage of you." Upon saying that, she raised 3 fingers earnestly, "I swear." Truthfully, this version of Xia Youran was rather endearing. Furthermore, Liu Yang noticed she seemed more vivacious in his presence. Previously, she always appeared timid in her endeavors, exuding an air of fragility. Yet now, Xia Youran radiated a newfound vigor. Uncertain, he decided to observe her further. Liu Yang pressed down on her 3 fingers. There's no need for oaths. After all, it's unclear who would be taking advantage of whom. Are you perhaps misjudging your own appearance? Then I'm not afraid of you taking advantage of me. Please let me measure, Xia Youran insisted, holding her measuring tape aloft earnestly. Caught off guard by her rapid response, Liu Yang found himself momentarily bewildered. That was not his intention. In the evening pavilion, it was just the two of them, and their proximity was quite close. The cake lay untouched upon the table. As the girl persistently held her measuring tape, gazing up at the boy with earnest intent, the scene became a stalemate. Eventually, Liu Yang relented, opening his arms. "Go ahead. But are you sure you know how?" "I do. I learned alongside my grandmother since I was little. She said I have a talent for it." Upon witnessing Liu Yang's concession, Xia Yuran's face seemed to illuminate with joy. She unfurled the measuring tape, first encircling Liu Yang's waist. In order to take the measurement, they stood quite close together. Liu Yang could see her cascading black hair and catch the faint scent of shampoo lingering in the air. She must have just washed her hair. The unbound strands were not entirely straight. Near the ends, they exhibited gentle curls, whether from her own doing or nature's design. He could not say. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the girl lift her gaze, done with the waist. "Now, for the hip measurement. Please stand with your feet together and straight." Her voice was soft, but Liu Yang couldn't shake the memory of her hand brushing against his rear moments prior. His nature was to speak freely. "Did you just touch my butt?" The girl's hand holding the tape paused noticeably. She looked at him. "What are you talking about?" "Liu Yang, I didn't do that." Her rapid denial seemed suspicious, and her wandering gaze only heightened his doubts. Liu Yang reached for the measuring tape in her hand. "I'll do it myself." "You want to measure accurately," Xia Youran insisted, not relinquishing her grip. "I promise I won't touch your rear again." Liu Yang raised an eyebrow again. Xia Youran, taken aback by his question, looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I really only brushed against it by accident. Otherwise, would you like me to let you touch mine back?" Liu Yang thought to himself, "Sometimes I really want to call the police." "Touch it back." He anticipated that response, and his gaze instinctively drifted to her backside. However, in this small garden, suggesting such a thing felt decidedly inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he leaned slightly forward, gazing into her pitiful yet unapologetic doe-like eyes, and chuckled. "I'm not like you, little rascal. Hurry up, It's getting late. There was quite a distance from here to her home, and the hour was already late. Xia Youran felt a twinge of disappointment upon his refusal. Perhaps it was because her figure lacked sufficient curves? She seemed exceedingly slender, as she bent slightly and circled Lu Yong's hips with a measuring tape. He couldn't help but notice how her lowered head was positioned precariously close to a rather sensitive area. Lu Yong thought it might be an illusion, but it felt as if her breaths were grazing him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure it. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, while measuring the waist had been swift, the hip measurement felt agonizingly prolonged. "There's no need to be so tense," she said, her soft breaths wafting over to him. He felt increasingly awkward and considered retreating. A sense of foreboding washed over him. "Are you finished?" This outfit wasn't absolutely necessary. It could just as well allow his grandmother a respite. Just as Lu Yong prepared to suggest giving up, Xia Youran retracted the measuring tape. She stood up, casting a glance at a certain spot, her face reddening further. Lu Yong sighed in relief, taking a step back, observing her flickering gaze as she stood before him. The atmosphere between them had grown palpably awkward. He glanced down at her black pants. While not overtly visible, she had been far too close moments ago. He inhaled sharply. This outfit. Only the shoulder width remained, and his grandmother was eagerly anticipating it. Xia Youran interrupted. "It looks like moral coercion." Yet, Lu Yong simply sat on a nearby stone bench. "Go ahead and measure. I might as well sit." There was no way anything untoward could happen now. Surely? However, Lu Yong was overthinking it. Facing the entrance of the pavilion, Xia Youran stood before him, one seated and one standing, their proximity creating a visually intimate effect. It was too close. Lu Yong felt as though the air was saturated with her essence. Yet she seemed blissfully unaware of the suggestive nature of their position. As she drew nearer, it was as if she enveloped him entirely in her embrace. Lu Yong's nose brushed against her delicate collarbone. The girl was slender, accentuating the prominence of her collarbone, which appeared small and exquisitely fair. Lu Yong tilted his head back, only to have Xia Youran gently press him down. "Don't move." Perhaps she lacked control over her strength, for the result was that Lu Yong's face was pressed downwards. Despite her slight frame, she possessed all the attributes a girl should have, albeit in modest measure. Lu Yong mused. He can't be blamed for being passively flirtatious, can he? Xia Youran seemed to finally realize something was amiss. The boy's breath was quickening against her. Summer clothing was typically light. Consequently, her grip on the measuring tape slackened as she hastily retreated. I'm done measuring." Lu Yong, seated on a stone bench, dare not move. The atmosphere between them grew even more awkward. He watched as her delicate fingers fidgeted with the soft measuring tape, occasionally glancing at him before quickly averting her gaze. The girl's shyness was unmistakable. She liked herself, Lu Yong realized with clarity. But did he like Xia Youran? There was no denying it. The rhythm of his heartbeat whispered to him that he was indeed fond of her. Such a girl was effortlessly likable from the very moment they met. Lu Yong averted his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. He noticed the cake on the table. Had she not gone to her part-time job that evening just to bake it for him? "Then I shall take my leave," Xia Youran announced. "We'll meet after the National Day holiday." At the mention of this, a hint of discontent flickered across Xia Yuran's face, as she realized for the first time that an excessively lengthy holiday could be rather disheartening. Lu Yong lifted his eyes to her, the light behind her head casting a glare that made it somewhat uncomfortable to look at her directly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I will see you home." "No need," she replied. "It's not very far. Just one bus transfer will suffice." Xia Youran tucked away the measuring tape she had just used on Lu Yong, intending to place it in a small box. How delightful it was that the tape could freely touch Lu Yong, while she herself had to concoct various suitable excuses. "It's not safe," Lu Yong interjected, glancing at the cake on the table. "Why don't you accompany me upstairs to put the cake away?" Xia Youran appeared taken aback by his unexpected invitation. Had it been anyone else, she would have outright refused. However, standing before Lu Yong, she hesitated, pondering whether it was inappropriate. Lu Yong, misinterpreting her reluctance as concern for safety, reassured her, "My mother is at home, so you needn't worry. I will just put the cake down. Am I to meet your parents?" Xia Youran queried, recalling Lu Yang's mother, a woman who exuded an air of affluence. A rather daunting prospect, she thought. Lu Yong had already begun to gather the cake box, looking at her as he held it in hand. "Come on." Xia Youran wanted to decline, yet she found herself unable to refuse him. Ultimately, as she stood hesitantly at his doorstep, she suggested, "How about I wait for you outside? You won't be long, will you?" The uncertainty and panic reflected in her gaze seemed genuine, resembling a frightened kitten afraid of abandonment. At times, Lu Yong truly felt she resembled a stray animal, seeking warmth and companionship. He sighed, "Fine, you wait here." Just as he pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, a head covered in a facial mask suddenly popped out from behind it. "Son, just in time." The remainder of her sentence faltered. Lu Yang exclaimed, bewildered. Xia Youran, feeling nervous, called out, "Andy, I'm Lu Yang's classmate." To which the masked woman excitedly turned her head. "Old Lu, your son is quite accomplished. He has brought a girl home for the night." Lu Yang thought, "Sometimes I genuinely consider calling the police." Mom. Chapter 51. My gaze unwaveringly pursued only Lu Yang. Lu Yang's call of mom was notably loud, yet Zheng Hui seemed oblivious to her son's voice, as she promptly reached out to push him aside and seized the bewildered Xia Youran by the wrist. "Come here, you must be Youran, right? What brings you here at this hour? Come in and sit down." The warmth radiating from the woman's palm momentarily transported Xia Youran back to memories of her own mother. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were seeing her mother again. Zheng Hui ushered Xia Youran into the house, tearing off her facial mask with one hand. "Oh dear, I didn't know you were coming. I hope I didn't startle you with this mask." Xia Youran instinctively hesitated to respond, her eyes darting towards Lu Yang, who stood at the door, still holding the cake. His mother had completely disregarded him. Lu Yang observed the confusion and helplessness in Xia Yuran's eyes. He sighed, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him, striding over to gently pry his mother's hand away. "Mom, you scared her. She's here just to express her gratitude and deliver a cake. It's getting late. I should see her home." Only then did Zheng Hui cast a glance at the cake in her son's hands. She noted the time and realized it was indeed late. Although she felt pleased that her son had brought a girl home, they were not a family without their principles. The girl appeared quite anxious. She hoped she and frightened her. Zheng Hui took the cake from Lu Yang's hands. "All right then, it is late. Youran, please sit for a moment. I will have Lu Yang drive you home. Also, I have some things for you to take back to your grandmother. It's important to care for the elderly. So wait for me." With that, she hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Xia Youran stood frozen, momentarily disoriented. Was she implying that she was aware of her family situation? She turned to Lu Yang. "Does your family know about mine?" Upon reflection, it made sense. Lu Yang's family was local. What could they possibly be unaware of? Xia Youran had already understood the influence of the Lu family, and hearing Zheng Hui mention her grandmother only added to her trepidation. She admired Lu Yang. He was remarkable. Yet, if his parents disapproved, what good would her efforts be? Lu Yang glanced at her, recognizing the hesitation in her eyes. "What? Is it concerning that your family consists only of you and your grandmother? My mom attends every parent-teacher meeting. Previously, we were in different classes. But you're the model student for all the homeroom teachers. Your photo is on the school's honor wall." He locked his gaze on Xia Yuran's eyes and suddenly smiled. "Did you think my parents were aware of something? You're so exceptional that I reckon many parents at our school know about you." Xia Youran exhaled sharply, a smile creeping on her lips. I just strive to live well." She playfully winked. Studying hard is also for the sake of money. She spoke candidly about her need for a scholarship to sustain her living expenses. Yet, Lu Yang's smile remained unchanged as he gently pressed his hand atop her head. "That's why you're truly remarkable." Xia Youran felt the warmth of his palm resting on her head, a sensation of safety enveloping her. She smiled. "Well, with my exceptional qualities, might I also capture your attention? Just as your excellence has always captured mine." My gaze unwaveringly pursued only Lu Yang. Lu Yang hadn't anticipated that their conversation would take such a turn. He suddenly felt that his affectionate gesture of patting her head might have taken on a somewhat ambiguous tone. Zheng Hui emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bags. Just as she noticed her son retracting his hand from Xia Youran, his neck slightly flushed. The beautiful girl was gazing up at him with a smile. Zheng Hui felt a rush of excitement. "Oh dear, this is far more entertaining than the melodramatic dramas I watch with my friends. The purity of feelings at this age is simply enchanting." With a bright smile, Zheng Hui chimed in, "Oh, I brought the goodies." As soon as her voice rang out, both Lu Yang and Xia Youran instinctively stood up straighter. Zheng Hui pretended not to notice, handing the items to Lu Yang. "Take these to your grandmother." Xia Youran quickly declined. "Auntie, you don't have to. This is too extravagant." The packaging alone suggested it was quite expensive. However, Zheng Hui seized the opportunity to grasp Xia Yuran's hand. "It's fine. These are merely gifts from your father's business partners. Take them back to your grandmother and yourself to nourish your health. It won't cost you anything. All right, you should head home now." As she handed Lu Yang a set of keys, she instructed, "Drive Yuran back. Otherwise, her parents might worry." Lu Yang looked at the keys. "Mom, we could take a taxi," only to be met with a stern glare from Zheng Hui. "You rascal, don't you know how to show off your charm?" She took hold of Lu Yang's free hand. "Driving is quicker. There's no traffic. Why we take a taxi for such a short distance?" With that, she gave Lu Yang a gentle push. "Now, go." Lu Yang felt somewhat helpless as his mother pushed him outside, all the while sweetly urging Xia Youran to visit their home more often, saying that she adored having her son as classmates come over play. Eventually, Lu Yang and Xia Youran found themselves standing in the yard at the entrance of the villa, exchanging glances that conveyed a palpable awkwardness. Zheng Hui hurried to the monitoring room, muttering to herself as she observed the footage. What a perfect match. Just then, Lu Tong emerged from his shower, asking, "Did you just call for me, dear?" Zheng Hui gestured toward the screen. "Look, your son has certainly outshone you. That girl is truly beautiful," Lu Tong remarked objectively. Given their proximity, they must just be ordinary classmates, right? Zheng Hui retorted. After tonight, they'll at least be classmates who have embraced each other. At that moment, Lu Yang hesitated, glancing at the keys in his hand before suggesting, "How about I call a cab to take you home?" Xia Youran, intrigued, looked at the keys and asked, "Isn't your mother asking you to drive? Do you have a driver's license?" "I got mine as soon as I turned 18. Lu Yang replied candidly, then added, "It's a motorcycle. Would you like to ride?" The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she didn't respond verbally. Her expression spoke volumes. "What is wrong with you? With a car available, you prefer a motorcycle?" he questioned, ultimately leading Xia Youran to the nearby garage. Upon seeing the motorcycle he mentioned, she thought, "Isn't that a Harley? Even better, I now have a valid reason to cling to Lu Yang." Lu Yang rummaged through the garage and handed her a white helmet, explaining, "This is my mother's. She has only worn it once. I'll buy you a new one next time." Zheng Hui had only ever ridden with him once before. Chapter 52. If I don't stop her now, will she continue to explore further? Hearing the word next, Xia Youran felt a surge of joy. No need for trouble. This one will suffice. Lu Yang observed her struggling to fit the helmet and decided to place his belongings on the bike, then approached her, saying, "Let me help." The girl looked up at him with her fair, unblemished face. Xia Youran had always possessed a pure beauty, and as she gazed up at Lu Yang, her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. The dim light of the garage cast a soft glow on her features. Lu Yang lowered his gaze, adjusting the helmet strap for her and realizing just how petite her face truly was. Despite Zheng Hui's earlier adjustments, the strap was still too large for Xia Youran. Zheng Hui was undoubtedly a beauty, with a small and delicate face, but in comparison, Xia Youran's appeared even smaller. As Lu Yang began to withdraw his hand, Xia Youran grasped his wrist, asking, "Could you adjust this strap for me, please?" "Sure," he replied, almost absent-mindedly, surprised by his own compliance. The girl smiled at him, her face drawing closer. She was a clever girl, fully aware of her advantages and now capitalizing on them, attempting to entice the boy she liked. This wasn't exactly scheming, was it? Lu Yang felt his movements stiffen under her unguarded gaze. He endeavored to ignore her penetrating stare while he adjusted the strap. "All done," he announced. Xia Youran beamed. "Thank you." "No need to mention it," Lu Yang thought, relieved. It was a challenge to remain unaffected under such direct scrutiny. However, his relief was somewhat premature, as he soon realized that once they mounted the motorcycle, their bodies were pressed closely together. Too close, in fact. Almost as if they were glued to one another. He began to understand why Zheng Hui insisted on him driving. Lu Yang turned his head to see Xia Youran gripping the back of the bike with great effort. He sighed, "This isn't very safe. You should hold on to my waist." "Of course, if you're uncomfortable, we can." Before he could finish, the girl wrapped her soft arms around his waist, not daring to hold him too tightly, yet her action ensured she was almost pressed against his back. "I'm good now," Xia Youran said. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and excitement. She had to exert tremendous effort to keep her hands from wandering, with the situation as it was. Lu Yang found it difficult to voice any objections. "All right then, I'll start the engine." The roar of the motorcycle echoed as they sped out of the garage. Meanwhile, in the villa's monitoring room, Zheng Hui wore a satisfied smile, admiring the sight of the girl embracing the boy. Lu Tong, reluctantly dragged to watch the footage by his wife, pondered aloud, "Do you remember our agreement? We decided not to interfere with Lu Yang's choices or influence his life in the past. When her son was younger, they had sent him to learn martial arts, which they now recognized as a mistake, as he had cried and begged to return, but they had not relented. Eventually, Lu Yang had quit, and they had agreed not to meddle in his affairs, as long as he didn't stray off course, allowing him to live as he wished. After all, they worked hard as parents to ensure their child could pursue the life he desired." Zheng Hui glanced at her husband. "Of course, I remember. Do you think I'm trying to interfere with Lu Yang? I would never do that." She watched the screen, pondering the unseen figures. "Have you forgotten how much your son treasures this motorcycle? Besides me, she is the only girl to have ever sat in the back seat." With that, Zheng Hui hummed a tune as she left, thinking to herself, "Of course I know my son. After all, I gave birth to him. That girl hasn't even sat in this bike before." Lu Tong paused, considering her words. "You're right, but if our son really likes her, we should find out more about her family." Meanwhile, Lu Yang drove with the beautiful girl, feeling a warmth that contrasted with the cool breeze. Perhaps it was her closeness, as he could almost hear her heartbeat synchronizing with his own. His body tensed, making him acutely aware of her delicate touch around his waist. It must be an illusion. He rationalized. Although she had accidentally brushed against him in the pavilion, she wasn't truly a little vixen. Yet, the sensations were undeniable. He struggled to convince himself otherwise. Thus, Lu Yong's voice carried on the wind to a somewhat smug Xia Youran. Xia Youran, what are your hands doing? Xia Yuran's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to retract her hand, which had been committing a minor transgression. However, Lu Yong's voice stopped her. Hold on tight. Don't fall off. She felt his warm hand gently pressing down on hers, which she had attempted to pull back. Stunned, she merely uttered an "oh" and chose not to respond to his earlier question, pretending she hadn't heard. Fortunately, Lu Yong didn't press further, fearing that the girl behind him might impulsively leap from bike. Girls seemed to possess a certain shyness. Driving like this felt rather unsafe, and she was completely unaware that his silence had led her to misinterpret the situation. Truth be told, Xia Youran had quite a sharp mind. Yet when it came to Lu Yong, her logic seemed to falter. Lu Yong's lack of inquiry was her silent approval for her to be bold. Wasn't it? The summer attire was thin, and Lu Yong's well-defined abs were unmistakably evident beneath her touch. His physique appeared distinctly different from that of ordinary boys his age. In the past, due to his rigorous training for competitions, he had developed a physique that surpassed that of his peers. The definition of his abdominal muscles was quite apparent even when seated. If only he could display them. Summer Yuran's thoughts began to wander when her hand was once again restrained. Lu Yang's voice emerged, almost squeezed through his teeth. Do not overstep your bounds. His hand had already ventured perilously close to her lower abdomen. If she did not intervene soon, would she dare to descend further? Was this reasonable? It was unimaginable for Lu Yong that one day he would find himself at the mercy of an enchanting young girl, and judging by appearances, onlookers might even conclude that he was the one gaining from this encounter. Was this justifiable? Chapter 53. Good night, little pervert. The motorcycle that was once in motion came to a halt by the roadside, with Summer Yuran's residence just a short distance ahead. At this moment, one of Lu Yang's hands remained firmly pressing down on that mischievous little hand. He glanced down at the small hand, pinned against his abdomen, obscured entirely by his palm. Yet the very act was undeniably suggestive. After all, it had reached his lower abdomen. Lu Yong turned his head. Both wore helmets. Yet they could see each other's eyes. Though her cheeks were hidden, he could discern the guilt reflected in her eyes. He sensed her hand subtly attempting to withdraw, but his grip was too firm for her to escape. What are you doing? He asked, his voice muffled by the helmet. Lu Yang's eyes curved into a smile as he finally released his hold. With a gentle tap through the helmet, he teased. Why are you so composed when taking advantage of someone? The clarity of his voice resonated in Summer Yuran's ears. Her hand, which was meant to retreat, could not resist the impulse to glide across his abdomen a few times. Then, with a graceful extension of her long legs, she dismounted from the motorcycle. A beautiful girl with long legs made for a striking sight. Lu Yong found it quite delightful to watch her standing before him, declaring earnestly, I didn't. Lu Yong retorted. Oh, really? You certainly touched a few times when you got off. He felt a warmth radiating from his abs. At that moment, he noticed an electric scooter parked nearby. His motorcycle could fit as well, so he removed his helmet and looked at her seriously. If you're not guilty, why don't you take off your helmet? Summer Yuran replied, No, it's too obvious if I do. She felt cold and added, This helmet blocks the wind. I'll return it to you next time. With that, she reached for the gift box hanging from the front of Lu Yong's motorcycle, intending to make her escape. However, Lu Yong stepped down from the bike, straightened up, and held her helmet in place. Given the weight of the helmet, and considering Summer Yuran's petite frame, she found herself unable to move as he held her down, her small hands flailing in protest. After all, she had initially intended to retrieve something. Lu Yong found her struggling to be utterly adorable and could not suppress a chuckle. He leaned slightly and gently unfastened the straps of her helmet, removing it from her head. The wind tousled her somewhat disheveled hair, brushing against Lu Yang's face in a ticklish manner. He absent-mindedly rubbed his cheek where her hair had swept by, watching as she hurriedly tried to fix her hair, stealing glances at him, her cheeks flushing. Without the helmet as a shield, her nervousness was unmistakable. Lu Yong, in high spirits, delightedly observed her blushing face. With a playful tone, he inquired, Do you wish to touch me again? There's no one around. Summer Yuran replied, So, one can do whatever they please, just because no one is watching? She blinked her eyes at him, prompting Lu Yong to realize that her bravado was merely a facade. Yet, he soon discovered that her bravado was utterly flimsy. What could she possibly dare to do in her current state? Thus, Lu Yong, in good humor, nodded, Indeed, there's no one here. If you were to act freely with me, no one would ever know. The question is, do you dare? Before he could finish his thought, the girl suddenly leaned in, quickly rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on the corner of Lu Yang's lips. Her movement was swift, and as soon as it was done, she turned and fled, even forgetting her belongings. Everything transpired far too abruptly. Lu Yang, who had initially intended to tease her, was left holding the helmet he had just removed from her head. Had his first kiss truly just slipped away so effortlessly? He was taken aback, only to turn and catch a glimpse of her retreating figure, disappearing rapidly from sight. In a delayed reaction, Lu Yang reached up to touch his lips, incredulous that she had actually dared to do so. It seemed that her boldness was indeed genuine. Furthermore, as she ran away, he could have sworn he heard her murmur, "Thank you, Lu Yang." Did a mere reprimand earn her a sweet kiss? If he were to rescue her once, would she not owe him her very being? Lu Yang's thoughts took a strange turn. Realizing she had left her belongings behind, he hastily secured the helmet, locked the motorcycle, and set off after her. Xia Youran had never run so fast in her life. Though she had always been athletic, having grown up running in the mountains of her small village, she had never experienced such urgency. The metallic taste of blood filled her throat, and her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. The soft warmth of his lips lingered, yet the wind seemed to scatter the sensation. She dared not look back, fearing the sight of Lu Yang catching up to her. Courage, it seemed, was fleeting. Just moments ago, she had no idea why she felt emboldened to kiss him upon seeing his smile. In that instant, she had been bewildered, which is why she ran away in a panic. A sense of regret washed over her. It seemed Lu Yang had not even fully processed what had happened. She should have taken the chance to kiss him again. Xia Youran finally relaxed when she stepped into the elevator, which was empty save for her. She hurriedly entered her apartment, locked the door, and leaned against it, gasping for breath. The sudden halt left her momentarily disoriented. Inside, her grandmother had left the lights on for her, and Xia Youran felt her legs turn to jelly. She heard the elevator ding outside her door. Lu Yang emerged, one hand carrying a gift bag and the other typing a message on his phone to Xia Youran. "Open the door. You forgot your things. I know you're inside. If you're bold enough to flirt, you should be bold enough to open the door." Knock knock JPG. Standing at the door, Lu Yang could even hear the vibrations of her phone from behind the door. He had forgotten to knock and instead leaned against the wall beside the door, sending her messages while watching the chat window display that she was typing, which lasted for quite some time. Finally, she responded, "Leave it at the door. I'll get in a bit. It's getting late. Good night, Lu Yang." Lu Yang stared at the message, utterly perplexed. Eventually, he burst into laughter. "Well done, Xia Youran." She appeared timid and mouse-like, yet she had learned to kiss and then flee. Who had taught her such a thing? He glanced at the gift box in his hand before placing it by the door and snapping a photo to send her. "I'm heading back now. Good night, little pervert." Lu Yang made his way to the elevator, pressed the button, and heard the doors open. The sound of the doors closing followed, and he pressed the button for the next floor, taking the stairs up from the safety corridor. They had learned the story of the hunter and the rabbit in elementary school. Sure enough, he waited by the safety corridor door for a while until he spotted the girl peeking out cautiously. Lu Yang chuckled at her timid demeanor. Ultimately, he chose not to step out, fearing he might startle her. Chapter 54 today, she had just kissed Lu Yang. He stood in the stairwell, observing as she collected her belongings, ready to enter. Just before she stepped inside, she suddenly turned her head and glanced in his direction, as if she had sensed his gaze. Fortunately, Lu Yang reacted swiftly and quickly stepped aside. It was unclear whether she had seen him or not, but he remained hidden for a while, not hearing any further sounds. When he looked again, she had already vanished from the doorway. His phone vibrated, and he received a message containing a photograph from Xia Youran, showcasing the items she had placed on the dining table at home. A smile crept onto Lu Yang's face as he admired the animated bunny emoji she had sent, wishing him good night. Strangely, she had not denied the moniker of Little Lecher, revealing a rather bold side of her personality. Lu Yang stretched lazily, intending to return. Just as he was about to decide whether to ascend or descend another floor and take the elevator, he heard footsteps echoing from downstairs. The footsteps were not hurried. Rather, they had a languid quality. Lu Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Who would choose to take the stairs at this hour? He was on the 8th floor. Merely walking up to this level would be quite exhausting. Wouldn't it? Curiosity piqued, Lu Yang pauset, remaining still to observe who might be climbing the stairs at such a late hour. Soon, a figure clad in a delivery uniform, helmet in place, appeared, carrying a bag as he ascended. Upon catching sight of Lu Yang behind the door, the delivery man seemed momentarily taken aback, his phone still aglow in his hand, his steps faltering as his eyes widened in surprise at Lu Yang. Lu Yang straightened up and offered a smile to the man still standing on the stairs before turning to descend. The delivery man glanced back at him, and as he heard Lu Yang's footsteps receding, he typed a few words on his phone and cast one last look at the spot where Lu Yang had stood. After descending one flight, Lu Yang continued to listen for the sound above. The man's footsteps persisted, climbing higher. He lingered in the stairwell on the 7th floor for about 10 minutes, yet no one descended. He then pulled out his phone and sent a message to his father before stepping out of the stairwell and summoning the elevator, which was functioning perfectly. A delivery person opting for the stairs? Moreover, the individual had not appeared to be in a rush. Lu Yang had never encountered a delivery person who was so unhurried. That man had seemed off. Lu Yang texted Xia Youran, asking, "Are you asleep?" and waited patiently. By this time, he had positioned himself next to the elevator on the 8th floor, able to see the entrance to Xia Youran's home. He still hadn't unraveled the mystery surrounding the cause of her death in her past life. The deeper he engaged with Xia Youran, the less credible the story that she had jumped from shame after being caught peeping became, for she did not possess such a temperament. Setting aside the unfounded accusation of peeping, she would never allow herself to be slandered. Xia Youran may present a facade of silence and vulnerability, but within her lies a formidable strength. She would never abandon her ailing grandmother to take her own life. Even considering a hypothetical scenario where such slanders were beyond her explanation, her nature would lead her to silence all rumors, focusing instead on her studies and striving for entrance into a better school. She would never give up. Xia Youran was not a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. She was a wildflower flourishing in the open, radiant and resilient. Thus, suicide was implausible. It could only be murder. Someone sought to harm her, though the reason remained unclear. Upon encountering that individual earlier, Lu Yang had felt a sense of unease and had refrained from approaching. Moments later, a message from Xia Youran arrived alongside one from the property manager. She mentioned that she had just taken a shower and inquired what was wrong. Knowing she was still at home eased Lu Yang's mind. He replied, "Nothing. I just feel like I've been taken advantage of. Have you been exploiting me all night?" Xia Youran had yet to respond. Lu Yang opened the surveillance footage sent by the property management, revealing the delivery man entering the building and heading straight for the stairs. His helmet obscured most of his face, making it difficult to discern his identity. Lu Yang frowned. Their stairwell only had surveillance cameras every 3 floors, not on each level. Some buildings lacked cameras in the stairwells altogether. Fortunately, despite the 3-floor coverage, the cameras were operational. Yet, they failed to capture a clear image of the man's face. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he exited the stairwell. One might assume he intended to deliver to the 9th floor. However, after stepping out, he immediately took the elevator down, keeping his head bowed and fixated on his phone. Had Lu Yang not been watching closely, he might not have found anything peculiar about this behavior, as it was common for people to be engrossed in their phones while walking. As Lu Yang stood at the 8th floor elevator entrance, the delivery man glanced at the floor indicator before quickly lowering his head again. Lu Yang observed as the man exited the building. This footage had been compiled by the property management for him. Lu Yang responded, "Send me the full version." His instincts told him that this individual was likely seeking Xia Youran. Although the surveillance hadn't captured the man's features clearly, Lu Yang remembered him. If he was indeed looking for Xia Youran, then this place was no longer safe. Lu Yang glanced at the tightly shut door and the chat window that had been open for over 10 minutes, still awaiting response. His previously buoyant mood had become quite complex. After all, no one wished to dream of familiar faces plummeting from heights every night. Indeed, he was certain he would dream tonight. Lu Yang lingered at the 8th floor for a while longer. The other party was still typing. Eventually, they sent a good night emoji before pretending to have fallen asleep, evidently unable to find a suitable reply. At that moment, Xia Youran was blissfully unaware that the person she longed for was standing guard outside her door. She sat at her desk, clutching her phone, her cheeks flushed. She reached up to touch her lips, reflecting on the kiss she had shared with Lu Yang. Furthermore, his reaction did not seem to indicate disdain. The absence of aversion suggested affection. If they liked one another, they might end up together. What if they had a son or daughter together? Finally, Xia Youran covered her face with her hands, pondering her own thoughts. Would confessing her feelings to Lu Yang now affect his academic performance? Although his grades appeared commendable at present, she aspired to attend the same university as him. A sweet smile graced her lips, but it soon faltered as she stumbled upon a friend's shared post in her social media feed, devoid of any commentary. Beware. A man who neither accepts nor rejects your affection may very well consider you a backup option. Lu Yang seemed to embody this very dilemma, neither fully accepting nor outright rejecting her feelings. Just then, having just descended the stairs, Lu Yang suddenly sneezed. Chapter 55. Indeed, it was not him, but rather Xia Youran who had the upper hand. As Lu Yang's mind meandered through thoughts of Xia Youran, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently become the subject of her contemplation. Upon returning home, he found that his parents were still awake. More accurately, it was his mother, Ms. Zheng Hui, who was unwilling to retire for the night, while his father had likely been coerced into waiting for him. Upon seeing Lu Yang return, Zheng Hui quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh my dear son." Her radiant smile prompted Lu Yang to instinctively take a cautious step back. "Mother, please, speak normally," he implored. Zheng Hui's smile faltered, and she rolled her eyes, grasping his wrist. "Come now, since you're on break, let us have a chat. Lu Tong glanced at his son and then at his wife, ignoring Lu Yang's silent plea for help as he resumed replying to work-related messages on his phone. Lu Yang, indeed, every time it's something his mother stirs up, his father always turns a blind eye. Their relationship has always been harmonious, largely due to Lu Tong's amiable temperament. It is said that they have been together for over 20 years. And Lu Tong has only ever lost his temper with Zheng Hui once, when she sent little Lu Yang to her parents' house. However, that was many years ago. At this moment, Lu Yang sat on the sofa, looking at Mrs. Zheng, and asked, "Is Youran already asleep at home?" "Probably," she replied, though it's possible she is still studying. You know how they are, academic overachievers. Lu Yang glanced at Zheng Hui and remarked, "Mom, you look rather frightening today." Zheng Hui playfully slapped him. "Who do you think I'm doing this for?" "No, Mom, don't joke around. There's nothing going on between me and Xia Youran. At least, we're just friends for now, right?" After all, someone took advantage and ran off without even giving a title. Although Lu Yang himself had not inquired further, he felt a bit flustered inside. Zheng Hui exclaimed, "Is that really nothing? What would you call something? At this rate, I might just have to scold you for being a scoundrel." She clicked her tongue. "Son, don't you think a young lady's body is softer than yours, you brats?" Lu Yang retorted, "What are you saying, Mom? Is that appropriate to say to a young man?" Zheng Hui, noticing Lu Yang's gradually reddening face, chuckled mischievously, "You little rascal. You definitely have an interest in that girl. Anyway, your father and I are merely showing our stance here. We don't oppose early romance, especially since you're already of age." In the end, Lu Yang turned and fled, fearing that if he lingered any longer, Mrs. Zheng would start asking him what names he planned to give his future children. He couldn't bear that. Watching her son's athletic figure sprint up the stairs, Zheng Hui's smile was impossible to conceal. She then turned to her husband. "Old Lu, was Xiao Yang just looking for some surveillance footage?" Lu Tong nodded, "Yes. It's from the neighborhood where that girl named Xiao lives. He just contacted the property management, then asked the property management to look into it. If necessary, send it to me too. I hope it's not dangerous to suddenly want to check the surveillance." Zheng Hui expressed her concern. After all, it was rare for her son to experience the stirrings of first love. As a mother, she had to protect his interests. Lu Tong suggested, "How about we give him a little task to keep him occupied? He has been idling around too much and overthinking." The next day, although there was no school, Lu Yang still woke up very early, feeling somewhat disoriented and on the brink of despair. Who could remain sane when haunted by nightmares every night? After getting up, he opted for a short nap, as high school students are perpetually sleep-deprived. Fortunately, this time his nap was free from nightmares. When Lu Yang awoke in the afternoon, Ji Xiang was already at his home. The two had grown up together, so Ji Xiang felt as comfortable in Lu Yang's home as he did in his own. In fact, he even called Zheng Hui godmother. Theoretically, Ji Xiang could be considered Lu Yang's older brother, a year older than Lu Yang. He had repeated a year in middle school, hence they were now in the same grade. After washing up, Lu Yang emerged to find Ji Xiang sitting beside Zheng Hui, whispering in astonishment, clearly engaged in gossip. How could a young man still be so interested in gossip? He had never noticed this before. Ji Xiang himself wasn't particularly fond of gossip, but if the subject was Lu Yang, it took on an entirely different meaning. At that moment, with a look of surprise on his face, he turned at the sound of Lu Yang's voice, his gaze still tinged with curiosity. "Lu Yang, oh, discussing some gossip about him. When did you arrive?" He glanced at Ji Xiang and then called out to Zheng Hui, "Mom, why are you home today?" "Well, Xiao Ji is coming over, so of course I have to be home," Zheng Hui cheerfully replied. Ji Xiang quietly corrected her, "Godmother, you could just call me Xiao Xiang. Calling you little chick sounds rather silly, and besides, you're not little anymore." Zheng Hui chuckled. Seeing Ji Xiang's disgruntled expression, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "What are you here for anyway? Didn't you say you were busy tonight with a gathering?" Ji Xiang looked at Lu Yang puzzled. "What young person has a gathering in the afternoon?" "Me," Lu Yang replied assertively. "I have to keep an eye on Xia Youran tonight, so I don't have time." Ever since suspecting that Xia Youran might be in danger, Lu Yang had resolved not to let her be alone at night. As for why he didn't ask someone else to keep watch, he feared she might find out, and more importantly, his father would definitely catch wind of it. How could he explain that? There was no way he would admit to being a stalker. Moreover, Lu Yang felt a nagging sense of unease. Yes, he couldn't shake the feeling of needing to see for himself. Otherwise, he would remain restless. Ji Xiang sighed, "You suddenly seem different." His words slipped out without being hushed. Lu Yang froze momentarily. Zheng Hui, overhearing, chimed in, "Oh, that's normal. After your godfather and I got together, he changed quite a bit too." Ji Xiang exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Hui, a look of realization dawning upon him. Oh, so being in love makes a difference. Otherwise, which girl would be willing to pay him any mind? A romantic interest ought to have some privileges, he mused. Is that so? Godmother, you certainly understand more than most. Lu Yang, disinterested in their banter, walked off to grab a snack. The aunt was busy in the kitchen. After finishing his meal, Ji Xiang tugged him out the door. The afternoon sun was quite glaring, and Lu Yang squinted against it. Ji Xiang was calling for a ride. Lu Yang inquired, "Why aren't you driving anymore?" "Oh, didn't I crash into a barrier last time? My dad won't let me drive now." The mention of the incident made Ji Xiang sigh. Lu Yang had forgotten about it, as it was quite some time ago. Ji Xiang, with a cheeky grin, suggested, "Why not let your big brother Lu Yang give me a ride?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang shot back, "No way, get lost. That's my precious gift to myself for coming of age. Can I just let anyone ride along?" Ji Xiang seemed to have anticipated this response, chuckling, right? "I can't, but Xia Youran can." Lu Yang paused, looking at him. "Yes, Xia Youran can." Chapter 56. Xia Youran is simply different in his eyes. If you were to ask why Xia Youran is special, Lu Yang would instinctively know the answer. She is unlike anyone else. Since his return or rebirth, she has stood apart in his life. It feels as though he returned for her, and thus, everything that was once impossible becomes possible in her presence. It's a strange sensation. Yet Lu Yang feels no remorse about it. Ji Xiang merely glanced at his friend's somewhat dazed expression, chuckling silently. Having been in a couple of relationships himself, albeit unsuccessful, he understood a thing or two. If Lu Yang were to claim he had no feelings for Xia Youran, he would be doing backflips in disbelief. But if Lu Yang chooses to deny it, so be it. He would eventually face the truth himself. The two took a cab to the KTV. Upon arrival, several boys were already inside, along with 3 girls, 2 of whom Lu Yang recognized as the partners of his friends. One couple had gotten engaged after graduating from college, while another had split up in their first year. However, Lu Yang was surprised to see Bai Jingru there. Ji Xiang was equally taken aback to find Bai Jingru present. The group had gathered for a reunion of sorts, having been close friends during their middle school basketball days. Though they attended different high schools, they still occasionally got together. Ji Xiang was momentarily stunned by Bai Jingru's appearance. As they entered, a burly young man stood up and approached them. "Yang Shiga, you're here." The boy, Yang Pengcheng, lowered his voice and added, "That girl named Bai Jingru, she's in your class, right? I have been pursuing this for quite some time. Finally managing to arrange a meeting today. Please bear with me." Lu Yang acknowledged with a sound, then moved aside to take a seat. Ji Xiang sighed, patted Yang Pengcheng on the shoulder, and said with a hint of significance, "I wonder if I should commend your taste, or..." Yang Pengcheng loket utterly bullred. "Huh?" Ji Xiang lowered his voice. "Bai Jingru has pursued you before, or rather, she is still pursuing you, Brother Yang." With that, he gestured with his chin. Yang Pengcheng turned to look, and indeed, the distance between where Lu Yang had sat and Bai Jingru was quite minimal. However, at that moment, Bai Jingru had taken the initiative to come and sit next to Lu Yang. Yang Pengcheng exclaimed, "Wait, am I not becoming a laughingstock here?" Ji Xiang chuckled, "Not really. Brother Yang probably isn't fond of her, so you still have a chance." With that, Ji Xiang walked over. Lu Yang observed Bai Jingru as she sat beside him. Her smile flawless as ever. Whether in this life or the previous one, Bai Jingru's persona appeared quite perfect in Lu Yang's eyes. She was well-liked and had a principled approach to life, seemingly adored by all. Yet, Lu Yang felt that her perfection bordered on the unreal, which had prevented him from developing feelings for her in his past life, and it was the same this time around. Bai Jingru smiled and remarked to Lu Yang, "I didn't expect to encounter you here." In truth, she was being disingenuous. When Yang Pengcheng had called to invite her, she had overheard other boys mention that Ji Xiang and Lu Yang would be arriving soon, which prompted her acceptance of the invitation. She had come here specifically to wait for Lu Yang. Lu Yang replied, "I also didn't anticipate running into you. Best wishes to you and Pengcheng." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of cola, lifting it without opening it. Bai Jingru paused, then quickly realized his implication, hastily clarifying, "No, you misunderstood. Yang Pengcheng and I are merely friends." Ji Xiang and Yang Pengcheng, just arriving, caught this exchange. Yang Pengcheng appeared dumbfounded. "Come on, that's not fair. I'm pursuing you, and you're using me as a stepping stone to pursue my buddy? Is that right?" He felt a bit exasperated. He had harbored some affection for her, but that had dissipated. Yet, since it was their own gathering, he merely laughed and said, "Brother Yang, you shouldn't make such comments. She's just a regular friend. Invited to join us. It's been a while since we've all hung out. Come on, let's go throw some darts." Lu Yang agreed and stood up to join him. Throughout, neither of them glanced at Bai Jingru, who sensed that Yang Pengcheng was likely upset. However, Lu Yang's indifference affected her even more. Ji Xiang took a seat where Lu Yang had just been, calling out to the approaching Bai Jingru, "Bai, it's unbecoming for a beauty to chase after someone like that." Bai Jingru turned to him, smiling. "What are you talking about, Ji Xiang?" Ji Xiang smiled back. "Neither Lu Yang nor Yang Pengcheng would be interested in a girl who plays games, and you must see it too. Lu Yang doesn't have those feelings for you. Why bother? His bluntness left by Jingru's smile faltering. She glanced at Lu Yang, surrounded by others, and said, "For a guy like Lu Yang, isn't it normal for a girl to like him as long as he remains single? Regardless of his character, just his family background is enough to attract many girls." Bai Jingru was quite rational. She liked Lu Yang for who he was, but also for his family, which made her feel justified in her pursuit. Ji Xiang shook his head. "Let me give you one last piece of advice. Lu Yang has someone he likes. If you continue down this path, he might end up shutting you down completely, which wouldn't be good. If you're interested in his family background, you could start by befriending the girl he likes. Who knows, he might even assist you further." After saying this, Ji Xiang stood up and walked over. Bai Jingru remained seated on the couch, her expression contemplative, lost in thought. Lu Yang watched Ji Xiang approach, glancing at Bai Jingru's spot. "What were you doing just now? Playing the role of a benevolent savior for a lovesick girl?" Yi Xiang left. Yang Pengcheng draped an arm over Lu Yang. "Help me out? I just had my heart broken." "Brother Yang, your charm is undeniable." Lu Yang chuckled. "I suppose it's my surname, Lu, that grants me such allure." The dart he threw hit the bullseye perfectly. The surrounding boys immediately erupted into applause and whistles. "Brother Yang, impressive." Lu Yang smiled. He had always known his surname was Lu, which meant he was never short of friends. Thus, he understood that Bai Jingru's affection was directed at him, with Lu being prominently displayed. After playing for a while, he found it rather dull and moved to the side. He was certain what Ji Xiang had said to Bai Jingru, but she didn't return to the group, instead fiddling with her phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Yang had a hunch about her activities as he spotted Xia Youran, the delivery girl, arriving. Chapter 57. You can't be doing this intentionally, right? Generally speaking, when it comes to deliveries, especially at a KTV in the evening, it wouldn't be typical for Xia Youran to be the one delivering, as she wasn't a professional courier. Typically, she only handled deliveries from nearby shops. It wouldn't be appropriate to have a young girl delivering to KTVs or bars late at night. However, during the day, the staff occasionally ordered deliveries, often handled by Xia Youran. Today, since the order wasn't from staff but from guests, it was to be delivered to the KTV private room. Xia Youran had initially intended to hand it off to a familiar waitress. However, that waitress was called away by the manager, who said, "It's a group of students. Don't worry, we're a proper KTV. You can take it up yourself." Before she could finish her sentence, she was off. With that, Xia Youran felt it inappropriate to argue. She was delivering beef, awful today. After hesitating, she ultimately took the elevator to the 3rd floor. This KTV was indeed legitimate, so she wasn't particularly worried about anything untoward happening. At this moment, Xia Youran just wanted to complete the delivery quickly and return to help out. After all, during the National Day holiday, she could earn around 100 yuan from one day's deliveries and return home early to accompany her grandmother. When Xia Youran pushed the door open, she immediately spotted Lu Yang amidst the crowd, one hand holding a card and the other a cup, drinking something. Ji Xiang was beside him, while Bai Jingru sat across from him. The room was quite lively, with smiles on everyone's faces, a stark contrast to her hurried demeanor. In that instant, Xia Youran clearly realized the distance between herself and Lu Yang. While she struggled to make ends meet, Lu Yang had everything handed to him effortlessly. A girl sitting by the door was the first to notice when the door swung open. Upon seeing Xia Youran's face, she paused for a moment before asking, "Who are you looking for?" Her voice was loud enough to attract everyone's attention. All eyes fell on the girl who had just entered. Lu Yang had initially thought this gathering was rather dull. However, upon seeing Xia Youran, a smile instinctively appeared on his face, his brow slightly raised. "Oh, isn't this the girl who was just a bit flirtatious last night? Caught in the act today?" Ji Xiang exclaimed. "What is Xia Youran doing here?" Bai Jingru had already stood up, walking over with a smile. "Youran, are you here to deliver?" "I didn't expect it to be you," she explained to the others. "I just ordered beef awful. I heard from classmates that this place has the best. The delivery girl is a beauty, and I didn't realize she was one of our classmates." The girl who had first spoken seemed somewhat surprised. "Wait, she's delivering? And still going to school while delivering?" Most of these individuals were classmates of Lu Yang from middle school. Currently, apart from Ji Xiang, none of them attend the same high school as Lu Yang. Most are enrolled in private institutions, participating in joint examinations that have no connection with their school. It is entirely normal for them not to recognize Xia Youran. One named Wang Jie, upon noticing Xia Yuran's beauty, eagerly inquired, "Is she your classmate, Jingru? Could you introduce us?" Xia Youran, unaccustomed to being the center of attention, placed the beef offal she had been holding onto the table with a calm expression and addressed Jingru seriously. "Hello, this is your takeout, totaling 68 yuan. Wang Jie, holding his phone, jested, "Come on, are you really keeping track of every cent? How about we add each other on WeChat, and I'll give you 100. Jingru chuckled from the side. "You should ease up a bit." Initially, Lu Yang felt quite pleased to see Xia Youran. But upon witnessing their scrutiny of her and realizing that Jingru had orchestrated the situation without any intention of alleviating it, he stood up. He approached and said, "Why don't you put your phone away? Your little scheme is quite evident." Standing beside Xia Youran, he smiled and introduced her. "Allow me to present our school's top academic talent, my little teacher Xia. Please be mindful when joking around with her. If I fail my monthly exam, each of you will bear the consequences." These light-hearted words, delivered with a serious tone, deterred Wang Jie and the others from teasing Xia Youran further. Yixiang chuckled, slapping Wang Jie's hand away. "Do you know how many people want our academic star Xia's WeChat? You should line up." Yang Pengcheng, observing from the side, remarked, "Oh, you all know each other? How come you don't recognize her? She's an exemplar of academic excellence, while I'm the cautionary tale." Ji Xiang laughed, ensuring the atmosphere did not grow awkward due to Xia Yuran's silence or Lu Yang's sudden intervention. Lu Yang turned towards the quiet Jingru. "You need to settle your takeout bill." Jingru chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just not in the habit of carrying cash." Looking at Xia Youran, she sincerely suggested, "Shall I transfer it to you?" Then, glancing at Lu Yang, she added, "Or Lu Yang, could you pay for me? I'll find some cash to reimburse you later." Her tone was familiar and intimate. However, Lu Yang was not swayed by this. He glanced at Jingru, realizing her intentions were all too transparent. "I'm not dining with you later," he stated plainly. He then turned to the still silent Xia Youran. "This is from Uncle Lu's beef, awful, right?" Xia Youran nodded in affirmation. Lu Yang took out his phone to search for a photo. "Scan this." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Xia Youran, who remembered that Lu Yang had accompanied her to Uncle Lu's before, even walking around the shop. Yet she had no idea when he had taken the picture. At that moment, Xia Youran had no intention of pulling out her own QR code. She appreciated Lu Yang's gesture, feeling as though they were part of the same team. Jingru, observing the QR code photo in silence, eventually scanned it, sending over 70 yuan. With a smile, she remarked, "I'll remember to bring cash next time." Lu Yang replied, "Next time, let us just go to the shop. The food there is better. Who wants to eat beef offal while singing?" He then turned to Xia Youran. "Are you done? I want to eat some beef offal too. Let us head back." Ji Xiang exclaimed, "Are we done playing?" Yang Pengcheng chimed in, "We just started. What is the name of this beauty again? Shall we go together?" Xia Youran shook her head. "No need. I still have a few deliveries to make." Lu Yang had already grabbed her backpack, pulling her towards the exit. "We're done playing. I'll cover today's expenses. I have things to do. Let us go." He led Xia Youran out without casting a glance at Jingru. At that moment, the girl who had first noticed Xia Youran finally spoke up. "Jingru, you're not doing this on purpose, are you?" Chapter 58. After all, you've walked right into my trap. I won't let you escape. Her words caused everyone in the room to turn their attention to Jingru. Jingru gasped, her large, beautiful eyes widening with confusion and fear. "What do you mean? You can't be suggesting that Lu Yang and Yuran have misunderstood me." "No, I need to explain." With that, she hurriedly chased after them. The remaining group was left stunned, exchanging glances. The other girl, who had been silent until now, chuckled. "We're all seasoned players here. What kind of game do you think this is?" It's obvious to everyone that she has feelings for Lu Yang, and it's equally clear that Lu Yang doesn't share the same interest. Ji Xiang burst into laughter. "All right then, let us keep playing. Enough of this topic." The other boys joined in. "Exactly. Let us enjoy ourselves. We're already in our senior year. Our holidays are getting shorter." Yang Pengcheng nudged Ji Xiang. "What is going on with Lu Yang and Xia?" Ji Xiang glanced at him. "What do you think?" Wang Jie lamented, "Wait, am I going to be the one in trouble here? You underestimate Lu Yang. He is not as petty as you think." Ji Xiang kicked him lightly. "All right, let us go have fun." The crux of the matter was that Lu Yang was stubbornly denying the obvious. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and Xia Youran had just ascended to the first floor of the KTV. The venue was quite empty during the day. Xia Youran slowed her pace, turning to look at Lu Yang earnestly. "You can continue having fun with your friends. Beef offal can be eaten anytime." Lu Yang fixed his gaze on her. "Do you really think I'm only interested in beef offal?" Xia Youran blinked, finally dressed in something other than her school uniform. The oversized white t-shirt featuring a huge Pikachu looked somewhat childish yet adorable. She wore loose, light blue jeans, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a clean and youthful vibe. Primarily, she was attractive, making everything she wore look appealing, though she was quite slender. "So what do you want to eat? I can bring it to you later. Your friends are waiting for you. It wouldn't be right for you to leave with me." Though Xia Yuran's words seemed entirely reasonable, for some inexplicable reason, Lu Yang sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite place what it was. Had he paid more attention to his mother or watched television more frequently, he might have recognized her tone as somewhat passive-aggressive. However, at that moment, Lu Yang merely held her backpack and continued walking. "I'm going to eat beef offal now." Both of them were in sync, avoiding any mention of the previous night when Xia Youran had kissed Lu Yang before leaving. When Jingru caught up, she saw Lu Yang carrying Xia Yuran's backpack. As Xia Youran looked up to say something, and Lu Yang gazed down at her with focused eyes. To Jingru. Even the Pikachu on Xia Yuran's shirt appeared to mock her. Biting her lip, Jingru quickened her pace. Lu Yang was asking Xia Yuran if she could skip the deliveries and instead tutor him for 300 yuan a day, offering cash, Alipay, or WeChat as payment. Only to be rejected by Xia Youran, who simply wouldn't accept his money. Lu Yang noted how hot the weather was. Her face and neck slightly reddened from the sun. He recalled how slow the electric scooter was. As he contemplated how to persuade her, Jingru's voice reached them. They both turned. Upon seeing Jingru in a short skirt, revealing her long legs, running towards them, Xia Yuran's gaze darkened slightly, though her expression remained neutral. Jingru reached them, smiling at Xia Yuran before looking up at Lu Yang and saying, Lu Yang, is it really okay for you to leave now? Everyone has been waiting for you for so long. How about it, Yuran? Why don't you join us for dinner? There was a subtle implication in her tone that suggested Xia Yuran was somehow different from the rest. Before Xia Yuran could utter a word, Lu Yang interjected. You were invited here by Yang Pengcheng, so refrain from meddling too much. They can certainly enjoy themselves without me, and we can always arrange another gathering next time. Lu Yang turned his gaze toward Bai Jingru, adding, we often keep in touch anyway. You should head up quickly. Pengcheng might be looking for you. Bai Jingru looked at Lu Yang, her smile faltering. She cast a glance at Xia Yuran, still clinging to a shred of hope. Can I have a word with you? At that moment, Xia Yuran glanced at the time and said, Lu Yang, I need to head back. The shop is quite busy during the holiday. Lu Yang responded with a simple "oh," then said, let's go. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Bai Jingru and remarked, if you have anything to discuss, do it on WeChat. I'm leaving now. Enjoy yourselves. He then picked up Xia Yuran's backpack and motioned for her to follow. Xia Yuran responded with a simple "oh," trailing behind Lu Yang, seemingly in a daze. Her beautiful eyes shifted, inadvertently locking onto Bai Jingru's gaze. A faint, innocent smile graced her pure face, carrying an unspoken depth. The twinkle in her eyes hinted at hidden amusement. Bai Jingru's eyes widened in surprise, wanting to scrutinize further, only to find Xia Yuran had already diverted her gaze to the front. Watching the two retreating figures, Bai Jingru's expression was filled with reluctance. Yet, she refrained from calling out to Lu Yang again, fearing further humiliation. She had intentionally invited Xia Yuran to validate her suspicion that Lu Yang held a different sentiment for her. The answer, however, was glaringly evident. Ji Xiang's words may have held truth, yet she could not quell her discontent. Was she not as worthy as Xia Yuran? Moreover, did Lu Yang know about Xia Yuran's family circumstances? With this thought, Bai Jingru bit her lip, her eyes clouded with hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and Xia Yuran stood before the electric scooter, with Xia Yuran expressing her concern. Last time, the boss warned me not to carry anything too heavy. Lu Yang, perplexed, gestured himself. Heavy? Me? An object? Xia Yuran tilted her head, her gaze innocent, her tone equally naive. Aren't you an object? Not me? Why are you insulting me? Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What should I do then? They exchanged playful glances for a moment before Xia Yuran hesitantly suggested. Then perhaps you should go back and have fun? Lu Yang let out a laugh and, with a long stride, sat on the scooter's seat, lightly tapping Xia Yuran's head adorned with the unattractive yellow helmet. Did you think I would forget about the advantage I took last night? You came to me willingly, and I won't let you escape. Chapter 59. She selfishly wished to hoard the sunlight. Xia Yuran's eyes widened in shock at his words, and she instinctively took a step back. The truth was that she had planned to blame the night's darkness and the intoxicating winds for her previous actions. But now that Lu Yang had brought it up, she felt utterly unprepared. Her panicked gaze darted around, while Lu Yang remained unhurried, pondering what excuse she might concoct. Conveniently, Xia Yuran's little electric scooter was parked by the roadside, and since delivering food wouldn't take long, she dashed toward the bus stop without Lu Yang noticing. The bus stop was just a short distance away, and with few people waiting, she hopped on a bus, still unsure if Lu Yang had followed. She sat by the window, unable to open it, and removed her helmet, aware that her actions were somewhat desperate. However, at that moment, she couldn't think of any other excuse. Her backpack was still in Lu Yang's possession. Sitting at the back door, she gazed out, lost in thought, only to catch sight of Lu Yang's figure riding a scooter alongside the bus. The trees lining the road cast dappled shadows on the ground, and despite the air conditioning inside the bus, Xia Yuran felt a wave of warmth wash over her when she spotted Lu Yang's hair tousled by the wind. Her heart raced, though he appeared less dashing on the scooter than when riding his Harley. His relaxed posture and upward glance toward the window suggested he was looking for her. As their eyes met, Lu Yang formed the shape of "wait for me" with his lips, prompting a radiant smile from Xia Yuran. The autumn afternoon sun bathed his face, and despite being left behind by such a carefree girl, he wore a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth. In the years to come, whenever someone asked Xia Yuran when she realized she couldn't live without Lu Yang, she would undoubtedly recall this moment. It was an ordinary afternoon, with a privileged youth riding her old electric scooter, smiling at her alongside the bus, asking her to wait. In that instant, Xia Youran thought to herself, Lu Yang, you wait. I will certainly have you. It was not mere pursuit. It was a promise of possession. The once unattainable sun now shone upon her, and she selfishly wished to hoard this light. Her racing heart and desires made her acutely aware of her own darker impulses and selfish thoughts. Yet she faced them with acceptance. It mattered not. She believed she could succeed in whatever she endeavored. Diligent studying had proven this, as had providing for herself and her grandmother. Thus, claiming Lu Yang for herself would be no different. As the bus approached the next stop, Xia Youran noticed that Lu Yang was no longer in sight, for he had stopped to purchase something. To be honest, that yellow helmet did severely detract from her appearance. Spotting a shop selling helmets, he decided to stop and buy a new one. Upon entering, the shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Hey, handsome, what can I get for you? A vehicle or a helmet? A helmet. A cute one for a girl, Lu Yang replied. The shopkeeper, grinning and understanding, suggested, how about these two? They're a matching couple set, quite popular among girls. My daughter thinks they're adorable. He added earnestly, don't let their cuteness fool you. They meet international safety standards. Safety first. Lu Yang, realizing that the helmets were a couple's set, mused about the pink one adorned with a bamboo dragonfly. I'll take this one, he decided. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. So, the doorman one is off the table? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yang rubbed his head and replied, all right then. I'll take both. Ultimately, he opted for the doorman helmet. He had initially considered buying a Pikachu helmet, thinking of Xia Yuran's outfit, but alas, there were none available. Thus, he settled for the doorman one, which was still quite appealing. The pink helmet, designed for girls and featuring a bamboo dragonfly, suited Xia Yuran's face perfectly. Due to his delay in shopping, Lu Yang spotted Xia Youran standing at the street corner, clutching her helmet with a forlorn expression. Her backpack was still with him, and her phone was likely in it too. As Lu Yang came to a halt on his bicycle before her, he noticed her eyes sparkling with delight. Observing the charming helmet perched atop his head, she earnestly remarked, Lu Yang, you look so adorable. Lu Yang chuckled softly as he removed the helmet, tousling his hair with a hint of exasperation. I suppose no boy enjoys being called cute. Why don't you go inside? Xia Youran replied with sincerity. I'm too afraid. I worry you might ride off and leave me. I thought I'd wait a bit. Perhaps your conscience would compel you to return. See, I'm still here waiting for you. Her words made Lu Yang chuckle, as it was hard to believe that this seemingly silent academic could be so playful. He playfully placed the whimsical bamboo copter helmet atop her head, nodding in approval. Perfectly suited for you, he declared. The proprietor had not deceived him. Feeling the weight on her head, Xia Youran instinctively reached up to touch the new helmet. Is this for me? She inquired. Lu Yang chuckled lightly. No, it's for myself. I adore the color pink. What do you think? As he spoke, he dismounted from the small electric scooter. This area was the old street, bustling with people enjoying shopping and dining during the National Day holiday. As the two stood there, several passers-by cast glances in their direction. Xia Youran, upon hearing his words, smiled bashfully and lifted her gaze to Lu Yang. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If you ever feel shy, I can help you buy pink things. Upon hearing her teasing remark, Lu Yang playfully tapped her shoulder, unable to hide the smile that danced across his features as he observed her joyous expression. At that moment, Xia Youran appeared entirely different from the girl he had just met upon his return. The once merely a name and symbol in his memory now seemed vividly alive. Chapter 60. Lu Yang felt like the unfortunate boy ensnared by the charms of a delightful girl. As he gazed at Xia Yuran's smile, he noticed her cheeks flushing with warmth, and she seemed slightly embarrassed. Her gaze flickered as she said, I need to head back to the shop and see if there is anything I can help with. With that, she hurriedly reached for her bicycle, which was not even hers to keep. Lu Yang slightly stepped aside, watching as the slender girl attempted to squeeze past him, inevitably brushing against him. The heat of the day lingered, and even the lightest contact sent warmth coursing through him. Lowering his head, he asked, Are you still delivering food later? If you don't agree to help me with my studies, I might just follow you. Under this scorching sun, he added with a frown at the mere thought. Xia Youran, who had already settled on her scooter, looked up at him. There was a gentle warmth in her gaze that was distinct from how she regarded others. She spoke earnestly, But Lu Yang, I know you want to assist me, yet this is my life. Before I became friends with you, this was how I lived, and I may continue this way for some time. You can help me temporarily, but no one can or is obliged to help another for a lifetime. Her smile, tinged with a maturity that belied her age, evoked an inappropriate metaphor. Teaching someone to fish is more valuable than simply giving them a fish. I assented. Lu Yang listened intently as she fastened the strap of her new helmet. Can I consider this your gift to me? It's beautiful, and I adore it. Her gaze drifted to the doryman she held, particularly fond of the fact that it matched his. With a sigh, Lu Yang pondered how he found himself drawn to Xia Youran. Initially, he perceived her as a delicate girl, but he soon discovered her inner strength, which rendered her independent and unneeding of others' charity. You should go ahead. I'll find you later, he said. Xia Youran nodded, but then added, I might not be free. That's all right. I have time, Lu Yang replied, lifting her backpack slightly before walking ahead. He remained oblivious to the subtle smile that graced Xia Yuran's lips behind him. Lu Yang watched as her bicycle zipped past him. His pace remained leisurely, even allowing himself a moment to check messages on his phone. Indeed, he found a message from Bai Jingru, though he did not open it immediately, opting instead for Ji Xiang's messages. They were few and far between, comprising a handful of lines. Still say you're not interested in anyone? Ah, Lu Yang, plainly innocent are we? But given your family-s situation, you could afford to have a few more. Haha, Lu Yang thought to himself. This guy has lost his mind, realizing that Ji Xiang's thoughts were consumed by dating. He then opened the group chat for their gathering that evening. There were no girls in the chat. Wang Jia apologized for possibly being too frivolous, unaware of the nature of Lu Yang and Xia Yuran's relationship, while Yang Pengqing mocked Bai Jingru. Lu Yang chose not to respond, reflecting on how, after graduating high school, most of this group had gone abroad to study. His relationship with Ji Xiang remained strong, but with the others, it had become rather superficial, especially given how many had gotten entangled in various affairs. They were essentially not on the same wavelength. After glancing through the messages without replying, he finally opened Bai Jingru's message, inquiring if he could join her for dinner that evening. She was persistent, a trait that had led her to pursue him for years in their previous life. Lu Yang hesitated momentarily, then typed a response before putting his phone away. Upon entering the bustling beef offal shop, Lu Yang noted the throngs of patrons, many visiting for the trendy experience. Bai Jingru had not lied. This establishment was indeed renowned in the culinary world. Xia Youran was busy assisting with the beef offal, a family-run business, and their university-age son had come to lend a hand. As Lu Yang observed, it was evident that the son's assistance was not entirely genuine, as his gaze frequently lingered on Xia Youran. Another delivery order came in, prompting Xia Youran to announce, I'll go deliver it. Before the boss could respond, his son interjected, Dad, Xia Youran just returned. I can handle it. The boss's wife glanced at her son while trimming the beef offal and replied, Then you go. The boss merely smiled, leaving Xia Youran somewhat confused as she stood by, insisting, But I came to help with deliveries. You're welcome to assist in the shop as well. It's so hot outside. By the way, there's sweet soup in the fridge that I made for myself. You should go have some, the boss advised, chuckling as the son eagerly opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bowl for her, smiling as he handed it over. Xia Youran intended to say something further, but the boss's wife urged her to take a break while the store was not too busy. Lu Yang watched, thinking Xia Youran was indeed correct. She seemed to encounter many genuinely kind people. Finally, Xia Youran approached Lu Yang with a bowl of sweet soup and placed it before him, whispering, The boss's wife used to run a sweet soup shop. Her soup is delicious. You should try it. Lu Yang couldn't help but noticed the heartbroken expression on the face of the young boss, who had been staring at Xia Youran. Yet, Xia Youran was utterly oblivious, her focus solely on him. Truth be told, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment. How to describe it? Well, one must experience it to understand. He looked at Xia Youran and asked, Aren't you going to eat? Xia Youran shook her head. You eat. It's really good. Just then, the young boss approached with another bowl of sweet soup, placing it on their table. Xia Youran, is this your classmate? Xia Youran glanced up at the young proprietor, straightening her posture slightly, her expression mirroring the seriousness one might display in the presence of a teacher. Yes, we are very good friends, she declared. The distinction she made between a merely good friend and a very good friend was not lost on the young proprietor, whose heart felt as though it had shattered. Meanwhile, Lu Yang pondered, Wait, you've kissed me, and now you refer to me as your friend? What kind of heartless flirt are you? How can you be so charmingly deceptive? The earnestness with which she introduced him as her good friend resembled that of a kindergarten child. Truly enchanting. If Ji Xiang had been present, he would undoubtedly have chided Lu Yang. If you find someone adorable, you're doomed. If you continuously perceive her as cute, how can you claim to be indifferent? Unfortunately, Ji Xiang was not around, leaving Lu Yang to feel like the unfortunate boy ensnared by the whims of a charmingly capricious girl. Chapter 61. Youth, Summer, Sunset. Eventually, the proprietor called for the young proprietor to deliver a takeout order, prompting her to turn and leave. In front of Lu Yang and Xia Youran sat bowls of sweet syrup. On such a sweltering day, enjoying chilled syrup while basking in air conditioning was indeed quite pleasant. Lu Yang observed her as she obediently consumed the syrup with her eyes downcast, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Xia Youran, however, found herself increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze. She was keenly aware of her audacious actions from the previous night. Initially, She believed her plans were foolproof. It had already been several days since the National Day holiday. She thought that Lu Yang would have forgotten about her in the time they had been apart. Who could have anticipated they would meet again the very next day? Lu Yang watched her lashes flutter briefly before she suddenly glanced over at him, only to hastily lower her head in an attempt to feign shyness. The fluidity of her movements radiated a delightful timidity. As they finished their syrup, the once lively establishment was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Their table the only one devoid of chatter. The stillness was so profound it felt as though the very air had solidified. Lu Yang was patient, a trait honed from frequent competitions. Yet the longer he stared, the more Xia Youran's composure began to waver, just as she felt she could bear it no longer. The proprietress called out, "Youran, are you done?" In a manner reminiscent of someone fleeing. She leapt to her feet and dashed away. Lu Yang, unhurried, scanned the QR code on the table, finally placing an order, even requesting a drink. When Xia Youran returned with the drinks, Lu Yang said nothing, merely expressing his gratitude with a cheerful thank you. So, what exactly is Lu Yang doing here? Xia Youran mused to herself. In truth, Lu Yang was uncertain of his own intentions. He had initially found the KTV outing somewhat dull until he spotted Xia Youran and decided to accompany her. Watching her work here brought him unexpected joy. Throughout the afternoon, Xia Youran assisted at the beef offal shop, occasionally lending a hand to the nearby barbecue joint, where the proprietors were quite familiar with her. They would often request her help, compensating her with 10 or 20 yuan. While it wasn't a substantial amount, it still proved beneficial to her. After all, the shop didn't genuinely require her assistance. Lu Yang remained as a typical customer, refraining from interfering with her work. As the clock approached 5, Xia Youran informed the proprietress that she would be leaving. Normally, she would stay until 8, as her help was more crucial in the evening. However, Lu Yang had already waited for her all afternoon, and she didn't want to keep him waiting any longer. The proprietress glanced in Lu Yang's direction, smiling as she retrieved 100 yuan from her drawer. "You should head home. Your grandmother is likely waiting for you. Take the leftover food from the kitchen too. We bought too much and can't possibly eat all. Better to take it home while it's fresh than to waste it." Xia Youran smiled gratefully, but declined the money. "Auntie, I won't need that much. I'm leaving early tonight." "Nonsense," the proprietress insisted, pressing the money into her hand. "To put it bluntly, with your looks, quite a few customers come specifically for you, so he's certainly 1 TB at a loss. Now go on. He has been waiting for you all afternoon." Lu Yang had indeed been quite considerate, not merely sitting idly. He had ordered food twice, the second time when the proprietress brought out the order, as he hadn't finished the first. Upon hearing the proprietress mention Lu Yang, Xia Youran turned to look at him. He was seated by the window, one hand clutching his phone as he spoke to someone, while the other tugged on a Pikachu keychain hanging from her bag. Though the Pikachu was somewhat worn, it remained clean, a gift from her grandmother. Xia Youran's gaze softened, and the proprietress seized the opportunity to press the money into her hand before heading to the kitchen to fetch her some food. "All right, make sure to get home early. Are you coming back tomorrow?" Normally, Xia Youran would have assured her she would return. However, glancing at Lu Yang once more, she shook her head. "No, I want to be back. I have to help a classmate with their studies." "Sorry, Auntie." "Oh, there's no need to apologize. Your studies are paramount right now." Saying this, the proprietress pulled out several bottles of milk from beneath the cash register and stuffed them into a bag. "You need to take care of your health while you study. Now go on." Xia Youran gazed at the money in her hand and the weighty bag, a smile breaking across her face. "All right, I'm heading back." She blinked, turning toward Lu Yang. The kindness surrounding her felt abundant, rendering mere words of thanks insufficient. In the future, she vowed to express her gratitude more meaningfully. Lu Yang listened to the conversation on the other end of the line, his expression neutral. They had been unable to locate the delivery person from last night, confirming his suspicions about the individual's odd behavior. Feeling somewhat vexed, Lu Yang noted that while life was generally smooth, the uncertainties surrounding Xia Youran were particularly troubling. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xia Youran approaching and said into the phone, "Keep searching," before ending the call. Raising his gaze, he found Xia Youran standing before his table with a bag in hand. "Are you treating me to a meal?" Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, finally acknowledging her. "You think I'm someone who could easily be treated to a meal?" Xia Youran, undeterred, smiled and earnestly replied, "So how can I treat you to a meal? Please, tell me." Her soft voice, especially when she elongated the word please, had a way of softening hearts. Lu Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly, inexplicably shy. "Well, I suppose I can reluctantly agree." As he stood, he casually lifted her bag. "I'll buy the ingredients. You'll handle the cooking, all right?" "Of course," Xia Youran replied, still cradling the helmet he had purchased for her. "The proprietors gave me some ingredients too, so we won't have to buy much." The two exited the shop, walking in tandem. The proprietress behind the counter observed this scene with a smile. The setting sun cast elongated shadows across the ground, the boy tall and broad-shouldered, carrying a crossbody bag while holding onto an outdated backpack that seemed oddly mismatched. He patiently leaned down to listen to the girl beside him. As they opened the door, a breeze swept in, causing the bamboo dragonfly on the helmet in her arms to spin gently. This scene embodied youth, summer, and sunset. The atmosphere was thick with nostalgia, evoking a sense of joy in the observer. Lu Yang watched her clutching the helmet, sighed, and reached for the bag she was holding. You really need to carry that helmet back? Xia Youran turned to him, her eyes questioning. So you don't want it anymore? The look in her eyes was as if to imply that if he said he didn't want it, he would be akin to a heartless cat abandoning the helmet. Lu Yang fell silent. He had genuinely not intended to take it back. After a moment, he blinked and resolutely stated, I do want it. Xia Youran beamed with satisfaction. Then let us go. Chapter 62. To simply live, we must strive earnestly. Cradling two helmets, Xia Youran appeared even more slender and youthful. Lu Yang, trailing beside her, found the sight somewhat amusing. How are you going to buy groceries like this? Perhaps I should just have someone deliver them. Let's head home first. However, Xia Youran halted in her tracks, glancing at the two helmets in her grasp. Then, she made an adorably charming gesture, placing the helmet that Lu Yang had worn atop her own head. From her pocket, she produced a 100 yuan note, gently waving it as she declared, I have money. You promised to buy the groceries, not to pay for them. The wind brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of warmth. Lu Yang lowered his gaze to the girl before him. The boy's helmet seemed oversized on her head, though, truth be told, any helmet would appear small when worn by her. Her hands were not as fair as those of Bai Jingru and her companions, and the 100 yuan note appeared somewhat worn, fluttering slightly in the breeze. Yet, that tattered red note, juxtaposed against her radiant face, made her eyes sparkle with a captivating beauty. The triumphant smile gracing her face was equally enchanting, causing Lu Yang's heart to race uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, reaching out to gently press down on her head while taking the 100 yuan note from her grasp. Xia Youran released it without any reluctance. Though it was indeed her hard-earned pay from a long day's work, enough to cover their family's expenses for the week. The fact that it was Lu Yang extending his hand made her let go without a second thought. Lu Yang tucked the note away, stating, all right, now it seems I'm the one paying. Let's go. With that, he lifted her helmet, teasing, isn't it hot? Xia Youran pursed her lips in a smile, retorting, not at all. This helmet belongs to you. She intended to take it home and hide it away. Their destination was the local market in the old town. In truth, they didn't need to purchase much, as the proprietress had discreetly hidden a sizable piece of beef beneath the bag of vegetables. There were only 3 of them for dinner, and Xia Youran always worried that Lu Yang wouldn't eat well. Lu Yang felt they didn't need much, ultimately deciding a large bone for soup would suffice. After Lu Yang insisted, claiming he was fatigued, they took a taxi back home. They arrived before 6 o'clock. Grandma was at the community's senior activity center. After placing down their purchases, Lu Yang announced he would go fetch her. Xia Youran nodded in agreement from the kitchen. Ultimately, Lu Yang stepped out but did not head directly to pick up Grandma. Instead, he went to the community supermarket, asking, hello, can I scan to exchange for cash? After purchasing sticky notes and a pen, he inquired at the checkout. The cashier, intrigued, glanced at him and replied, sure, how much would you like to exchange? Let's start with 1,000, Lu Yang replied after a moment's thought, pocketing the exchange cash. He took out the 100 yuan note from Xia Youran, examined it briefly, and carefully stowed it away in the compartment of his crossbody bag. When he finally went to pick up Grandma, he found her dancing with 2 other elderly ladies. One of the women, dressed in professional attire, noticed him as he entered, her eyes lighting up with recognition when she saw the designer labels adorning his outfit. Hello, who are you looking for? She inquired. Lu Yang smiled and called out to Grandma. The elderly lady, upon hearing her name, turned and exclaimed, oh, it's little Lu. She then walked over to him. The woman standing nearby was taken aback. She had only seen a girl come to pick up Grandma before, and that girl always wore tattered clothes. She pondered whether this family was wealthy or not. Lu Yang, unconcerned with others' thoughts, escorted Grandma back after she bid farewell to her friends. Today, Grandma was quite alert and in good spirits. Little Lu, you're on break and came to see me? Are you here for tutoring with your aunt? Grandma chuckled. Lu Yang returned her smile, saying, yes, my grades aren't great. He felt a bit bashful about admitting it. If it were another family, they might be exasperated by a boy of poor academic standing persistently pursuing their daughter or granddaughter. Yet, Grandma interjected, oh, Youran mentioned that your grades aren't that bad. Besides, you're quite talented in sports, aren't you? Academic performance isn't suited for everyone. It's all right. Listening to Grandma's comforting words, Lu Yang could only smile. As their conversation progressed, Grandma began to speak of Xia Yuran's father. Xiao Xia, like Youran, excelled academically from a young age. In our village, there were no children with such outstanding results. He has done well for himself. Oh, and Xiao Xia's wife was also quite accomplished. This was one of the rare occasions Lu Yang heard about Xia Yuran's parents. Typically, she never brought them up, and Grandma, in her moments of clarity, seldom spoke of her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Yang wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Just like her parents, Yuran has been intelligent since childhood, Grandma continued, casting a glance at Lu Yang. Xiao Xia, isn't your wife still out in the fields? Lu Yang told Arig. No need to inquire further. Grandma seems to be a bit confused again. She is back home, cooking, he replied. Come, let's go eat. Right? And Yuran must be back from school. The little dress she asked me to make is finished. She's back. By the time they returned home, Grandma had become quite muddled, calling out for her daughter-in-law one moment and for Xia Youran the next. Xia Youran had to coax her to eat a bit before taking her medication and leading her back to the bedroom to sleep. After all the commotion, it was already past 7 by the time they sat down for dinner. Xia Youran felt a bit apologetic. I'm sorry. Are you hungry? Lu Yang shook his head, replying, I'm Yufina. I'm not too hungry. I ate quite a bit at the beef offal shop this afternoon. Xia Youran served him some soup, urging, hurry up and eat. By the way, I won't be going tomorrow. I'll tutor you instead, so you don't need to wait for me. With a smile, she glanced at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. What about you? You want to ask? Aren't you going to earn money? But ultimately refrained from voicing the question. He thought of the money in his pocket and sighed. Instead, he inquired about another matter. Does Grandma often act like this? Xia Youran looked at him with a hint of confusion before understanding, nodding. You mean like today? She shook her head, saying, not really. It's not frequent. Most of the time, Grandma is quite easy to handle. It's just that sometimes perhaps she misses my parents too much, which causes her to be like today. Her thoughts become muddled and particularly difficult. As she spoke, Xia Yuran's expression dimmed. Lu Yang noticed and asked, has Grandma received professional treatment? Xia Youran tightened her grip on the chopsticks, meeting Lu Yang's gaze with seriousness. Lu Yang, we don't have that much money left. Just surviving requires a great deal of effort. Chapter 63. Affection is never constrained by the void of uncertainty. Xia Youran said nothing further. Yet her statement about survival requiring immense effort struck Lu Yang's mind like a bolt of lightning, filling him with self-reproach. However, it was evident that Xia Youran did not dwell on it. After finishing her sentence, she placed a piece of beef on his plate, saying, eat more meat. Lu Yang responded with a non-committal "oh," and chose not to ask any more questions, lowering his gaze to begin eating. He didn't have a deep understanding of girls, but he was of that age himself. At this stage of life, he considered himself somewhat sensitive. Many things could not be expressed too bluntly. It was akin to his desire to assist Xia Youran while hesitating to offer direct help. He could see that beneath her seemingly delicate exterior, she possessed a tenacious spirit. The fact that those wishing to help her felt the need for an appropriate title only underscored this. As they dined together, occasionally engaging in light conversation, the atmosphere remained harmonious. No one mentioned the kiss. Instead, discussions gravitated towards school-related matters. After finishing the meal, Lu Yang intended to assist in clearing the tableware, but was gently deterred by Xia Youran, who insisted, I can manage. He contested briefly, but ultimately relented, primarily concerned about waking his grandmother. The space was rather confined. Thus, while Xia Youran washed the dishes, Lu Yang took a seat at the kitchen door, keeping her company with an apple that she had washed for him. She explained that she had not anticipated Lu Yang's visit and promised to procure other delicious fruits next time. She typically consumed only apples, as they were more economical. One cannot forego fruit entirely, yet some are prohibitively expensive. Apples have a good shelf life, allowing one to buy in bulk when they are affordable, eliminating the need for frequent purchases. Xia Youran spoke of this matter with a casual tone, as if there were no taboo in her words. Lu Yang exhibited no unusual reaction, though he recalled the strawberries adorning the small cake she had made for him last time. It must have cost her quite a bit, yet she consistently endeavored to provide him with the best, despite her own financial constraints. Xia Yuran's affection was indeed straightforward and simple, yet profoundly touching, leaving Lu Yang to ponder how remarkable she was. As their conversation meandered unexpectedly towards classmates, Xia Youran, watching the foam wash away, queried, Lu Yang, does Bai Jingru like you? Her tone was imbued with palpable curiosity. While biting into his apple, Lu Yang responded, oh? Why do you ask? Without turning around, Xia Youran let her eyelashes flutter gently, replying, just asking. I sense something, after all, I like you too. Yet, Lu Yang appeared indifferent towards the girls who favored him. Compared to Bai Jingru, who was familiar with Ji Xiang, she seemed like an exception. At that moment, Xia Youran was oblivious to the fact that she herself was the true exception. Lu Yang merely chuckled, pondering aimlessly, I don't know. After all, no one has confessed. So how can I know? If I believed I liked her, she might think I was being self-absorbed. Hearing this, Xia Youran spun around, locking eyes with him. In her gaze, he detected a hint of conflict, prompting her to inquire. Must a confession be formal to signify affection? Luyang, Radalisarios, Ripliet. A proper relationship should ideally commence with a confession and flowers. After contemplating, he added, if it were me, I would want this relationship to begin with me. There lingered a somewhat childish notion that it was more appropriate for boys to initiate confessions. Of course, this was merely Liu Yang's naive perspective, not representative of all. He had never given such matters serious thought before, and now his mind raced with possibilities. Is it truly only your confession that matters? Xia Youran's brows furrowed. Her voice slightly elevated. Realizing her tone was somewhat abrupt, she nervously turned off the faucet. Hesitant to ask him whether a kiss counted as a confession, she mused that courage, in some respects, felt insubstantial. At times, one feels capable of anything, yet at others, like now, she hesitated to even inquire if their kiss held any significance. Liu Yang sensed that he had articulated his feelings quite clearly, and Xia Youran ought to broach the subject. He found himself looking forward to her question, only to be disappointed as she finished washing the dishes and, with a downcast gaze, asked, "May I take a shower?" It was as if their previous conversation had never occurred, and she showed no inclination to continue. "Go ahead," Liu Yang replied, stepping aside. He too needed time to conceal his thoughts. With a parting smile, Xia Youran entered the bathroom, leaving Liu Yang in the living room. He finished the apple in a few bites, washed his hands, and retrieved the sticky notes and pen he had bought earlier that afternoon. Finally, he took out the stack of money, folding each bill into various shapes: a kitten, a puppy, a paper crane, and a cheapao, transforming the red bills into distinct forms. He was grateful for the boredom that had led Ji Xiang to teach him how to fold these items. Ji Xiang's ex-girlfriend had folded 999 paper cranes and roses to win his affection. Having observed it often, Liu Yang had helped fold a couple of times himself. Initially clumsy, he quickly became adept at it. After completing the 10 folded notes, Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings with the sticky notes in hand. The house was small yet immaculate, with minimal clutter. He wrote messages on the sticky notes and meticulously hid the folded bills in places Xia Youran would likely frequent. Sighing in relief after finishing, he glanced towards the bedroom, noting that Xia Youran had yet to emerge. After tidying up, he settled onto the sofa, taking out his phone but lacking the motivation to check it, lost in thought. He pondered extensively about Xia Youran. Thoughts he had previously avoided now flooded his mind. If he liked her, he resolved they should be together. Should he return, he would prepare everything before leaving, uncertain if the Liu Yang in his original world would still exist. If not, it would not matter. He would ensure that Xia Yuran's life wouldn't be any more challenging than when he first met her upon his rebirth. If he couldn't return, why should liking someone prevent them from being together? He had only developed feelings for one girl across 2 lifetimes. Thus, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Liu Yang was never one to internalize conflict. He had finally come to terms with his feelings, allowing him to observe this girl cautiously testing the waters, inching closer. Affection should never be constrained by ephemeral uncertainties. As long as one possesses enough courage and conviction, the rest becomes inconsequential, does it not? Chapter 64. What a slender waist. Liu Yang's reverie was interrupted by his phone vibrating. He glanced at a message from Zheng Hui, inquiring whether he would join Ji Xiang and the others that evening and if he needed a ride. Liu Yang replied that it was unnecessary. Yet, his fingers unconsciously typed a message, hesitating before ultimately deleting it. Considering his mother's penchant for stirring chaos, he decided against discussing certain matters with her. He sighed, setting his phone aside. Casting a glance toward the bedroom, he couldn't help but think that Xia Youran had been in the shower for quite a while. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bedroom door swung open, and his gaze immediately fell upon Xia Yuran's legs clad in shorts. Though she was already quite tall, with admirable proportions, it was only when she donned the school uniform that the boys would remark on her long legs. However, due to the loose-fitting nature of the uniform, it was not always apparent. Having spent considerable time with Xia Youran, Liu Yang had mostly seen her in casual attire, long pants and short-sleeved t-shirts, making this his first glimpse of her bare legs. They were long and fair. Despite having tanned skin on her face and hands, her legs appeared remarkably pale, almost luminescent under the light. They were strikingly straight, validating the boy's previous comments about her length and elegance. Fresh from her shower, Xia Youran seemed at ease in her home. Wearing a plain white t-shirt devoid of any patterns and black shorts, a hairdryer in one hand while the other towel-dried her hair. Likely mindful of the noise, she walked barefoot, droplets of water gliding down her long legs, enhancing their allure. The backlighting made Liu Yang feel as though her white t-shirt was perhaps a tad too sheer, a bit translucent. Liu Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed she was clad in black lingerie. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze. "Are you going to dry your hair?" he asked, a rather superfluous question. Internally, he berated himself. After all, he had watched enough films to know better. She hadn't done anything. Yet here he was, feeling flustered. How embarrassing. Xia Yuran's voice seemed softened by the warm water. Yes, just give me a moment, I'll be quick. She then slipped on some slippers and turned toward the bathroom in the living room. Unable to resist, Lu Yang glanced up again, catching sight of her silhouette. Those legs were undeniably long, and their alabaster hue was striking. That figure disappeared into the bathroom. Letting out a sigh, Lu Yang reached for a nearby cushion. Clutching it to his chest. Was the air conditioning broken? Perhaps he should call someone to fix it tomorrow. Otherwise, why was it so hot? Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Xia Yuran gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a smile gracing her lips. The light illuminated her slightly sheer white t-shirt, revealing the girl's delicate thoughts. Today, she had seen Bai Jingru in a little dress, and while seated across from Lu Yang, her long legs had been on full display. She couldn't allow Lu Yang to remember those images. He must only remember her. Her pure visage met her gaze, and she glanced down at her exposed legs. The skin was so pale, almost as if it blushed from the embarrassment of her first experience. After tutoring Lu Yang, he would surely forget about Bai Jingru. Lu Yang lounged on the sofa, scrolling through the chaotic messages in the group chat on his phone. Goodness, this bunch of lecherous souls. 8 out of 10 videos feature legs, and the other 2 are about breasts. Lu Yang thought to himself, a group of lechers. He found it difficult to calm himself. His mind swirling with images of droplets sliding down those legs. A young body could hardly withstand such provocation. In a fit of frustration, he opened the surveillance footage sent by the property management. Instantly, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. He even contemplated whether he should step outside to see if anyone was lurking. Damn, it felt like a scene from a horror story. However, he had already informed the management that no deliveries or repairs could enter the community without someone from the property management accompanying them. He couldn't allow a repeat of last night's incident. Finally, his thoughts settled. The sound of the hairdryer in the bathroom ceased. Xia Yuran emerged, her freshly dried hair voluminous and cascading gently behind her. She glanced at Lu Yang and said, "Wait a moment, I need to grab my homework." Lu Yang replied with a non-committal but didn't call after her. After all, he hadn't completed his own homework yet. At that moment, he felt that his mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. Look at Xia Yuran. Her mind was solely focused on tutoring him. The mere thought of tutoring sent images of her legs flashing through his mind. Though they were both tutoring, the nature of their sessions might differ significantly. Lu Yang slapped his own face with a loud sound. Xia Yuran, who had just stepped out with her papers, heard it and hurried over, her brow furrowed with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked, gently grasping his wrist. Lu Yang gasped as his hand was pulled away, and he found himself staring into her innocent face, which was now filled with worry. The scent wafting from her was a delightful mix of body wash and shampoo, very fragrant. Her face was devoid of makeup, and her soft, pink lips seemed to move as if she were speaking. But Lu Yang was too distracted to hear her. He instinctively straightened up. "I'm fine." While he did sit up straight, Xia Yuran had leaned in with concern, causing Lu Yang's sudden movements to make her instinctively lean back, letting out a small as she almost lost her balance. His body reacted faster than his mind, and he quickly grasped her wrist with one hand while the other supported her waist. The scene that unfolded left Lu Yang in a similar position, yet distinctly different. Now, there was another person perched on his lap. What a slender waist. It felt as if, with a little more pressure, it might just snap. Lu Yang held onto Xia Yuran's wrist with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist. At that moment, they locked eyes, and Lu Yang noticed her face slowly reddening. Her pearly white teeth gently bit in her soft pink lip, which looked incredibly tender. The thought of kissing her took him by surprise, and Lu Yang felt his own face heat up. Chapter 65. The depths of her pupils gleamed with fervor. It was Xia Yuran's first time engaging in such an act, her movements clumsy. Her heart raced, fearing that the person before her might notice her anxiousness. She had done it on purpose, reaching out to grasp his wrist. What necessity was there to be so close? Furthermore, how could a perfectly healthy person lose their balance so easily? Everything was intentional on her part. At that moment, she felt the muscles in his thigh tense beneath her. His face was turning red, much like her own. As Xia Yuran observed Lu Yang diverting his gaze, she recalled Qiu Ying's recent admonition. "Look at me. I don't believe you're not captivated." Lu Yang dared not meet her gaze. The boy's body temperature seemed to be consistently higher than hers. She could feel the warmth of his thigh even through his pants, not to mention the hand resting on her waist. He felt a surge of embarrassment. Although he was not a mere 18 or 19-year-old boy, this was indeed his first experience of such intimacy with a girl. One could say he was still a somewhat innocent youth. Flustered, Lu Yang averted his gaze from Xia Yuran, feeling the urge to withdraw his hand and remind her that she could indeed stand up. Otherwise, if they got any closer, he feared that Xia Yuran might discover his reactions. After all, the girl he had feelings for was sitting in his lap. A normal boy would respond naturally to such a situation, especially with his mind occupied by thoughts of her long legs, which seemed perfectly suited to be wrapped around his waist. The more he pondered, the more absurd the notion became. Lu Yang quickly retracted his hand. You. Before he could utter another word, Xia Youran sprang to her feet, hands clasped behind her back, her hair cascading softly over her chest. Standing before Lu Yang, her cheeks flushed, she awkwardly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Was I too heavy? Heavy? What do you mean heavy? Lu Yang thought, captivated by the sight of her dazzlingly white legs. As she stood before him, he remained seated, unable to lift his gaze as he was drawn to her radiant limbs. Perhaps it was her bashfulness that prompted her to shift her legs slightly, causing them to graze against each other. She wore black shorts, and the contrast with her fair skin was striking. He heard himself say, oh, it's fine, not heavy. Thankfully, although he was still somewhat dazed, he managed to retain his composure, or else it would have been utterly embarrassing. Finally, his gaze shifted upwards. The sight of her white legs was indeed captivating. It would be impolite not to look, yet gazing felt equally inappropriate. However, there was something uniquely enchanting about the view when looking up. Previously, Lu Yang had considered Xia Yuran's figure to be rather ordinary. Not that he was lecherous, it was simply a matter of perception. He had often provided her with milk and other goodies. It seemed to be yielding some results. Perhaps it was all in the angle. The hem of her white t-shirt tucked into her shorts accentuated her slender waist, making her curves appear more pronounced. Not excessively so, but aesthetically pleasing. At this moment, her waist was slender, her legs long, and her bosom ample. Moreover, she possessed a visage of pure innocence. Who could resist such allure? Lu Yang inhaled sharply, promptly rising to his feet, still clutching the pillow in his hands. Xia Yuran's gaze drifted over the pillow before she tilted her head back to meet his eyes. The boy's sun-kissed skin could barely conceal the flush of red that crept over his face. Strangely, her heartbeat began to steady at this sight. How delightful it was to have Lu Yang beside her. Surely his thoughts were consumed by her as well. Let us go and take a look at the test papers, she said, maintaining her facade of innocence with a smile as she turned away. Her loose hair fluttered gently with emotion, carrying her scent directly into Lu Yang's nostrils with an almost audacious insistence. He rubbed his nose and glanced at the pillow in his hands, realizing it was rather inappropriate to hold it like that. Eventually, he released it and noted that his outfit was sufficiently loose today, causing him to awkwardly adjust his clothes before hastening to catch up with her. Seizing the moment while Xia Youran was unawares, he swiftly took a seat beside her. Their study area was a rectangular table positioned near the liquor cabinet, perfectly accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. A light above illuminated the space, rendering it ideal for academic pursuits. Just as Xia Youran was about to take her seat, the person beside her had already settled in. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, drew the nearby tall chair a tad closer, and nestled beside Lu Yang. Their legs were barely inches apart, brushing against one another. Lu Yang, clad in shorts, felt the fabric graze his calves. As he contemplated glancing down, he noticed that Xia Youran had placed the test paper before him. Shall we tackle the physics problems? She suggested. Lu Yang responded with a nonchalant, oh, yet he refrained from looking down. Otherwise, he would have noticed that the girl's leg was gradually inching closer to his. The delicate touch was almost imperceptible, yet it lingered. The contrast between their skin tones was particularly striking. His sun-kissed complexion was juxtaposed against her porcelain-like fairness. Above, his brow furrowed as he gripped his pen. A look of distress etched across his face. Meanwhile, she leaned in closer, their shoulders brushing against one another. Her gaze was not fixed on the paper, but rather covertly resting upon his features, revealing a fervent gleam in her eyes that was nearly overwhelming. Lu Yang found himself perplexed by the questions before him. Why, after finally enjoying a break, was he burdened with test papers? It was merely the first day of vacation. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, he found himself ensnared by her ardent gaze. His voice faltered, huh? What was that look? Yet, the girl swiftly lowered her eyes, her long lashes concealing a myriad of emotions. Had he misinterpreted what he saw? What did you say? Xia Youran inquired softly. What were you suggesting? Lu Yang's brow knitted slightly. His vision was keen, and he was certain he had not misjudged. What was the meaning behind that fervent gaze? It was undeniably different from her usual demeanor. No, I meant, could we perhaps postpone the test papers until tomorrow? It's rather late, he suggested, leaning back to create some distance between them. They were indeed sitting rather close, and as he glanced down, he noted her delicate leg was nearly resting against his own. Coupled with the intensity of her earlier gaze, he found himself studying the girl beside him with newfound curiosity. Xia Yuran's heart raced, nearly betraying her composure. Her lashes fluttered as she dared to lift her gaze, meeting Lu Yang's scrutinizing eyes. Chapter 66. It seemed they harbored a shared secret. Lu Yang and Xia Youran exchanged glances, and she offered a demure smile. All right, we can study tomorrow. After all, it's just the beginning of our break. When will you come by? She asked, her tone casual as she announced her decision to forego her part-time job. Lu Yang observed her as she spoke with such ease, then reached out to take the test paper from before him. Everything felt natural, even as they arranged a time to meet the following day. With her leg retreating and her previously closed posture straightening, she adopted a proper sitting position that exuded the essence of a well-behaved student. However, Lu Yang was convinced he had not misread her earlier expression. That look, it felt as though she might devour him at any moment. Though he mused, being devoured might not be such a terrible fate. Clearing his throat, he shifted his gaze away. As a boy who had been kissed without any obligation, he remained remarkably composed. After all, Xia Youran was not as innocent as she appeared. He had known that all along. Tomorrow afternoon? You could sleep in a bit, and I'll come find you in the afternoon. How about we go out for dinner with my grandma? Lu Yang suggested, now more animated. My mom recently discovered a fantastic restaurant and even signed up for a membership. Let us give it a try. Xia Youran shook her head. That seems too extravagant. Not at all. My mom loaded the card, and we can eat for free this time. There is no expense involved, Lu Yang countered, almost as if he anticipated her response. Xia Youran found herself at a loss for words. She gazed at the boy, whose sunny demeanor seemed effortlessly charming as he spoke. Yet, she understood that even if it weren't free, he would still make the same offer. Lu Yang appeared carefree, yet he was remarkably attentive to her fragile pride. How could anyone not be drawn to someone as wonderful as him? Ultimately, Lu Yang successfully secured their meeting for the following day, allowing them to forego the test papers altogether. As he slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave, the clock had already struck 9. He cautioned Xia Youran, be careful tonight, don't wander off. If anything happens, remember to call me. Xia Youran nodded. I know, I'm not a child anymore. Lu Yang hesitated, clearly aware that she was no longer a child. Yet, he was genuinely concerned. He feared the possibility of waking one day to find her gone. In the past, when he lacked feelings for her, he would have felt regret at the loss of any girl. How could he not feel worse now? The mere thought of her in danger filled him with sorrow and frustration. Thus, he couldn't help but inquire further. Had he been contacted by any strange individuals, or had anyone get too close recently? Xia Youran shook her head in surprise. No, not at all. I go to school every day, and Haven T had the chance to interact with others. Her words made sense as Lu Yang walked home. He pondered whether the perpetrator could be at school. Yet that seemed implausible. Furthermore, the delivery person had clearly been suspicious. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw a message from Xia Youran. Her old phone had sent a photo of a folded 100 yuan bill shaped like a cat. Lu Yang chuckled, impressed by her quick discovery. What were you doing rummaging through the fridge so late? Are you hungry? I haven't gone far. Should I pack you some late-night snacks? Standing before the fridge, Xia Youran admired the folded bill, next to which lay a yellow sticky note. The boy's handwriting was rather scrawled, yet legible. It read, oh no, you opened the fridge and bumped into me. From now on, you must take responsibility for me, accompanied by a simple drawing of a cat's head. It was charming, so unlike Lu Yang's exterior. Previously, she had overheard her classmates discussing boys like him, suggesting that someone so well off would likely be indifferent in a relationship, waiting for the girl to take the lead. But that was not the case with Lu Yang. If they were to date, he would undoubtedly be the attentive type, gentle and considerate. Xia Youran gazed at the message from Lu Yang, gently cradling the little cat in her hands, and carefully placing the sticky note aside. She then replied, Lu Yang, are you this kind to everyone? Initially, she had intended to ask if he was gentle with all, but she sensed that he would likely deny such a notion when confronted with the word gentle. It seemed that boys were particularly sensitive about such things. Lu Yang quickly countered, then are you affectionate with everyone? Xia Youran felt a flutter of unease upon seeing his words, yet she explained with a hint of grievance. I'm not. As Lu Yang walked along the path, he observed the series of aggrieved emoticons she sent. Such a timid creature. She dared not bring it up in his presence, yet now she was feeling wronged? He replied, well, I'm not either. I am not that indiscriminate. It was not that he treated everyone this way. It was simply because she was the one who inspired him to exert such effort. They seemed to share a mutual secret, an unspoken understanding that lingered in the air, a secret named, I like you. Xia Youran twirled in delight, wanting to stomp her feet, but fearing to wake her grandmother. Ultimately, she clutched her phone, the little cat, and the sticky note, turning to enter her room. After a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered something, darting back to the sofa to embrace the pillow that Lu Yang had held the previous night, burying her face into it for a few moments before joyfully returning to her room. Lu Yang stood beneath the streetlight, smiling as he watched the series of spinning emoticons she had sent. Despite their straightforward exchanges, she still refrained from uttering those words. With a soft click of his tongue, he pondered if he should say it instead. His fingers lightly tapped on the screen, as if trying to reach out to her on the other side. Finally, His gaze fell upon the still-open mobile phone store across the street. Remembering Xia Youran's outdated and sluggish phone, he crossed the road and entered the shop. As soon as the shop assistant noticed him, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Her eyes quickly scanned the boy. Sensing that tonight could yield a significant sale, Lu Yang stated, "I wish to purchase a phone." The assistant smiled. "How fortunate. We have the latest models of fruit phones in stock." Lu Yang followed her to take a look. They indeed appeared quite appealing, especially the light purple and pink options, which seemed suitable for girls. However, thinking of Xia Youran, he replied, "The price is a bit steep. Do you have something more reasonably priced, with better cost-effectiveness?" The assistant's expression faltered slightly, but she quickly guided him to another section. "Perhaps you could consider these. They are reasonably priced and offer good value." Having secured the phone, Lu Yang sighed, contemplating how to present it. Why is it so difficult to give gift? Chapter 67. Lu Yang, I don't want your pity. I want your affection. Nonetheless, Lu Yang prioritized buying the phone first. There were countless ways to gift it later. That night, he remarkably did not have any nightmares. While the terrors were absent, he still dreamt of Xia Youran. In his dream, they found themselves in a small apartment, just the two of them. The table was cluttered with papers, and they leaned against each other, the dim light casting a soft glow. She wore the white t-shirt and black pants from the night before, their upper bodies merely in proximity. Yet, her long, delicate legs rested beside his, her bare feet lightly touching his sneakers. Her damp hair dripped water, soaking the fabric of her shirt, which became somewhat translucent, hinting at the contours beneath. After completing a problem, her playful foot, resting on his shoe, wiggled slightly, as if playfully stepping on him, more like dancing on his heartbeat. Her voice was filled with mirth. "Lu Yang, you're so impressive. You solved it. How about a reward?" Turning his head, he noticed she had gently rested her cheek on the table, leaning towards him. Her face, illuminated by the light, revealed no flaws, and her radiant smile was captivating. What if the reward is a kiss? Her soft, pink lips spoke enticingly as she slightly pouted. "If you lean down, you'll reach my lips. Can you guess how soft they are?" Though the scene was not particularly scandalous, on her innocent face, it appeared utterly alluring. Lu Yang, as if enchanted by a siren, found himself unable to resist leaning closer. Unbeknownst to him, her graceful legs had subtly shifted to rest on his lap, and one of his hands found its way to gently caress her smooth skin. The contrast between his sun-kissed hand and her porcelain legs was striking, drawing the eye effortlessly. As he drew nearer, he was on the verge of brushing against her soft lips. Lu Yang had rarely enjoyed such peaceful slumber. While not entirely perfect, the absence of nightmares was a relief. Yet, upon waking, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His mind flooded with the lingering images from his dream and that beguiling face. Realizing the implications of her actions, he questioned whether she had played a deliberate game. They had studied together before, but she had never dressed in such a manner. Why now? The thought of her inquiry regarding Bai Jingru's feelings for him surfaced. Was she feeling jealous? After responding to Bai Jingru the previous day, she had indeed ceased to pursue him. His reply had been, "At our age, playing too many games is truly exhausting." Just that single statement had silenced her. With his clear refusal to engage in her petty games, he surmised that it would be a long time before she approached him again. Lu Yang felt confident that he had communicated his disinterest clearly, despite never voicing outright that he disliked her. After all, she had never confessed her feelings either. To claim one does not like someone who has not expressed their affection feels almost self-indulgent. He genuinely did not comprehend why Bai Jingru had clung on for so long, in this life and the last. Yet, he found no time to dwell on her. He preferred to focus on uncovering the truth and discovering what other surprises Xia Youran might have in store. A harsh reality remained. Boys do not dislike the subtlety of a girl they fancy. They revel in it, for it is charming. However, the same subtlety from someone they do not favor is merely perceived as harassment. After glancing at his phone a few times, Lu Yang rose from bed. His parents were absent, a common occurrence in their household. The housekeeper had prepared breakfast. Lu Yang informed her that he would not be home for lunch, so she need not cook for him. Following his meal, he took the phone he had purchased the night before and headed to the store his mother had recommended. Upon arrival, he sought out the manager, determined to ensure the phone would be gifted that day. After leaving the shop, he made his way to find Xia Youran, this time bringing along their study materials. Fortunately, she had reverted to her usual attire, donning long pants, which alleviated his worries. It was likely due to her grandmother's presence, as she had not gone to the senior activity center while Xia Youran remained home. Her grandmother appeared lucid and in good spirits. As Lu Yang and Xia Youran studied, her grandmother sat beside them, engrossed in embroidery. Lu Yang glanced over, noticing her skillful handiwork. He believed that if she had not fallen ill, their family could thrive solely on her talents. The delicate water blue qipao she was stitching was intended as a graduation gift for Xia Youran. Observing the garment in her grandmother's hands, Lu Yong could not help but imagine how beautiful Xia Youran would look wearing it. She possessed a slender figure and exquisite proportions, undoubtedly strikingly beautiful, as she donned a chi pao while tutoring him. Xia Youran, holding a freshly folded red origami crane in her hand, emerged with a platter of fruit. She extended her palm towards Lu Yong, cradling the paper crane delicately. What could this possibly mean? Last night, he had thought the money she returned was merely his own being handed back. But what about this? Lu Yong looked up at her, inquiring about the situation. Wow, your family is truly remarkable. Even red origami cranes flutter in, he exclaimed, clapping his hands lightly in jest. His voice carried a playful lilt, clearly teasing her. Xia Youran tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips. What are you doing, Lu Yong? Despite her words, she was reluctant to part with the money. After all, this crane was crafted by Lu Yong himself. After a moment's thought, she proposed, how about I trade with you? This one, may I keep it? No trade. Lu Yong replied, shaking his head. This crane flew in on its own. Why would you give it to me? Setting the fruit aside, Xia Youran retrieved a sticky note from her pocket, inscribed with the words, I am a crane that is cultivated for a long time. I borrowed a moment of rest from your home, and this is my token of appreciation. The bold handwriting was unmistakably Lu Yang's, yet it revealed an effort of thoughtfulness. Xia Youran was quite taken with it. Her anticipation of the strawberries heightened, convinced they would be exceedingly sweet today. Lu Yong plucked a nearby strawberry and popped it into his mouth. Go find your crane, he teased. Xia Youran gazed at him earnestly and declared, Lu Yong, I do not wish for your pity. I want you to like me. At that moment, Lu Yang's grandmother had just entered the bedroom to fetch some thread and had yet to return, leaving only the two of them in the living room. With a strawberry still nestled in his mouth, he looked up at Xia Youran, smiling. I do not pity you. If you search thoroughly, you will uncover treasures. Do you believe that? Chapter 68. You are quite fortunate, Xia Youran. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, her gaze fell upon the corners of his lips. In truth, there was nothing unclean about Lu Yong eating strawberries. The juice had not splattered. However, the vibrant red juice inevitably stained his lips. Xia Youran found herself wishing to lick it away, merely wanting to savor the sweet residue, although he hardly needed to wipe it off. After Lu Yong finished speaking, he continued to observe her, yet when he received no response, he edged closer. Xia Youran? It seemed she had just regained her senses. Oh, I will go find it now. Lu Yong called out to her, hey, that would ruin the fun. Do you know how many I hid? It's much more enjoyable to discover them bit by bit, so no rush. Xia Youran blinked in response, her lips forming in agreement. However, Lu Yong had a lingering suspicion that she might secretly uncover them all once he left. Nevertheless, he was rather eager for her reaction. With this thought, Lu Yang's spirits lifted. He took another strawberry and offered her the ripest one. Here, eat a strawberry. Xia Youran carefully set aside her money and sticky note, glancing at her hands, which had become slightly dirty. Lu Yong assumed she would suggest washing her hands, but to his surprise, she swiftly lowered her head and devoured the strawberry he was holding. Whether intentional or not, her soft lips brushed against his fingers, leaving a damp sensation that hinted at her tongue. Lu Yang's heart raced with exhilaration. He opened his mouth to speak, but noticed her ears had turned crimson. Just then, his grandmother emerged with her belongings. Come here, Xiao Lu. Let me measure your height. As for you, Youran, I'm afraid it won't be accurate. Lu Yong quickly retracted his hand and stood up. Oh, coming grandma. Xia Youran also turned away swiftly, avoiding both Lu Yong and his grandmother. Lu Yang's heart still raced, especially since his grandmother's measuring seemed quite normal, unlike her, who had been rather cheeky just moments before. Though he harbored such thoughts, there was a secret thrill in the contact, as it was from a girl he liked. How could he not feel exhilarated? After the measurements were completed, it was nearly time. Lu Yong called for a ride, intending to take his grandmother and Xia Youran out for a meal. However, his grandmother insisted she was too tired to go out and preferred to eat at home. With this declaration, both Xia Youran and Lu Yong found themselves at a loss for words. Yet his grandmother insisted, noting that her reluctance stemmed from fatigue, while they, being young, should not feel the same. She was primarily concerned for her granddaughter, who rarely treated herself to dining out. Thus, she encouraged Lu Yong to take her out. In the end, they could not convince her and were instead ushered out by her. Standing at the door, they exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, Lu Yong gently tugged at the Pikachu on her backpack. Let us go. Grandma has kicked us out. Xia Youran glanced back at the closed door, then at Lu Yong, finally conceding with a soft, all right, let us go. Her grandmother would rest after dinner. Grandma's routine was consistently stable, though she often rose early, around 3 or 4 in the morning. Typically, Xia Youran would accompany her, quietly embroidering while the others studied. Thus, many people regarded Xia Youran as impressive, unaware of her diligent efforts. When they reached the entrance, Lu Yang's ride had already arrived. They headed directly to the dining establishment. The place was indeed bustling, but they had arrived early, and with Zheng Hui's membership, they were afforded a small private room, despite being just two. Lu Yang was curious about how much his mother had spent on the membership card. To be honest, dining in a private room amidst a crowd was quite pleasant. He ordered the dishes himself, initially intending to let Xia Youran choose, but she insisted he order. Glancing at the menu, he refrained from showing it to her. The prices might burden her mind. This was not their first meal together. They often dined at school, as Lu Yang had loaded his money onto Xia Yuran's card, leading her to wait for him daily. She would secure a table while he fetched the food. Typically, Xia Youran would generously opt for just plain rice and the cheapest dish of the day, while Lu Yang would order a variety of meat and vegetables along with a stew. Observing her bland choices, he eventually found an excuse to fetch the food himself. They had grown accustomed to dining together, so the meal proceeded without incident until the moment Lu Yang requested the bill. The manager entered, flanked by two staff members carrying a spinning wheel. The wheel displayed prizes for first, second, and third place, as well as consolation prizes. The manager cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, today our establishment is hosting an event. Spending over 150 allows you a spin on the prize wheel." Xia Youran, taken aback, inquired, "Is this for everyone?" The manager shook his head. "Not everyone, only our members. So, who among you will take a spin? The prizes are quite enticing." Lu Yang feigned disinterest. Turning to Xia Youran, "Do you wish to spin? Participating would not cost anything." Xia Youran hesitated briefly before responding, "Well, I'll give it a try." Lu Yang smiled. "All right, go ahead." The manager stepped aside, and Xia Youran spun the wheel. Ultimately, the pointer landed on a consolation prize. Lu Yang remarked, while the manager added, "While whatever she spins is a gift, it seems this young lady's luck is rather unfortunate." "Huh? This consolation prize is indeed quite generous." Lu Yang sighed inwardly and glanced at the manager. As if to affirm his role in the business, the manager immediately clapped, beaming. "Congratulations, miss. Your consolation prize is a mobile phone." As the attendant beside them produced a box containing a mobile phone, Xia Youran found herself momentarily stunned, having initially assumed it was merely a voucher of some sort. Wait, is this consolation prize actually a mobile phone? Is this establishment truly so affluent? Lu Yang also rose, feigning interest as he took a glance at the phone box. It was not particularly from a prestigious brand, and he remarked, "You are quite fortunate, little Youran." The term little Youran was reminiscent of how his grandmother would address her, and it made Xia Youran blush, having never heard him call her that before. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, the manager smiled and said, "You two are quite lucky. I want to interrupt further. We shall take our leave." He then led his team, carrying the prize wheel, out of the room. Lu Yang handed the mobile phone to Xia Youran, stating, "Here, your prize." Xia Youran stared at the phone in her hands, still in disbelief. She had thought it would be a simple event where she could casually spin the wheel, never expecting to actually win a phone. Surely, this device must be worth more than their meal. It seemed improbable that the establishment could afford such generosity. However, she was hesitant to accept it and pushed the phone back towards Lu Yang. "You treated me to dinner. This phone should be yours." Lu Yang waved his latest model phone, teasingly suggesting, "Would you prefer this one instead? I could easily switch." He began to unwrap the new phone, casually adding, "Then I'll just give you my current one." Although Xia Youran wasn't particularly interested in phones, she was aware of the latest model's price. Instantly, she pressed her hand against his, exclaiming, "That's not what I meant. I already have a phone. I don't need it. You can take this one home." "Who would you give it to?" Lu Yang countered, "My mother decorates her phone with rhinestones, and my father wouldn't want me bringing home a new phone." He gazed into Xia Yuran's eyes. "I know you have a phone, but it takes ages for you to reply to my messages with that one. Why not use this? After all, it's technically yours. Are you truly going to refuse?" He glanced down at the new phone. "If you want to take it, I'll just return it to the store." "That's unacceptable," Xia Youran replied, reaching for the phone box. "What we want is ours." Lu Yang chuckled at her determination, playfully flicking her forehead, "Then hold on to it. Make sure to switch to your new phone tonight. Don't forget to send me a photo. Your old phone's camera is terribly blurry." He grabbed their bags, leading the way out, mindful that if the conversation continued, she might think it too extravagant and refuse again. What was the point of all this if she would dismiss it? As Xia Youran noticed Lu Yang had opened the door to leave, she hurried to catch up. Just outside, they encountered another group settling their bill in an adjacent private room. The door was ajar, revealing an attendant processing payments, with no sign of the grand prize wheel. A thought flashed through her mind as she glanced at Lu Yang, who was walking ahead, carrying her backpack. She quickened her pace, snatching the bag for his hands. "I can manage this myself." She then glanced at the phone in her possession. Lu Yang, quick to react, said, "All right," and deftly took the phone from her, placing it into her backpack. As they exited the shop, the night had already descended, and the city was illuminated by vibrant lights. The pedestrian street nearby was bustling with activity. Lu Yang inquired, "Shall we take a stroll?" While Xia Youran was lost in thought, she nodded enthusiastically at his question. Sure. Shopping with others felt like a waste of time, but roaming the streets with Lu Yang was altogether different. The two made their way toward the pedestrian street, which was particularly lively due to the National Day holiday, filled with young people eager to explore the numerous shops. As they walked, Lu Yang frequently paused to admire the stores. He had previously accompanied Ms. Zheng on shopping excursions, where her relentless enthusiasm for shopping was formidable. However, Xia Youran was distinctly different. Her approach to shopping was more subdued, as she seemed uninterested in browsing shops. Each time Lu Yang stopped, it was often at stores that catered to younger women, presuming she might be tempted to look inside. Yet, she merely followed him, standing by the entrance without entering. After their third stop, Lu Yang could no longer contain himself. Aren't you going to take a look? Xia Youran glanced at the jewelry store, which also sold plush toys. Her eyes immediately landed on a Pikachu plush, but she quickly diverted her gaze. No, it's too crowded. Moreover, she knew that items in such stores were likely quite expensive. Xia Youran believed that if she truly desired something, Lu Yang would probably buy it without her needing to spend her own money. Yet, she felt it was inappropriate to let him spend extravagantly on her. The disparity between them was always present. She naively yearned not to owe him too much, despite already feeling indebted. But if she could reduce that debt, even slightly, perhaps their relationship could remain more genuine. Lu Yang studied her as she stood there, backpack on her shoulders, gazing up at him. The pedestrian street was teeming with people, with many fashionable young women adorned in stylish outfits. They laughed and whispered amongst themselves about what to buy, their laughter mingling with the vibrant atmosphere. In stark contrast, Xia Youran appeared almost out of place with her quiet demeanor. Lu Yang disliked this feeling. He recalled that in his previous life, Xia Youran had perished at this very moment, no longer existing in this world. Yet now, here she stood before him, alive, yet somehow feeling disconnected from the surrounding vibrancy. He found this sensation unsettling. Thus, Lu Yang reached for her wrist, saying, "Let us go inside and have a look together." Xia Yuran's wrist was delicate, yet he could feel the bone beneath her skin. She was so slender. But holding her wrist brought him a sense of reassurance. As they entered the store, they attracted attention, for it was predominantly filled with girls, and the sudden presence of a tall boy holding the hand of a beautiful girl was bound to turn heads. Lu Yang made his way to the plush toys, where the Pikachu was prominently displayed. He picked it up along with a pokeball that was placed beside it. An attendant approached, smiling as Lu Yang handed the Pikachu to Xia Youran. These two plush toys are sold as a pair, a limited edition set. Upon hearing a pair, Xia Youran couldn't help but gently pat Pikachu's head, her gaze shifting to the pokeball in Lu Yang's hand. Lu Yang, realizing the intent behind the offer, remarked, "Oh, so they must be bought together. Does that not equate to a buy one get one free?" He directed his attention to the attendant. The attendant, momentarily confused, replied, "No, that's not how it works." But the store manager swiftly intervened, smiling as she approached. "It could be considered a buy one get one offer. Would you like me to wrap them up for you?" Lu Yang admired the manager's quick wit. "That's why you're the store manager." He then turned to Xia Youran. "Then we'll take them." He didn't even inquire about the price, simply glancing at her. "Would you prefer to hold them or have them wrapped?" Xia Youran, taken aback, stammered, "Huh? We're buying them." Even as Lu Yang paid 688 yuan, her lashes fluttered in disbelief. What plush toys cost 688 yuan? As Lu Yang carried the two bags, he glanced at her and stuffed one into her arms, saying, "Here, this is your buy one get one free gift. This Pikachu is for you." Chapter 70. Its name is Pikachu, not yellow-furred rodent. Xia Youran looked down at the bag, now resting in her arms. The shop likely believed that a 688 yuan item deserved aesthetically pleasing packaging. She had also taken two boxes, one side of which was transparent, allowing a glimpse of the dolls within. At that moment, Pikachu nestled in her arms. However, even if it was a buy one get one free offer, shouldn't it have been Pikachu with a complimentary Pokeball? Moreover, it was called Pikachu, not the little yellow-haired mouse. The girl fixed her serious gaze on Lu Yang, attempting to refute him, though her voice was barely a whisper, barely sounding like a rebuttal. To Lu Yang, it resembled more of a playful complaint. He chuckled softly and nodded. "All right, then it's your Pikachu. I merely desire the Pokeball." Xia Youran clutched the box tightly, fixating on Lu Yang in silence. She remained mute, her eyes locked onto him. Unable to resist, Lu Yang touched his face and wondered, "What are you staring at?" "Lu Yang, is it so awkward for you to offer a gift?" A smile crept onto Xia Yuran's lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, appearing remarkably charming. Lu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his ears slightly flushed as he silently mocked himself for feeling bashful after being gazed at for a moment. How embarrassing. Nonetheless, he could still respond to Xia Yuran's straightforward inquiry. He tugged at the Pikachu on her backpack, teasing, "You're quite narcissistic. Can't I genuinely like the Pokeball? Then take Pikachu home with you, so it can keep the Pokeball company," Xia Youran suggested, preparing to stuff Pikachu back into his embrace. Lu Yang hastily retreated, conceding, all right, I was wrong. I just didn't want to give it to you directly, fearing you'd refuse. I've heard that whatever a boy gives you, you never accept. You're nothing like them, Xia Youran replied without a second thought. Then, upon noticing the unmistakable smile on Lu Yang's face, she blinked and added, you're more handsome than they are. After uttering those words, she turned and walked ahead, looking back just in time for Lu Yang to hear her softly and earnestly say, thank you. Not merely for the Pikachu, but also for the phone in her backpack. She was aware of certain matters that need not be explicitly addressed, yet she remembered them all. Unlike the protagonists in many novels, she didn't possess the pride that would lead her to refuse assistance from someone she liked, despite the contradiction. She didn't wish to feel overly indebted, yet she accepted his help, creating an inextricable bond between them. As long as it was Lu Yang, that was sufficient. Moreover, she was determined to repay him in the future. Xia Youran was confident in her ability to do so. Lu Yang watched her carry her belongings as she took a few steps before calling out, come, I'll treat you to some starch sausages. He sighed with relief and approached her, saying, all right, then I shall treat you to lemon tea. Lu Yang, tell me, how much do 3 starch sausages cost, if one is priced at 25? Lu Yang looked at her, somewhat speechless. 5 yuan. I just bought some last week. Xia Youran laughed at his incredulous expression. Why are you so different from the rich kids on TV? I didn't realize your mind contained anything beyond studying. Lu Yang get, I'm not nearly as wealthy as they are. Even though my brother's family is affluent, he still eats instant noodles every day, without eggs or sausages. The Lu family raised their children in a manner not dissimilar to ordinary families. Thus, he likely differed from the rich kids, Xia Youran imagined. Eventually, Xia Youran did indeed drag Lu Yang to buy grilled sausages, 3 in total. Lu Yang took 2 while she kept 1 for herself. After wandering about the street for a while, they returned home, acutely aware of how long they had been away and their concern for Grandma. They decided to forego tutoring that evening, as their senior year National Day holiday only lasted 3 days, with tomorrow being the final day. As Lu Yang accompanied her out of the elevator, he spoke up, Xia Youran, my mom mentioned that a friend sent several health checkup packages, one of which is for the elderly. Shall we take Grandma for a checkup tomorrow? In the previous life, after Xia Yuran's passing, the class had organized a fundraising event, and Lu Yang had only known that she had an elderly lady at home. Everyone else was absent. The funds were intended for that elderly woman. Lu Yang had donated, but no one brought it up again, so he had no recollection of what ultimately happened to Grandma. After all, in their past life, they were merely classmates who knew each other's names. However, the circumstances were different now. Lu Yang genuinely hoped for Grandma's health to improve, which would be beneficial for both her and Xia Youran. Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang for a long time before suddenly asking, would you like some water? Lu Yang, taken aback, thought, weren't we discussing the health checkup? Why the sudden mention of water? Initially, he had intended to head back, but ultimately, he found himself entering without a clear purpose. Xia Youran first checked on her grandmother, who was already asleep. She ensured that the elderly woman had taken her medicine before feeling at ease. Finally, she poured water for Lu Yang and said, I haven't talked about my family with anyone in quite a while. Is the health checkup truly complimentary? Lu Yang nodded. As you know, many people seek my father's favor. Those he ignores often turn to my mother, so she has many friends. Our family frequently receives items of little use, like these health checkups. My parents usually only need one for themselves. Xia Youran observed Lu Yang for a moment, then smiled and softly said, then I'll take your word for it. If it were for me, I might refuse, but regarding Grandma, she found it impossible to decline. The house, the previous supplements, and this health checkup were all relatively expensive items. Even if they were meant for her, she would have refused, but since they were for Grandma, she couldn't. Xia Youran produced a phone and pushed it toward Lu Yang. This I know. You prepared it, didn't you? Lu Yang, caught off guard, immediately shook his head. This truly isn't mine. Hearing his outright denial made Xia Youran question whether she had overthought the situation. It had only been a guess, and since Lu Yang refused to acknowledge it, she felt unsure. Ultimately, Lu Yang shifted the topic. Weren't you going to tell me about your family? If you mention the phone, I might as well leave. Xia Youran hesitated, but in the end, she kept the phone. Aren't you curious about my parents? They say they died while fleeing with embezzled funds. However, the case has never been resolved. Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang and continued, those are merely rumors. Our family doesn't lack for money. Although we live in the countryside, as you've seen with Grandma's skills, we aren't wealthy, but we manage. This was the first time Lu Yang had heard her directly mention the past, which made his expression grow serious. Chapter 71. I will repay you. You may do as you wish. In truth, Grandma was more aware of the situation than Xia Youran. At that time, she was too young to comprehend many family matters, and they wouldn't voluntarily share them with her. The little girl had focused primarily on her studies. To be fair, our family truly isn't lacking in money. Our village is impoverished, but my parents went to the same university, fell in love while studying, and got married right after graduating. Afterward, my father took my mother back to the village. Xia Youran recalled that her grandfather had already passed when she was born. Grandma was a well-known embroiderer, a title rarely heard nowadays. Yet, Grandma was indeed known as an embroiderer, and her kipeos fetched excellent prices. It was because of this that, as a widow, she managed to support her children through university and see them married. Back then, her father was the village chief, while her mother specialized in agriculture, and her father studied chemistry. They worked with the villagers to find various methods of production, along with numerous donations from outside, which gradually improved the village. Xia Youran smiled as she reminisced about her village, recalling how everyone could eat their fill and attend school, and how the villagers trusted her parents. But suddenly one day, her parents disappeared. The individuals from above have arrived, claiming that a substantial donation, along with government funding, has been allocated for the village's poverty alleviation. However, all of it has mysteriously vanished, along with the parents of Xia Youran. Yet, that funding was secured through my father's persistent applications year after year. My parents aimed to uplift the villagers. They tirelessly discussed strategies to lead the villagers out of poverty and spent late nights drafting plans and blueprints. Such devoted parents. Yet they are accused of absconding with the funds. Ultimately, a search revealed traces of them by the river at the foot of the mountain behind the village, including some luggage. The mountain, once traversed, leads to another city, but who would attempt such a climb now? Everything feels utterly irrational. However, the very next day after discovering the river, they declared that Xia Youran's parents had fled with the money, only to drown in the river. There are neither sightings of the living nor remains of the deceased. We are all skeptical, and it is not just us. Even the villagers share our disbelief. Due to constant appeals from the family, the case remains unresolved and continues to drag on. Xia Youran looked earnestly at Lu Yang and asserted, "My parents are not those kinds of people. There must be something amiss. Why not appeal?" Lu Yang inquired. Xia Youran forced a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. "It is not just my grandmother and me. The majority of villagers also doubt my parents' guilt. My cousin, fresh from university and brimming with youthful vigor, refused to believe it. He visited the police station daily, even threatening to escalate the matter if they failed to provide answers. Then one day, he was struck by a car on his way home. He was the only son in his family, an only child, and suffered 2 broken legs along with a head injury. The driver, found to be intoxicated, was apprehended on the spot and pled guilty. Other villagers also sought answers, but numerous accidents continued to occur. Xia Youran cast a glance towards the room, pondering why her grandmother had become this way. She did not wish for the villagers to face further misfortunes related to this case. Thus, she moved out with me and began her own inquiries, day after day. One fateful day, a man emerged claiming to be Xia Youran's father, alleging an illicit relationship with her mother. This revelation nearly caused her grandmother to suffer a stroke, and after collapsing, she transformed into her current state. Xia Youran's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she blinked rapidly to prevent them from spilling. Lu Yang's fingers twitched slightly. He raised his hand to brush her reddened eyelids. Yet, Xia Youran managed to smile, stating, "After my grandmother's stroke, that man never returned. I wish to ask, how am I his daughter? Why tarnish my mother's reputation?" Her voice trembled with emotion. "My grandmother insists it's all a lie. My mother is not that kind of person. I believe in her, but where have they gone? Why won't they come back?" Tears streamed down her face as she lamented the absence of both the living and the dead. Lu Yang sighed and embraced her, whispering, "If you wish to cry, then cry. I shall pretend not to see, and I will keep it to myself." Her muffled sobs resonated against his chest, slowly soaking his shirt with her tears. Indeed, the notion that women are made of water rings true. How can a person shed so many tears? Yet, Lu Yang felt a pang of sympathy for her. For even in her sorrow, she remained quietly restrained. Unlike his cousin, whose cries seemed to bring down the heavens, it was her quiet anguish that tugged at the heartstrings. He gently patted her shoulder, softly saying, "By sharing this with me, do you hope I can assist you in finding your parents? If you need help, I'm here for you." In truth, Lu Yang had already enlisted his father and cousin to gather information. News would surface eventually. Xia Youran nodded in his embrace and looked up, her pure, beautiful face radiating helplessness. Before such a girl, even those indifferent would feel a surge of compassion. Let alone Lu Yang, who harbored feelings for her. He earnestly declared, "I will help you. Rest assured, I may not have the means, but my father and my capable cousin will find a way." Xia Youran, however, choked back her emotions, saying, "But Lu Yang, you are already remarkable. Thank you. I have never been able to share this with anyone else. You are my only confidant." Those words resonated deeply. Lu Yang, typically not one to seek heroism, found himself wanting to be her hero at that moment. He reached out to wipe her tears, Thinking that a well-behaved child deserves a reward, Xia Youran, being so obedient, surely deserves something significant. I promise to help you find your parents. Whether alive or dead, the truth will likely come to light. However, Lu Yang had also gained new insight, particularly regarding the man who had enraged Xia Yuran's grandmother, claiming to be her father. This individual was of great importance. Lu Yang speculated that this man might even be directly linked to the circumstances surrounding Xia Yuran's parents' disappearance. He needed to locate this person. Xia Youran wiped her tears and earnestly told Lu Yang, "I will repay you. You can ask anything of me." Suddenly, Lu Yang snapped back to reality. Huh? Anything? Did she mean what he thought she did? That might not be appropriate. He found himself unable to resist. Chapter 72. Xia Youran belonged to Lu Yang. And only to Lu Yang. Whether or not the officials could withstand temptation, Lu Yang knew he could not. Moreover, if this were ancient times, it would be akin to offering oneself in exchange for loyalty. Although he felt he should focus on other matters, Xia Yuran's words had abruptly shifted his attention, especially since her delicate hands were clutching the fabric at his waist, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Generally, after crying, one does not appear attractive. However, Xia Youran was no ordinary girl. She was a beauty, her nose slightly flushed, her eyes rimmed in red, still glistening with unshed tears. She embodied the very essence of the phrase, pear blossoms drenched in rain. In the moments prior to tonight, it was merely a phrase. Now, it had taken on vivid imagery. Lu Yang exchanged a glance with her, feeling overwhelmed and instinctively averting his gaze. What you just said could easily be misinterpreted if it were anyone else. As he spoke, he gently pushed Xia Youran away and bent down to retrieve some tissues from the table. Xia Youran thought to ask why he assumed it was a misunderstanding. Why couldn't it be her heartfelt confession? Yet, in the end, she lowered her gaze and accepted the tissues from Lu Yang's hand. Some matters should not be rushed. They could unfold gradually. Telling Lu Yang that this decision was perilous weighed heavily on her. For years, Xia Youran and her grandmother had appeared to live a stable life. Yet each day was filled with trepidation. In her youth, she may have been oblivious, but now, failing to understand would be foolish. The urgency to close the case, the incessant accidents, all hinted that her parents' situation was far from simple. Thus, over the years, she had often feigned ignorance regarding the rumors. As long as they did not go too far, her grandmother advised her to endure. She had never confided in anyone about her family's affairs, not even at Xiaoying, who had treated her with kindness. Only with Lu Yang did she feel she had acted impulsively, taking a gamble. When one harbors feelings for someone, they often view them through a filter. She could not help but tell herself that Lu Yang was different, that he was trustworthy, and that he could help her. Throughout these days, Lu Yang's support, both overt and subtle, had not gone unnoticed by Xia Youran. Lu Yang, in truth, is rather simple-minded, relying on the same excuse time and again. My little teacher must not be bullied. However, in Xia Yuran's eyes, these instances hardly constitute bullying. Verbal attacks bear no weight upon her. Because she is indifferent, she never pays them any mind. To many, she appears as a pitiful soul, too timid to retort. Yet there are those who, while professing sympathy, remain mere spectators. Only Lu Yang stands apart, aware that the one he admires is a little hero. He has always been remarkable. While the words have been spoken, and Xia Youran has expressed her thoughts, an awkward atmosphere has since settled between them. Particularly since they had just embraced moments ago. Lu Yang now feels the dampness of his shirt clinging to him, and after venting his emotions, a hint of embarrassment lingers. If they were a couple, he would have comforted her softly in his arms at this juncture. Yet therein lies the issue. They are not yet a couple. The awkwardness of the moment weighs upon Lu Yang, prompting him to stand up with his bag in hand. It's getting late. I should head back, he declares, turning to leave. Suddenly recalling something, he pivots to face Xia Youran earnestly. Please do not disclose anything about your family to anyone, not a soul. And do not place your trust in others. Earlier, Xia Youran had mentioned that when her grandmother was so enraged, she nearly fainted. She was at school and did not see that man at the hospital. Thus, she remains unaware of his identity. I will enlist help to find him. It may not be swift, but rest assured, I will pursue this. Lu Yang gazes at the petite and obedient girl seated on the sofa, who nods seriously in response to his words. A smile graces Lu Yang's features as he slightly bends to meet her gaze. Thank you for believing in me, Xia Youran. Lu Yang understands that had it not been for her trust, Xia Youran would never have confided in him. Otherwise, when he first approached her, as Qiuing noted, she had already harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Yet, Xia Youran has never broached any topics concerning her family. In fact, she refrains from discussing anything related to family altogether. This is a form of instinctive caution. Lu Yang does not feel disheartened by this behavior. Rather, he is pleased that she possesses a degree of wariness and self-preservation. Now that she is willing to share and seek his assistance, it brings him joy. Interpersonal relationships are a gradual process. Affection can be both simple and complex. However, truly entering another's heart is a formidable challenge. Lu Yang knows that at this moment. She likely harbors genuine affection for him, even to the extent of placing her trust in him. After descending the stairs, Lu Yang sits on a stone bench in the community for quite some time, facing the building, his eyes directed toward the direction where Xia Youran resides. The weather is warm, and a breeze stirs in the evening air until the damp patch on his shirt finally dries. Only then does he hoist his bag and make his way outside, still clutching the round pokeball. He does not favor the yellow-haired rodent nor the animated series, making it unlikely for him to cherish this ball either. However, since Xia Youran likes it, he finds it somewhat appealing. As he walks, he retrieves his phone to send a message. All the information he has gathered from Xia Youran suggests that the people here cannot be trusted. Thus, he is not foolish enough to inquire with his father, as it would likely yield no useful information. Such numerous unexpected events cannot merely involve one or two individuals. Fortunately, he has an advantage. Xia Youran stands on the balcony, the height making it difficult to see clearly. Yet her vision is sharp. Even a vague silhouette is discernible to her. Her face still bears the remnants of emotional release, yet her lips curl into a smile as she cradles the Pikachu tenderly, handling it with utmost care. Lu Yang, Lu Yang, Lu Yang, such a wonderful Lu Yang. You help me, and I will dedicate myself to you, if that pleases you. 1, 2, 3, your silence signifies consent. Thus, Xia Youran belongs to Lu Yang, and only to him. Watching the dark figure fade away, she slowly turns back inside. She settles into the spot where Lu Yang had just sat. The warmth that belonged to him has long dissipated, yet she remains there, holding the Pikachu close. After a while, her gaze drifts to her phone, still nestled in its box on the table. Xia Youran slowly blinks her dry eyes. Lu Yang, did you want to take a picture with your new phone? Chapter 73. Appearing soft but inherently stubborn when Lu Yang arrives home, it is surprisingly quiet. He notices the lights are on in his parents' room, yet no one emerges. Lu Yang understands. It must be couple time. In his youth, he was oblivious and did not often return home. One year during the new year, he, not knowing better, barged into his parents' room, which was illuminated. The image that flashed in his mind, he only recalls being nearly suspended for a beating by his father, Lu Tong. Since childhood, his father had indulged him, and it was rare for him to receive a reprimand. He prefers not to dwell on the past. Therefore, Lu Yang quietly retreated to his room. After taking a shower and settling on the edge of his bed to unplug his charging cable, a few knocks sound at the door. Come in, he calls, glancing at his phone. His father enters, holding a bowl. Your mother made some sweet soup. You should drink some. Lu Yang responds with an "oh," looking up at his father, who appears radiant and content. Thank you, Dad. He watches as Lu Tong places the bowl on the bedside table. Lu Tong inquires about his son's recent circumstances. Will the results from this month's exam be released later? Don't hang around with Ji Xiang too much. That kid is distracted from his studies. You, however, are not going abroad. Lu Yang nods in agreement. The decision not to study abroad was a consensus within the family. The moon abroad is not necessarily more beautiful, and since his cousin has risen through the ranks from a mere patrol officer, it is expected that he will continue to advance. Their families maintain a close relationship, necessitating caution in all matters. Some officials' families going abroad can be quite sensitive, though they have not yet reached that level. However, Lu Tong has advised that it is better to avoid future complications. Additionally, Zheng Hui cannot bear the thought of Lu Yang leaving, and Lu Yang himself is disinterested in going abroad. Thus, he is determined to study diligently for the college entrance examination. As Lu Tong speaks, Lu Yang nods intermittently. The father and son share the space, one seated and the other standing. Suddenly, Lu Yang's phone vibrates, prompting him to instinctively glance down. The screen unlocks, revealing his chat with Xia Youran, displaying two bright white photos. He types, immediately covering his phone as if caught in a guilty act. Originally, Lu Tong had not noticed, but Lu Yang's abrupt movement draws his attention. He glances briefly, though he cannot discern anything clearly, merely a fleeting glance at what appears to be a conversation with someone, perhaps sharing images. Observing his son's shifting gaze and his sudden reluctance to meet his eyes, Lu Tong furrows his brow. Young man, he remarks, exercise restraint and avoid frivolous pursuits. With that, he exits, closing the door behind him. Lu Yang? What? Restraint? Frivolous pursuits? I am innocent. However, upon recalling the blindingly white photos on his phone, it seemed that innocence was not entirely on his side. Only when he heard his father's footsteps fading away outside did Lu Yang dare to relax his grip on his phone. He glanced at the screen, which had yet to illuminate, wondering if he had merely misperceived the situation. Finally, hesitantly, he unlocked his phone, Indeed, there were 2 photos along with a message. Lu Yang, why does it seem like the photos are overexposed? Accompanied by a playful Pikachu meme. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the endearing expression, Lu Yang marveled at how fond she was of that yellow creature, promptly adding the meme to her collection after acquiring a new phone. Nonetheless, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the 2 images. Although they had yet to be enlarged, Lu Yang was certain he had not been mistaken. One depicted a pair of legs, while the other was her selfie. Even without zooming in, it was apparent how strikingly white they were. Did she not grasp the value of such photos? Lu Yang texted back, "Who else did you send the photos to?" "No one, just sent them to you. You did ask me to take some pictures for you, right?" Lu Yang thought back to that moment. He had meant nothing more than a casual request, simply asking her to snap a few shots. He hadn't intended for her to photograph herself, yet here they were. Succumbing to his instincts, he first opened a photo of her legs. Ahem, the reason that group of friends often tagged him in leg photos was straightforward. He had a slight penchant for them. The image revealed a pair of legs, so achingly white they appeared almost luminous. The legs, neatly together, were seated on a chair, and while he couldn't see the entirety, the upper portion was visible, revealing a pair of black pants. However, Lu Yang had already seen the real thing, so it was acceptable. He could fill in the gaps with his imagination. The girl's hand adorably rested on her thigh, forming a yes gesture. This created a slight color contrast, given the sheer whiteness of her legs. Even without zooming in, it was evident how pale they were. Lu Yang's Pikachu plushly nestled in her lap, and he couldn't help but think how much it seemed to enjoy the moment. Her legs were indeed devoid of excess flesh. Even seated, her thighs appeared slender, and her calves were proportionate and appealing. This hardly constituted an indecent photo. Rather, it was the viewer's mind that rendered the image suggestive. Lu Yang glanced at it a few more times before saving it. He then opened the selfie, saving it immediately as it loaded. The photo, likely enhanced by the phone's default beautification effects, made her face appear even fairer and more delicate. Yet, the slightly flushed tip of her nose and the rim of her eyes, coupled with that glistening look as if she had just wept, and the awkward expression on her face, with her gently biting her rosy lips, created an innocent yet alluring selfie. Her long neck led down to clearly defined collarbones, yet remained modest. Nevertheless, Lu Yang's mind flashed with images he ought to have long forgotten. He sighed and flopped onto his bed, staring at the pitiable gaze directed at him from the photo. Not that she genuinely looked pitiful, but why did she have such an endearing appearance? When she looked at others like that, one's baser instinct stirred, prompting an urge to tease her. She appeared soft and pliable, yet was undeniably stubborn. Lu Yang gently tapped the girl's face in the photo, causing it to shrink on the screen. He stared at the 2 images, suddenly smiling. This dumpling was indeed filled with surprises. Inside lay a myriad of intricate thoughts from Lu Yang. He discerned them and was more than willing to play along. Chapter 74. How could someone embody 2 such fitting traits? Holidays always seemed fleeting. On the last day of the break, Lu Yang was unable to meet up with Xia Youran, as his mother, Ms. Zheng, insisted on taking him out. The originally planned health checkup had to be postponed due to his grandmother's sudden illness that morning, and Xia Youran had informed Lu Yang in advance. Thus, he rescheduled, seizing the chance to accompany his mother on a shopping trip. October had arrived, and it was time for her to buy new clothes for her son. Reluctantly, Lu Yang accompanied her, unable to refrain from complaining, "Mom, I'm a boy. I don't need so many clothes. I wear a uniform every day." He reminded her that the last time they shopped, there were still new, unopened clothes in his wardrobe. His mother, indeed, had a penchant for spending, which explained his father's relentless work ethic. Hearing her son's complaints, Zheng Hui sighed. If you were a girl, it wouldn't just be clothes and pants. I always wanted a little girl. She sighed wistfully. Lu Yang nonchalantly replied, "Then why didn't you have a second child?" Zheng Hui's gaze fell upon Lu Yang's hands. "Why? Because I already feel guilty and indebted to you as my son. If I had another, whether a boy or a girl, it would only divide our love." So, they decided against having more children. This way, they had only one son, ensuring that no one would detract from their parental affection. However, at that moment, Zheng Hui chuckled. "I'm afraid if I had another, it would just be another boy like you." With that, she turned back to selecting clothes for Lu Yang. He laughed. "So I'm just a troublesome boy? Yet you seem to like Ji Xiang." "What? He is troublesome, while Ji Xiang is charming." Zing Yuft. ISN. TG your good friend? I can't like your good friend? But seriously, I really like that girl named Xia Youran. She is smart and pretty. She stopped picking clothes and instead dragged him toward the girls' section, declaring that girls' clothes were much cuter. Not that a mother would say it, but a nurturing girlfriend is best. Right? A smile graced her lips. At this age, if a girl likes you, it's a pure affection. Unlike when they grow up and enter society, they have to consider so many things, family, work, etc., even though we lack nothing. But where can you find such pure feelings that are more moving than now? Lu Yang listened quietly, saying nothing. He didn't mention to his mother that many girls were already contemplating those matters. They were more enamored with Lu Yang because of the Lu family behind him, rather than Lu Yang himself. However, Xia Youran might be different. After all, she was the girl who had secretly done so much yet never dared to greet him formally. Had he not experienced everything anew, perhaps Xia Youran and Lu Yang would still merely be classmates with no interaction at all. Pondering this, Lu Yang recalled her timid yet brave demeanor. How could someone embody two such fitting traits? Youran is so slim. As should suit her, right? Zheng Hui murmured as she continued to browse through clothes. This one looks nice. Lu Yang quickly interjected, Mom, don't buy it. It would be inappropriate to gift it to her. If she accepts it, it would only add pressure on her. Then Xia Youran would feel uncomfortable, right? Zheng Hui shot him a glare. I'm buying it for you. So you can give it to her. Isn't that fine? Lu Yang looked at the pale blue dress in her hands. No, gifting it is inappropriate. Have you ever seen a boy giving a dress to a girl? Is that suitable? What? Zheng Hui exclaimed in surprise. So you really went out with Ji Xiang? I thought you were going to see Youran. I did meet her, Lu Yang replied. Yet he felt that his meeting differed from Zheng Hui's expectations. He took the dress from her hands and hung it back up. Stop fussing. You'll only embarrass her if she sees you later. Lu Yang gently wrapped an arm around Zheng Hui, guiding her out. All right, I'll accompany you to buy your things. By the way, Dad mentioned that the bag he ordered for you should have arrived. He reminded me to pick it up on the way. Sure enough. Mentioning the bag shifted Zheng Hui's attention. Yet she still uttered a remark. Today's children, their affections are often concealed. Lu Yang recalled the folded surprise he had hidden away, realizing that his mother's words rang true. Indeed, feelings are often kept under wraps. He wondered if Xia Youran might find it out in advance. Xia Youran had contemplated this, but since Lu Yang was absent, she opted to go out to work instead. Earning money took precedence, leaving her no time to search through her home. She assumed she would not see Lu Yang today, which dampened her spirits. However, the thought of returning to school tomorrow and being able to see him every day brought her joy. Little did she anticipate receiving a call from the community's senior activity center in the evening. Upon her hurried return, she found Lu Yang sitting beside her grandmother on the sofa. Before them stood a weeping woman, while a man in a suit leaned towards Lu Yang. Speaking with great deference, Xia Youran quickly discerned that her grandmother was in a state of distress, murmuring to herself. Lu Yang's expression was far from pleasant. He had received the call slightly later than Xia Youran. It was the property manager who had contacted him, as the residence was still under his name. Having ridden over on his bicycle, he arrived sooner. Upon arrival, he was confronted with his injured grandmother and the woman who was crying, insisting it was not her intention. However, the senior activity center was equipped with surveillance cameras. Lu Yang demanded to review the footage. How could a healthy elderly person sustain an injury? Moreover, given his grandmother's unfamiliarity with the situation, his anger surged. The manager was apologizing and attempting to explain. He mentioned that the center had staff supervising the elderly daily to prevent any accidents. Typically, around 10 seniors attended, mostly elderly women who had always gotten along well. Yet today, an unexpected conflict arose involving his grandmother and a seemingly affluent elderly lady. During the staff's intervention, they may have inadvertently pushed his grandmother down. This was the manager's explanation, but Lu Yang insisted, I want to see the footage. Bring it to me. At that moment, Xia Youran burst through the door. Grandma, are you all right? She knelt anxiously before her grandmother, gently touching her face with a mix of urgency and tenderness. Lu Yang exhaled. She is fine, just twisted her ankle. A doctor has already checked on her. He took her hand. Grandma, doesn't recognize anyone right now. Please sit up. Let us watch the footage together. The manager stood awkwardly, while the woman beside them continued to cry. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it. Chapter 75. Grandmother would never engage in conflict without reason. Xia Youran regarded the apologetic woman with a disapproving expression. Though not inherently harsh, she was harboring anger, which she restrained, choosing not to speak impulsively. The community senior activity center was free of charge, providing meals without any fees. Xia Youran had always been grateful for their assistance in looking after the elderly, and such incidents had never occurred before. Thus, rather than lash out, she held her grandmother's hand and sat on the opposite side, softly asking Grandma, have you eaten? Naturally, an elderly person in distress could not respond to her inquiry. Lu Yang glanced at the manager, who quickly turned to the sobbing woman, asking in a less than amiable tone, did the elderly lady eat? Clearly, he was anxious, as they were dealing with a young master who was evidently upset. The manager was sweating profusely, having been reprimanded for a previous incident involving a delivery person. He was now faced with another crisis. How could he not feel angry and fearful? This job was hard to come by, especially since most residents were of the Lu family. If he were dismissed, finding another position would be challenging. Thus, his tone was somewhat harsh. The woman, who had been crying, stammered and not yet. This incident had unfolded just as mealtime approached, so it was understandable she hadn't eaten. The manager immediately stated, "I will have someone bring food right away." Xia Youran remained silent. Lu Yang inquired further, "Wasn't it a conflict involving my grandmother? What about the other party?" The manager, appearing somewhat guilty, replied, "The other party has been taken home." He glanced at the woman. "Xiao Lu, where is she?" "Madam, who has gone home." The woman named Xiao Lu looked equally guilty. She had not anticipated that this young man would be involved, and it was evident that his status was not trivial. Previously, only the granddaughter of the elderly lady had come to pick her up. Xiao Lu had only seen him once, and today, the elderly lady claimed he was merely a classmate of her granddaughter. The thought of her earlier actions made Xiao Lu sweat. If the footage were reviewed, she might lose her job, yet she dared not refuse to show it, as the manager was present and silent. Xia Youran lifted her gaze to them. "Before the footage arrives, could you kindly tell me how my grandmother ended up in conflict? Her temperament is usually gentle. She only becomes assertive when provoked." Though her tone was calm, the serenity coupled with her cold expression made Xiao Lu hesitant to meet her gaze. Just then, an employee arrived with a tablet and food. Xia Youran politely accepted the meal, expressing her gratitude. Xiao Lu watched as Lu Yang took the tablet and began to review the footage. While Xia Youran fed her grandmother, she kept her eyes on the screen. Despite her grandmother's inability to recognize anyone, she was relatively compliant today, eating whatever was offered. However, she occasionally attempted to grab the food for herself. Eventually, Xia Youran allowed her to eat independently, softly reminding her to take her time. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was watching the footage at 15 times the normal speed, seeking a complete view rather than just snippets. He intended to observe what his grandmother typically did at the activity center. Initially, everything seemed normal. The elderly lady had arrived when the center was still quiet. She had even tidied up the place. Xiao Lu had been present, merely watching and instructing the elderly lady to help wipe a table. The elderly lady, with her amiable disposition, complied with a smile. Lu Yang's expression darkened, while Xia Youran maintained a neutral demeanor. Her grandmother was indeed fastidious about cleanliness, and it was not unusual for her to do such tasks. The manager seized a moment to glare at the still crying Xiao Lu, having instigated this incident. She had previously appeared quite astute. These responsibilities should have been hers, yet she had allowed an elderly lady to do the cleaning. Shortly after the grandmother finished tidying up, more people arrived. Several elderly ladies congregated to chat, and the grandmother was well-liked, even receiving food from one of them. Before long, it was breakfast time. Following that, they had free time. The grandmother was seen sewing and mending clothes for a few elderly ladies. They all got along splendidly. As lunchtime approached, another well-dressed elderly lady arrived. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and the newly arrived affluent lady seemed dissatisfied with the food, making unkind remarks. It was apparent that she was not well-liked, until she tossed a piece of chicken onto the floor, exclaiming that even her dog wouldn't eat such food. The grandmother offered a gentle admonition. "This is all food. It's good meat, and wasting it is a shame." Another elderly lady chimed in. "Indeed, and it makes such a mess." The wealthy elderly lady was visibly displeased by the remarks made about her, prompting her to rise and voice her discontent. At that moment, Xiao Lu hurried over, smiling at the affluent lady, assuring her that they would improve on any shortcomings in the future and suggesting she take a seat while he tidied up the area. The wealthy lady shot a glare at the meddlesome individual before turning away and moving to another spot. Others around them shook their heads, some even whispering critiques about her behavior. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon that Xiao Lu curiously approached grandmother, inquiring, "Is that boy who came to pick you up earlier your grandson?" Grandmother chuckled and shook her head, replying, "He is not my grandson. He is my granddaughter's classmate." Xiao Lu responded with an "Oh," adding, "I thought so, as that boy was adorned in designer labels. I may not discern such things well, but Xiao Lu is indeed a good child." Xiao Lu nodded, though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. At that moment, the wealthy lady, who had been quietly reading nearby, interjected, "Oh, surely your granddaughter isn't involved in early romance. Nowadays, girls lack self-respect, flaunting their designer wardrobes." Her tone dripped with malice. The cheerful demeanor that grandmother had maintained throughout the day faded as she rose to confront the lady, stating, "At your age, shouldn't you be mindful of your words?" The elderly lady retorted, "What do you mean? Are you upset? Embarrassed, perhaps? I cannot believe your granddaughter's face doesn't hint at early romantic entanglements." The exchange escalated, leading to a tug-of-war between the two grandmothers. Other elderly women nearby attempted to mediate, but many had already departed to prepare dinner, leaving fewer than 5 individuals in the activity center. Xiao Lu, witnessing the potential for physical altercation, rushed to intervene. However, the video clearly captured her attempts to separate them. After several futile efforts, she ultimately pushed grandmother away. The sight of grandmother falling to the ground prompted another elderly lady to reach out to help her, but the wealthy lady stepped back, declaring, "This is none of my business." She then glared at Xiao Lu, adding, "My daughter-in-law has given you a premium membership card from her store, so you must prove this has nothing to do with me," before gathering her belongings and leaving. Observing this unfold, Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Casting aside his tablet and fixing his gaze on Xiao Lu, Xia Yuran's expression mirrored his discontent as she remarked, "Grandmother wouldn't have initiated a confrontation without cause." Chapter 76 revealed a glimmer of understanding in Xia Yuran's eyes as she regarded Lu Yang. Xiao Lu, with her head bowed and tears brimming, appeared as though she was being bullied by Lu Yang and the others. Xia Yuran, glancing at grandmother, then at her ankle, was filled with concern. She raised her gaze to Xiao Lu, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" Xiao Lu looked up at her, noting the girl seated on the edge of the sofa, her clothing revealing a lack of quality, yet her beauty rendered the attire somewhat appealing. Nonetheless, it was evident that her family situation was less than favorable, especially in contrast to Lu Yang's circumstances. She had not anticipated that their relationship was anything but ordinary schoolmates. Sorry, Xiao Lu repeatedly murmured. Lu Yang, filled with pent-up frustration, was on the verge of reprimanding her. While not particularly ill-tempered, he was no pushover. The moment he witnessed Xiao Lu pushing grandmother on the video, he had nearly hurled the tablet at her. At this juncture, he was suppressing his rage. However, Xia Yuran gently shook her head, prompting Lu Yang to hold back the reprimand that was on the tip of his tongue. Then, rising to her feet, Xia Yuran declared, "If you choose not to speak, I will call the police. The surveillance footage clearly shows you pushing her." The manager, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "I apologize, dear student. We can resolve this matter amicably. No need to involve the authorities." As he spoke, he moved closer to pull Xiao Lu aside, urging, "Aren't you going to say something? Calling the police will only complicate matters." Seeing Xia Yuran genuinely preparing to call for help, with Lu Yang seated nearby and the tablet clearly capturing the scene on the sofa, Xiao Lu's voice trembled as she finally spoke, "I apologize, but I truly did not mean to." It became apparent that grandmother was quite well liked at the senior activity center, known for her amiable nature and willingness to teach other elderly ladies how to embroider. However, Xiao Lu generally ignored her, perceiving that the elderly lady's family situation was not affluent. In stark contrast, Madame Hu, residing in a villa within the community, often sought attention and validation, criticizing everything when people flattered her. Despite her wealth being evident in her attire, other elderly ladies, having reached their age, were disinclined to engage in sycophancy, leading to Madame Hu's unpopularity. Grandmother, with her sunny disposition, was one of the few who would engage with her. But Madame Hu's disdain for grandmother's social grace often led to her mocking remarks. Typically, grandmother would simply smile in response, but today, for reasons unknown, the confrontation escalated to physicality. Xiao Lu glanced at grandmother, who was eating. Lu Yang's voice cut through the tension. "What? Are you now blaming our grandmother?" He continued. "Did you not hear clearly? Why watch the video? Were you deaf? What she said, did it not reach your ears?" As he stood, the manager quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. We will address our employee's misconduct immediately." "Shouldn't you be apologizing?" Xia Yuran interjected. "What about the elderly lady who defamed me? She also laid hands on my grandmother. We've yet to see anyone for her family come to apologize." The manager's expression grew strained. "Well," Lu Yang pressed, "are you not going to summon them here, so I can confront them personally? By the way, doesn't the company have a policy regarding those who accept benefits from our residents? What is the procedure for handling such violations?" I recall something about a premium membership card being mentioned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu shot her head up, exclaiming, "I didn't. I was merely safeguarding it. I will return it to them." However, Lu Yang ignored her, directing his gaze back to the manager. The manager promptly replied, "I will call Madame Hu over. I will also contact legal counsel regarding this violation of company policy." He then took Xiao Lu with him as they exited. In the office, two employees remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, turning to grandmother to take her finished meal container. Xia Yuran pulled out a tissue to help grandmother wipe her hands and face. Her hands trembled slightly as she softly remarked, "You told me to endure. Yet how come you ended up taking action yourself?" While Xia Yuran understood that the provocation stemmed from the elderly lady's words, grandmother stifled a yawn, appearing fatigued. She gazed at Xia Yuran for a moment before smiling. "Daughter-in-law, where are we? I feel quite weary." Xia Yuran forced a smile, responding, "All right, we'll head home shortly." Grandmother nodded, adding, "By the way, have you been feeling all right lately? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." Lu Yang observed as Xia Yuran skillfully comforted the elderly lady, quickly soothing her. Once grandmother was calmed, Xia Youran, still crouched, looked up at Lu Yang, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lu Yang. Lu Yang extended his hand towards her, encouraging, no need for thanks. Rise and sit comfortably. Grandmother had begun to drift into a daze nearby. Xia Youran, taking hold of Lu Yang's outstretched hand, used it as leverage to stand. She stood before Lu Yang, expressing, were it not for your presence, I might not have been able to handle this situation. Had it not been for Lu Yang, that employee would not have offered an apology so swiftly. The manager would not have displayed such a cordial demeanor, nor would anyone have sought out that elderly lady, Mrs. Hu, to apologize. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Xia Youran. She had encountered them numerous times before. Often, when one is in a position of weakness, fairness becomes a rare commodity. Lu Yang wished to articulate something, yet in the end, he merely said, it's all right. If anything similar arises in the future, I will take care of it. The word future ignited a spark in Xia Yuran's eyes as she gazed at Lu Yang. The manager departed for over half an hour before returning. The elderly lady on the video was accompanied by a middle-aged man. Mrs. Hu's expression was grim, and the man's demeanor mirrored her discontent. However, upon seeing Lu Yang, the man managed a smile. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. It was truly an accident. My mother means no harm. To make amends, I shall apologize to this young student and to my mother. We will cover the medical expenses and any additional costs for nourishment. I am genuinely sorry. The middle-aged man bowed apologetically to both the elderly lady and Xia Youran. Mrs. Hu tugged at her son. What are you doing? Apologizing to these two children? And you call yourself a business owner? Chapter 77. There Xia Youran possesses an unparalleled offensive prowess. Mr. Hu barely managed to maintain his smile upon hearing his mother's words. The person before him was the son of Lu Tong. What good would it do to remain obstinate? His mother had always been competitive in her youth, yet now, in her old age, she could still stir up trouble at a community center. And this time, she had provoked someone not to be trifled with. Mr. Hu suppressed his rising anger and gently pulled at his mother. Yet, Mrs. Hu, still indignant, exclaimed, why is it only her that got hurt? Look at my face. I have been scratched too. She shot a glare at Xia Youran. This is your granddaughter, isn't it? And she brought a boy along, yet she won't admit it. Mr. Hu, his voice low and tinged with frustration, admonished, Mother, please refrain from speaking. Mrs. Hu, about to respond, met her son's fiery gaze, and, ultimately, she chose silence. Mr. Hu forced a smile. I'm truly sorry. Since my father passed, my mother has been like this, childlike in her disposition. However, she truly did not mean it. Young student, surely your grandmother would understand my predicament, wouldn't she? This was directed towards Xia Youran. Thus, I apologize on behalf of the elder. I clarified on my way here. The quarrel between the two elderly individuals did not amount to much. Primarily, it was that employee's fault. At that moment, Xiao Lu, present in the office, wished to speak, but was met with a sharp glare from the manager. Of course, we will compensate for this matter. Let me know what amount you deem appropriate, and I can negotiate. At this juncture, Lu Yang interjected, Mr. Hu, let us discuss compensation later. We have yet to receive an apology. Mr. Hu looked at Lu Yang, having just offered an apology, and understood that Lu Yang was implying that they needed Mrs. Hu to apologize as well. He glanced at his mother, his frustration and disbelief evident. He sighed internally, initially thinking that a simple apology would suffice. Yet, Lu Yang was clearly not one to be easily dismissed. He leaned closer to his mother and whispered something in her ear. The once furious elderly lady now looked at Lu Yang, her eyes wide with surprise. Finally, with a sullen expression, she turned to Xia Youran and her grandmother, uttering, I am sorry. Upon finishing, she turned away, only to hear the tranquil yet resolute voice of the beautiful girl say, I do not accept this. An insincere apology holds no value. Oh dear, you young lady, Mr. Hu quickly pulled his mother back, forcing Mrs. Hu to swallow her remaining words. The atmosphere became palpably tense. At this moment, the manager cautiously spoke, young student, how might we demonstrate sincerity? If we were to exchange your insults directed at me for those aimed at your granddaughter, if there were no granddaughter, you could direct them at your grandson. It would essentially convey the same sentiment. Though the girl's tone remained flat, her words pierced like thorns, inciting Mrs. Hu's fury. What? How can someone your age be so malicious? Xia Youran, not waiting for her to finish, simply nodded. Ah, so malice is your domain as an elder? I assumed you were unaware of how harsh those words could be. She smirked at the flustered mother-son duo. So you are aware, and thus it was intentional. So much for your claims of being unintentional and kind-hearted. Evil is evil. There is no need for such justifications. Lu Yang timid in. What does it mean to insult someone without profanity? Their Xia Yuran's offensive capabilities are boundless. His eyes shimmered with admiration. This version of Xia Youran was undeniably captivating. Who are you calling bad? What nonsense are you spouting? Mrs. Hu reached out to grab Xia Youran, but Lu Yang swiftly intervened, warning Mr. Hu, do not resort to violence. If I lose control, it could become quite unpleasant. Ah, so you wish to strike? I shall call the authorities. Mrs. Hu began to shout, only to be silenced by her son's swift hand over her mouth. Mr. Hu, his countenance dark and simmering with suppressed anger, said, I truly apologize. Allow me to have my son and daughter apologize to the elderly lady. Those insults were indeed harsh. Lu Yang smiled. So you acknowledge they were harsh? Yet you still claim your mother acted without malice? There is no option left today. We must address the insults. He guided Xia Youran to a nearby seat while he positioned himself beside her grandmother. We must be quick. Our grandmother is tired and wishes to rest. The grandmother, bewildered, quietly asked Xia Youran, what is happening? Mr. Hu's family stood opposite Lu Yang, their expressions grim. The manager, wishing to speak, was silenced by Lu Yang's glance. Mr. Hu comprehended the situation clearly. Lu Yang was firmly aligned with Xia Youran. The stance was unmistakable. If they wished to resolve this matter, they would need Xia Youran to relent. Mrs. Hu, however, seemed oblivious to the gravity of her actions. It was this young lady who remained the crucial variable. Yet, even if it was difficult to navigate, it had to be addressed. Otherwise, offending the Lu family would jeopardize his business. Everyone knew that Lu Tong had only one son, and it was well known how devoted he was to his wife and children. This was a misstep they could not afford. At that moment, Mr. Hu cast a reproachful glance at his mother, who had been criticized at home by his wife too often, prompting her daily excursions to the community center. Initially, he thought allowing her to stroll outside was better than enduring daily arguments with his wife. But now, they had landed themselves in a dilemma. Earlier, he had dismissed Mrs. Hu as a penniless old woman, believing it was inconsequential. He took his mother's hand and, this time, with a newfound understanding, bowed respectfully to the bewildered elderly lady. His tone sincere, I apologize, dear lady. My mother will behave from now on. I shall send her back to the countryside. Mrs. Hu, who had been brimming with anger moments ago, now appeared flabbergasted. You want to send me back to the countryside? She glanced anxiously at her son, but was met with an intimidating glare. Realizing her son was genuinely upset, she lost her confidence. Turning to Xia Youran and the inquisitive elderly lady, she bit her lip and said, I am sorry. I will not dare to again. If she did not adjust her attitude, she truly risked being sent away. Ultimately, Mr. Hu repeatedly bowed and apologized, his tone softening with each repetition, and at last, Xia Youran relented. When Mr. Hu offered compensation, Lu Yang directly took Xia Yuran's phone, opened the payment code, and prepared for the transaction. Mr. Hu initially intended to offer only a modest sum of 1,000 or 2,000, thinking it was merely an ankle injury. What was the fuss about? However, he discreetly observed Lu Yang's expression and ultimately handed over 38,000. Only then did Lu Yang's demeanor soften slightly. In the end, he took his mother home, while Lu Yang and the manager were escorted to the door. Xia Youran wore a dazed look, pondering over the unexpected sum of 38,000. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Chapter 78. The favor you desire, I can bestow upon you. After all, she was merely a young girl in her early teens, embarking on such endeavor for the first time. Although she was infuriated by her grandmother's injury, was this not a form of extortion? She felt uneasy about accepting the money. Just as Xia Youran was about to speak to Lu Yang, her grandmother suddenly declared she could not walk any further, resembling a petulant child. She glanced around and moved to a nearby stone bench, pointing at her ankle and exclaiming, It hurts. In truth, the doctor had already examined her and confirmed it was a minor sprain. After all, Xiao Lu had been cautious, mindful of her age. Thus, there was no real issue with her walking slowly. The doctor had even prescribed some Yunnan Baiyao spray. Nevertheless, her grandmother acted like a stubborn child, refusing to move. Xia Youran, bewildered, bent down and reassured her, Grandma, it's not far. We just need to walk a little longer. However, her grandmother merely glanced at her, then turned her gaze away, signaling her unwillingness to proceed. Xia Youran wanted to say more, but Lu Yang gently grasped her hand. He knelt down in front of her grandmother with his back turned, saying, Come on, Grandma, let me carry you home. Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang in surprise. At that moment, her grandmother's attire was less than pristine. Her own meal had left her clothes somewhat soiled, and after being pushed, her condition had worsened, making her look disheveled. Yet, Lu Yang seemed unfazed, squatting down with his back to her grandmother, and turned to Xia Youran, instructing her to assist her grandmother in climbing onto his back. Ultimately, her grandmother gleefully obliged without needing any help. Xia Youran quickly adjusted, aiding her grandmother, while Lu Yang cheerfully announced, I'm getting up now. Her grandmother beamed with joy, responding, All right. Thus, Lu Yang carried the elderly lady, step by step, towards home. Xia Youran watched her grandmother's delighted expression from the side. While Lu Yang wore a smile, softly conversing with her. The elderly lady, in her agitated state, posed a series of nonsensical questions, yet Lu Yang appeared untroubled. The stark contrast between her grandmother's grayish attire and Lu Yang's white t-shirt was quite striking. Xia Youran slowed her pace, trailing behind them, and lifted her phone to capture this poignant moment, the young man carrying the elderly lady forward. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, "What are you doing? Taking candid shots? Hurry up, we're going home." Xia Youran smiled at the side profile of the young man frozen in her camera, replying, "Yes, we're going home." The elderly lady and the young man had wandered for so many years, leaning on each other, yet suddenly, a great tree had appeared beside them, shielding them from view. It seemed they were now well hidden from the storms of life. "Lu Yang, it was perfectly all right if you do not harbor feelings for me. I am quite fond of you. I shall make you come to like me, and even if that fails, I will still treat you with utmost kindness." The elderly lady had previously mentioned feeling tired, and by the time they returned home, she had already dozed off in Lu Yang's arms. This marked Lu Yang's first time entering Xia Youran and her grandmother's room. The arrangement was typical, but the bed had been divided into 2 single beds, one for each. The place was tidily kept, and Lu Yang carefully laid her grandmother onto the bed. He observed as Xia Youran wiped her grandmother's face and hands, then tucked her in and adjusted the air conditioning before stepping out together. Lu Yang settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Do you always share a room with your grandmother?" After all, sharing a room with an elderly person must make it difficult to synchronize their schedules. Xia Youran nodded, "Yes, my grandmother is unwell, and I worry about her being alone at night. I'm used to it. When I was younger, we even shared the same bed to save money. It was only when I grew older that she insisted we each have our own bed." Lu Yang nodded in understanding, choosing not to comment further. Xia Youran glanced at the time and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Lu Yang shook his head. As it was getting late, Xia Youran prepared a simple meal of noodles with an egg and 2 greens. She felt a bit embarrassed, as there were leftovers from the previous night, but she wanted him to have something fresh instead of old food that was tea healthy. Lu Yang was genuinely hungry, having been dragged out shopping by his mother early that morning, or rather, around 11 o'clock. His mother had already eaten lunch and casually asked if he was hungry. At that moment, he had just awoken and had no appetite, so he replied that he wasn't tea hungry. Subsequently, he had been taken out, where he had nibbled on a couple of bites of sandwich. After a day of shopping, his mother mentioned having prepared a delicious meal, and the two were on their way home to eat. As soon as Lu Yang arrived, he received a phone call and rode over. Now, sitting down to eat the noodles felt like a delightful feast. Upon hearing Xia Yuran's words, he looked up from his bowl and said, "It's fine, it tastes great." Xia Youran then sighed in relief. She had only taken a few bites when Lu Yang had already finished. To her surprise, she discovered a hidden fried egg at the bottom of the bowl. The sensation of finding an egg at the end of the meal was simply delightful. It wasn't about the egg itself, but the feeling of enjoyment. Lu Yang suddenly laughed, observing Xia Youran with her head bowed over the noodles. "Why did you hide an egg?" Xia Youran looked up and winked at him, smiling sweetly. "Because when I was little, if my mom or dad secretly hid an egg for me, I would be overjoyed. Now, I want you to feel just as happy." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang glanced in her bowl. "Then did you hide one?" Xia Youran, caught off guard by his question, shook her head honestly, "No." After her parents passed, her grandmother was unaware of this little secret, and no one prepared such surprises for her anymore, so she grew indifferent to it. Lu Yang picked up the fried egg he had hidden and placed it in her bowl. "This one isn't hidden, but it's for you." After setting it down, he remembered to ask, "Does it bother you? If it does, I can get you another one." As he spoke, he attempted to retrieve it, but his chopsticks were caught by hers. "I don't mind." It's not like it's the first time Xia Youran almost blurted out that it wasn't tea, as if they hadn't tea-kissed before, having done that. Why would she care about this? Besides, this was Lu Yang. However, she quickly realized it wasn't tea, as if they hadn't tea-shared meals before. The brief pause made her statement sound a bit odd, but Lu Yang didn't dwell on it, especially when he saw Xia Youran smiling sweetly at him, saying, "Thank you, I'm very happy." She exuded an aura of sweetness, making it hard for him to think of anything else. Lu Yang remarqued, "Do you enjoy the feeling of being uniquely favored? Who wouldn't tea like it?" Xia Youran retorted, "Everyone wishes to be uniquely cherished. However, my parents, who used to favor me, haven't returned home in ages." Seeing her disappointment, Lu Yang chuckled softly. "Then from now on, I'll make sure you're different from others. At least with me, you can be. The favor you desire, I can bestow upon you." Chapter 79. The desire to reach for the white moonlight is somewhat excessive and delusional. Xia Youran gazed at Lu Yang, her heart racing at his words. Regardless of whether he spoke to appease her or if he meant it sincerely, the mere utterance was enough to elate her. Xia Youran nodded. "Thank you, Lu Yang." Lu Yang pointed at her noodles. "Hurry and eat. It's delicious. But why do you keep saying thank you to me?" "Because I truly appreciate you. You've helped me a great deal," Xia Youran replied before returning her attention to her meal. Lu Yang sat across from her, observing her delicate features as she quickly devoured her noodles. Eating swiftly seemed to be an exclusive skill of senior high school students, a necessity born from their relentless schedules. Only a few, like Ji Xiang, could afford to savor their meals at a leisurely pace, while the rest consumed their food with remarkable haste. At that moment, Lu Yang remarked, "You've helped me immensely, especially with tutoring and occasionally bringing me lunch." As they conversed, Xia Youran expressed her concern. 38,000. Is that a bit too much? It seems rather inappropriate. There was a reason behind Lu Yang's request for 38,000. When he heard her finally mention it, he chuckled. It's not much. I'm doing it willingly. Moreover, this amount is quite useful. Xia Youran, interpreting his words as a need for the money, immediately set down her chopsticks and reached for her phone. I'll transfer it to you. Lu Yang, witnessing her swift actions without a hint of hesitation or inquiry, quickly grasped her wrist to prevent her from proceeding. This moment inevitably led to their physical contact. No, it's not me who is useful. It's you, Lu Yang insisted. Xia Youran then fixated on his hand, holding her wrist for a moment before looking up at him. What use is it? I seem to have no need for it. Nevertheless, the sum would indeed suffice to prevent her from having to work as a delivery person until she graduated high school. Initially, Xia Youran believed Lu Yang had this in mind. To her surprise, he continued, the old district is going to be demolished soon. That 38,000 should be enough to buy back the house you previously lived in. Such intelligence could only stem from Lu Yang's family's connections. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to acquire. The houses in the old district were dilapidated and lacked basic amenities, making them virtually unsellable for a few thousand yuan. However, they held value now, as demolition would translate into monetary compensation. Lu Yang inquired, are you of legal age yet? Xia Youran pursed her lips. I will be in December. No worries, your grandmother can sign for you. With that money, you can buy back your old house, and in a year, you might receive a property of your own, or, at the very least, a substantial sum. Xia Youran looked at Lu Yang, who was earnestly planning, and asked, did you hear this at home? It was clear now that the landlord's sudden decision not to rent to them had something to do with Lu Yang. The compensation of over 2,000 likely came from him as well. Rest assured, the information is reliable. It's a sure win. Just go ahead and buy, Lu Yang encouraged, mentally calculating whether he should also invest in a few properties himself. Xia Youran observed Lu Yang, sensing a certain innocence about him. Had their roles been reversed today, she would have likely chosen not to disclose the matter directly to him. Instead, she would opt for a more sophisticated approach to elicit his utmost gratitude, regardless of her feelings towards him. Reflecting on her previous encounter with Lu Yang's parents in the office, she realized that only such forthright parents could raise someone as candid as Lu Yang, unlike herself, who appeared innocent on the surface but was, in truth, calculating. With Lu Yang, she often sought to attract his attention and pity through various means. Xia Youran lowered her gaze to conceal the self-doubt flickering in her eyes. The closer she grew to Lu Yang, the more she appreciated his admirable qualities. This made her desire to reach for the unattainable, like grasping the pure, white moonlight, seem excessive and delusional. Yet, her yearning for the boy named Lu Yang remained insatiable. Don't worry. When the time comes, just give me the money, and I'll arrange for someone to handle the purchase. Your grandmother can sign the papers. It won't be a hassle. Lu Yang said, noticing Xia Yuran's drifting attention. He waved his hand. Hello? Beautiful. Are you listening to me? Xia Youran looked up at Lu Yang, affirming that she was indeed paying attention. That's all that matters. So what do you think? He asked. There were numerous ways to assist her, yet they seemed inapplicable. Had they only recently met, Lu Yang might not have dared to speak so candidly. However, given their familiarity now, he felt comfortable being straightforward. It was simply more efficient to address matters directly rather than skirting around them, which often felt peculiar. At this moment, Lu Yang awaited Xia Yuran's response, entirely unaware that she was contemplating how to keep him to herself. As she observed his hand, which had just shaken her wrist, she nodded obediently. All right, I'll follow your lead. No need for thanks. But I will repay you in the future. Lu Yang's phone vibrated with incoming messages, but he paid it no mind. Xia Youran, glancing over, noticed the anime character on his phone's wallpaper, her eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. So he likes this sort of thing? She mused, recalling that his previous wallpaper featured an anime character in a maid outfit. Lu Yang didn't particularly care for such things. It had been Ji Xiang who changed it on a whim, deeming Lu Yang's original wallpaper unattractive. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in Xia Yuran's mind. Once the house is bought, you can rent it out before the demolition. While the rental income may not be substantial, it will still provide some financial support. Properties in that area typically rent for only 200 to 300 yuan, which isn't much, but it's better than nothing, he explained. Xia Youran concealed her own concerns while appearing compliant. nodding along to everything Lu Yang said. Eventually, she inquired, will that old woman really return to her hometown? Yet, she leaned towards the belief that they were merely making idle chatter. Mentioning that family caused Lu Yang to display a grim expression. Thanks for the reminder. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. If they don't leave, we'll ensure they're sent back. Xia Youran hesitated, wondering if that was too harsh. Deep down, however, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She was not a virtuous person, and revenge was part of her nature. Lu Yang reassured her, it's not excessive. I haven't retaliated. I've merely been courteous. Xia Youran nodded. All right then. Thank you, Lu Yang. The next day, as school approached, Lu Yang left early. Before departing, he made sure to ask Xia Youran if she would be going out that evening. When she affirmed she would not, he felt a wave of relief, knowing that living in the neighborhood had made things considerably safer. Upon arriving home, he found his father. Lu Tong already there. You're back? Lu Tong inquired as Lu Yang entered. Yeah, Lu Yang replied, glancing towards his mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Mom? What are you making? Is there anything to eat? At his age, his appetite was substantial, and a single bowl of noodles would hardly suffice. He refrained from overindulging at Xia Yuran's home, fearing she might offer him all the remaining eggs. While this might seem foolish, Lu Yang genuinely believed she would do so. Hearing her son's voice, Zheng Hui turned to him. Oh, just a moment. Lu Yang settled into the single sofa beside his father. Why aren't you working late today? He asked. Your mother said you left her hanging, so I came back to keep her company, Lu Tong replied, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It was just a playful dynamic between the couple. Lu Tong then added, I received a call earlier. Has someone crossed you? Lu Yang instinctively recognized it was Mr. Who on the line. Anyone acquainted with him must be doing quite well in business. He nodded. Yes, someone is abusing their power. They owe money. But he mentioned he would send my mother back to the countryside. He can't go back on his word. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong nodded and replied, all right. I will have someone remind him. He did not even inquire about what had transpired. Lu Yang chuckled, Dad. You aren't even going to ask what happened? What if I were the one abusing my power? Lu Tong glanced at his phone and said, isn't that how it should be? I work so diligently precisely so that you and your mother can take advantage of my standing. What else would I gain from this? Lu Yang reflected on his parents' unwavering support, recognizing that it had not been an easy path for him to remain upright and principled. Their attitude suggested that whatever their child said was undoubtedly right. However, Lu Yang felt a deep gratitude for his parents, as they had indeed provided him with an excellent environment for growth. He refrained from making any dispiriting remarks, confirmed the details regarding the demolition in the old city, and asked Lu Tong to assist in purchasing that property while also mentioning the events of the day. After listening, Lu Tong simply inquired, is that classmate, Xia Youran? Lu Yang nodded, yes indeed. She is also my tutor. Lu Tong cast a glance towards the kitchen, then sighed as he looked at his son, lowering his voice. We still haven't clarified the situation with Xia Yuran's family. If it truly involves her parents, you two shouldn't become involved just yet. It could adversely affect your uncle and your cousin. Although Lu Tong held a commanding presence in this matter, the truth was that his business acumen was rather mediocre. The family primarily relied on the support of their uncle's family, who had always treated them graciously. Thus, Lu Yang was aware that many of their decisions had to take into account the interests of his uncle and cousin. At this moment, Lu Yang was reminded and fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand. However, he did not ask Lu Tong to investigate further, as he had already reached out to his cousin, who assured him that he would help look into it. Lu Yang pondered whether the issues Xia Youran mentioned indicated a systemic problem. He feared that probing too deeply might alert those involved. Eventually, after savoring the wontons prepared by his mother, Lu Yang retired for the night. The soft murmur of his parents' conversation lingered in the living room. Feeling weary, he soon succumbed to sleep after a warm shower. This time, he grasped Xia Yuran's hand, and Lu Yang's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. He had already begun to pull Xia Youran upward, but just as he was about to lift her, he felt a sharp blow to his back. Darkness enveloped him, yet he did not relinquish his hold. The second strike, then the third, and ultimately, Lu Yang lost consciousness. When he awoke, he genuinely felt as if he had been thoroughly beaten, particularly as his neck had been twisted. Consequently, Lu Yang went to school with a stiff neck. Along the way, he was met with prolonged laughter from Ji Xiang, who remarked, you look really impressive like this. His mirth was somewhat too evident. Lu Yang raised his hand as if to strike Ji Xiang, who laughed heartily and fled. They arrived a bit late, just as the morning reading session was about to commence. Lu Yang placed the breakfast he had brought in front of Xia Youran, urging, hurry and eat. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to this gesture from Lu Yang. Xia Youran did not hastily open her meal, but instead fixated on Lu Yang's neck, asking, what happened to you? You seem a bit stiff. Lu Yang chuckled softly. I slept in a bad position and twisted it. Qiuing, who had been observing, exclaimed, ouch. Twisting your neck must be painful. She then recalled something and turned to Xia Youran, You helped me when I twisted my neck before, right? Lu Yang was taken aback, looking at Xia Youran, astonished by her hidden talent. Xia Youran locked eyes with Lu Yang. Would you like to give it a try? Lu Yang nodded, sure. But let's discuss it at noon. You should eat breakfast first. Xia Youran, concerned, scrutinized his neck, but eventually acquiesced. After the morning classes, neither Xia Youran nor Lu Yang went for lunch, opting instead to have Ji Xiang pack their meals. At this time, most of their classmates had gone to eat, leaving only a few dedicated students engrossed in their studies. Lu Yang felt like a withered sheep, his entire neck stiff and painful with every movement. Xia Youran turned to Lu Yang. Shall I help you? Lu Yang met her gaze and replied, sure, but be gentle, Miss Xia. My neck is truly stiff. His tone was laced with resignation. Xia Youran was amused by his demeanor and stood behind him. Being in the last row meant there was ample space behind him. Her cool hands gently rested on Lu Yang's neck. Try to relax. Don't be tense. Hearing her soothing tone, Lu Yang chuckled. I'm not tense. Just as his words left his mouth, he felt someone close in behind him, resting his head against something soft and warm. Lu Yang's body stiffened as his head rested against Xia Youran. The scent of her familiar body wash mingled with laundry detergent filled his nostrils. He lifted his gaze slightly, encountering something soft. Lu Yang remarked, all right, this is fine, yet he found it increasingly difficult to relax. Xia Yuran's hands trembled slightly as the boy's head rested gently against her bosom, unsure if he could hear her racing heartbeat.